Sylvia Park, Westgate and the new Hunter Home, Waido Park.
New Zealand's #1 breakfast show, the Mike Hosking Breakfast, with the new Jaguar F-Pace. This is Newstalk ZB News.
Good morning, it's 8:30. I'm Nivareti Manu. We'll find out today if the country's ready to shift down alert levels. Cabinet set to meet today with Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern and Health Boss Ashley Bloomfield fronting a press conference around 4. Bloomfield says right until the final decision, he'll be checking the tail test results of Casual Plus contacts, particularly from the Auckland gym visited by a COVID case. He says they'll also be looking at wider testing both in Auckland and beyond.
We're pretty confident now we've got a sharp perimeter around this particular outbreak. All those things will give us confidence that there hasn't been onward transmission.
Bloomfield says if new cases pop up today, it will depend on whether they're linked to existing cases and their exposure as to whether an alert level move might be affected. There were no new community cases overnight. Emergency response teams are checking the aftermath of the earthquake off the North Island's east coast this morning. A 7.3 magnitude quake struck at 2:30 a.m, causing a tsunami alert for coastal areas. That's now been lifted. Minister for Emergency Management, Kermadec Islands, says today will provide a better picture of what happened.
Today will be about assessing the impacts, structural, on land, etc., and then, of course, just taking a review of how the event unfolded.
Meanwhile, a 7.4 magnitude earthquake off the Kermadec Islands has sparked another civil defence tsunami activity warning, this time for parts of Northland. The advisory runs from Whangarei up to the Bay of Islands and urges people in or near the water to move away. Minister for Emergency Management Kermadec Islands says as soon as the quake was felt off the Kermadecs, the team's been monitoring what's happening and how it applies to the North Island.
What they're actually saying is that they need to expect a strong and unusual currents and unpredictable surges at the shore.
GeoNet seismologist John Risto says with the epicentre 900 kilometres away from the North Island, we can be more prepared.
At least with this one, we'll have more time before the tsunami arrives compared to the one overnight.
Faith remains. The Royal Commission of Inquiry into the Christchurch mosque attacks will continue to improve things for Muslims in New Zealand. That's despite a 27-year-old being charged last night with threatening to kill after allegedly threatening online to attack 2 Christchurch mosques. He'll appear in court this morning. Federation of Islamic Associations chairman Abdul Razak says while his people are seeing more of this kind of behaviour, they do not want to develop a victim's mentality.
We have to be positive about what the government has in mind in terms of the Royal Commission recommendations, in terms of the society we want to get. We have to report any and all such incidents, and that's very, very important.
The Muslim Association of Canterbury has thanked police for acting promptly to the threat. The future of Auckland's ASB Showgrounds is at risk. The board that runs this site is struggling to see how it can remain solvent in the face of major event cancellations and a proposed massive rent hike. Normally, the Showgrounds host more than 250 exhibitions and events a year, attracting over 1.3 million visitors. But last year, 14 major events were cancelled due to the pandemic response. And this year, they've already lost 4 major events. On top of that, the Cornwall Park Trust wants to put up its annual rent from $750,000 to $2.3 million. That's Newstalk ZB News with Batchcare Holiday Home Management, taking care of your holiday home and your guests.
To Newstalk ZB Sport. England's Ben Stokes has played down what appeared a feisty exchange of words with Indian captain Virat Kohli on the opening day of the 4th cricket test in Ahmedabad. The visitors were dismissed for 205, with Stokes top scoring on 55. India are 24 for 1 in reply.
2 blokes who care what they do, and 2 guys who definitely don't back down.
A draw's enough for the hosts to guarantee a shot at the World Test Championship title against New Zealand. International cricket coverage with Resine, quality paints and colours made in New Zealand since 1946. The trading relationship between boxer Joseph Parker and mentor Kevin Barry has been KO'd by mutual consent after going 8 years. The Herald reports the decision was reached after Parker's unanimous points victory over Junior Farr on Saturday. Part of the issue relates to Barry being based in Las Vegas and Parker's family being ensconced in Auckland. The thought of prolonged separation caused by travelling to the US for future camps is unappealing. The split generates speculation about Parker's next move as he seeks another shot at a heavyweight belt. Concerns remain about the 29-year-old's hand speed and power. Golfer Lydia Ko's in a tie for 38th at even par through 6 holes of her opening round after starting on the back 9 at the LPGA's Drive-On Championship in Florida. She's 5 shots off the lead. A busy weekend for Kiwi cyclists with the Spring Classics season underway in Europe. Michaela Drummond, Michaela Harvey, Georgia Williams and Niamh Bishop-Black will start in Siena, Italy for the Strade Bianche 136-kilometre one-day race. Jack Bowers in the men's 184 equivalent. And Georgia Bennett will roll out on stage 1 of the Paris-Nice race on Sunday, supporting Jumbo-Visma teammate Primož Roglic. And an outbreak of equine herpes in Spain has forced European equestrian events to be cancelled across the continent until March 28th. An unspecified number of horses have already died from the virus. I'm Andrew Alderson, and that's Newstalk ZB News and Sport, 2:25 minutes to 9.
Newstalk ZB Auckland. Time saver traffic.
Now, we've still got this crash on the north-west and westbound on the causeway. It is blocking the right-hand lane. Delays are back to Great North Road, and we've also got traffic through the Waterview Tunnel. That's heading north on the south-west, and because of that, reports of a crash out by the airport, Tom Pearce Drive at the roundabout with Jimmy Wood Crescent. Update us, 0800 JAMMED is our number. Ivanka Zonich for Time Saver Traffic.
Newstalk ZB Weather Watch 24/7 with roofcare.co.nz to repoint and recode your concrete tile roof. Manukau, variable 5 knots, westerly 10 developing for a time in the afternoon. Waitemata, westerly 10 easing to variable 5, then northerly 10 for a time in the afternoon. Hauraki Gulf, westerly 10 easing to variable 5, and Bream to Cape Colville, westerly 15 knots easing to northwest 10, then rising to northerly 15 knots in the afternoon. The high tide at Auckland 10 past 1 this afternoon. Onehunga 10 past 4 this afternoon. Today partly cloudy with isolated showers. Tomorrow cloud gradually increasing, rain from late afternoon. Today's high 24, currently 16 here at Newstalk ZB.
Starting the debate, getting the answers. The Mike Hosking Breakfast with the new Jaguar F-Pace coming soon. Newstalk ZB.
Well, on a week where it's been focusing on the West Coast for, unfortunately, the wrong reasons, Glacier Country I refer to, of course, Stuart Nash with us on Wednesday, went down there Tuesday and Wednesday, visited the region, basically said there is no more coming from the government, although he told us Wednesday, of course, there was a package he was putting together. Has to get through Cabinet. I hope it does. Anyway, very, very pleased to see last night on TV1 and the news, they did a piece on Bulla, Westport flourishing. So the whole coast, we don't want to conflate the whole coast together. There are parts that are doing well. In fact, there are 2 coasts, as was suggested last night. Westport is flourishing. House sales through the roof, they've gone up nearly 50% in the year. Average price of a Bulla home is just $213,000. GDP, I didn't know this actually, GDP in the region's up over 3%. So you've got the Glacier Country reliant on tourists, closed businesses gone, population gone. It's miserable. But in the parts that aren't so open and affected by tourists, GDP is up. I mean, you're talking about dairy and tourism, dairy and mining, of course. So Development West Coast, and this is the part they didn't cover and they really should have. Development West Coast, they reported, have offered $5 million to the Franz Josef and Fox Glacier regions. But, of course, what they didn't tell us is that the government actually wants them to cough up 10%, which would be $12 million. And why they don't want to put the $12 million in, I don't know. I honestly don't know. If the fund is set up to help the whole coast, and they've got up over $100 million, and at a time of real crisis in places like Glacier Country, why don't you want to go 12? Anyway, they've also seen a spike in domestic tourism in places like Westport, so that was very encouraging to see. Just developing too this morning, Fonterra have lifted their 2020-21 forecast. I'm not surprised given what happened at the auction this week, to somewhere between 730 and 790, which is up from 690 to 750. Midpoint has increased to 760. I mean, they are... Do you remember Bill English? When he was Prime Minister, he said, we'll never see 8s again. And they had payouts of $8. He said, we'll never see 8s again. And you thought, oh yeah, fair enough. 760... and possibly rising. So that's from Fonterra this morning. 21 minutes away from 9. Australia. Murray Olds, morning to you, mate.
Michael, good morning.
I've never seen... I'm very interested in your take. I watched Porter, obviously, and so what we have is an accusation many decades after the event, a police investigation that concluded there's nothing more they can do given the passing of time. We now have the revelation of an email of the woman concerned, sadly passed, who said, I don't want the police to continue with this anymore. No media ever went to Porter and said, mate, here are the allegations, what do you say? How do you explain that?
Well, it's a mess, isn't it? It's a heck of a mess. The Prime Minister, only found out about it when, I beg your pardon, that letter was sent to him. He hasn't bothered to read the allegations, nor has Christian Porter. And as the law stands, he's perfectly correct. As, the timeline you've pointed out, the fact the woman is now deceased also complicates things as far as a legal proceeding goes. But this is the nation's first law officer. He is the Federal Attorney General. And notwithstanding the fact police in New South Wales say the matter's closed, there's no prospect of a conviction. Nonetheless, there are still calls for an independent inquiry. Now, a civil matter, if you like, conducted in secret, if you wish, by a learned person, ex-judge, for example. And you see this all the time in in your civilian life. If big law firms or big accountancy firms and the like have accusations against senior partners, these things aren't just dismissed because, he said, she said, they're examined. And that's the political conundrum for Christian Porter and for the Prime Minister, Scott Morrison. I mean, every day this is on the front page. There's no talk about the great job they're doing on the economy. There's no talk about the rollout of vaccines and whose turn is it next. Everything, the oxygen for everything else is being sucked out of the whole political debate over here. And until it's somehow Morrison can engineer this problem to go away. It's not the only one. He's also got his Defence Minister, who was also off on sick leave because of the way she's conducted her office in terms of a sexual assault allegation. Until Morrison can get these two yarns off the front page, Mike, it's going to be a hell of a mess.
But here's the problem in looking at Porter. Unless he's the world's greatest liar, I mean, I believe him. I mean, it wasn't like I was in a relationship with this woman or things turned sour or whatever the case. He didn't have the slightest idea what this was about. And I mean, if you take him at face value, so what are you saying? Stand down, have a big inquiry, whoops, nothing to see here, now you can come back to your job. What does that say about the power of simply pointing a finger?
Oh, absolutely right. I mean, I'm not saying it's ideal. He is certainly not saying that's ideal, nor is the Prime Minister. But, politics are driving this. Yeah. The politics of the matter insists that Porter be submitted to some sort of scrutiny. I mean, for the chief law officer to say, look, nothing happened, nothing to see here, move on, I'm not standing down, that's not going to wash. It's not going to work.
But here's the problem. If a number of people are saying he'll never be back, and in fact the other woman won't be back either, if he's not back, then that will haunt him for the rest of his life, won't it? Because as he so eloquently, I thought, said, if you're just going to have people sacked because of a finger point, what's the point of having an Attorney General?
Correct, exactly right. I mean, he has been the golden child ever since primary school. His dad was apparently saying when he was 4 or 5 years old, this boy's going to be Prime Minister one day. And he's had the golden sort of run all the way through. He was in state politics, state Attorney General, federal politics, federal Attorney General, and destined for the Prime Ministership. Well, I think those ambitions are now gone on the back, as you say, of an unsubstantiated allegation from a woman now deceased, going back over 30 years.
Not covered here, sadly, but would have been a bigger story if it hadn't been for Porter, was this, I didn't realise there were so many, but the aged care sector, 24 years, 18 inquiries.
Oh, yeah.
Still can't get it right.
They still can't get it right, and this was a really... this did have a lot of status. This is a Royal Commission, so it's not like, a standard run-of-the-mill inquiry. This is a Royal Commission, 2 years, 10,000 submissions, Mike, 600 witnesses, and a bunch of key recommendations. This is a shocking Royal Commission. I suppose there are 4 key takeaways. I mean, there must be much better rights for people living in aged care. I mean, at the moment, they're kind of just shoved in there, the door's shut, and do your best. They get cold meals, they get roughly treated, don't get showered every day. And this is your mum and my dad. Yeah. The second one, much stronger governance of the sector, because, these things just happen on a daily basis. Much, much better workforce in terms of training and pay. They're paid bloody pittance. You get more looking after orangutans in the zoo. And the fourth thing, it's going to cost a hell of a lot more money. How do you pay for that? Well, the government here, as you know, hates taxes, but there's a suggestion that perhaps a small levy be applied to every working Australian man and woman that would then fund the sector to an appropriate level. There's also a suggestion that older people be forced to use some of their retirement savings to pay for themselves.
Yeah.
That, of course, would have a lot of traction on the Conservative side of politics here.
Exactly. Just quickly, because I've got to fly, but this thing breaking this morning with Italy blocking the AstraZeneca jab to your places, they're going to be all hell to pay?
Well, look, it's difficult to say. It's only just broken here. There's 250,000 vials. I beg your pardon. There's 250,000 jabs that have been held up in Italy, been manufactured in Italy, destined for Australia. The AstraZeneca rollout is supposed to begin today in South Australia, but only a limited number of doses. And it's just, it depends how this is going to pan out. The AstraZeneca jab is going to be manufactured here in Australia anyway.
Yeah.
Australia got about 55 million doses ordered, but and from this distance, Mike, it appears to be a stoush between the European Union and the drug company itself.
Yeah, exactly.
Australia seems to be caught in the middle.
Exactly. Have a good one, mate. Catch up next week.
Thanks,
Appreciate
buddy.
it very much. Speaking of AstraZeneca, they have passed it. They got 300,000 doses in Australia. It's being jabbed as of today in South Australia, and as I pointed out earlier, we're no longer in lockstep with Australia the way our government, of course, promised we were, because they're out jabbing. And we haven't even passed AstraZeneca yet, so whatever happened to lockstep, I don't know. Somebody ankle tapped somebody, obviously. 14 to 9.
Longridge Country Estate Paeroa, retirement living at its best. Open days this weekend from 11 to 3 p.m. Phone 0800 928 928 or see longridgecountryestate.co.nz.
Shop online at Harvey Norman. Contactless click and collect or home delivery options are available. Visit harveynorman.co.nz to see our range of products and place your order. Contact us online or call your local store.
Solid, spacious, sporty. The new GLB SUV is the total package. Exclusive to Mercedes-Benz Auckland, the most versatile compact SUV, the GLB 200 is now available from just $77,990 with over $6,000 of value and savings and complimentary features, seating for up to 7 passengers and sporty AMG styling. The GLB is the perfect partner for life's twists and turns. Get in touch with the team at Mercedes-Benz Auckland. Terms, conditions and fees apply.
If I won $5 million, I'd eat bluff oysters all year round.
What about when they're not in season?
Oh, good point. Whitebait and crayfish in between?
Yum.
I know.
Imagine winning $5 million this Saturday. Get your Powerball ticket in-store or online.
Yo, it's Hayden. You know, from 2030. I bring great news. Tomorrow, you're going to get Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi, which means you're going to get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed. I also know you're going to wake up, probably drink some coffee, and do some stuff. Yep, I know all things, because I'm from the future.
Search Vodafone Super Wi-Fi to get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi. Guaranteed or get $100 credit. Go you. Exit fees and terms apply.
Get amazing knockdown deals at Mitre 10. Like the Stride Prestige doormat was $11, now $6. And get your home sorted with 25% off Alpha Storage. Contactless click and collect and home delivery available at Mitre 10.
The new season sale is on now at Hunter Furniture with up to 40% off. Come in store to view a wide selection of latest release lounge and dining furniture, rugs and homewares. Hunter Furniture new season sales, Sylvia Park, Westgate and the new Hunter Home, Wairoa Park.
Longridge Country Estate Paeroa, retirement living at its best. Open days this weekend from 11 to 3 p.m. Phone 0800 928 928 or see longridgecountryestate.co.nz. All the cricket news, opinion and interviews you never knew you needed.
To me, that's man of the match stuff. That's guts.
Join Brian Waddle and Jeremy Coney each week as they talk everything cricket in our weekly podcast On the Front Foot.
Personally, I don't think we're doing enough, and I've said this time and time again, that New Zealanders, they're not moving away from the accuracy model.
Download the latest episode now on the iHeartRadio app. Just search On the Front Foot.
They were calling it a dynasty.
On the Front Foot, powered by Newstalk ZB.
It is 11 away from 9.
This is Newstalk ZB Breaking News.
So from Civil Defence again this morning, this is the Kermadec again, 7.4 previously this morning. We've just had an 8 magnitude quake, depth of 10 kilometres struck near the Kermadec. This is 8:28 this morning. So a tsunami warning has been issued following that quake. So people near the coast from the Bay of Islands to Whangarei, from Matata to Tolaga Bay, Matata near Whakatane, of course, to Tolaga Bay, and Great Barrier Island must move immediately to the nearest high ground out of all tsunami evacuation zones or as far inland as possible. So that's just in from Civil Defence. An 8:28 quake of 8 near the Kermadec, 10 kilometres under the Kermadec. So it is the people near the coast from Bay of Islands to Whangarei, from Matata to Tolaga Bay and Great Barrier must move immediately to the nearest high ground out of all tsunami evacuation zones or as far inland as possible. We'll keep you posted. By the way, just a couple of things out of Australia that we didn't have time to cover off. They're bankrolling $300 million in the Pacific. This is the ongoing China situation. This was the one that Winston Peters was so passionate about. Hence, one of the first things the government did when they arrived here in 2017 was give the Pacific $1 billion. But Australia's in for $300 million. All sorts of interesting things to compete basically with China. It's called the Australia-Pacific Step Up. Loans and grants, renewable power projects, telecommunications, transport, health facilities, stuff like that. So we'll see how that goes down. And the other thing they note, it's worth reading actually in the Sydney Morning Herald the other day, it was marking John Howard's 25th year, or 25 years since his ascension to the throne of Australia. And Abbott, who of course served with him for a sustained period of time, he said the current generation of politicians must accept that the Howard government was far superior to them because its senior members were in it for the country more than themselves. Isn't that a telling statement? The leading figures of the Howard era, you're talking Peter Costello, Alexander Downer, all had character, conviction and courage and a policy agenda where its senior ministers just got on with it. They were all in it for the country more than themselves. Their argument was about issues rather than identities. In my judgment, comparative success of the Howard government and the Hawke government as well boils down to the human factor in history, that there just happened to be more substantial characters in our public life in that era. Don't think he's wrong, is he? It's a very good article, well worth reading, 9 to 9.
Newstalk ZB Auckland. Time saver traffic.
Official Emirates Team New Zealand flags and bunting. Now, our earlier crash on the northwest and westbound on the causeway has been cleared. Thank you for your calls on that one. Reports of a crash out by the airport on Tom Pearce Drive at the roundabout with Jimmy Ward Crescent. And another crash, Lambie Drive in Manukau between the motorway off-ramp and Ronwood Avenue. String around your home, office or shopfront, flags.co.nz to order. Ivanka Zonich for Time Saver Traffic.
If you don't really have the time to get to Bunnings or browse,
it's so easy to do online shopping. Jump online and buy it right then and there.
You can get it delivered to your house, or you can come and pick it up in store.
Simple and easy.
Shop at Bunnings, wherever you are, whenever you want.
The new season sale is on now at Hunter Furniture with up to 40% off. Come in store to view a wide selection of latest release lounge and dining furniture, rugs and homewares. Hunter Furniture new season sales, Sylvia Park, Westgate and the new Hunter Home, Waido Park.
Seize the day, make it terrific. Live on Lipospheric.
Lipospheric is the #1 selling vitamin C in pharmacies by far. High absorption vitamin C to support your family's immunity and everyday wellness. Available at Unichem and Life Pharmacies, Chemist Warehouse and online at Health Post. Read the label and take as directed. John Appleton, Auckland.
Live on Lipospheric.
Thinking electric? Look no further. Hi, I'm Hadley from Auckland City Electric Vehicles. We'll help you make the switch with the largest selection of top-grade electric and plug-in hybrid vehicles in the country. Nissan Leafs, BMW i3s, X-Trail hybrids and V-Dubs. New stock arriving daily, all trades welcome, and remember, all our cars include a 3-year warranty. Only at Auckland City Electric Vehicles, 83 Barry's Point Road, Takapuna, just 2 minutes north of the bridge.
Shop online at Harvey Norman. Contactless click and collect or home delivery options are available. Visit harveynorman.co.nz to see our range of products and place your order. Contact us online or call your local store.
Right now at Sky City Casino, there's an Aston Martin Vantage worth over $290,000. Someone must win it, and you are someone. Visit skycity.co.nz/take the wheel for more info. R20, game responsibly.
The Mike Hosking Breakfast with the new Jaguar F-Pace. Newstalk ZB.
As mentioning Tesla, it wasn't Tesla, but it's Rocket Lab, or not Rocket Lab, but SpaceX here. So they can't quite get the rocket up and back in one piece. I note also this morning that Fiat Chrysler spent $600 million last year in Europe alone on regulatory credits. And who did they get them from? From Tesla. Because, of course, Tesla's all EV, so they get plenty of carbon sinks, carbon credits. And so for car manufacturers that can't match EV producers, which, of course, if you produce a combustion engine, you can't, you buy your credits from somebody else. It allows you to carry on, do what you want to do, but you get the money. So Tesla generated $1.58 billion in revenue from sale of regulatory credits. They make more money from selling regulatory credits than they do from cars. So you ask yourself quite legitimately, are they a regulatory credit company or a car company or a rocket company or a hole-in-the-ground company?
Or maybe, a battery that goes on your wall company.
Or a battery that goes on your wall company. Or maybe just a company that you concentrate on one thing and get it like really, really right. And when they've got it really, really right, concentrate on some other stuff. 4 to 9.
Trending now on the Mike Hosking Breakfast.
We've got Fong's Pizza, Des Moines, Iowa. They've got themselves a Fruit Loop pizza. Gwen Page is the owner.
We add a Greek yogurt and condensed milk icing that we dress on the top. So it's very much reminiscent of that sweet milk that you have at the end of eating your cereal bowl. Their reaction was shock and horror of, how dare you put that on a pizza? And I think they kind of expect it to be gross. But then they try it and they're like, oh, I don't want to say it's good because everyone's so disgusted, but it's actually really good.
So it's really not Fruit Loop, it's a yogurt dressing.
There's a lot of Fruit Loops on it.
They've actually got Fruit Loops.
Yeah.
As in lollies.
No, as in the cereal. The breakfast cereal.
Oh, okay. So
you don't know what... You've had Fruit Loops, haven't you, Mike?
I don't.
You regularly eat Fruit Loops for breakfast.
I don't eat cereal.
You toss up between the antipasto and the Sistema container or Fruit Loops like a normal person.
A mouthful of lemon water. I drank that a little bit soon. I was expecting that story to go on slightly longer, but...
It was your story. It wasn't my story.
That's true, it was. I shouldn't have started drinking during my own story. Wouldn't be the first time. Anyway, we're out of here. We'll see you. You have a fabulous weekend, and we'll see you Monday. Happy days.
Squirrel Term Investments secured on residential property pay out returns of up to 5% per annum every month. Reinvest it, donate it, take the trip of a lifetime, just don't leave New Zealand, whatever. The point is, it's yours and you get it every month. And while past performance isn't a guarantee of the future, Squirrel investors have never lost a cent. Find out more at squirrel.co.nz/invest. T's and C's apply.
Hey Aucklanders, if you're at home and want to get some jobs done while you've got the time, your local Wet and Forget stores are open for contactless pickup at the door. Simply turn up and we'll be your personal shopper. Or phone your local stores and we'll have your favourite Wet and Forget products packaged up, ready to go. Window Witch, Miss Muffet's Revenge, Hitman, Wet and Forget Rapid, or maybe you're all out of Shower Witch. Whatever you need, we'll have your Kiwi-made products for the job. Contactless pickup at Wet and Forget 6 stores Auckland-wide. We're ready now. Longridge Country Estate in Paeroa will be the region's biggest, finest and best value retirement village with spacious villas, amazing community amenities and comprehensive care facilities coming for your peace of mind. Come and take a look for yourself. Open days this weekend from 11 a.m. till 3 p.m. For more information, phone 0800 928 928. That's 0800 928 928 or see longridgecountrystate.co.nz.
If you're building or renovating and planning that new fire, you only need one place. The Fireplace, showcasing New Zealand's widest range of fires, indoor, outdoor, wood, gas and electric, including the very latest ultra-low emission burners by Massport Heating. Changing wood fires for good. Don't let a lockdown hold up your project. Book a COVID-safe consultation today with one of our friendly specialists. Remember, you only need one place. thefireplace.co.nz.
At Kitchen Things, we understand the importance in making life a bit easier. That's why we're here to advise you on the right appliance for your home. With the best range of premium brands, choose Kitchen Things. Proudly New Zealand family owned.
March into Vodafone for an amazing mobile deal. Save big on selected Samsung and Oppo devices with interest-free all March long. So get online or in-store today. Go you. Eligibility criteria and terms apply.
In Auckland on 89.4, this is Newstalk ZB. Your official civil defence station, live from the Newstalk ZB News Centre. This is Newstalk ZB News.
Good morning, it's 9 o'clock. I'm Niva Retimanu. A tsunami warning's been issued for parts of New Zealand following a second earthquake off the Kermadec Islands, with people told to evacuate immediately. The islands north of New Zealand were rocked by a magnitude 7.8 quake just before 8:30 this morning. It follows a 7.4 quake just hours before in the same area. Michael Sergel has the latest news.
Civil Defence has issued a warning for people near the coast on the east coast of the North Island, from the Bay of Islands to Whangarei, from Matata to Tolaga Bay, including Whakatane and Opotiki. It also applies to Great Barrier Island. People in those areas must move immediately to the nearest high ground, out of tsunami evacuation zones, or as far inland as possible. Do not stay at home. The earthquake may not have been felt in some of these areas, but evacuation should be immediate, as a damaging tsunami is possible. People in all other areas who felt a long or strong earthquake that made it hard to stand up or lasted longer than a minute should move immediately to the nearest high ground, out of tsunami evacuation zones, or as far inland as possible. Evacuation advice overrides all current COVID-19 alert level requirements. Listen to local civil defence authorities and follow any instructions regarding evacuation of your area. Walk, run or cycle if at all possible to reduce the chances of getting stuck in traffic congestion. The first wave may not be the largest. Tsunami activity will continue for several hours, and the threat is real until the warning is cancelled.
Thanks, Michael. And we'll keep you up to date with all the latest developments on this here at Newstalk ZB. Meanwhile, GNS Science says the first quake of the morning off the North Island's East Cape just before 2:30am has been upgraded to 7.3. GeoNet seismologist John Risto explains there are different ways to calculate the magnitude.
The 7.3 comes from a method of analysing magnitude and the source properties. And you can only do that after you've had a lot of data coming in and you've sat down and had a chance to actually really look at it.
In other news, Cabinet's infectious diseases expert is adamant putting Auckland into lockdown was the right decision. The city's now gone 4 straight days without any community cases of COVID-19. Associate Health Minister Aisha Verrill says the situation's looking positive as Cabinet prepares to meet today to discuss moving Auckland out of Level 3 and the rest of the country Level 2. But the infectious diseases expert told Mike Hosking she has no regrets about putting Auckland into lockdown in the first place.
We took all of the health advice into account at the time we went into lockdown, but also remembering there was a series of high-risk exposures that we had to deal with.
Fonterra has lifted its forecast farmgate milk price. The midpoint of the forecast range has increased $7.20 per kilogram of milk solids to $7.60. It follows an historic rise in global dairy prices on Wednesday. The cooperative had previously been planning to wait until next week to make a decision on the farmgate price. My Food Bag is debuting on the New Zealand and Australian stock exchanges today. It follows a sale of up to 185 million shares. Chief Executive Kevin Bowler is confident transitioning to a public entity is the right pathway forward for the meal kit company.
To Newstalk ZB Sport. Golfer Tiger Woods had told responders to his crash last week that he didn't know how the accident happened and couldn't remember driving. The USA Today newspapers cited a copy of the search warrant affidavit used by the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department to obtain the black box in the Woods-driven SUV. The black box houses data related to speed and acceleration, braking sequence, steering angle changes and other instrument activity. Meanwhile, on the course, Lydia Ko's in a tie for 41st at even par through 8 holes of her opening round after starting on the back 9 at the LPGA's Drive-On Championship in Florida. She's 5 shots off the lead. Black Caps pace bowler Lockie Ferguson is seeking optimum preparation leading into this year's T20 Cricket World Cup in India. The 29-year-old will play for Kolkata in the Indian Premier League and Yorkshire in England's competition. Ferguson's now recovered from a back stress fracture, which has kept him out of the game since December.
I really want to make sure that I'm firing for that World Cup, but to do that, I need to play some cricket. I need to get back to 100%, back to where I was sort of before the injury.
Ferguson will be available for the England Tests in June and the World Championship final if required. International cricket coverage with Resine quality paints and colours made in New Zealand since 1946. The search is on to get boxer Joseph Parker a new trainer. The relationship between Parker and Kevin Barry has ended after 8 years. The split generates speculation about the 29-year-old's next move as he seeks another shot at a heavyweight belt. One school of thought suggests he could join the gym of Farr's trainer Eugene Berriman. 1-0 away wins for Everton and Tottenham in football's Premier League this morning. The Toffees have moved up to 4th with victory over West Brom. Spurs have beaten Fulham to stay 8th on the ladder. Liverpool and Chelsea are about to kick off. Football coverage with propertyapprentice.co.nz. Free events available now. I'm Andrew Alderson and that's Newstalk ZB News and Sport with Window Itch from Wet and Forget for streak and spot-free windows. It's 9:05.
Newstalk ZB Auckland. Time saver traffic.
The One Roof property report is out now. Now, an earlier crash on the northwestern westbound on the causeway, that has been cleared. Traffic is now flowing again. We've still got this crash out at the airport, Tom Pearce Drive at the roundabout with Jim Ward Crescent. The other crash on Lambie Drive in Manukau and between the motorway off-ramp and Romwood Avenue has been cleared. Find out how much money your suburb has made at oneroof.co.nz. Ivanka Zonich for Time Saver Traffic.
Newstalk ZB Weather Watch 24/7 with roofcare.co.nz to repoint and recoat your concrete tile roof. Manukau, variable 5 knots, westerly 10 developing for a time in the afternoon. Waitemata, westerly 10 easing to variable 5, then northerly 10 for a time in the afternoon. Hodaki Gulf, westerly 10 easing to variable 5. And Breamhead to Cape Colville, westerly 15 knots easing to northwest 10, then rising to northerly 15 in the afternoon. High tide at Auckland 1:10 this afternoon. Onehunga 4:10 this afternoon. Today partly cloudy with isolated showers. Tomorrow cloud gradually increasing, rain from late afternoon. Today's high 24, currently 17 here at Newstalk ZB.
Talking the big issues. Talking the news. Talking to you. It's Kerry McIver Mornings on Newstalk ZB.
Newstalk ZB, it is 9:07. Just to reiterate, as you've heard in the news, a tsunami warning's been issued for parts of New Zealand. Following a second earthquake off the Kermadec Islands, people are being told to evacuate immediately. Civil Defence has issued a warning for people near the coast, on the east coast of the North Island, from the Bay of Islands to Whangarei, from Matata to Tolaga Bay, including Whakatane and Portiki, and it also applies for Great Barrier Island. People in those areas must move immediately to the nearest high ground, out of all tsunami evacuation zones, or as far inland as possible. Do not stay at home. The earthquake may not have been felt in some of these areas, but evacuation should be immediate as a damaging tsunami is possible. People in all other areas who felt a long or strong earthquake that made it hard to stand up or that lasted longer than a minute should move immediately to the nearest high ground out of all tsunami evacuation zones or as far inland as possible. Walk, run or cycle if at all possible to reduce the chances of getting stuck in traffic congestion. The first wave may not be the largest. Tsunami activity will continue for several hours. The threat is real until this warning is cancelled. So just repeating, Civil Defence has issued a warning for people near the coast, on the east coast of the North Island from the Bay of Islands to Whangarei, from Matata to Tolaga Bay, including Whakatane and Portiki. It also applies to the Great Barrier Island. If you are in those areas, you must move immediately to the nearest high ground. Do not stay at home. Walk, run or cycle if at all possible to reduce the chances of getting stuck in traffic congestion.
Kerry McIver.
So we'll keep you updated throughout the morning, and any information we get from Civil Defence we will pass on to you immediately. Bloody hell. We've got the earthquakes, the tsunamis, got the plague. We're going to have locusts soon, frogs, rivers turn to blood. It's like, cut us a break. Anyway, maybe we'll get that break this afternoon, because for a tricky little virus, it seems to be playing very hard to get, doesn't it? I know that COVID-19 exists. I do not have a colander on my head. I know that if you get the virus and you get it bad, it's a very nasty virus and it has long-lasting physical effects if indeed you get it badly. But not everybody does. And given that we've had a young man in an infectious state sweating it out in an enclosed space with other gym goers, and a previously undisclosed lodger going door to door, this is a lodger who was living with one of the families who were all infected, and still nobody has it apart from the immediately family. Surely even the most hysterical COVID alarmist would have to concede that perhaps the threat to civilization has been somewhat overstated. I mean, seriously, how many people would you have to bonk at Jet Park to get it? You could do a sweepstake. You know, you've even had people, married couples, living together who haven't caught it off one another. Surely the government is going to have to temper the safety-first, abundantly cautious approach with a little bit of common sense. You might have heard Aisha Verrill, the Deputy Health Minister, this morning with Mike.
When I wrote the report, I imagined we'd be dealing with large community outbreaks, but it seems like a much more common scenario for New Zealand are these little chains of transmission, like we had here, like we had in August, Northland situation, the Defence Force cluster that we had late last year. And so in that situation, low number of cases, high number of contacts, I think we need to take a look to see if how the contact tracing set up and the monitoring is actually suitable for that sort of situation, which is much more common, which is how things have turned out in New Zealand.
That's right, how things have turned out in New Zealand. The virus seems to have reacted differently in New Zealand, but of course it would. We are not London and we are not New York. We don't have that vast concentration of people. We don't have the mass public transport. We have different seasons. So surely a year on, we're going to have to be far more nuanced and learn from the different clusters and apply that knowledge and inform the decisions we make, or the government makes, from here on in. You can't say, well, this is what happened this time last year, let's do the same thing again and again and again, when you're getting that much more information, when you're getting that much more knowledge, when you're getting an understanding of how this particular virus travels within New Zealand. If the chain of transmission is so confined, then surely you have to keep the lockdown confined. When we come out of lockdowns, we need to come out of them immediately. If the government decides at 4 p.m. today that we all come down a level, in fact, we should all be at level 1, then we should be in level 1 at 4:01, not 2 days hence. It is unconscionable to keep people constrained against their will for a second longer. And if you feel, uncomfortable about being out and about, you stay home. If you feel that there's any level of risk after 5-6 days of 0 cases, then you stay home. Not the entire country. Between now and the next outbreak, the Ministry of Health needs to lift its game. We went into a lockdown because there seemed to be no known contact for the young man who went to the gym. And that is because 2 of the families didn't disclose to contact tracers that there'd been contact between them. We've had a high-trust, low-enforcement model, and that has failed in this particular cluster. Once that contact was established, the young man became part, again, of a tightly contained cluster. It didn't get out. And surely, if you had been sweating it out at the gym, in a confined space, somebody should have got it, if it's that transmissible. But no. One of the families also failed to disclose they had a lodger at home. You know, again, the high trust, low enforcement model didn't work. So the methods need to improve when it comes to contact tracing. The ministry also needs to have more people available to man the phones in the immediate aftermath of an announcement that there's been an outbreak, because they know that people are going to ring. Far more people are going to ring after the announcement than the day before. So they know that they need to put more people on, and they need to ensure that those people on the phones have the correct information. As has been typical from the start, messaging from the ministry, and the Prime Minister found that out this week too, messaging from the ministry has been inconsistent, confusing, and just plain wrong at times. We have had countless examples, you will have heard them if you've been listening this week, of people who received inconsistent and incorrect advice from the people manning the phones. The Ministry of Health simply has to do better.
Kerry McIver.
So this time around, I mean, surely we cannot justify putting regions and the country into lockdown from here on in. I mean, it's a good thing. It's great. You know, I'm glad we haven't had to convert ice rinks into temporary morgues, but I never thought that would happen anyway. Anybody who's looking at New York and saying, oh, well, look what happened there, we're not New York. And that's a great thing. I'm very thankful. The go hard, go early worked well. You know, it worked well in terms of saving lives. It worked well in terms of saving the economy for now. But can we really keep justifying putting regions and the country into lockdown after lockdown? I would have to say they must learn from this one, learn from the previous clusters, and say, okay, what worked a year ago doesn't necessarily have to be applied now in these circumstances, given what we know. Please, for the love of God, temper the Ministry of Health's overcautious approach with a little bit of common sense. Newstalk ZB, it is 9:17.
Digital Boost's free online courses show small business owners how to use digital to do business better. See digitalboost.co.nz.
Speeding? Nah, I drive assertively, not aggressively.
Yeah, he'd say he's a pretty assertive driver. But from the passenger seat next to him, I'd say it's more aggressive.
Your speed is shared. Slow down.
My family feels better with Health 2000.
Support circulatory health, joint health and tissue comfort with LifeStream high-strength omega-3 1800 grams. Omega-3 fatty acids provide powerful support for mobility and health. Buy LifeStream now for just $16.45. That's half price. Available from March 4th to 7th only. Read the label and take as directed, in-store or online at Health 2000.
My family feels better with Health 2000.
The America's Cup is now New Zealand's Cup.
Kiwis are known for taking on the world and winning. And as an exclusive supplier of Emirates Team New Zealand, Zed want to bring that winning feeling to you. Spend $40 or more on fuel at Zed to get your team collector card, and you could be driving away in a Toyota Fortuna Limited, packed with adventure gear. There's also plenty of chances to pick up awesome instant prizes in store. So come into Zed today and get that winning feeling. T's and C's apply, only while stocks last.
Shop online at Harvey Norman. Contactless click and collect or home delivery options are available. Visit harveynorman.co.nz to see our range of products and place your order. Contact us online or call your local store.
Right now at Sky City Casino, there's an Aston Martin Vantage worth over $290,000. Someone must win it, and you are someone. Visit skycity.co.nz/take the wheel for more info. R20, game responsibly.
The new season sale is on now at Hunter Furniture with up to 40% off. Come in store to view a wide selection of latest release lounge and dining furniture, rugs and homewares. Hunter Furniture new season sales, Sylvia Park, Westgate and the new Hunter Home, Waido Park.
Residents are loving the lifestyle at Richmond Villas Lifestyle Village in Thames. Could it be your next address? Richmond Villas Lifestyle Village is a caring environment, owned and operated by the same family as the Palms Lifestyle Village in Whangarei. See the new luxury apartments with stunning views and a feeling of having Thames right on your doorstep at the next Richmond Villas Open Day every Thursday from 11. Call 0800 868 5484 or go to richmondvillas.co.nz.
Newstalk ZB Sport is your home for live commentary. This week, the Silver Ferns take on the Australian Diamonds in the Constellation Cup, right here in New Zealand.
Game, set, and a match tonight.
And make your weekends unmissable with Sky Super Rugby Aotearoa.
Try time!
Listen live wherever you are on your laptop, your phone, or your smart speaker. And don't miss a moment. Newstalk ZB Sport on iHeartRadio.
Newstalk ZB. Apparently there is gridlock at Marsden Cove. Can we get an update, please? How real is the tsunami? Help. Well, the tsunami is real enough for Civil Defence to have issued the warning, and that's for all people on the east coast of the North Island, from the Bay of Islands to Whangarei, from Matata to Tolaga Bay, including Whakatane and Opotiki, and for the Great Barrier Island to move to the nearest highest ground. And as soon as we have more information from Civil Defence, we'll pass that on. So, you know, they're saying if you can walk, run or cycle to reduce the chance of getting stuck in traffic congestion, that would be a good thing to do. We are going to update you the moment we get any messages from Civil Defence, but you'll have to take this seriously. They don't issue these warnings lightly. Most agree, but sorry, Kerry, this is the opinion of a select few in your circles, not most of New Zealand. Well, in my circle, we have differences of opinion. Some people believe utterly that the lockdowns are the right thing to do. I don't. And I find it hard to believe you'd presume to speak for most of New Zealand. I don't. It's only my opinion. We think differently to you. If we follow your thought processes, we would end up like the UK. You need to make your decisions on common sense and science, not emotion. Come on, Kerry, follow the science for a long-term good solution for New Zealand. But even the doctors themselves are saying this is not the same as what we're seeing overseas, because we are different countries. And the approach, the reaction, the way we handle it needs to be different. What worked a year ago doesn't necessarily need to be applied now. If you are in any of those regions where the tsunami warning has been issued, feel free to give us a call, 0800 80 1080, and let us know how the roads are going. Let us know that people are behaving sensibly, please. Let us know that people are behaving sensibly and following the advice of Civil Defence. 0800 80 1080. It is 9:22.
Big day on site. Head down, focused on the job, then home to the whānau. It could be just another day at work, or one that changes your life.
Get out the way!
Last year at ACC, we helped businesses create safer workplaces, and we supported over 270,000 people with work-related injuries. Learn more at acc.co.nz.
We've got red hot specials on now at Fresh Choice, like loose Royal Gala apples just $2 a kilo, mainland butter blocks now $4.90 each, and L&P bottles only 90 cents each. Fresh Choice red hot specials in Sunday, sizes and limits apply.
Weeknights from 6, it's the Business Hour with Heather Duplessis-Allen.
Thanks to MyHR, expert HR support, smart HR software.
MyHR combines on-call HR advisors with smart HR software to handle every step of the employee life cycle.
Cost-effective, cloud-based and built for New Zealand business. Go to myhr.works.
Keep fully informed on local and international issues. The Business Hour with Heather Duplessis-Allen. Weeknights from 6.
With MyHR, only on Newstalk ZB.
Looking after each other at Alert Level 3. Stay at home within your bubble. Work and learn from home if you can. If you're sick or have symptoms, call Healthline to ask about getting a test. Unite against COVID-19.
Auckland, 89.4 FM. Kerry McIver Mornings, engaging in conversation on Newstalk ZB.
Alan, good morning to you.
Good morning, Kerry. We're just on the road from Northport going out to the main highway, State Highway 1.
Yeah.
And we're not even moving. We've been here for just over 20 minutes. Just thought we'd let you know.
Oh, crikey. And with everybody, there's no other way you can leave other than by car. I'm just trying to think of that area, trying to see where the higher ground would be.
Yeah, it's just up behind Waipu there. You got the hills, that's where we're going.
Right, along with everybody else.
Along with everyone else.
Yeah.
So just thought we'd give you an update, but everyone's moving, which is encouraging, so it shows it works.
Yeah, okay, well, that's good. And, if it's a false alarm, that's fantastic, that's great, but at the moment, that is not the advice we've had. They've said that, there's been 3 earthquakes since 2 this morning, and that is the advice. So I'm glad you're following it, Alan, and glad people are being sensible.
Yeah, no, everyone is. All right, Kerry.
Thanks, Alan. Here's hoping I'll have an update shortly. Hello, Anthony.
Oh, good morning, Kerry. I just wanted to say you do speak for most of the country, really. I just think that other lady just hasn't updated her circles for a while, maybe.
Yeah, and I love the fact that people assume that I have friends who think the same way I do. That would be very dull. I've got friends who have passionate views about things that I disagree with.
Well, the tone has changed just a bit. I think people have been supportive, but no, I think we need to be honest about the fact that we didn't necessarily need to go to level 3. Not blaming anyone, it's just hindsight, but it does mean that we need to update those models. And if we're not doing that, we're not doing our job as citizens. They work for us. They did get it wrong in hindsight.
Yep.
They could have gone to level 2.5, and we just need to make sure that's hammered into these experts. These experts have to have a little bit of pressure both ways to make sure they're otherwise they'll just go, well, let's go to level 4 and stay there forever. I mean,
And that is their job. I get that it's health and safety first for them, with no other considerations. But that's why,
right.
Yeah, but that's why you have a government.
That's why your job is so important. I mean, your expression of views of, look, the experts are saying, lockdown, but farmers, small businesses going, but I won't be able to feed my kids. My kids won't grow up. They won't be able to have kids. And actually, that's going to be worse than one of us being sick for a few weeks. So it's not nice. I wouldn't want to be just in this position, but
No.
definitely, in hindsight, I think we need to be honest. As terrible as it is, in hindsight, we didn't need to go level 3 this time, so we do need to update those models.
But that's right. We need to update everything we learn, and they made the right call on the information they had, which was that there was no known contact for this young man.
That's right.
Because they hadn't disclosed the information. So the Ministry of Health needs to learn from that. But I despair of that ministry. I really do. And Jacinda Ardern found out this week what it's like to be given misleading and incorrect information, being assured it's the truth.
Yeah, but that's human nature. There's always going to be, you can't rely, no disrespect on humans. We just need to update those models.
Yeah.
We just need to get a bit more data points. Like you say, It's actually really good news.
Yeah.
And I think we can almost have a ceiling that says, look, it looks like now, we're going to put our risk factor up just a little bit, and we're going to sort of say there will be no more level 3s unless dramatic, there's a huge change in the way we're doing things. And that will give confidence to the business sector, kind of go, look, guys, we're going to risk this. We're going level 2. That's it now. You can operate. And we will, unless there's some crazy thing that we could not see, that's it, 1 or 2 cases in the community will not go back to level 3 again,
Yeah.
And then those restaurants just might be able to go, okay, let's struggle along, and she might save the economy. But it's, I won't lie, the economy is on the deathbed, and if she doesn't, and economies are fragile. I mean, one player helps another player, So it shouldn't be. I can't believe as a culture we take the economy so lightly. It does worry me,
Yeah, I mean, it's just that incredible money tree that they keep shaking. But the other, I don't know if you saw the News Hub story last night of the numbers of people, the numbers of businesses that have gone under, and earlier on in the lockdown, people were saying, oh, well, businesses fail all the time and this will just stress test those businesses that wouldn't have survived anyway. It's up 130%. That is not natural attrition.
Well, we'll put it this way. It's on a deathbed, and we have to quickly get policy that looks after business now, because people are going to realise what an economy means. I think some people need to go and watch a few American movies to understand a little bit about what an economy is. I think we're lucky in this country, but seriously, I do not want... economy is real, and we can all be drinking our lattes and laughing this off until all of a sudden our neighbours are all trying to blimmin', go on holiday, and no one's been on holiday for a few years, because it's pretty real, the economy. I really can't believe how flippant we are, actually.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I absolutely do. Thank you, Anthony. Newstalk ZB 9:30.
Newstalk ZB Auckland. Time saver traffic.
The One Roof property report is out now. Now, an earlier crash in Manukau on Lambie Drive near Romwood Avenue, that has been cleared. And the other one out at the airport, Tom Pearce Drive at the roundabout with Jimmy Ward Crescent. Thank you for your calls on that. Looking right across the motorway network, it is all flowing freely. Find out how much money your suburb has made at oneroof.co.nz. Ivanka Zonich for Time Saver Traffic.
When it comes to roof restoration, most companies don't have the guts to back themselves. But the Ko-Fi guys do. Their roof restorations come with a 12-year warranty thanks to the quality products and coating systems they use and the expertise they bring to every job. In reality, they know your roof will perform a lot longer than 12 years. Find out more. Visit kofiroofs.co.nz.
Call the Ko-Fi guys. Call the Ko-Fi guys.
These days, we've got smartphones, smart cars and even smart fridges. So when it comes to your lawn, your old petrol mower starts to seem a little dumb. Discover the power of the Lawnmaster Lithium Battery Shared Range. One battery to power your mower, chainsaw, hedge trimmer and more. Powerful, quiet and best of all, zero emissions. Lawnmaster, providing hard-working products for hard-working Kiwis since 1946. Visit steelford.co.nz to find your local stockist.
From February 1st, your pharmacy may ask you to start paying again for each prescription medicine. But with Zoom Pharmacy, if you're on 4 meds or more, you get free prescriptions, free packing and free delivery anywhere in New Zealand. Find out how at zoompharmacy.co.nz.
Shop online at Harvey Norman. Contactless click and collect or home delivery options are available. Visit harveynorman.co.nz to see our range of products and place your order. Contact us online or call your local store.
G'day, Chris from Manukau Toyota Group with a couple of things I want to talk about. 1. Keep up your servicing. Your car will run better for longer and be worth more when you sell. Speaking of selling, we want your used Toyotas. If it's done under 100k and New Zealand new, we'll offer you good money, sale or trade-in. If you're a little short and trading up, our finance team are right in store.
Manukau Toyota Group, 100% Kiwi-owned in Manukau, Botany, Papakura and Pukekohe.
Newstalk ZB headlines.
With Blue Bubble taxis, it's no trouble with a blue bubble. A tsunami warning's been issued for parts of New Zealand following a second major earthquake off the Kermadec Islands. The islands north of New Zealand were rocked by a magnitude 8.1 quake just before 8:30 this morning. Civil Defence has issued a warning for people near the coast, on the east coast of the North Island, from the Bay of Islands to Whangarei and from Matata to Tolaga Bay, including Whakatane and Opotiki. It also applies for Great Barrier Island. People in those areas must move immediately to the nearest high ground, out of all tsunami evacuation zones or as far inland as possible. People in all other areas who felt a long or strong earthquake that made it hard to stand up or lasted longer than a minute should move immediately to the nearest high ground, out of all tsunami evacuation zones or as far inland as possible. Evacuation advice overrides the current COVID-19 alert level requirements. Walk, run, or cycle, if at all possible, to reduce the chances of getting stuck in traffic congestion. The National Emergency Management Agency says it's continuing to assess the tsunami threat. It says French Polynesia, Cook Islands, Fiji, New Caledonia, Niue, Pitcairn Island, Vanuatu, Solomon Islands, Wallis and Fortuna Island are also at risk. From Damien Venuto, has the Prime Minister lost the room? You can read Damien's comment at NZ Herald Premium. Back to Kerry McIver.
Malcolm, thank you. It is 9:34. We'll be keeping you updated on the tsunami threat as information comes to hand. In the meantime, John, good morning to you.
Hi, Kerry. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Just phoning about the vaccine rollout and why the media aren't holding the government to account properly over it. We've been doing it now for 2 weeks, and the other day the health minister said we'd vaccinated 9,000 people. And I sat down with a calculator and worked out that that's 700 people a day. And on that basis, to vaccinate the country would take 19.8 years.
Yes.
And I just think it's worse than Kiwiville, but it's not being addressed properly. They've had 6 months to prepare for this. They have over 70,000 vaccines in stock, and yet they're only managing to vaccinate 700 people a day.
I think they've also, at the back of their mind, they're trying to get an information kit together to persuade the vaccination hesitant, and that's before they go to the general population.
But there's plenty of people that aren't hesitant that are happy to get the vaccines, you know. It's ludicrous. I mean, Israel is doing, 100,000 a day, a country of not much bigger population than us, and we can do 700 a day. It's just, it seems ludicrous, because if this turns out to be a mess like this, we're not going to get people vaccinated in time anyway. And surely that's our biggest thing to combat the virus, is get as many people vulnerable vaccinated as possible. But it's just not happening. But it's frustrating that I never see any of the media questions saying, why aren't we vaccinating more?
They have certainly been asked that. They've been asked that time and time again, and they say, well, it's just a matter of time, and, we're just going to do our priority workers first, and then it will be released. Yeah. And they said that they were in the fortunate position of not needing to roll it out as urgently because we didn't have the numbers dying.
Well, then why are we going into level 3 every time we get 2 cases?
Exactly my point.
If it's not that relevant, Anyway, I just wanted to express that.
All right. Thank you so much, John. And yes, Kerry, my wife, has a frontline health business with 90 employees. Still no advice when vaccinations will be administered. She chases every day and she's had no reply. There is no timeline. Yes. Ministry of Health, I believe. Roger, hello.
Yes, hello. Hi, Kerry. Look, I was just going to point out a few numbers that there's been something like 118,000 people come through the managed isolation facilities, and of those, only 655 tested positive. And I think a lot of people seem to think that, in the MIQ, there's like everybody in there is like a leper. But really, more than 99% of the people that have come into New Zealand haven't tested positive for COVID. Mm-hmm. And of those 655, only one of them has died. That's sort of 0.15% of the people that tested positive. One of them died. And very few, I don't know the exact number here, but I'd say probably no more than 5 of them actually needed any sort of hospital care. And I think, on any day in New Zealand, there's probably around about 90 plus people die from other causes, and we just tolerate this and accept it. I mean, at some point, and given the evidence of the past few weeks where we're not seeing a big spread, we're not seeing the hospitals filling up with serious cases. We know we're going to have to live with COVID for many years because not everybody's going to be vaccinated. There's going to be new strains. There's going to be, we have to open the borders at some point. We've got to look at moving away from this eradication model and having a more of a risk-based model where we just try and manage the risk and keep the numbers, at a tolerable level. But we seem to have been brainwashed into thinking that a single case is unacceptable. Well, 90 people die a day from cancers and heart disease and car accidents, God knows what else. At some point, we've got to, stop this fear-mongering. I mean, this week we've seen it with the Prime Minister herself trying to justify this last lockdown by saying, well, people die from COVID, and that's true, but it just seems like they're trying to amp up the fear once again to justify this very heavy-handed approach that we're seeing.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear what you're saying, but risk management and the Ministry of Health do not go well together. We're joined now by Far North Mayor John Carter. Good morning, John. What's the latest?
Hi, Kerry. Well, of course, what I'm doing right at the moment is just going around the village of Waipapa Ramp, just alerting all the villagers that they need to evacuate up to the school at the moment. This is a real event that's happened, and we just want everyone to be safe. And so at the moment, people are evacuating, and so I'm just double checking to make sure that everyone has or is.
Okay, so the message has got through to them that Civil Defence has issued their warning and they need to get to higher ground?
Yeah, generally it has. There's the odd one that hasn't heard or understood. Kerry, just hold with me for a second, please. Sorry.
Absolutely. No worries at all. No worries at all. If you have just joined us, Civil Defence has issued a tsunami warning after 3 earthquakes since 2 this morning. And I'm just talking to Far North Mayor John Carter, who is going around a village in his area, just checking that people have got the message that they need to get to higher ground. The warning is for people near the coast on the east coast of the North Island.
Sorry about that, Kerry.
That's quite all right. Absolutely fine.
2 more people that now are on their way.
Excellent. What are the roads like, John?
Roads are fine. It's at the moment. It's from our end. It's we're a village of 80 people that are quietly just making their way out. So
excellent.
That's okay. And as I say, most of the people we're alerted to and are responding. They're taking their additional clothes and things like that just to make sure that they've got some backup. So people are acting responsibly. As I say,
we're losing you there, John, but thank you very much. Far North Mayor John Carter just going around house to house in the small village, checking that everybody's got the message to move to higher ground. Hi, Michelle.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Not too bad, given the circumstances. I just noticed I'm leaving Whakatane because I live just outside of the bridge, on the other side of the bridge, not on the inside of the bridge.
Yeah.
Police are stopping traffic from going over the bridge, so you can't go into Whakatane, which is a natural reaction if you live here because the nearest hill, largest hill, is through Whakatane, and you go up the hill.
Yes.
At the top by Hobie.
Yeah.
So we can't go in there, so we're having to head out inland towards Kawerau.
Yep.
Can't go along the Madras Straits. So there's a bit of confusion because they're not telling people that. So there are a lot of people heading in towards Whakatane. So there's police sort of everywhere at every roundabout trying to redirect them back out. But I also note that there are a lot of people not leaving their homes, which is a bit of a worry. I mean, we've left ours, had to sadly leave some of the animals.
Yeah.
And, people are heading into the community that you may not know and they know that there's nobody there, so it's a bit scary, apart from the fact that there could be a tsunami, although I'm in two camps on that. I'm doing this because it's the right thing to do.
And that's exactly the approach. Better to be safe than sorry. What is it going to cost people? A bit of time, and that's to be safe. But
I think they should really come over the radio or whatever communication. They should send out a message to tell people not to head that way.
Okay, well,
because now the traffic has stopped going the way I'm going, and we're still near the coast. So, but yeah, it's an interesting experience. As I said, there are a lot of police and what have you out there navigating traffic, and so people are mobilising.
Yep.
But some, unfortunately, are heading to a road to nowhere. Really, so.
Oh God, yeah, that's actually a really good point too. That if you can't get to high ground, then go as far inland as possible.
Inland, yeah, which is what we're having. We were doing that anyway, but you have to do it. So I think they should tell people, they should come out and broadcast to people and say, look, don't head into town, don't go to Whakatane, turn around, go back the other way. So.
Well, you've done that, so you've been our expert. So thank you for that. And you're right; it's better. It's so much better to do the right thing and take a better safe than sorry when it comes to this, because it is only a couple of hours. And then you'll know.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Anyway, good luck, everybody.
Thanks, Michelle. Nice to talk. Newstalk ZB, it's 9:45.
Looking for a huge meal? Grab the legendary Subway foot-long sub.
Turn it out.
It's a lot of food. Subway. Eat fresh.
Fine wine delivery.co.nz.
Hi, it's Jeff. A magical red wine clearance from a magical vintage. 2019 Vital Legacy Cabernet Merlot and Legacy Syrah are the last ever releases from this famous estate. A long history of 96 to 98 out of 100 ratings, our clearance price is magical.
Fine wine delivery.co.nz.
Ring in the new year by paying for half of your new Audi now and the rest in 2022. Purchase a new e-tron, Q7 or Q8 with Audi Finance and pay 50% now and 50% in 12 months at 0% interest. You'll experience Audi performance for a whole year at only half the price up front. With control over the road and your finances, there's only one thing to focus on. Where will this year take you? T's and C's apply. Visit audi.co.nz.
We may be in another lockdown, Catherine, but that's no excuse to put up with broken appliances.
Of course not. While you're set up to work from home, you need appliances that can too, especially the coffee machine.
Luckily, Magnus Benro are your essential service supplier for appliance emergencies. We can replace your broken fridge, washing machine or whatever you like.
And deliver your shiny new one when you decide it's time to upgrade.
Magnus Benro, saving the day 100% of the time.
Head to magnusbenro.co.nz.
When your Charger came into your life, she was a little worse for wear. But after a slick orange and black paint job and a full rebuild, all carefully documented, she's an awesome wicked beast. So now you have customised the car, it's time to customise your insurance with Star Insurance Specialists. They know how you care for it, so they can tailor insurance that fits perfectly. For classic car insurance, Star Insurance Specialists. starinsure.co.nz.
I'm Debbie from Property Apprentice. If you're thinking about buying a property, get some free tips from someone who isn't trying to sell you one. Join me for a live online training session. Text ticket to 268 or go to propertyapprentice.co.nz.
Pure opinion, no holds barred. It's Kerry McIver Mornings on Newstalk ZB.
Kerry, if your rhetoric on level 3 is true, then people should ignore the tsunami warnings. It'll probably come to nothing, but then again it might. No, wrong. The people who are affected by the tsunami are being asked to go inland or to higher ground, not the entire country and not for weeks at a time. So no, I don't think the analogy is all that valid. Hello, Roger.
Hi, Kerry. I'm in central Whangarei. It's taken me an hour and a half to come round past the lower part of the business district because everybody's leaving the centre of town. And they're all heading up towards Carmo and away to get up above. Basically, Carmo CBD is about 6 foot above high tide mark.
Right.
So the whole of the town is trying to evacuate, and the roads are just jammed solid.
I can imagine. Is anyone heading towards the Brynderwyns?
There are some heading out south, but I don't know where they're heading to, which to me is a bit stupid, because all of the Ruakaka plates is all only a 6 foot above high tide mark. So they're gonna have to travel for at least 20 minutes to half an hour to get up high enough.
Yes, but I suppose it's better than being stuck in traffic and not going anywhere.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
I've finally managed to reach Western Hills Drive, if you know Whangarei, and Western Hills Drive up past the Kamo Stadium is just jammed with traffic of people coming out of town.
Yeah, I can. Well, at least people are heeding the advice and not, you know.
Oh, yes.
You know,
and the police are stopping the cars going back into town.
Good, because they'll need to keep an eye on opportunist little oiks who see it as a,
Well, a lot of people would have left their shops and not locked up properly or things like that.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks for the update, Roger. I appreciate it. Hi, James.
Hi, Kerry. How are you?
Good, thank you.
That's good. Hey, we were just calling because we've got our family owns Atlas Concrete. We've got a large quarry at the Brynderwyns there, 430 metres above sea level. And look, I've spoken to Craig Nisbet, the manager there, and he's opening the gates for anybody that wants to get off the road from Waipu or Marsden and head on in there and park up and keep safe until it's clear. So
that's jolly good of you.
Hopefully that there's a few acres down there and plenty of room to park up and relax.
That's a lovely thing to do. Can you just repeat where people would find it if they're travelling on the road?
Just at the bottom of the Brynderwyns, on State Highway 1, there's an entrance there, and and Craig will meet you there and direct you to a spot that's safe away from the trucks and whatnot.
Excellent. And how many metres above sea level is it?
Oh, Brynderwyns is about 430 metres above sea level at the top.
And your quarry is?
Right, that is the Brynderwyns. That's the whole Brynderwyns. Yeah, the whole mountain. So the road wraps around it.
Excellent. James, thank you. It's a lovely, lovely thing to do. Hi, Tim Dar.
Yeah, morning, Kerry. I'm on the Brynderwyns this morning and standing about 85 metres above sea level. I can just glimpse. I've got a slither of sea that I can look out at. That's probably about 5 kilometres away as the crow flies.
Yeah.
And there has been an exodus from Ruakaka, One Tree Point, Marsden Point, and Waipu. People have heeded the warnings. The first alarm went off probably about 45 minutes or so ago, and then there was another one 10 or 15 minutes ago confirming that the sirens are going off. They've been activated, and everybody is asked to get away to higher ground, get away from the ocean, don't go anywhere near the beach, and people are heeding that warning.
Excellent. Thank you so much for the update, and we look forward to hearing from you throughout the morning. Tim Dar leaving Waipu now. Newstalk ZB, it is 8:10.
Shop online at Harvey Norman. Contactless click and collect or home delivery options are available. Visit harveynorman.co.nz to see our range of products and place your order. Contact us online or call your local store.
This summer safety tip from Kermadec.
Into shallow, unknown water, feet first. Obey safety signs and warning flags. And remember, swimming and alcohol don't mix.
This summer safety tip from Kermadec. Bring on summer and get the deck done in a day.
Seize the day, make it terrific. Live on Lipospheric.
Lipospheric is the #1 selling vitamin C in pharmacies by far. High absorption vitamin C to support your family's immunity and everyday wellness. Available at Unichem and Life Pharmacies, Chemist Warehouse and online at Health Post. Read the label and take as directed. John Appleton, Auckland.
Live on Lipospheric.
HP Business Class, Season 2 of the international award-winning podcast series from HP and Newstalk ZB. In Episode 5, CEOs of Sharesies, Brooke and Leighton Roberts, explain why, rather than charging straight to market, they prioritise robust research into who does and doesn't invest in shares.
We think that there's an opportunity here, but is this something that New Zealanders actually want? So we actually spent 6 months doing customer research. Like, what we really learned is 99.5% of them want to be an investor, but but the majority felt like they couldn't because they were priced out. You needed heaps of money to get started. Then you're jargoned out and then essentially branded out. The majority of investors in New Zealand are male over 60 and live in Auckland. We really got a lot more strength in mana, I guess, from that research that we did and was like, this has to happen, you know?
HP Business Class, a podcast series talking to standout New Zealand entrepreneurs and business leaders about their business journey. Subscribe now at newstalkzb.co.nz/business class. HP, keep reinventing.
Whether you've been kicking back, working hard, or just hanging with mates, there's still time to accept your offer and enrol at the University of Auckland. Get things sorted now at auckland.ac.nz/enrol.
Hurry, the outdoor furniture clearance ends Sunday at Danske Møbler Furniture. Your last chance for huge end-of-season markdowns on all display settings. Wood, woven wicker, aluminium, sun umbrellas and more. At Danske Møbler, furniture for living.
Newstalk ZB, thank you to the texters for all the thoughts and prayers for Aucklanders who ran away to their East Coast batches during the lockdown, now having to be on the move again. The latest tweet from Civil Defence, we have issued a tsunami warning for New Zealand coastal areas following the magnitude 8.1 earthquake near the Kermadec Islands region. There is a land and marine tsunami threat. An emergency mobile alert will be issued to areas under land and marine tsunami threat. We'll be talking to Civil Defence Minister Kerry Allen after the news at just after 10 o'clock. So we'll be talking to her then. We were hoping to talk to Tony Gibson, the CEO of Ports of Auckland. They're hoping to have congestion eased, which will be great news for importers and exporters. So we'll be getting an update from him. That, of course, will be dependent on what happens. Our first duty is to get the information out to the people who need it. In the meantime, we'll take a musical interlude up to the news at 10. Eddie Grant, singer with the Equals and 80s artist, turns 73 today. He had the hits I Don't Want to Dance, Electric Avenue, and this hit, Give Me Home, Joanna, taking us through to the news at 10.
She got supporters in higher places who turn their heads to the city sun. Joanna give them the fancy money, oh, to tempt anyone who come. She even knows how to swing opinion in every magazine and the journals. For every bad move that is Joanna make, they got a good explanation. Oh, give me hope, Joanna, give me hope, Joanna, give me hope, Joanna, for the morning come. Give me hope, Joanna, give me hope, Joanna, hope before the morning come. Even the preacher who works for Jesus, the archbishop who's a peaceful man, together say that the freedom fighters will overcome the very strong. I wanna know if you're blind, Joanna, if you wanna hear the sound of drum. Can't you see that the tide is turning? Oh, don't make me wait till the morning come. Oh, to give me hope, Joanna, give me hope, Joanna, give me hope, Joanna, for the morning come. Give me hope, Joanna, give me hope, Joanna, hope before the morning come. Give me hope, Joanna.
TradeDepot.co.nz.
Shop online now, only at Trade Depot for massive home show expo deals on aircon, bathrooms, kitchen and laundry appliances. Vented dryers from just $249, condenser dryers from $599, heat pump dryers from $799, washing machines from $329. Shop online now for massive expo deals only at Trade Depot or visit the showroom in Otihanga. Delivery anywhere in Auckland.
TradeDepot.co.nz.
AMI's on your side with a $50 Ed gift card when you take out a new comprehensive car insurance policy online. Get a quote today. AMI on your side. Limited time offer. Visit ami.co.nz for T's and C's.
My grandpa says everyone who lives on his street is his friend.
My dad says the best place to ride my bike is at Nana's place, because there ain't no hooligans driving round. Everyone's retired. What's retired?
Live life on the brighter side of the street. Choose a home from 3 stunning North Shore locations, Mayfair, Knightsbridge and Park Lane. Come and take a look at arenaliving.nz or call 0800 774 635.
Life is sunnier over here.
This summer safety tip from Kermadec.
It's vital you can communicate from your boat. As well as keeping flares on board, keep your cell phone in a sealed plastic bag in your pocket.
This summer safety tip from Kermadec. Bring on summer and get the deck done in a day.
This Sunday morning, the resident builder Pete Wolfcamp talks everything DIY thanks to Carpet Country. Don't wander the country looking for carpet, because Carpet Country always has roll stock available. Get a free measure and quote and start the new year with a fresh flooring look. From landscaping to outdoor entertaining, furnishing to building, Pete Wolfcamp's got it covered thanks to Carpet Country, where beauty meets budget. Sunday morning with the resident builder, 6 till 9, only on Newstalk ZB.
Have you got toenail issues? Toenail fungus is a common issue for lots of people. We're inviting people to participate in a clinical trial to test a new topical treatment for fungal toenail infections. Participants need to be 18 to 70 years old with toenail fungus symptoms. All eligible participants will be paid for their time. Register your interest today at toenailstudy.com.au. That's toenailstudy.com.au.
In Auckland on 89.4, this is Newstalk ZB. Your official civil defence station, live from the Newstalk ZB News Centre. This is Newstalk ZB News.
It's 10 o'clock, I'm Malcolm Jordan. Countries across the Pacific, including New Zealand, have been issued with tsunami warnings after the huge Kermadec Island earthquake. The islands north of New Zealand were rocked by a magnitude 8.1 quake just before 8:30 this morning. Civil Defence Minister Kiri Allen says the first tsunami waves are expected to reach New Zealand about 10:20 a.m. Civil Defence has issued a warning for people on the east coast of the North Island, from the Bay of Islands to Whangarei and from Matata to Toliga Bay, including Whakatane and Opotiki, to evacuate immediately. It also applies for Great Barrier Island. Flooding of land is also expected for the west coast of the North Island, from Cape Reinga to Ahipara. National Emergency Management Agency Acting Director Roger Ball says evacuees need to get out now and just take what they need.
It's enough time to grab a water bottle, a warm jacket, the dog, the immediate stuff to make yourself comfortable and safe, and get to higher ground or inland.
People in all other areas who felt a long or strong earthquake that made it hard to stand up or lasted longer than a minute should move immediately to the nearest high ground, out of all tsunami evacuation zones, or as far inland as possible. Evacuation advice overrides the current COVID-19 alert level requirements. Walk, run or cycle, if at all possible, to reduce the chances of getting stuck in traffic congestion. The National Emergency Management Agency says it's continuing to assess the tsunami threat. It says French Polynesia, Cook Islands, Fiji, New Caledonia, Niue, Pitcairn Island, Vanuatu, Solomon Islands, Wallis and Fortuna Island are also at risk. Whangarei Mayor Cheryl Mai hopes everyone needing to evacuate in her district is doing so safely, preferably by foot and bike to not clog the roads. She knows there are a lot of people needing to reach higher ground.
The most frustrating part for me is that I can't be everywhere. I want to make sure that everybody is safe, but I can't physically do that from home.
However, many are reporting heavy traffic on the roads around Northland. Alan is on his way to Waipu but is stuck on State Highway 1 in Northport. He says he's been at turtle speed for about 20 minutes, but is pleased the traffic is still moving.
Waipu there, you got the hills, that's where we're going, along with everyone else.
Yeah.
But everyone's moving, which is encouraging, so it shows it works.
Far North Mayor John Carter is out in his community checking people are aware they need to evacuate to higher ground.
And as I say, most of the people we're alerted to and are responding, they're taking their additional clothes and things like that just to make sure that they've got some backup.
Time Saver Traffic says traffic is heavy in Whakatane where evacuations are underway. And Opotiki Mayor Lynn Restera says the town is evacuating following the order to move to higher ground. Civil Defence says waves could reach up to 3 metres in some parts of the most at-risk parts of New Zealand. The US Geological Survey says waves could reach 1 to 3 metres above the tide level in New Caledonia and Vanuatu. Waves could reach up to 1 metre in most Pacific islands and for parts of Australia and Antarctica. GeoNet seismologist John Ristow says a tsunami doesn't always look like what people expect.
It's not this big wall of water that comes in like a regular ocean wave. Almost think of if you were in a river and the water was rising very rapidly.
The Department of Conservation has confirmed it does not currently have any staff, contractors or researchers on Raoul Island, the largest of the Kermadecs.
To Newstalk ZB Sport. A boost for the well-being of the Wellington Phoenix squad. Jason Pine reports.
Stephen Taylor is returning to the Phoenix for the rest of the current A-League football season. Last season's captain left in September to play in India, but has landed back in Australia and will complete quarantine before rejoining his teammates in a fortnight. The 200-game Premier League defender played 49 times for the Phoenix over the last 2 seasons and was an integral part of their back-to-back top 6 finishes. Taylor's first chance to play will come on the 21st of March.
Elsewhere, Chelsea lead Liverpool 1-0 approaching half-time in their Premier League match at Anfield. They've had a goal ruled out by the VAR. Football coverage with propertyapprentice.co.nz. Free events available now. England's Ben Stokes has played down what appeared a feisty exchange of words with Indian captain Virat Kohli on the opening day of the 4th cricket test in Ahmedabad. The visitors were dismissed for 205, with Stokes top scoring on 55. India are 24 for 1 in reply.
2 blokes who care what they do, and 2 guys who definitely don't back down.
A draw's enough for the hosts to guarantee a shot at the World Test Championship title against New Zealand. Work on the greens is starting to pay off for golfer Tim Wilkinson on the PGA Tour. He's had 2 top 30 finishes in his last 2 starts.
I decided to make a concerted effort to putt a lot better. So I've been working really hard on that. Definitely more diligently and consistently than maybe I have in the past.
Meanwhile, Lydia Ko's 1 over par through 11 holes in her first round at the latest LPGA tournament in Florida. She's 5 shots off the lead in a tie for 59th. And rower Jack Lopez credits Yale University for his recent success in the boat. The 23-year-old won the Single Sculls National Championships. He's been part of Yale's program since 2017 and is also studying American history.
Very grateful, and I can attribute a lot of my, current mindset and success to what I've learned over there.
I'm Andrew Alderson, and that's Newstalk ZB News and Sport with Window Witch from Wet and Forget for streak and spot-free windows. It's 10:06.
Newstalk ZB Auckland. Time Saver Traffic.
The One Roof Property Report is out now. Good morning. Now we're getting reports of a crash in Papatoetoe, Grey Avenue, Landon Ave, and another one in Green Lane, Garland Road, between William Avenue and Ferguson. If you can update us, 0800 jammed. Looking right across the motorway network right now, traffic is flowing well. Find out how much money your suburb has made at oneroof.co.nz. Time Saver Traffic and Travel.
Newstalk ZB Weather Watch 24/7 with roofcare.co.nz to repoint and recoat your concrete tile roof. For the Manukau Harbour, variable 5 knots, a westerly of 10 developing this afternoon. Waitemata, variable 5 this morning, northerly of 10 for a time this afternoon. Hauraki Gulf, variable 5, northerly 15 by afternoon, easing to northwest 10 this evening. Bream Head to Cape Colville, northwest 10, then rising to northerly 15 this afternoon, easing to northwest 10 this evening. 10 past 1 this afternoon, the next high tide for Auckland, and for Onehunga it's 10 past 4. Partly cloudy for Auckland with isolated showers, northwesterlies, high 24, low 16 tonight. Tomorrow, cloud gradually increasing, rain from late afternoon, nor'wester and 24, cloudy with showers Sunday. Right now in Auckland City, it's 20 degrees.
Kerry McIver Mornings. Continuing the conversation on 0800 80 1080. Newstalk ZB.
7 past 10, Newstalk ZB. Kerry McIver with you through till midday. 0800 80 1080 is the number to call. You can text me 9292ZBZB, and if you want to drop me a line, you can do that too, kerry@newstalkzb.co.nz. The National Emergency Management Agency have issued this notice: coastal inundation, that is flooding of land areas, expected in the following areas: the west coast of the North Island from Cape Reinga to Ahipara, the east coast of the North Island from Cape Reinga to Whangarei, from Matata to Tolaga Bay, including Whakatane and Portaki, and Great Barrier Island. Strong and unusual currents and unpredictable surges near the shore are expected in the following areas. This means a threat to beach, harbour, estuary and small boat activities. The west coast of the North Island from Ahipara to Makara, including the west coast of Auckland, Manukau Harbour, New Plymouth, Whanganui and the Kapiti Coast. The east coast of the North Island from Whangarei to Matata, including Whangarei, the east coast of Auckland, Waiheke Island, Waitemata Harbour and Tauranga, from Tolaga Bay to Lake Ferry, including Gisborne and Napier. The west and south coasts of the South Island from Farewell Spit to Puesiga Point, including Westport, Greymouth and Hokitika. The top of the South Island from Farewell Spit to Port Underwood, including Nelson, Picton and the Marlborough Sounds. The east and south coasts of the South Island from the Waipara River to the Rakaia River, including Christchurch and Banks Peninsula, Stewart Island and the Chatham Islands. So pretty much a vast part of the country. The first waves have expected to reach New Zealand, and the severity of currents and surges will vary within a particular coastal area. And over the period this warning is in effect, the first wave may not be the largest. Tsunami activity will continue for several hours. The threat must be regarded as real until such time as this warning is cancelled. Here in Doubtless Bay in the far north, says a texter, we have next to no wireless internet or broadband service. Many can't access information or family, so this needs to be addressed seriously, as a lot aren't getting the message. We need to know what's going on, so thankfully I have power and an old radio to listen to ZB. I'm on a hill with a lot of cars getting off State Highway 10 as they can't get the internet. So if you can, go inland as far as possible and go to higher ground if you're in one of the areas that has been affected. We're hoping to speak to Kuri Allen, the Minister for Emergency Management, and Roger Ball, the Acting Director of the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA. He's just moving to a quieter place now. Evacuation advice overrides the current COVID-19 alert level requirements. Listen to local civil defence authorities, follow any instructions regarding evacuation of your area. Roger Ball, the Acting Director of NEMA, joins me now. Good morning to you.
Yes, good morning.
The first waves and surges were supposed to have reached New Zealand by now, have they? Do you know?
I haven't had an update on that yet, but my expectation is that gauges in the far north of New Zealand around now will be recording the first effects of this.
When it comes to what a tsunami looks like, people probably imagine a great big wall of water coming towards them, but that's not right, is there?
That's a great question, and if that's correct, it isn't right. It's probably better to think of it more as a really strong surge of water, like a rushing inwards high tide, and it can have quite a bit of height, and that's what is the concern on this occasion for those areas that we're asking to evacuate. And I would like to read them out shortly.
Sure.
Those areas, we're estimating surges of between 1 and 3 metres of height. And if you get that on top of an existing high tide, that could be quite damaging and dangerous for people on the shoreline.
Okay. Well, I've read out the latest information that your agency has given out of the coastal inundation and the strong and unusual currents.
Okay.
And we'll be repeating those throughout the morning. But, you know, people do need to take this seriously, don't they? I mean, there have been tsunami warnings before. People have gone to higher ground. Nothing's happened. But it's better to be safe than sorry, given that it's only a matter of hours that people will be out of their homes.
Yes, it is certainly a massive inconvenience for a lot of people, but we don't do it lightly. And we've learned from the experience of observing significant tsunamis around the Pacific in recent years, Indonesia, Japan, other places, that this is a hazard which can have a very serious impact on communities. It can take life. It can do damage to property and the environment. So we want people to take this seriously, and it will mean that people are going to be sitting in their safe place for some time while we watch this go through and until we can assess that it is safe for and all clear.
Are the police out to protect property?
Police, I know, and the other emergency services and the civil defence emergency management groups, they are working very hard in behind this warning, and they will be doing their best to keep people safe. So if you have specific questions for them, I'm sure that they'd be happy to answer. Mm-hmm. But I know that their first focus at this point will be on public safety and making sure that people are looked after.
Mobile alerts. Should people be getting alerts on their phones?
People in areas that have been warned to evacuate have been sent emergency mobile alerts. And the reason that they get that is because we assess that there is a life safety risk. We don't use that emergency mobile alert or EMA for other areas because there isn't a life safety risk in other parts of New Zealand where there's, let's say a beach and marine threat. We can use our normal media channels to reach those people. But for the areas that are under evacuation warning, we do use that EMA urgent channel because there is a life safety risk.
And can we expect regular updates on the half hour or just as information comes to hand?
We try to update as soon as we have new information, and in the absence of any new information, we'll just push something out to say, there's nothing new. But I expect you'll be hearing from us quite regularly as this plays out.
I thank you very much for your time. Roger Ball, National Emergency Management Agency. Kerry, having been on a hillside not far above the Samoa tsunami, it was a wall of water 3 stories high, everything was decimated. So the coastal inundation, and this is where people need to get out, is the west coast of the North Island from Cape Reinga to Ahipara, the east coast of the North Island from Cape Reinga to Whangarei, from Matata to Tolaga Bay, including Whakatane and Opotiki, and Great Barrier Island. The others are... First waves are expected around 10:20 in those regions. The other regions, they're not expecting that level of flooding, but you shouldn't be on the beach if you're on the west coast of the North Island, from Ahipara to Makara, including the west coast of Auckland, Manukau Harbour, New Plymouth, Whanganui and the Kapiti Coast. The east coast of the North Island from Whangarei to Matata, including Whangarei, the east coast of Auckland, Waiheke Island, Waitemata Harbour and Tauranga. From Tolaga Bay to Lake Ferry, including Gisborne and Napier, the west and south coasts of the South Island, the top of the South Island, the east and south coasts of the South Island. This includes the Stewart Island and the Chatham Islands. So no boating activity, no going onto the beach. I know there are people who want to have a look, human nature being what it is, but mercifully in this day of high tech, you can see cameras that are on the beaches. So that would be a really good thing to do. Get to your safe place, get high above ground, and then safely you can see the harbours and the seas. So expecting those first waves around about now. Newstalk ZB, it's 10:17.
Save 12 cents off every litre for the first 3 months when you sign up for a Z Business Plus fuel card. Apply now at z.co.nz/business. T's and C's apply.
NZI has been insuring Kiwi businesses for over 160 years. Today, nearly 300,000 New Zealanders choose NZI to protect what matters most to them. Have the right team behind you. Talk to your broker about insuring with NZI.
Hey Aucklanders, if you're at home and want to get some jobs done while you've got the time, your local Wet and Forget stores are open for contactless pickup at the door. Simply turn up and we'll be your personal shopper. Or phone your local stores and we'll have your favourite Wet and Forget products packaged up, ready to go. Window Witch, Miss Muffet's Revenge, Hitman, Wet and Forget Rapid, or maybe you're all out of Shower Witch. Whatever you need, we'll have your Kiwi-made products for the job. Contactless pickup at Wet and Forget 6 stores Auckland-wide. We're ready now.
This Sunday morning, 7:25, the resident builder Peter Wolfcamp talks painting with Jay Sharples thanks to Resine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. With tips for your DIY painting project, the resident builder talks painting thanks to Resine. This Sunday morning on Newstalk ZB.
Looking after each other at Alert Level 3. Stay at home within your bubble. Work and learn from home if you can. If you're sick or have symptoms, call Healthline to ask about getting a test. Unite against COVID-19.
At Spotlight Pukekohe grand opening sale, save with Logan & Mason Sylvie, Hugo and Natalia duvet cover sets, all sizes $39. Logan & Mason 1,000 thread count individual sheets from $15 and 40% off all knitting yarn. Pukekohe doors open 8 a.m. Thursday. At Spotlight, it's what you make it.
It's a real bummer when you can't find a plumber, when you can't find a plumber when you want one. When you're up to your ankles in a sticky soap, call the Auckland Plumbers Group. We're the Auckland Plumbers Group. We're here and there when you need us. We're the plumbers you call because we're on the ball. We're the Auckland Plumbers Group. We're the Auckland Plumbers Group. We're here and there when you need us. We're the plumbers you call because we're on the ball. We're the Auckland Plumbers Group.
Visit aucklandplumbersgroup.co.nz.
The 36th America's Cup, presented by Prada. Stay up to date with Newstalk ZB's coverage, thanks to Panasonic. Plus, the latest news and results from the Prada Cup in Auckland. This March, Newstalk ZB will bring you live commentary of the 36th America's Cup.
And now they're into the downhill slide and stand by for the slingshot.
Newstalk ZB, official radio partner of the America's Cup, presented by Prada. Coverage with Panasonic, the official electronic supplier of Emirates Team New Zealand.
Where the newsmakers meet their match. It's Heather Duplessis Allen Drive.
Yeah, but what did Barry Soper and Mike Hosking say specifically that you want to sue them for defamation?
Well, why do you think the media have the freedom to be able to slander and defame somebody like that publicly, like the media has?
Who gave you the Tesla?
Well, that's none of your business. It's nobody's business.
Heather Duplessis Allen Drive with Ray White now. Back today at 4, only on Newstalk ZB.
Newstalk ZB 1020. Cheryl Mai-Mera Whangarei joins me now. Kia ora, good morning to you, Cheryl.
Morning, Kitty.
Must have been a very early start for you this morning.
Well, normal start, but I'm just very pleased that the Kermadec quake happened in daylight hours, because you can imagine that, if this were happening in the dark of night, it would be very, very scary.
It sounded like it was quite congested around the business area of Whangarei. Is that clearing?
Yeah, people have been wanting to do the right thing. So when everybody's wanting to go in the same direction in one go, we do get some congestion. My understanding is that is clearing, but the most important message is to get to high ground. So if you need to get out of your car and take a walk up a hill, do that. That's the most important thing that people need to do right now.
Okay, what about people who have no access to vehicles?
Hopefully we've got all that covered with ensuring that they are able to move. People who have mobility issues, we're hoping that neighbours have been helping them. We've got people on the ground who are checking to make sure. But of course, we are now all getting out of those the hazard zones.
Yep.
We're expecting this wave to hit any moment now.
I thank you very much for your time. We may be back to you throughout the show this morning. Cheryl Mai-Mera Whangarei, taking it to higher ground. 0800 80 10 80 is the number to call if you're there, if you've found a safe place. Love to hear from you. And if you need help, this is where radio can really help. We can assist that. That's what happened after the quakes. That's what happens after any natural disaster in New Zealand, where people can help. And people do help and will look out for one another. So if you need help, let us know. If you have reached higher ground, where are you? Give us a call. Newstalk ZB 1022.
Slash your power bill and save the planet. Go solar with Harrison's and get 25% off premium LG panels and 4 years interest-free. Lending criteria, fees, T's and C's apply. Harrison Solar, 0800 00 33 53.
Shop online at Harvey Norman. Contactless click and collect or home delivery options are available. Visit harveynorman.co.nz to see our range of products and place your order. Contact us online or call your local store.
I want furniture now.
Want to support local business?
Furniture now.
Get to furniturenow.co.nz and click the NZ brand link. From New Zealand brand mattresses, headboards and bases to NZ brand sofas and lounge suites. When you buy NZ brands from Furniture Now, you're supporting local. Get to furniturenow.co.nz to buy online or for our store locations.
Furniture Now.
Solid, spacious, sporty. The new GLB SUV is the total package. Exclusive to Mercedes-Benz Auckland, the most versatile compact SUV, the GLB 200 is now available from just $77,990 with over $6,000 of value and savings and complimentary features, seating for up to 7 passengers and sporty AMG styling. The GLB is the perfect partner for life's twists and turns. Get in touch with the team at Mercedes-Benz Auckland. Terms, conditions and fees apply.
Agree or disagree? Call 0800 80 1080 and have your say. It's Kerry McIver Mornings on Newstalk ZB.
Newstalk ZB from the Prime Minister's office. The National Crisis Management Centre, Beehive Bunker, was stood up this morning. NEMA is leading the operation response, coordinating with local civil defence emergency management groups. NEMA is leading formal communications and instructions to New Zealanders and local communities. The Minister and National Controller have undertaken a number of interviews this morning. We've yet to get hold of the Minister, but we'll be talking to Kitty Allen as soon as we can. There is an 11:30 update in the Beehive Theaterette with the Minister and the National Controller, which we will be taking live. Is the Coromandel safe? That's not an evacuate as far as I can see. I will double check that for you because I want to be absolutely abundantly clear I've got that right. But I think that's stay off the beaches. Don't go out in the boats, is what I understand. On this... I'm in Browns Bay grabbing my takeout coffee. Browns Bay wasn't on the list. There's loads of people on the beach out walking. I wouldn't be near a beach right now. I'm sure it'll be quite... Browns Bay is not one that has to evacuate, but with the tsunami, with quakes, we've had 3 quakes since 2:30 this morning in the Kermadecs, which is going to cause some marine activity. And a massive piece of understatement, so probably not the day to go strolling on the beach. Good morning, Julie.
Oh, hello, Kerry. How are you?
Good, thanks. Where are you?
Well, I'm on the Karikari Peninsula, which is in the far north.
Yep.
At a place called Tokerau Beach. And there are sirens going off constantly up here. There are a lot of cars arriving on a hill where I live, and people are obviously keeping safe.
Oh, good. I can hear the siren in the background.
You can hear it?
Yeah.
Yes, they're very, oh gosh, it's just been going on all morning.
Okay, well, you'd want to get out, wouldn't you? So you didn't hear it.
I guess so.
So was it an orderly progression out? How did you hear the warning?
Oh, well, I got it on my cell phone,
right.
And we also read it on stuff this morning when we woke this morning. But no, we're up on a hill, so we're fine. But I guess people that are down on the beachfront, in the little bay, they will all be having to vacate, I would think.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
and people are being sensible, and nobody's getting hysterical.
Yes, no, I don't think so. No, I haven't heard of that as yet. People are just more interested in coming up and having a look at this stage.
Yep, if you're nice and safe, that's fine. Yeah,
everybody's good. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you, Julie. Is it just me, or because my anxiety levels are off the chart with COVID and now these bloomin' earthquakes and the tsunami? I know. All we need is a plague of locusts and, the death of firstborn sons, and we'll be like biblical Egypt. Newstalk ZB, I'll just get an update for you. We're hoping to talk to the Minister at some point this hour. There will be a live update from the Beehive Theatre at 11:30. The Minister of Emergency Management and the head of NEMA, they'll give an update. The first of the surges are happening now. And remember that a tsunami doesn't necessarily look like a great big wave. It'll be hugely strong surges of water. And if you can't see it, it doesn't mean it's not there. So you should be well away by now. Goodness, if those sirens are going off like that, I don't know if you could hear them at home or in your car or wherever you might be listening, but if those sirens are going off, there will be, it'll be pretty clear to everybody that you shouldn't be staying in that area. So hopefully everybody has got that message. 0800 80 10 80 is the number to call. Newstalk ZB, it's 10:28.
Newstalk ZB Auckland. Time saver traffic.
The One Roof Property Report is out now. Now we've got a crash in Manurewa, Tawa Crescent near Mahia Road, and another one in Papatoetoe, Grey Avenue near Landon Avenue. Getting reports of a breakdown Upper Harbour Motorway between Greenhithe Road on and Albany Highway off. Looking right across the motorway network, it is flowing well. Find out how much money your suburb has made at oneroof.co.nz. Time saver traffic.
Here at Albany Toyota, we are open during Level 3. Our customers' health and safety continue to be our top priority, while we are committed to supporting our local community that we operate in. We still offer vehicle servicing, parts, test drives, new and used vehicle sales and finance, but these are all done contactless, following the Ministry of Health strict guidelines. We also offer a pickup from our local area for servicing. Call the team at Albany Toyota today.
Follow the leader, Albany Toyota.
Visit albany.co.nz.
Nan and the eel. I always ask Nan to go eeling in the rocks with me. She says, no, I'll get hurt. But one day I convinced her, and we saw an eel as big as a tiny bar. Nan caught it, and it bit her, but it was worth it because we ate it. Whakawaiwai.
For generations, stories have guided our mokopuna. Now their stories are guiding you to get a mammogram. A little discomfort could save your life. Book now. Visit breastcancerfoundation.org.nz.
G'day, I'm Ralph Sr.
And I'm Ralph Jr.
And we're talking vices.
Not the 7 deadly sins.
Nope. Our vices are definitely vices you need.
Like the Bessie 4-inch heavy-duty workshop vice with swivel base, just $94.50 plus GST.
Or the Bessie 6-inch, $154.50 plus GST.
My ad vice. Check out these and other specials in our latest mailer from Waitemata Hydraulics.
For tools and parts and fix, it's Waitemata Hydraulics.
Remember the jingle we sent off yesterday? Here it comes now. Right, just put it here.
World moving and storage.
On time and in perfect condition too. Give us a call, 0800 4WORLD.
Hunting the sweetest Easter treats? Find them at the warehouse at the sweetest prices. Bag the bargains for the backyard hunt and get all the egg essentials for a celebration your whānau will love. Get more Easter for less at the warehouse.
Newstalk ZB headlines.
With Blue Bubble taxis, it's no trouble with the Blue Bubble. A tsunami warning is in effect for New Zealand coastal areas after this morning's severe earthquake in the Kermadec Islands. Civil Defence says coastal inundation is expected on the east coast of the North Island, from Cape Reinga to Whangarei and from Matata to Toliga Bay, including Whakatane and Opotiki. Inundation is also expected on the North Island's west coast, from Cape Reinga to Ahipara and on Great Barrier Island. Waves could reach 1 to 3 metres in those areas. Evacuation advice overrides all current COVID-19 alert level requirements. Listen to local civil defence authorities and follow any instructions regarding evacuation of your area. If you are told to evacuate, do not stay at home. Stay 2 metres away from others if you can. Strong and unusual currents are also expected in most other coastal areas where waves could reach up to 1 metre. The severity of currents and surges will vary, and the first wave may not be the largest. Tsunami activity will continue for several hours, and the threat must be regarded as real until this warning is cancelled. Auckland Port Chief very disappointed in half-year result. You can read more on that story at NZ Herald Premium. Back to Kerry McIver.
Thank you so much, Malcolm. We're joined now by Rahet Stoltz, Mayor of Gisborne. Morena, Rahet.
Morena, Kerry. How are you?
Oh, well, I'm safe and well and dry in my studio. How are your people doing?
It's all go here in Gisborne. We've been going since 2:30 a.m. But at this stage, we are quite confident that people have heard the alert levels, the alerts. They are self-evacuating to higher ground. So it is all go here up the coast.
That's right. That's one of the main areas of concern, isn't it? You've got lots of isolated little communities around the East Coast. Are you confident that everybody has been reached?
So those little communities know how to look after each other. Yes. So we are very lucky to have community link in each of those little townships. So they will have phone trees. I also know the police are there assisting in areas where there might not be cell phone coverage or where they might suspect that people have not received the messages. So they will be going and making sure everyone is aware that they need to move to higher ground.
And have you moved already?
So in Gisborne City itself, we do not have to evacuate. So we are here in the Civil Defence building at the council. But so for our region, everyone in Tolaga Bay, which is about 45 minutes north of Gisborne, and then our total northern region, they need to move to higher ground.
Okay, yes. Great. I've had people saying, what about Napier? They're getting conflicting advice because it seems to be sort of smack bang in the middle.
So at this stage, we take our advice from NEMA. So they make the call, they let us know what's happening. So here in Gisborne, we know in our area, Tolaga Bay and North immediately self-evacuate.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, Rahet. I'm sure we'll be getting updates from you throughout the morning. Joined now by Tony Gibson, Ports of Auckland Chief. We were going to be talking to you, Tony. Good morning.
Very good morning.
About easing of the congestion in that choked up port, but if I can just start by asking you, what are the Ports of Auckland response in a warning like this?
So what we're expecting is just some unusual currents and ripples, but we've got all the ships on standby with engines on, ready to move if necessary, but we're probably more concerned. We've got business interests in Whangarei. We've got a company called North Tugs, and I've just spoken to the CEO, and they've evacuated and on higher ground. So it's a concern, and I spoke to another colleague of mine up there who's in the volunteer fire brigade clearing people from the beaches because they came down to see the tsunami, which is a little bit silly.
I know. I sometimes think we should just let them because really, God's little pruning fork could probably...
Indeed.
But no, that is not the responsible thing to do. The responsible thing to do is to clear them off the beaches and say, please don't go and look, and use the cameras to have a look. We'll just touch on the Ports of Auckland and its congestion. Do you really think things will be back to normal in a month or so?
Yes, we do. We've been busy recruiting, and despite the fact that we've had 4 lockdowns, which doesn't help with our training, and what we've been doing is tracking the vessels so that the shipping lines give us what you would call an original ETA, expected time of arrival. Yep. And if we track that with the actual time of arrival, that's decreased from 10.5 days to 9.4 days in the last week. Mm-hmm. But you can imagine that some of these ships, particularly in North America, are being delayed in other ports. And when I looked this morning, there's 43 ships waiting outside LA. So, but if we talk about tracking from the latest ETA to the actual ETA, we're down to 1.8 days. And the good thing is that once the ships are in here, we clear the goods very quickly. So on average, the import goods are being cleared from the port 1.8 to 2 days. So, we're happy with that. But what we are planning is to get the shipping lines who can back on what we call their fixed day berthing windows in the latter part of April, when also we'll be further geared up with staff. We've actually been really challenged by COVID in 2 ways. One with the training and recruitment, and the second thing is we've got about 18% of our staff call in sick. Because what we're saying, if you've got any COVID-related symptoms, stay at home. So that's been very challenging for us.
Did you let go of some staff too early?
No, we didn't let any staff go in the front line. We had a restructure in the corporate headquarters when we first got wind of COVID, and we had a 79% decrease in car imports and a 30% decrease in containers, but none of the frontline staff had been let go.
I had some drivers saying that they wouldn't go back to help out with the shortage of staff because they felt that they'd been unfairly treated. But that was just texters, not somebody I was able to speak to.
No, look, as I said, we've not let any, and there's been talk about the fact that we've let crane drivers go because of automation. Well, the cranes aren't automated. The straddles are automated, but the cranes are not. That's right, but the crane drivers weren't necessary with the arrival of automation. Then all of a sudden, the straddles, there was an issue with the straddle jumping the ramp, and you needed the crane drivers, but they'd been let go. No, we hadn't let any crane drivers go. All right. No. That's interesting. I mean, what we've been competing with, Kerry, which is interesting, is the construction industry. So, the construction industry is booming. So the situation was that, no sooner had we recruited people, but they'd walk out the door and go to another job. So that's been the challenge. But we are now intending to be manned up by the end of April. We'll get back to the fixed berthing windows. Yep. We're really pleased with what's happening around automation, despite what you hear in the press and from people. But we've had 80 ships through the northern berth. So the northern berth represents about a third of the container terminal. 80 ships, and the average exchange is around 600 containers. And then if we talk about truck delivery times, the automated straddles are really doing well. They're 41 minutes compared to the manual straddles of 43 minutes. Okay. All right. So some importers could expect to see their Christmas stock by about April? Look, I think that's the other interesting part is that, if you talk to the importers, their fulfillment time for orders is now stretched out to between 35 and 45 days. So many of the major importers have actually ordered their Christmas stock to be here in June, July, because they're concerned about getting space. And for instance, if you want to get space from China at the moment, you can't get a space on a ship until the end of April. And then the other thing is, of course, freight rates have jumped significantly. So we've got major issues in the entire supply chain. So it's not just an Auckland issue; it's a worldwide problem. And I think that the just-in-time principle has gone out the door forever. Yeah. And what about the health and safety of staff? Has that been overhauled in light of the fatalities at the port? Very much so. Look, we introduced a program called Strong Foundations, Safe People. And, there's probably 4 key areas of focus. That's improving communication, checking our safety processes, procedures, making sure everybody is very clear about their roles and responsibilities, and then introducing technology where we can to improve safety awareness. So a lot of time and effort has been put into improving our health and safety standards over the last few months. I thank you very much for your time, Ports of Auckland Chief Tony Gibson. Some welcome relief for importers and exporters. Alistair, hello.
G'day, Kerry. How are you?
Good, thank you. You've just been evacuated from Whitianga, I hear.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe an hour ago, the area school, which has about 1,000 kids, was evacuated to the sports grounds on the outskirts of town. And then not long after, the fire brigade asked us to self-evacuate.
Right, okay. And there's plenty of hills around Whitianga.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. No, the hills are all fairly busy.
Yeah, I can imagine they are. All those poor Aucklanders who escaped the lockdown.
I know, right? But that's all right. We do actually love them, despite what you see on social media.
All right. No, is it congested, or are people sort of...
It is very busy just leaving town, as there's plenty of parents going to pick their kids up from the sports grounds. But, yes. Once you get past the entrance to town, it's pretty free flow.
Good.
But, this is our second time in, 6 hours?
Oh, it is too. Of course, you got the early morning wake-up call, didn't you?
Yeah, we did. We self-evacuated this morning based on what we heard on the night show on Newstalk ZB and the civil defence warnings initially this morning.
Yeah. Did you get an alert on your phone?
No, we didn't.
Okay.
So it might just be precautious, but we're in one of the highest risk areas for a tsunami. So
yeah,
based on the modelling of the seabed, it would be quite a disastrous event to hit our town.
Yeah, and again, better to be safe than sorry. It'll only be a matter of hours and then, you can return home.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep. Nice to hear from you, Alistair. Thank you for taking the time to talk. Newstalk ZB 17 to 11.
Longridge Country Estate Paeroa, retirement living at its best. Open days this weekend from 11 to 3 p.m. Phone 0800 928 928 or see longridgecountrystate.co.nz.
Here at Albany Toyota, we are open during level 3. Our customers' health and safety continue to be our top priority, while we are committed to supporting our local community that we operate in. We still offer vehicle servicing, parts, test drives, new and used vehicle sales and finance, but these are all done contactless, following the Ministry of Health strict guidelines. We also offer a pickup from our local area for servicing. Call the team at Albany Toyota today.
Follow the leader, Albany Toyota.
Visit albany.co.nz.
Asking for a raise? Stepping up? Interview nerves? It can feel huge, right? But sometimes changing the way you look at work can make the big stuff small. Search Seek Career Advice for loads of tools and resources, like salary guides, interview tips, and even help dealing with your boss. Let's work it out together.
Where you put your eyes, that's about the size of it.
Search Seek Career Advice.
Race into New World today and buy NZ. Grab Bluebird Original thick or thinly cut chips, 3 for $5, and Grandpa's Streaky Bacon 1 kg, $17.99 each. New World, there's always something cooking. Sizes, limits, exclusions apply.
Right now at Sky City Casino, there's an Aston Martin Vantage worth over $290,000. Someone must win it, and you are someone. Visit skycity.co.nz/take the wheel for more info. R20 game responsibly.
Need new signage? Speedy Signs has over 25 branches from Whangarei to Invercargill, so they can manage nationwide jobs like vehicle wrapping for whole fleets, store fit-outs, exhibitions and more. Whether you're big or small or somewhere in between, the team at Speedy Signs can help. And they can manage the entire process through one point of contact: artwork, installation and project management, so you can get on with other important things. Let them help you grow your business faster. Call 0800 SPEEDY or visit speedysigns.co.nz.
Longridge Country Estate Paeroa, retirement living at its best. Open days this weekend from 11 to 3 p.m. Phone 0800 928 928 or see longridgecountrystate.co.nz.
Be entertained, informed, open-minded. It's Kerry McIver Mornings. Newstalk ZB.
Newstalk ZB. The SPCA has been in touch with us, asking they can offer advice for people who are having to evacuate. And Dr. Alison Vaughan, the SPCA's scientific officer, joins us now. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Helen.
So what do we do with our pets in a tsunami? Do you leave them behind or do you take them with you?
So if you are leaving and if it's not safe for you to be there and you've been advised to evacuate, wherever possible you should be taking your animal with you.
Yeah.
In some cases, such as with some large animals, this may be a little bit more complicated to do in a rush. So if you are, we still advise that if possible you do move them to higher ground, which is safer. If you're not able to move them fully within the safe zone, we advise you find some higher ground. You may entail talking to your neighbours, getting some cooperation, seeing if they can help to move, but if not, leave them in higher ground with food and water.
Okay, yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. I was just thinking in terms of, this is always when you think, man, I wish I'd put together a grab bag to just pick up and go in events like this. You need to think of your pets too, don't you, when you're putting together that emergency evacuation kit?
Absolutely, yeah. We do advise that people have both a quick grab bag for making a quick getaway, but also a more substantial bag if you ever had to stay in place for an emergency where you had to stay in place for several days. We do have advice for putting together both on our website, and I think we've also shared that through our social media today. But basically, in your quick getaway kit, you need to have their food. You need to have any medications and make sure you're labeling those. We do also advise that you have their vaccination history if you can quickly grab that, and some sort of containment. So for small animals, popping them in a carrier, for your dogs, making sure they're on a leash. Because this can be scary for animals too, so we don't want them to run off.
No, exactly.
Yeah, really key to that is if you haven't already, take this as a reminder to please get your animals microchipped. When we had the 2011 earthquake in Christchurch, there were much higher rates of reuniting animals with their owners when they were microchipped. I believe it was 85% of microchipped animals were reunited compared with just 15% of those without chips. This is really important.
Yeah, that is really, really important. You're quite right. If people have to be at, say, schools or, shelter overnight, can you bring your animals if that is the case? Because that strikes me as a recipe for disaster if you've got hundreds of people and hundreds of pets all under one small roof.
Yeah, so sometimes, in some cases, pets may not be allowed in public emergency shelters, but councils may have arranged for an area nearby where your pets can stay. So do check in with your council. And we do advise people ahead of time where possible to make arrangements to stay with friends or family outside of your area, or compile a list of animal-friendly accommodation should you need to use it.
Thank you so much for your time, Dr. Alison Vaughan, SPCA Scientific Officer. People were asking via text as well, so it's probably timely that the SPCA put out their press release as to what to do if you have to evacuate in a hurry. Now, just a reminder that there'll be a broadcast from the Beehive at 11:30, the Beehive Theaterette. That will be with the Prime Minister, obviously, and the Minister for Emergency Management, as well as the National Controller of the National Crisis Management Centre. We will, I assume, be taking that live. Yes, we will be taking that confirmed. We will be taking that live at 11:30. If you are somewhere safe, please stay there until you get... we get notification from NEMA that the immediate danger is over. Somebody sent me an email saying they have a wide view of the Kerikeri Inlet from high up. The tide has been rising fast here since 9:30. Now surges of water about a metre high are coming through at regular intervals. Thank you for that, Glenda. Newstalk ZB 0800 80 1080 10 to 11.
KFC's Kentucky Bacon Stacker is so stacked that just lifting it is a workout. Get 2 original recipe fillets, Kentucky mayo, cheese and bacon between a brioche bun. Pick one up today, only at KFC.
Looking after each other at Alert Level 3. Stay at home within your bubble. Work and learn from home if you can. If you're sick or have symptoms, call Healthline to ask about getting a test. Unite against COVID-19.
TradeDepot.co.nz. Shop online now only at Trade Depot for massive home show expo deals on aircon, bathrooms, kitchen and laundry appliances. Vented dryers from just $249, condenser dryers from $599, heat pump dryers from $799, washing machines from $329. Shop online now for massive expo deals only at Trade Depot or visit the showroom in Otihanga. Delivery anywhere in Auckland.
TradeDepot.co.nz.
Have you got toenail issues? Toenail fungus is a common issue for lots of people. We're inviting people to participate in a clinical trial to test a new topical treatment for fungal toenail infections. Participants need to be 18 to 70 years old with toenail fungus symptoms. All eligible participants will be paid for their time. Register your interest today at toenailstudy.com.au. That's toenailstudy.com.au.
Shop online at Harvey Norman. Contactless click and collect or home delivery options are available. Visit harveynorman.co.nz to see our range of products and place your order. Contact us online or call your local store.
G'day, I'm Ralph Senior.
And I'm Ralph Junior.
I've been saying it for years, Ralph.
What, Ralph?
That Delta Point drills give better results. No one would listen.
I listened.
OK, no one but you, but now research has proved it. Delta Point drills can drill 10 times more holes than split point drills.
And we have Bordeaux Delta drill sets right now at great prices.
Check it out in our latest mailer from Whiteman Hydraulics.
For tools and parts that fix, it's Whiteman Hydraulics.
Remember the jingle we sent off yesterday? Here it comes now.
Right, just put it here.
World moving and storage.
On time and in perfect condition too. Give us a call, 0800 4WORLD.
Newstalk ZB, it is 7 minutes to 11. Just on, will we get relevant tsunami information at 11:30, or will there be an hour of party political broadcast first? Just asking for a friend. It will be immediate because the National Controller is running the response effort. I drive a truck and I've just driven past Papakura Takanini on State Highway 1 where a little stretch of water is. An hour ago the tide was incoming. It's now all gone. Low tide was 6:45 a.m. It should be over halfway in with a 1 p.m. high tide. Interesting. Well, that's why they were talking about the surges, weren't they? That it can surge rather than have the great giant wave. Lou says, Kerry, you're doing a great job. I'm just deciding what bottle of wine to open. How much more can the country put up with, says Lou. Probably a bit more, but I am waiting for the plague of locusts and the rivers to turn into blood rather than water, and then we'll be just biblical Egypt all over again, won't we? We are coming up to the news at 11. After 11, we'll just get an update because the first of the surges should have hit the coast. We'll see if we can get some reports from those in the coastal regions who are monitoring the situation. We'll also be, as I said, taking the press conference live from the theatre at 11:30. To get us there, the Proclaimers, identical twin brothers Craig and Charlie Reid from the Scottish band The Proclaimers, turned 59 today. The 2007 UK #1 single, 500 Miles, which is timely. Hopefully you don't have to walk 500 miles to get to a safe place if you're on the coast. Hopefully it's not that far away. But if you need to, you need to. 500 miles will take us through to the news at 11.
Yes, I know I'm gonna be the man who's working hard for you. And when the money comes in for the work I do, I'll pass almost every penny on to you. When I come home, oh, I know I'm gonna be the man who comes back home to you. And if I broke, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who's going over you. But I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more to be the man who walks 1,000 miles to fall down at your door. When I'm lonely, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who's lonely without you. And when I'm dreaming, well, I know I'm gonna dream about the time when I'm with you. When I go out, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who goes along with you. And when I come home, yes, I know I'm gonna be the man who comes back home with you. I'm gonna be the man who's coming home with you. But I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more to be the man who walks 1,000 miles to fall down at your door.
Hey Aucklanders, if you're at home and want to get some jobs done while you've got the time, your local Wet and Forget stores are open for contactless pickup at the door. Simply turn up and we'll be your personal shopper. Or phone your local stores and we'll have your favourite Wet and Forget products packaged up, ready to go. Window Witch, Miss Muffet's Revenge, Hitman, Wet and Forget Rapid, or maybe you're all out of Shower Witch. Whatever you need, we'll have your Kiwi-made products for the job. Contactless pickup at Wet and Forget 6 stores Auckland-wide. We're ready now.
Working hard?
Or hardly working.
Your fridge might be doing both.
Warm summer temperatures mean your fridge is working extra hard to keep things cool.
And it might not have much left in it.
Get yourself a new Fisher & Paykel fridge from Magnus Benro and you'll be all set to go.
The latest 440-litre stainless steel fridge freezer has it all.
Including active smart food care and adaptive defrost.
All for just $2,139 at Magnus Benro this week.
Magnus Benro, 100% cool.
Longridge Country Estate in Paeroa will be the region's biggest, finest and best value retirement village with spacious villas, amazing community amenities and comprehensive care facilities coming for your peace of mind. Come and take a look for yourself. Open days this weekend from 11 a.m. till 3 p.m. For more information, phone 0800 928 928. That's 0800 928 928 or see longridgecountrystate.co.nz.
Get decorating with the Resine sale. 25% off Resine premium paints, wood stains, primers and sealers. 25% off wallpaper, 25% off decorating accessories. See your Resine colour shop and bring out the best in your home. Conditions apply.
Landlords, don't wander the country searching for carpet. You'll find it all at Carpet Country. Recarpeting can add real value to your rental income. So if you need to recarpet, head to Carpet Country. Carpet your whole home up to 20 lineal metres for only $2,499. That's right, only $2,499, including GST, underlay and installation. Plus, get 12 months interest free. Credit criteria, T's and fees apply. Hurry, offer ends soon. Carpet Country, 43 Car Road, Mount Roskill, where beauty meets budget.
Hurry, the outdoor furniture clearance ends Sunday at Danske Møbler Furniture. Your last chance for huge end-of-season markdowns on all display settings. Wood, woven wicker, aluminium, sun umbrellas and more. At Danske Møbler, furniture for living.
In Auckland on 89.4, this is Newstalk ZB. Your official civil defence station, live from the Newstalk ZB News Centre. This is Newstalk ZB News.
It's 11 o'clock, I'm Malcolm Jordan. A tsunami warning is in effect for New Zealand coastal areas after this morning's 8.1 magnitude earthquake in the Kermadec Islands. Civil Defence says coastal inundation is expected on the east coast of the North Island from Cape Reinga to Whangarei and from Matata to Tolaga Bay, including Whakatane and Opotiki. The warning also applies to the North Island's west coast from Cape Reinga to Ahipara and on Great Barrier Island. That's the east coast of the North Island from Cape Reinga to Whangarei and from Matata to Tolaga Bay, including Whakatane and Opotiki. Waves could reach 1 to 3 metres in those areas. If Civil Defence says to evacuate, do not stay at home. Evacuation advice overrides all current COVID-19 alert level requirements, but people should stay apart where it's safe to do so. Strong and unusual currents are expected countrywide in most coastal areas, with waves up to 1 metre, and the first wave may not be the largest. The threat will continue for several hours and must be regarded as real until this warning is cancelled. The National Crisis Management Centre will hold a press conference at 11:30 and Newstalk ZB will bring that to you live. The first tsunami effects are being recorded in some parts of the North Island. National Emergency Management Agency Acting Director Roger Ball says the effect could be very gradual.
We're estimating surges of between 1 and 3 metres of height, and if you get that on top of an existing high tide, that could be quite damaging and dangerous.
Great Barrier Island resident Sue Daly says she is waiting on a ridge on the western side of the island near Okupu.
It does happen to be going to arrive at round about high tide. We've had some really high tides lately, and we all know that the surges are the thing. But I think by and large this community is pretty damn sensible and cooperative.
On the mainland, roads are busy in Whangarei as people get away from the coast. But one woman says it's calm and not chaotic.
Drivers are far more polite
You know, everyone's in the same boat trying to get to higher ground.
Newstalk ZB's Tim Dow is in heavy traffic at the Brynderwyns, south of Whangarei, but after leaving his Waipu home.
There is a waiting space at the top of the Brynderwyn where at the moment you cannot get access. Traffic is backed up right to the top of the hill with people wanting to get away.
Further south, Opotiki District Mayor Lynn Riestra says people have moved to safety and are waiting patiently to get the all clear to return home.
Lots of people have taken other people in from town, so lots of Opotiki people having an extra breakfast and cups of tea.
And Gisborne Mayor Rahet Stoltz says evacuations are going well, including Toliga Bay, with checks being made on rural residents who could have missed the alert.
They have phone trees where they make sure people are contacted. Those rural communities really know how to look after each other in these events. So that is happening as we speak.
The SPCA says people should evacuate pets with them. Scientific Officer Dr. Alison Vaughan told Kerry McIver people should pack food, medication and restraints for pets.
For small animals, popping them in a carrier. For your dogs, making sure they're on a leash. Because this can be scary for animals too, so we don't want them to run off.
To Newstalk ZB Sport. One of the Wellington Phoenix's most valued players is returning to the club. Former skipper Stephen Taylor will rejoin the team for the rest of this A-League football season. Taylor's entered quarantine in Australia with a view to joining the playing group on March 19. He's spent the last few months with Odisha FC in India, but has negotiated an early release to rejoin the side he played 49 times for over the last 2 years. Liverpool are on the brink of a fifth straight home defeat in football's Premier League. The defending champions trailed Chelsea 1-0 late in their match at Anfield. Victory would take Chelsea into the top four, a point ahead of Everton, who earlier beat West Brom 1-0. Tottenham have been 1-0 winners at Fulham. Football coverage with propertyapprentice.co.nz. Free events available now. A simplified approach appears to be paying dividends for golfer Tim Wilkinson on the PGA Tour. He's had 2 top 30 finishes in his last 2 starts and says work on the practice greens has helped.
Trying to do some more effective practice rather than quantity. I think I've done in the past just a little bit, sometimes too much. Concerned about stroke rather than the actual process.
Meanwhile, Lydia Ko is 3 under par through 14 holes in her first round at the latest LPGA tournament in Florida. That came with a 3-birdie blitz on the second 9 across holes 3, 4 and 5. She's 2 shots off the lead and a tie for 15th. Jack Lopez has finalised his career goals, but as long as he's in a rowing boat, he's happy. The 23-year-old took out the singles sculls at the National Championships last month, beating established Olympians John Story, Chris Harris and Mahe Drysdale. Lopez says his sights are set on the 2024 Paris Olympics in the single or double.
I think the goal would just to make sure that I can really max out my potential in rowing and, whatever that may look like.
He's currently studying American history at Yale. I'm Andrew Alderson, and that's Newstalk ZB News and Sport with Window Witch from Wet and Forget for streak and spot-free windows. It's 11:05.
Newstalk ZB Auckland. Time saver traffic.
Dow's end of financial year deals start early. Now we're getting reports of a breakdown on the southern motorway between Papakura off and on, and another one on Donovan Street and Blockhouse Bay. If you can update us, 0800 jammed. Further north, we've got delays. State Highway 1 through the Dome Valley, again just north of the Brynderwyns. Up to 40% off selected Dell laptops. Dell.co.nz. Conditions apply. Time saver traffic.
Newstalk ZB Weather Watch 24/7 with roofcare.co.nz to repoint and recoat your concrete tile roof. For the Manukau Harbour, variable 5 knots, a westerly of 10 developing for a time this afternoon. Waitemata, variable 5, a northerly of 10 coming in this afternoon. Hauraki Gulf, variable 5, northerly 15 by afternoon, easing to northwest of 10 this evening. Bream Head to Cape Colville, northwest 10, then rising to northerly of 15 this afternoon, easing to northwest 10 this evening. The next high tide for Auckland is 1:10 this afternoon. And for Onehunga, it's 4:10. Partly cloudy for Auckland today with isolated showers, northwesterlies, high 24, low 16. Cloud gradually increasing tomorrow. Rain from late afternoon, a nor'wester and 24. Right now in Auckland City, 21 degrees.
Talking news, talking views. Call 0800 80 1080. Kerry McIver Mornings. Newstalk ZB.
Newstalk ZB, it is 11:07, joined now by Kiri Allen, the Minister for Emergency Management. We will go straight to the Minister because I know you have to prepare for a briefing. Is that right, Minister, before the 11:30 broadcast?
Yeah, good morning, Kerry. And look, it has been a bit of a morning, I think, for all New Zealanders who have been watching the news unfold since about 2:30 this morning. So, look, yeah, there's a bit of pace on, but it's really happy and just grateful, actually, to you and your team and to all of the public broadcasters right now, and broadcasters in general, who are really informing the public about what is required, doing an exceptional job. So thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And this must strike close to home for you because this is your home region, isn't it, where the main threat is centred as well as the far north?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is home. I've definitely got my daughter and all of her little mates from Kohanga Reo, and they've all been evacuated, and my nannies and the korals, and this is home. This is our family. But what I can say, Kerry, is that ever since, there's been 3 major earthquakes this morning. The first one at 2:30, we saw an incredible community response. We saw people, when they got that long, that strong, that earthquake, they knew that they needed to get high. The pressure then came off. But again, earlier this morning when the messaging changed, people have done exactly the right thing and approached the public warnings with the observation that we would hope for. And so I'm just really grateful to the many volunteers, men and women out there that are getting our families, particularly those that are vulnerable or need a hand, getting them to safety. Right now, that's the focus. Obviously, the advisories have been evolving over the course of this morning. Absolutely. And we've got the extended area that is now evacuating, and you've been giving great messaging on that. We've also got that extensive area, which is quite expensive, where we're just asking people, please stay out of the water. Today is not the day to go fishing. It's a day to be really safe with your families, with your friends. We can take some of that COVID messaging. We were an exceptional team of 5 million and we've done the hard yards. We know how to look after each other, and we're asking for that same type of diligence and behaviour today.
I'd just ask you too, how's the National Emergency Management Agency responding? Because, of course, that was set up after a review into how we could better manage our responses to natural disasters. Are you pleased so far with the way procedures have been followed?
Yeah, absolutely. So NEMA was set up in 2019 off the back of the reviews done in 2017. We had the government response in 2018. What this process, and look, it's quite an interesting beast once you watch it all unfold in real time. Mm-hmm. So look, I think that as a system, it's done pretty good to stand up to some of the challenges that it faces in times like this. There's always, of course, though, more work to be done and more we use all of these types of events. We undertake substantive reviews as to what's working and what's not. And again, this will be another occasion where we do that. But by and large, in terms of the response today, I think that the system has shown that it's really it has stood up to this particular challenge.
And as a mum, you must just want to be with your family. It must be really tough to be in Wellington. Even though you know that your little one is safe, it's still hard to be away from your family at a time like this.
Look, absolutely. I think that this is a shared feeling and sentiment amongst all of us who have loved ones in these areas that are particularly impacted. And I just want to acknowledge too that, the messaging that's been coming out all day, it does really create a degree of anxiety it gives cause for concern. And so I just want to acknowledge that has been a feeling across the board. Obviously, I'm in touch with my own family, but many members within my community at the moment, and just really, I guess if I've got any words just to, really breathe through the anxiety, the public communications coming out from civil defence have everything that you need to do to adhere to. Right there are people that have set up emergency management hubs. I've been speaking, for example, just prior to this call to Gerard and the team at Portakey. Basically, that whole town has evacuated. They are there. They're there to be of assistance. They're there to help provide guidance, advice. Police are working really well on the ground to help people get out of homes and do what they need to as well. So if you have concerns, please, get those through to your civil defence regional leaders and to your local authorities. And we're also following up on anything that we're hearing from our end as well.
Minister, thank you. I thank you for your time, and no doubt we'll be hearing more from you at the briefing at 11:30.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Kerry Allen, Minister for Emergency Management, Newstalk ZB, 11:12.
Radio, music, podcasts, all in one app and all free. Download the iHeartRadio app today.
I want furniture now.
Want furniture now, but want to pay for it later?
Furniture now.
Buying online at furniturenow.co.nz is easy. Choose, click, and it's delivered to your door. But you can also apply for finance there too, with options to suit, including interest-free. T's, C's, fees, credit checks and minimum purchase amounts may apply. Get to furniturenow.co.nz to find out more and for store locations.
Furniture now.
Hi, it's Michael from The Grove, a boutique retirement community in Orewa, just 200 metres easy walk from the beach. Our apartments are light and spacious and ready now. We have just a handful of 2 and 3 bedroom apartments still available to move into this year. So don't miss our open day on Wednesday and enjoy fresh coffee and muffins while you're here. We're at 15 Centreway Road, Orewa. This Wednesday, 10 till 3 or online at thegroveorewa.co.nz.
Drop by for our absolutely fabulous sale and get up to 60% off every light and ceiling fan. That's right, up to 60% off absolutely everything. Hurry, it's going fast. Think lighting. Think Lighting Direct.
G'day, I'm Ralph Senior.
And I'm Ralph Junior.
Hungry, Ralph?
Always, Ralph.
Then our latest offer at Waitemata Hydraulics is right up your alley. Purchase any of our CRC 556 range and get a free Whittaker's peanut slab.
That's nuts.
They're very funny, Ralph. And don't forget to beat the heat. Get into our summer fan sale and cool down. Check this out and other great specials in our latest mailer from Waitemata Hydraulics.
For tools and parts that fix, it's Waitemata Hydraulics.
Harrison's home improvement sale is on with up to 40% off carpet, hard flooring, curtains and blinds, plus 4 years interest-free. Buy now and you could win 10,000 bonus flybys. Harrison's 0800 103 001. Lending criteria, fees, T's and C's apply.
Nice work, Auckland. You've been using water wisely. Yay! Our region is still in the grip of a water shortage, so stick to your 4-minute showers and keep water use to a minimum when you're outdoors. Restrictions are still in place, which means you can use a handheld hose as long as it's fitted with a trigger nozzle. But remember, sprinklers are off limits at home. For more information on the water restrictions, go to watercare.co.nz.
Every view from every angle on Newstalk ZB.
When the borders open, wouldn't that be a dream come true? But when they do, immigration is not going back to what it was.
You can't have a go at them because they fled Auckland like apparently
I'm
about
having a go at them,
10,000 other
Heather,
people.
because they fled Auckland when they should have been leading by example.
You're just part of the pile-on.
The reality is thousands of Aucklanders left town, not just the Destiny Church leaders.
Giving you the full picture. Newstalk ZB.
Newstalk ZB, my favourite fencing contractor, Adam, has sent me a photo saying, well, we may not have the plague of locusts, but we have a plague of flying ants. We've had them for the last 2 days, this being day 3. And he sent me a photo of the ants all piled on his tractor wheel, smearing the tractor with grease. Kills them for anyone else with this issue. Thank you for that. There you go, better living, everybody. Grease on your tractor and that'll kill the flying ants. So, yes, the plague of... I don't have to keep an eye out for that now. It's already here. For the protection of our people, says St John Ambulance, our emergency ambulance services have suspended response to all calls within 2 kilometres of affected coastal areas until we have a better understanding of the tsunami threat. Our emergency services partners, including fire and emergency, are being notified of this decision. Hopefully people will be well away from those coastal areas, so they won't be affected by that. Anyone who has a sudden health issue should be well away from the coastal area by now. If you've been heeding the calls to move, we are hopefully going to be speaking to Graham Leonard, volcanic geologist with GNS, very shortly, And we are taking the official briefing at 11:30 from the Beehive. If you are on higher ground, if you have managed to get to a safe place, love to hear from you. 0800 80 10 80. If you have a view, a safe view of the water, love to hear from you as well, because I'm getting texts in saying things like the tide in Kawau Bay is high. It's still 2 hours to high tide. So I'd be interested to know if you have a view of the coast, a safe view. Is the water behaving in a strange, unusual manner? I live in Waitara. I've just watched a small boat heading out to sea for a fishing trip. Tsunami? What tsunami? Absolute madness. Quite agree. And that's right in, the area where we've been told we can expect to see the big surges, which seems utterly absurd. So just a reminder that St John will not be responding to any calls within 2 kilometres of affected coastal areas. But as I say, hopefully you are well away from that, from the coast by now. 0800 80 10 80 is the number to call. You can text me 9292 ZBZB, and if you want to drop me a line, you can do that too, kerry@newstalkzb.co.nz. Remember, of course, it's kind of the talk of the tsunami is kind of overwhelmed the fact that we should be getting out of lockdown. The announcement being made at 4 p.m. today after the Cabinet has met. If we're not out, then I'd want to know why. Because we were put into a lockdown on false information, which was not the government's fault. But we should be out sooner rather than later. A friend texted me from Ruakaka, all the water has drained out. Kerry, we live by Lake Rotorua. There are literally no birds to be seen. And Matt Watson's ITM fishing show is live on Facebook on top of a hill streaming live. Excellent. There'll be all sorts of views you can get safely using technology. Hi, Colleen.
Hi.
Whereabouts are you?
I'm in Ruakaka.
Yeah.
I live right on the river, so when the emergency call came through, we just took off literally with nothing other than the dogs. And I've got them a bottle of water, but that's about it. And the whole of the neighbourhood, there's thousands of people up here by a place called the Wilson Spam.
Yes. Have you been there before? Did you know that was the place to go for safety?
Yes. Luckily enough, there was a garden ramble not so long ago, and there was a lady that had the most beautiful garden up here.
Yeah.
And so I knew that was nice and high. So I parked outside for her place, and she's feeding everybody and giving drinks of water and letting the people use the toilet, and it's really good.
Oh, that's fantastic. So how did you hear about the tsunami warning?
I was actually on a doctor's call, and the alarm went through on my phone, and it went through on their phone at the same time.
Right. So that's good. So the emergency systems are working, aren't they?
They're definitely working, yes.
Yeah.
I've lost my partner. He took off in the other car. And he's obviously gone somewhere else. And where he is, when I talk to him on the phone, you can still hear the alarms going off.
Oh, my goodness.
So it's a lot quieter up here.
Yeah.
In the beautiful countryside. Yeah.
It must be awful not having him there, though. I mean, you always feel braver when you've got, your family with you, don't you?
Yes. We can actually overlook the sea here, so people keep an eye, on the sea at the same time. I don't think anybody's seen anything in particular, but they are keeping an eye out.
Excellent. Colleen, thank you. I hope you get reunited with your partner soon. Newstalk ZB, it is 11:21.
Work we're doing here is definitely having an impact. Our catchment group's growing, and we've done heaps of river cleanups, and you don't want to be that guy at the back. You want to be that person in the front, leading by example, and just make the whole community a better place.
Chris and Desiree Giles have turned their dairy farm into a classroom, so kids can have lessons of a different nature. See their story and see what you can do at thevisionisclear.co.nz. Powered by Dairy NZ.
Hurry, the outdoor furniture clearance ends Sunday at Danske Møbler Furniture. Your last chance for huge end-of-season markdowns on all display settings. Wood, woven wicker, aluminium, sun umbrellas and more. At Danske Møbler, furniture for living.
At Kitchen Things, we understand the importance in making life a bit easier. That's why we're here to advise you on the right appliance for your home. With the best range of premium brands, choose Kitchen Things. Proudly New Zealand family owned.
It's a real bummer when you can't find a plumber, when you can't find a plumber when you want one. When you're up to your ankles in a stinky soup, call the Auckland Plumbers Group. We're the Auckland Plumbers Group. We're here and there when you need us. We're the plumbers you call because we're on the ball. We're the Auckland Plumbers Group. We're the Auckland Plumbers Group. We're here and there when you need us. We're the plumbers you call because we're on the ball. We're the Auckland Plumbers Group.
Visit aucklandplumbersgroup.co.nz. Auckland 89.4 FM. Kerry McIver Mornings, engaging in conversation on Newstalk ZB.
Good morning, Bob.
Good morning, Kerry. Quite a morning.
Tell me about it. When did you wake up? When did you first get an alert?
Well, we were having a sleep-in, so much for that. That alarm that comes on the cell phone is really loud. That should be everybody's wake-up alarm because you could never sleep through that.
And what time did it come through? Did you get?
I think it was something before 9.
Yeah.
All I did was grab the phone because it could have been anything. It's the same alarm sound that comes through when the COVID information comes through. Look, I'm standing on our deck. We live on a hill of Matapori, which is in Northland, and I'm seeing stuff I haven't seen before, and I've lived up here since '74.
Yeah.
There is the water has the estuary, which the Te Wairoa creeks empty into.
Yeah.
Some people call it a river. It's basically a creek, but it's a wide estuary inside the sandbank. It's filled with water, and I've seen, for the first time in my life, a wave break in the estuary.
Goodness.
Yeah, not a big one, but that it was definitely a wave.
Yeah.
And we look due north all the way up to Lizzie Reef, all the way up to Cape Brett. So we have an amazing view of this, and there's obviously a lot of disturbances in the water. I would imagine all sorts of currents are making themselves seen.
Yeah.
But it's just this estuary is obviously filling up with water, and the little sands pit on the end is being covered with water. So.
And you haven't ever seen that to that level before?
Well, only in a storm. No, not like this. No. It was absolutely calm as a lake this morning when we went up, started looking earlier this morning and looking out there after the alarm, we were thinking it would be there then. And so about 10:20, we started noticing some action off of Lizzie Reef, Whitewater. And that got bigger and bigger, and it's still going off Lizzie Reef. So I don't know if there's also a swell. It's hard to tell, but it looks calm in the bay, except for the fact that it's filling up with water.
Fascinating. Bob, thank you so much. Good to hear you're safe on the hill. Yeah, there's something going on there, isn't there? We will be going to our news headlines a little early, and then we'll be crossing live to the briefing from the Prime Minister from the Beehive at 11:30. Newstalk ZB, it's 11:26.
Newstalk Newstalk ZB Auckland. Time saver traffic.
Brand new Fletcher Living homes selling now across Auckland. Now we've got a breakdown on the southern motorway between Ellerslie and Green Lane, another one on the northwestern between Hobsonville and Royal, and a crash in Kelston on St Leonard's Road. Up north it is slow through the Dome Valley and again just north of the Brendurans on State Highway 1. Search Fletcher Living to view a range of brand new homes in desirable new locations. Ivanka Zonich for Time Saver Traffic.
Cicadas, the ocean, spreadsheets. Spreadsheets?
Don't lose that summer feeling. Make tax time less taxing with Xero. Your numbers are online and ready for tax time. Xero. Try free for 30 days. Terms apply.
For the largest range of water features and decorative landscaping products in New Zealand, head online to Stone & Water World. Ponder your new garden or alfresco area with a fresh and creative vision inspired at stoneworld.co.nz. From bonsais to Buddhas, sundials to stone sculptures, natural river stone to polished pebbles and more. Hours of enjoyment at stoneworld.co.nz. They're closed during level 3, but click and collect is now available.
Stone & Water World. Open 7 days.
Hurry, the outdoor furniture clearance ends Sunday at Danske Møbler Furniture. Your last chance for huge end-of-season markdowns on all display settings. Wood, woven wicker, aluminium, sun umbrellas and more. At Danske Møbler, furniture for living.
Through life, we stress our bodies and our cells with ills and chills, overeating, alcohol and lack of sleep, damaging our cells and depleting a vital cell molecule called NAD. True Niagen has been scientifically researched to support your healthy NAD levels, which then support cellular energy, tissue repair and regeneration. It's time to age better. True Niagen, health from the inside. Order now at trueniagen.co.nz. Always read the label and take as directed.
Buying or selling gold or silver? Deal with the company that has a solid reputation. Regal Bullion. Trading for over 40 years and primary distributor for the Perth Mint. Regal Bullion. 0800 881 888.
Tennis, swimming, data entry. Data entry?
Don't lose that summer feeling. Make tax time less taxing with Xero. Your numbers are online and ready for tax time. Xero. Try free for 30 days. Terms apply.
Newstalk ZB headlines.
With Blue Bubble taxis, it's no trouble with a blue bubble. We will soon be crossing live to the Beehive Theatrette for an update from Civil Defence Minister Kiri Allen. She's expected to be joined by National Controller Roger Ball. The National Crisis Management Centre's been stood up this morning at Parliament and is leading the operation response for the tsunami. Just repeating, a tsunami warning is in effect for New Zealand coastal areas, and affected people should evacuate after this morning's 8.1 magnitude earthquake in the Kermadec Islands. Civil Defence says waves could reach 1 to 3 metres from now on the east coast of the North Island, from Cape Reinga to Whangarei and from Matata to Tolaga Bay, including Whakatane and Opotiki. The warning also applies to the North Island's west coast, from Cape Reinga to Ahipara and on Great Barrier Island. If Civil Defence says to evacuate, do not stay at home. Strong and unusual currents are expected countrywide in most coastal areas, with waves up to 1 metre, and the first wave may not be the largest. The threat will continue for several hours and must be regarded as real until this warning is cancelled. The evacuation advice overrides COVID-19 alert level requirements, but people should still stay apart where it's safe to do so. To repeat, evacuation warnings are still in effect for the east coast of the North Island, from Cape Reinga to Whangarei and from Matata to Tolaga Bay, including Whakatane and Opotiki. It also applies to the North Island's west coast, from Cape Reinga to Ahipara and on Great Barrier Island. To other news, 13 parties facing charges in relation to the Whakaari eruption can now be named, with lawyers appearing in the Auckland District Court this morning. They're White Island Tours, Whakaari Management Limited and directors James, Peter and Andrew Buttle, Kahu NZ, GNS Science, the National Emergency Management Agency, Volcanic Air Safaris, Arius Limited, In-Flight Charters, ID Tours and Tauranga Tourism Services. Can you hear me? Rock and Rod's plea for America's Cup sing-along. Read more on that story at NZ Herald Premium. Back to Kerry McIver.
Malcolm, thank you. We've heard that the briefing will be about 11:35, not 11:30, and the Prime Minister won't be there. Mr. Trick. It'll be Kerry Allen, Minister for Emergency Management, Roger Ball, the Director of NEMA, and they will be the ones fronting. On a hill overlooking the harbour and State Highway 1, Dr. Shane Ritty is in Whangarei. Good morning to you.
Morning, Akoto, to you too.
So how are things there? When did you get the wake-up call?
So it would be an hour ago now.
Yeah.
We got the first tsunami alert, and so we started moving to high ground. We got the second at about 20 to 30 minutes, and I made my way to my parents in the hills of Raumanga.
Yeah.
On the way, I stopped at Manaya School, a low decile school, about 10 minutes walk away. They were doing a structured and ordered evacuation. There were parents turning up. And I spoke with the principal, Leanne, and we arranged that if there were parents remaining, teachers remaining, and students remaining, that they'll walk their way up to my parents' place, which is at least another 400, 500 feet elevation and probably 10 minutes walk from the school.
Great.
We then got our third tsunami warning alert about 20 minutes ago. And now we're watching the harbour. I'm seeing a fullness in the last 10 to 15 minutes, and I've had a contact from one of my staff members on high ground along the coast, and they're starting to get a brown surge coming in. I've also had some visibility of the Hokianga Harbour, and I can hear through security cameras, and I can hear the tsunami warning alert across the Hokianga Harbour, and see all the staff members have retreated to high ground as well.
Crikey. Okay. The one thing that does concern me, it's a bit like the problems on the East Coast. Well, problems so much, but it is in this case, where you have people who are isolated and who may not have access to mobiles or to the internet.
And this is a really valid concern. Those in low-lying areas along the coast who, as you say, may not be close to a tsunami siren or may not be in range of a cell tower, that is a concern. One would hope that the surge is not, one of my staff was saying, they were made aware that it could be a 1 to 3 metre surge. One would hope that at worst it's at the lower end of that.
Yeah.
But yes, of course, that's a concern for all remote rural coastal areas when this sort of thing happens.
It is cheering, though, that the community looks after its own. So I'm sure that's what will have happened, that the moment somebody, say in Upanoni, knew that something was happening, then they'd go. They'd get the networks in place.
Look, indeed, and that was what I could see from the staff and members of the community who were around the cameras. I've reached out to Kerry Allen, the Minister for Civil Defence, and asked, how can we help? What can we do? Here's some of the tools, here's the connections and relationships, how can we help? Understandably, she's going to a media conference soon, but I'm sure Kitty will give me a call back and we'll just put our shoulder to whatever we need to do to help this. But I would just comment, my observation has been a structured and ordered evacuation through Whangarei today. Yes, the streets were congested, but no one was tooting horns, there was no arm waving, everyone just understood. You just need to, in an ordered way, get to high ground as safely and surely as possible.
Yep, and if it turns out that, we've dodged another natural disaster, then that has been a really, really good process to see how NEMA works and how people and communities respond to the directives.
I think that's right, and there's always learning from every experience, and there'll be learning from this as well.
Yeah.
So if that's what the outcome is, then well done us. We'll be even better prepared for next time.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Thank you so much, Dr. Shane Ritty, who is on a hill overlooking the harbour and already seeing that movement of the water. And so many people have commented on that, on the fullness and the fact that many of the areas look like it's high tide. We've got an emergency alert for all Auckland coastal regions. That's just come up on my phone. And that would be the emergency alert for Auckland coastal areas. So people in coastal areas should get to higher ground and stay there until further instructions. I was fishing on my kayak up the Thames coast at about 10 a.m. A couple of lads on a jet ski came out to warn me of the third earthquake and to get off the water. I paddled back to shore. I'm amazed there are still lots of boats heading up the Thames Coast Road. I'm amazed too. Still 2 hours to high tide, just driven over the causeway on the northwestern motorway. already looking like a very, very high tide now. So anybody who is enjoying their latte on Browns Bay Beach, perhaps now would be a good time to get off and get to higher ground, go inland, please. Staying in the motel on the waterfront in Paihia, received no auto message on our mobiles. Do we need a special app? All the shops are shut. We've scarpered back towards our home in Auckland if we can get through Whangarei. I would just head towards higher ground if you're in Paihia. Just head to higher ground and go as far inland as you possibly can. We go now live to the Beehive. Minister Kerry Allen and Roger Ball, Director of NEMA, to address the press.
Well, kia ora tātou. Tuatahi, first I just want to acknowledge that this has been an extraordinary morning for many New Zealanders up and down the country. From 2:30 this morning, essentially, some people have been up worried about their homes, their families. I've had throughout the course of this morning, I've been briefed by my colleagues here. I have Roger Ball, who is the National Director from the National Emergency Management Agency, and GNS science expert Bill Fry with me as well, who will be able to elaborate on some of the causes for what's happened this morning, as well as the way that the approach to this event has been managed. But first, I do want to acknowledge the people of Te Tairāwhiti, the East Coast, those up in Pewhairangi in the Bay of Islands, those that have had to pick up their homes, pivot and evacuate, and have done so exceptionally well. The messaging was, when it is long or strong, get gone. This morning, whether that was at 2:30 or whether that was later on throughout the course of the morning, we saw New Zealanders literally adhere to that advice. They felt the long or strong earthquakes and they knew to grab their bag and head into the highlands. I can only but thank and acknowledge the tireless efforts of the men and women from up and down the coast who knew how to act, when to act and what to do. This morning, I have had the opportunity to come from the National Crisis Management Centre here in the bunker. I've been briefed by the national team as to the operations as they are unfolding across the country. What I will say is that this has been a dynamic event that is constantly evolving. Information has been provided on the basis sometimes of having to strike a balance, wanting to provide certainty to communities, but also having to trying to balance that with accuracy about how much information can be given. And I acknowledge my colleagues from both NEMA and GNS for being able to provide that balance throughout the course of this morning. As you'll know, the area that has had to be evacuated has been extended, and it now covers the area from the west coast of the North Island, from Cape Reinga to Ahipara, the east coast of the North Island from Cape Reinga to Whangarei, from Matata to Tolaga Bay, including Whakatane and Opotiki, and Great Barrier Island. Our civil defence emergency management groups in those affected regions have been activated and leading the response on the ground. I've just spoken literally with the team right now from Opotiki, who advised me that essentially all of that town has now been evacuated with the assistance from many stakeholders, including volunteers, the civil defence, as well as police. They have many of these centres have set themselves up and down the country in those areas that are most impacted and are providing regional responses. People have done, as I said at the outset, the right thing in the regions by picking up, packing up, and by and large staying calm. I want to acknowledge the anxiety for many families and for many people as those messages were coming through this morning. I want to acknowledge that so many people have done exceptionally well to follow the civil defence management messaging. And I want to thank the men, the women and children who have had their lives jolted this morning. Now, as we pivot towards the current environment that we're in, we're asking those that have moved to high ground or inland to remain where you are until the official all clear is given. The official all clear will be given when we have the advice that it is right to do so. We know that people may get a little, perhaps, tired or bored sitting at home or whatever it may be. But we are asking, please do not go and leave those areas until you have the all clear. I'm going to hand over to my colleagues from the National Emergency Management Agency and GNS to provide some further context, and then we'll be happy to take a couple of questions.
Thank you, Minister. Morena tātou. As I'm sure you are aware, the National Emergency Management Agency issued a tsunami warning this morning following a magnitude 8.1 earthquake northeast of New Zealand near the Kermadec Islands around 9 a.m. The areas under land and marine threat, as the Minister has specified, are the following: the west coast of the North Island from Cape Reinga to Ahipara, the east coast of the North Island from Cape Reinga to Whangarei, from Matata to Tolaga Bay, including Whakatane and Opotiki and Great Barrier Island. Strong and unusual currents and unpredictable surges near the shore may be expected in other parts of New Zealand. This could affect beach, harbour, estuary and small boat activities, so we're advising to play it safe. In those areas, people do need to stay off the beach and out of the water. The full list of those areas is relatively extensive. It is on our website on civildefence.govt.nz. The severity of currents and surges will vary over the period this morning that the warning is in effect for. We are advising people to stay out of the water, as I say, including the sea, rivers and estuaries, so that includes not going out in boats. We ask that people do not go sightseeing. This is important. The first wave may not be the largest. Tsunami activity will continue for several hours and the threat must be regarded as real until this warning is cancelled. Evacuation advice overrides the current COVID-19 alert level requirements. Listen to local civil defence authorities and follow any instructions regarding evacuation of your area. If you are told to evacuate, do not stay at home. Stay 2 metres away from other people if you are able to safely do so while you evacuate. Do not return until an official all-clear message is given by Civil Defence. The National Crisis Management Centre has been activated, as the Minister has said, in the Beehive in Wellington. All Civil Defence emergency management groups are active and closely monitoring the situation across the regions in support of their communities. Tsunami sirens in some areas have been used to advise of the warning. Regarding the emergency mobile alert, a series of EMAs, emergency mobile alerts, were issued to areas under land threat this morning, asking people to evacuate out of all tsunami zones to high ground or inland. The first alert was sent to the initial areas under the land threat on the east coast of the North Island. The warning was then extended to include the top of the west coast of the North Island. Only those in areas under land threat were sent the emergency mobile alert message. Thank you. That concludes my update. Minister.
We're happy to take any questions.
Minister, can you let us know if there was any warning that these quakes would be coming?
Look, the advice that we received is that the information came in from this morning, but I might turn to Bill Fry, who is from GNS, who has been monitoring the indices for us.
No, there's no way we can predict when the earthquakes happen. So the first of this morning came without any significant warning. Then after that, when we see a big earthquake like this, we know that we're more likely to see another earthquake after that. So we're particularly vigilant after the first earthquake, looking for the follow-on earthquakes.
Can you explain how the three are connected and why they're doing it? And also maybe a comment on how unusual it is to see earthquakes of this size.
Yeah. So I can comment on how the first and the last are related, because we have a pretty good feel for the physics and the science around that. The second middle earthquake, it's a bit more tenuous, so it happened quite far away, I think 1,000 kilometers away from the first earthquake. When we have a big earthquake like the first one at 2 o'clock this morning, we know in the region that's very proximal to that earthquake, the nearby region, we know it's highly likely to have another earthquake. Usually that's not bigger than the first, which is what we've seen today, but it does happen. It's not unexpected. And then when you get farther and farther away, you have to invoke other mechanisms that are a little less certain, certainly in the early hours of a response.
How long have you been doing this, and how unusual is this in your experience?
I've been in New Zealand for 13 years responding to large earthquakes and tsunamis. This is the first time we've had this particular sequence, but every sequence we get, it's usually complicated, and we usually learn from it, and that's what I expect we'll do today.
Could you please clarify what the message is for Aucklanders who are near beaches?
Yeah. Look, so the messaging is, all of the messaging is available on the Civil Defence website. There has not been any notification that they need to evacuate, only in those areas where they have been required to do so.
That's correct. Auckland is not within the regions that are being asked to evacuate. Auckland does have a beach and marine threat, as the Minister says, and they need to stay off the beach and out of the water.
Did the warning systems work overnight? There didn't seem to be tsunami sirens or that kind of thing?
Yeah, look, so the information that we've received this morning is that the system has held up, but as you'll be aware, with any event we always undertake reviews, and we're constantly reviewing throughout the course as we're going as well. The warning system that went out this morning, because we had that first lot at 2:30, it was very targeted to those areas where there may be risk to life. So it was to quite smaller groupings. That obviously over the course of the day has been expanded as we got to that third earthquake. The advice that we've received is that the warning system is adequate, but I also too want to make the note that there have all of the media have played a significant role today in informing and keeping people very abreast of what it is that they should be doing, and I need to acknowledge the important role you've all played. The NEMA system doesn't operate in isolation. It requires people to carry that information, of which this team here has been exceptional stewards of. So where we look to in terms of the real impacts on the ground, do people know what they're meant to be doing? By and large, the responses and the feedback that we're getting is yes.
So just to recap, we leave Kiri Allen, Minister for Emergency Management, Roger Ball, the Director of NEMA. Kiri Allen says the situation is dynamic, continuing to change. Anyone who has evacuated must stay in a safe place until they're given the all clear to return. Kiri Allen says people are doing the right thing by following evacuation instructions and staying calm. Civil Defence says coastal inundation, otherwise known as flooding, is expected on the east coast of the North Island from Cape Reinga to Whangarei, from Matata to Tolaga Bay, including Whakatane and Portiki. The warning also applies to the North Island's west coast from Cape Reinga to Ahipara and Great Barrier Island.
Hey Aucklanders, if you're at home and want to get some jobs done while you've got the time, your local Wet and Forget stores are open for contactless pickup at the door. Simply turn up and we'll be your personal shopper. Or phone your local stores and we'll have your favourite Wet and Forget products packaged up, ready to go. Window Witch, Miss Muffet's Revenge, Hitman, Wet and Forget Rapid, or maybe you're all out of Shower Witch. Whatever you need, we'll have your Kiwi-made products for the job. Contactless pickup at Wet and Forget 6 stores Auckland-wide. We're ready now.
Jersey Boys. The story of Frankie Valli in the Four Seasons is the internationally acclaimed musical seen by more than 26 million people worldwide. And it's coming soon to Auckland and Wellington. Be in to win in-season tickets in your choice of Auckland or Wellington before they sell out. Register your details now at newstalkzb.co.nz/Jersey Boys. Jersey Boys. Tickets on sale now through Ticketmaster, or be in to win with Newstalk ZB.
Solid, spacious, sporty. The new GLB SUV is the total package. Exclusive to Mercedes-Benz Auckland, the most versatile compact SUV, the GLB 200 is now available from just $77,990, with over $6,000 of value and savings and complimentary features, seating for up to 7 passengers and sporty AMG styling. The GLB is the perfect partner for life's twists and turns. Get in touch with the team at Mercedes-Benz Auckland. Terms, conditions and fees apply.
Hurry into Fruit World for this week's super fresh and tasty specials. Hawke's Bay large Freedom plums $5.99 a kilo, and Hawke's Bay sweet flatto peaches $4.99 a kilo. All Fruit World stores are open and supplying Auckland's freshest produce. Order your delivery at fruitworld.co.nz.
Fruit World, fresh makes the world go round.
Fruit World, the best of fresh for less, guaranteed.
Looking after each other at Alert Level 3. Wear a face covering on public transport and in public whenever you can. Scan QR codes with Bluetooth tracing turned on so you'll know if you've been near a COVID-19 case.
The One Roof app helps you find your dream home. Be the first to find out about the latest properties on the market. Get recent sales information, property records, news and insights on the go. Download the app today. One Roof. Everything you need to be property prepared.
Pure opinion, no holds barred. It's Kerry McIver Mornings on Newstalk ZB.
A texter writes, could someone at some stage please put a massive shout out to the police? There are about 50 cars on Coal Hill Road in Mangawhai. They've just turned up with water, fruit and buns for everyone. These are the same police that man our COVID checkpoints. Thanks to them all. Yeah, and as always when it comes to police, they're the ones running too, while the rest of us are running away. So all the police officers, all the hard-working men and women out there, consider yourself shouted out to. Thank you very much for all that you do and to all our emergency workers and the volunteers.
Specsavers know we could all use a spare pair for your new style of hair or to block out the glare. Specs or shades. Get both for $169, including single vision lenses. Only at Specsavers. Conditions apply.
Looking after each other at Alert Level 3. Stay at home within your bubble. Work and learn from home if you can. If you're sick or have symptoms, call Healthline to ask about getting a test. Unite against COVID-19.
Why sell your car at USell North Shore? Because you pay no commission. You keep the cash. Why wouldn't you sell at USell North Shore, 51 Hillside Road, Glenfield, or usell.co.nz.
You'll sell at USell.
At World Moving and Storage, we can pretty much move anything, anywhere. Like this jingle.
World Moving and
It'll be delivered by this time tomorrow. Give us a call. 0800 4WORLD.
Fine Wine Delivery.co.nz.
Hi, it's Jeff. A magical red wine clearance from a magical vintage. 2019 Vital Legacy Cabernet Merlot and Legacy Syrah are the last ever releases from this famous estate. A long history of 96 to 98 out of 100 ratings. Our clearance price is magical.
Fine Wine Delivery.co.nz.
Hello, I'm Brian Cree from Radius Care. Our team's commitment to the care of every person in every one of our residential care homes couldn't be stronger. We focus on employing people who are by nature kind, compassionate and completely professional in everything they do. They have the biggest hearts. So when you entrust us to look after your loved one's day-to-day needs, you can be sure they're receiving world-class care from the best people around. Because at Radius Care, caring is our calling.
Through life, we stress our bodies and ourselves with ills and chills, overeating, alcohol and lack of sleep, damaging our cells and depleting a vital cell molecule called NAD. True Niagen has been scientifically researched to support your healthy NAD levels, which then supports cellular energy, tissue repair and regeneration. It's time to age better. True Niagen, health from the inside. Order now at trueniagen.co.nz. Always read the label and take as directed.
Newstalk ZB, Ron wanted Stevie Wonder's Higher Ground, which would have been perfect. However, it's been a busy old morning, as you can appreciate. And Helen already had lined up Sir Rod Stewart, who will lead what tourism bosses hope will be a mass sing-along of his hit Sailing to promote the country around the world during the America's Cup. His performance of the song, specially recorded in London, will be broadcast to crowds in the America's Cup Village and on TV throughout New Zealand next Saturday if alert levels allow. Well, they bloody well should. We'll be hearing about that around about 4 p.m. after the cabinet briefing. Please, everybody, stay away from the beaches today. Today is not a great day to go to the beach. Stay away from the beaches, anywhere where you are around New Zealand. And then I will know that I'll be able to safely talk to you on Monday. Have a great weekend. What a week, people. What a week. Rod Stewart, Sir Rod Stewart and Sailing will take us through to the news at midday.
Hi, it's Jeff. A magical red wine clearance from a magical vintage. 2019 Vital Legacy Cabernet Merlot and Legacy Syrah are the last ever releases from this famous estate. A long history of 96 to 98 out of 100 ratings. Our clearance price is magical.
Fine Wine Delivery.co.nz.
The King Anniversary Sale ends soon. Save on the best in Australian furniture design. Why buy ordinary furniture when you can come home to King? Sale ends soon. Visit the King Parnell showroom or shop online today.
My family feels better with Health 2000.
Support circulatory health, joint health and tissue comfort with LifeStream high-strength omega-3 1800 grams. Omega-3 fatty acids provide powerful support for mobility and health. Buy LifeStream now for just $16.45. That's half price. Available from March 4th to 7th only. Read the label and take as directed in-store or online at Health 2000.
My family feels better with Health 2000.
This Saturday morning, Jack Tame talks gardening with Brookline Past, thanks to Still Shop Courtesy Tools, to keep you going while your tools are in for service or repair. Gardening every Saturday morning with Still Shop, only on Newstalk ZB.
Solid, spacious, sporty. The new GLB SUV is the total package. Exclusive to Mercedes-Benz Auckland, the most versatile compact SUV. The GLB 200 is now available from just $76,990 with over $6,000 of value in savings and complimentary features. Seating for up to 7 passengers and sporty AMG styling. The GLB is the perfect partner for life's twists and turns. Get in touch with the team at Mercedes-Benz Auckland. Terms, conditions and fees apply.
Hey Aucklanders, if you're at home and want to get some jobs done while you've got the time, your local Wet and Forget stores are open for contactless pickup at the door. Simply turn up and we'll be your personal shopper. Or phone your local stores and we'll have your favourite Wet and Forget products packaged up, ready to go. Window Witch, Miss Muffet's Revenge, Hitman, Wet and Forget Rapid, or maybe you're all out of Shower Witch. Whatever you need, we'll have your Kiwi-made products for the job. Contactless pickup at Wet and Forget 6 stores Auckland-wide. We're ready now.
In Auckland on 89.4, this is Newstalk ZB. Your official civil defence station, live from the Newstalk ZB News Centre. This is Newstalk ZB News.
It's 12 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Malcolm Jordan. A tsunami warning is in effect for New Zealand coastal areas after this morning's 8.1 magnitude earthquake in the Kermadec Islands. Emergency Management Minister Kerry Allen says this is an evolving situation and the evacuation warnings have extended since earlier today.
It now covers the area from the west coast of the North Island from Cape Reinga to Ahipara, the east coast of the North Island from Cape Reinga to Whangarei, from Matata to Tolaga Bay, including Whakatane and Opotiki, and Great Barrier Island.
Kerry Allen says people have evacuated exceptionally well.
We saw New Zealanders literally adhere to their advice. They felt the long or strong earthquakes and they knew to grab their bag and head into the Highlands.
People who have moved inland should stay there until they get an official all clear. And the National Emergency Management Agency's Roger Ball says it's important that people don't go sightseeing.
The first wave may not be the largest. Tsunami activity will continue for several hours and the threat must be regarded as real until this warning is cancelled.
The evacuation advice overrides COVID-19 alert level requirements, but people should still stay apart where it's safe to do so. SPCA Scientific Officer Alison Vaughan says wherever possible, people evacuating should take pets with them.
With some large animals, this may be a little bit more complicated to do in a rush. You may entail talking to your neighbours, seeing if they can help to move, but if not, leave them in higher ground with food and water.
A smaller warning has now been issued for Auckland, where there is no need to evacuate, but people should keep away from coastal areas. This means a threat to beach, harbour, estuary and small boat activities. GNS science expert Bill Fry says there are often other large shakes after a major earthquake, but it's unlikely to be bigger than the 8.1 quake. National MP Shane Retty is in Whangarei and says the sea is changing.
We're watching the harbour. I'm seeing a fullness in the last 10 to 15 minutes, and I've had a contact on high ground along the coast, and they're starting to get a brown surge coming in.
Further down the country, on the East Cape, a Nauru Bay resident, Linda Tatari, is in the hills with about 50 others. She says they've been there since 2:30am and they're exhausted.
All the campers have gone, no cars or the like, but just 2 caravans left behind. Everyone else is gone.
Linda Tatare. St John ambulance services are still available across the country except in the threatened coastal areas. For staff safety, they say they can't respond to calls within 2 kilometres of affected areas. Operations Deputy Chief Executive Dan Ows says they've activated their National Crisis Communication Centre to monitor the situation. Inter-islander sailings have also been affected by the tsunami warning. The Aratiri and the Kaitaki have delayed berthing in Picton until the threat is passed. The Kaiarahi is continuing into Wellington Harbour as normal. In other news, 13 parties facing charges in relation to the Whakaari White Island eruption can now be named. They're White Island Tours, Whakaari Management Limited and directors James, Peter and Andrew Buttle, Kahu NZ, GNS Science, the National Emergency Management Agency, Volcanic Air Safaris, Arius Limited, In-Flight Charters, ID Tours and Tauranga Tourism Services. Lawyers for them appeared in the Auckland District Court this morning. Because of Auckland's Alert Level 3 status, several appeared via video call. The judge opened the hearing by acknowledging those who lost their lives in the eruption and the communities affected here and overseas. The next hearing will be in June. And a man has appeared in court charged with threatening to kill over messages posted online about attacking Christchurch mosques. The threats were made just ahead of the anniversary of the terror attack that killed 51 people at the Al Noor and Linwood mosques in 2019. The 27-year-old had his first appearance before a judge in the Christchurch District Court.
For Newstalk ZB Sport, good afternoon. Golfer Lydia Ko has stormed home in the opening round at her second LPGA tournament of the season in Florida. She's carded a 3-under par 69 to be 2 shots off the lead. Ko was even par going out before returning with a bogey and 4 birdies. Liverpool's crash to a 5th straight English Premier League football loss at Anfield for the first time, defeated 1-0 by Chelsea. A 42nd-minute Mason Mount goal completed their demise, leaving them 7th on the competition log and 22 points off leaders Manchester City. Manager Jurgen Klopp says even making the top 4 appears a long way away now.
It's a massive blow. It's not done yet, but we don't have to talk about. If you lose that many games, what do you do? You don't have the right to go to the Champions League. That's how it is. We have to win football games.
Chelsea's up to 4th with the win. Meantime, a boost for the well-being of the Wellington Phoenix. Stephen Taylor's returning to the club for the rest of the A-League season. The former captain left in September to play in India, but has landed back in Australia and will complete quarantine before rejoining his teammates in a fortnight. Football coverage with propertyapprentice.co.nz. Free events available now. North Harbour's appointed co-coaches for this year's provincial rugby season. Ben Afiaki and Daniel Halangahu will share the mantle, replacing Kieran Kane, whose 2-year stint is ending. suspended. Awhiaki and Halingahu are both currently assistants at the Blues. I'm Elliot Smith. That's Newstalk ZB News and Sport with Window Witch from Wet and Forget for streak and spot-free windows. It's 5 after midday. Si and Phil are next.
Newstalk ZB Auckland. Time saver traffic.
Famous Warehouses giant tech sale on now. Good afternoon. Now we're starting off with a crash in Flatbush near Murphy's Park Drive and Murphy's Road. If you can update us, 0800 jammed. All of our motorways are flowing well. Up north, State Highway 1, it is slow through the Dome Valley both ways and just north of the Brenduin. Don't miss out on the bargains, a giant tech sale until Tuesday at the Warehouse. Ivanka Zonich for Time Saver Traffic.
Newstalk ZB Weather Watch 24/7 with roofcare.co.nz to repoint and recoat your concrete tile roof. For the Manukau and Waitemata harbours, variable 5 knots, a northwest of 10 developing this afternoon and early evening. Hauraki Gulf, variable 5, rising to northerly 15 this afternoon, easing to northwest 10 this evening. Bream Head to Cape Colville, northwest 10, rising to northerly 15 this afternoon, easing to northwest 10 this evening. The next high tide for Auckland is 5 past 1 this afternoon, and at Onehunga it's 10 past 4. For Auckland, mainly fine, isolated showers, northwesterlies, high 24, low 16 tonight. Cloud gradually increasing tomorrow with rain from late afternoon, northwesterlies and 24, and cloudy with isolated showers on Sunday. Right now in Auckland City, it's 21 degrees.
News, sport, business, entertainment, opinion, all packed into just 60 minutes. It's The Hour with Simon Barnett and Phil Gifford. Thanks to General Finance, trusted by New Zealanders since 2001 on Newstalk ZB.
7 past 12, what a very dramatic morning. G'day, Phil.
G'day, Si. G'day, everybody. Yes, and this is a day when obviously we very much hope that people are safe, that we don't have a situation where a tsunami does actually hit. There's been many, many warnings, and quite reasonably, because, as they say in the classics, mate, better to be safe than sorry.
Yeah, I did read just before coming on air, you know, they were suggesting that if it was going to hit in any significant fashion, 11:40 odd and then 11:50, they predicted. So thankfully, it's, 7 past 12 and nothing of any huge consequence at the moment. So we'll keep you posted, of course, through the rest of the afternoon. And after 1 o'clock, we're going to be talking to John Carter, the Far North Mayor, hopefully the Whangarei Mayor, the Civil Defence Minister. We'll just keep you in touch throughout that hour and see any developments. So stick around for that. And we'll get the latest briefing, of course, in the news at the half hour and the top of the hour. So we'll keep you abreast of anything, any developments at all, anything you need to be aware of. We'll bring those to you. It was kind of weird, mate, because I don't know if you felt it, but about, it would have been 2:15, so that was the first earthquake, the 7.1, I think, as distinct from the Kermadec, which was 8.1. But I was definitely woken by a rolling sensation. I'm very familiar with the earthquakes. Trust me on that. In Christchurch, yeah. And so, it was, as I say, it was about 2:15, and then this gentle rolling, and it was very, very marked, the difference between the Christchurch quakes and this one. So I thought, that's weird. I've got to know them so well, as many people in the region have. Rolling, a little bit of creaking of the roof, rolling for about 30 seconds. And I thought, I wonder, check GeoNet immediately. Nothing, you see. And I thought, that's weird. And it wasn't until early this morning I checked again thinking, did I imagine that? Then I saw that it was way up north. I'm like, holy smoke, that must have been biggie. Then I saw 7.1. So, bizarre, very bizarre. But as I say, we'll keep you posted. 3:30 today, we are still going to do You the Man.
We're also going to do You the Man. And actually, it feels very strange after a tsunami talking to say. But anyway, hopefully by then we'll know that everything is okay and we're all right and we'll be doing You the Man. Then at 3 o'clock we're addressing another major issue in most people's lives. How long?
How long is it okay to leave washing in your washing machine? There's actually a scientist that's done a report on this. See, I'm terrible at doing the washing. Then I'll shoot out for a couple of hours and I'll go back into the machine and it's a bit whiffy. But, it's okay. If you don't leave it in there all day, it's fine. Well, let's find out what the experts say and get your thoughts.
And 2 o'clock, this is a really, really interesting story from the UK about, amongst many things, for example, it's about the rate of obesity and what an incredibly difficult thing obesity is. And that rolls on into the fact with COVID-19, the more obese you are, the more likely you are to have major health issues with COVID-19. As well as, of course, we're already well aware, long before COVID ever came along, there's a whole range of issues that people that are morbidly obese have, aren't there?
And the mortality rate of those that are obese, with COVID deaths is astronomical. It's incredible how many overweight people have died with COVID. So
much more by comparison with people that are not obese.
Absolutely. Yeah. So the government in the UK are looking at incentivising people to lose weight, and I think they're doing the same in Singapore. They have a bit like the old Fitbit, number of steps you do and you get a voucher or whatever. So we'll look at the prospect of, should our government be incentivising weight loss? Yep. I heard a fascinating bariatric surgeon, I think, this morning on Mike Hosking's show, just explaining how difficult it is for the morbidly obese to lose weight. And after a decade of research and science and surgery, this chap said, by and large, if you're morbidly obese, you don't actually get much better other than having surgery. That's the answer in a lot of cases. Yeah. And so we'll talk about that after 2 o'clock.
There you go.
And then we'll give you the breakdown on the tsunami risk and where we're at after 1 o'clock. We'll do that whole hour and get your stories too. We're very keen to talk to you about where you were, how you're feeling now. Of course, traffic's been a bit of an issue for those trying to get back or get out.
And also some of the unusual things, like at 12:01, a text came in just now saying, I live in Weymouth on the edge of the Manukau. It's supposed to be full tide, but it looks like low tide.
Yeah.
So there's some weird phenomenon happening up and down the country, and we'll talk about that after 1 o'clock too.
It's 12:11. Great to have you with us.
The Hour. Politics.
We are joined by Barry Soper. G'day, Barry.
Hello, Barry.
Good afternoon, guys. You know that bariatric surgery, you'll remember it, that was David Longy. He sort of put it into the headlines here in the 80s when he had it. And I remember how excited he was when he told me that he walked into a men's clothing store for the first time in his life and could basically select a suit off the rack. And, it must be incredible because the first time I ever met David Longy, he was a man mountain and he used to wear this big brown shot-coloured suit and it looked like a big top. But, absolutely incredible.
It is very interesting that. I mean, a number of politicians, I think Chester Burrows might have had that surgery, and of course Paula Bennett had it more recently.
Yes, right. A lot of politicians have had it.
Yeah. You can sort of understand that, can't you, Barry? Because I guess, once they get into Parliament, they're really burning the midnight oil, aren't they?
And the problem is, you've got feeding stations in the building itself, and David Longy, one thing he did like to do, other than talk was to eat. And there's always something to eat around Parliament, so that is a problem for some of them.
Absolutely. Look, a more pressing problem is this tsunami alert. Have you got more from the Beehive?
Yeah, well, the news conference has just finished a couple of minutes ago while you guys kicked off the show. And the word you mentioned at the beginning was safe. And, of course, that's become the operative word all round today, COVID safety, and now the tsunami threat. And weren't they big, those earthquakes? I mean, I never felt anything here in Auckland, but it was interesting that you did down in Christchurch.
Yeah.
But, 8.1 at 8:30 this morning, that is incredible, just near the Kermadec Islands. How can we be so sure, though, that a tsunami has been triggered? Well, if you listen to the expert at Victoria University, John Townsend, he says the magnitude of the quake and the depth of it is very important, and he explained it's the extent to which the seabed is abruptly lifted up in the quake, and on this one it was obviously lifted quite a way, and then it's sort of dumped down, and as it's dumped or subsides, water rushes out in all directions, and certainly it begins at the sea floor but then works its way up, and that's what we're worried about now. So the Beehive bunker, and that's quite an extensive little rabbit warren of corridors beneath the Beehive, that was kicked into action very early this morning, and our new Civil Defence Minister Kermadec Islands, who hails from the affected area, she has held that news conference with the Civil Defence Controller. He's new in the job as well, Roger Ball. So they've certainly had a baptism of fire today. Alan urged people who have gone to higher ground, and there's a lot of them in the affected areas, or the hopefully unaffected areas, to stay there until the all clear is given. She's followed in this bit of audio by Roger Ball.
We're asking those that have moved to high ground or inland to remain where you are until the official all clear is given. The official all clear will be given when we have the advice that it is right to do so. We know that people may get a little, perhaps, tired or bored sitting at home or whatever it may be. But we are asking, please do not go and leave those areas until you have the all clear.
We are advising people to stay out of the water, as I say, including the sea, rivers and estuaries, so that includes not going out in boats. We ask that people do not go sightseeing. This is important. The first wave may not be the largest. Tsunami activity will continue for several hours and the threat must be regarded as real until this warning is cancelled. Evacuation advice overrides the current COVID-19 alert level requirements.
So there you go, and essentially those sorts of warnings in terms of going into the beach or taking a boat out apply to Auckland as well. So once the all clear is given, we can get back to normal, and like you said, Si, fortunately at this stage, the timings that maybe a tsunami could have hit New Zealand, both the alert timings have now passed, and we can just, I guess, hope for the next few hours.
Yeah.
Yep, we'll keep our fingers crossed for that one, Barry. Now, back to the dreaded COVID. An alert level decision today, Barry, hopefully.
We can hope for the next few hours on that one as well.
Yeah, mate.
Well, Cabinet, if you listen to Aisha Verrill, they were meeting this morning, so they would have had divided attention, I would imagine, at that Cabinet meeting, because they would have been no doubt discussing the tsunami as well. But look, the COVID alert levels, they're very important, of course, to all of New Zealand, and particularly here in Auckland, and there's a general expectation, because there were no community cases today, that it will be lifted. And I guess the question for Cabinet, should it be lifted tonight, or will it be lifted maybe tomorrow night, or the 7-day would be 6 o'clock Sunday morning? I would say, look, given what's happened since we went into the higher alert levels, in fact, nothing has happened. There have been no community cases at all. And really, and I know it's sort of the yo-yo they'll be worried about, but given that most people have now been tested, if not all, then they, in my view, should move out of the alert levels tonight at midnight. Because like you said, Si, I think yesterday, that you knew of somebody who had a wedding, I think it was planned for this weekend. Hopefully they can go ahead with that, because that would be dreadful. And to extend it any further, given what hasn't happened, I think would be cruel to a number of people and very economically damaging to many, many more.
Yeah, very much so. And finally, Barry, I know that you and Heather have a little bit of gentle discord over this particular issue, that of the tamakis. Confusing signals from Brian and Hannah Tamaki?
Well, they're interesting, aren't they? That no, the discord that we had was that I think Heather felt that in fact, they had every right to leave the city, and indeed, when you look at the law, they did, because the alert levels never came in, as I said earlier, until 6 o'clock last Sunday morning. They heard about the alert level and decided to pack their bags and go down to Rotorua, which is what they did. My argument has always been that they are the leaders of a church, and they should be leading by example and not doing a runner when the alert level was announced. But nevertheless, that's neither here nor there. But look, the conflicting stories were fascinating yesterday. The reasons why they gave for leaving. Bishop Brian, he said he's in the people-changing business, and for him to carry on in his people-changing business, he said it was very important for him to be able to carry on that, because he had previous bookings around the country at exactly the same time. Hannah Tamaki was on the airwaves. She was offering a very different explanation. She said if people actually checked out their Facebook page, they will have seen that Brian hunts in Te Anau every March, and we started seeing, she said, the alert levels. We just moved the hunting forward because he always said, I'd rather be in the bush. Now, that's something she said that we had decided that we'd take off and do that, just go a bit earlier. And then not only on that, they had conflicting stories at the same time on the airwaves on the Rotorua meeting. Now, Brian Tamaki, he said, and he told Heather on Drive last night, there were less than 25 or 20 to 25 people at that gathering in Rotorua. Well, at the same time, Hannah Tamaki, she was saying we only had 100 people in a 500-seat auditorium. Now, you can never accuse these ecclesiastical people of telling porkies, but someone hasn't got their story straight.
No, a bit of confusion. Let's call it confusion.
I think that's the
Barry.
kind version of it. Yeah.
That's the one.
Good on you, Barry. Well, really nice to talk with you, mate. Have an enjoyable weekend, and we'll see you next week.
You too, guys. Cheers.
Take care.
Barry Soper with us, 12:20. We get the regional wrap-up in a moment with Scarlett Swetanovic.
Save 12 cents off every litre for the first 3 months when you sign up for a Z Business Plus fuel card. Apply now at z.co.nz/business. T's and C's apply.
9/4 eel as big as a taniwha. It bit her arm, but it was worth it because we ate it.
It's time the stories of our mokopuna guided us to get a mammogram. A little discomfort could save your life. Book now. breastcancerfoundation.org.nz.
I want furniture now. I want comfort now. I want value now. Furniture now. I want to step into style. Come home to a smile. Modern design. This world is mine. Bed to the lounge. It's style I found. This is my space. This is my place. I want comfort now. I want value now.
FurnitureNow.co.nz.
Furniture now.
For the largest range of water features and decorative landscaping products in New Zealand, head online to Stone and Water World. Ponder your new garden or alfresco area with a fresh and creative vision, inspired at stoneworld.co.nz. From bonsais to Buddhas, sundials to stone sculptures, natural river stone to polished pebbles and more. Hours of enjoyment at stoneworld.co.nz. They're closed during level 3, but click and collect is now available.
Stone and Water World. Open 7 days.
Use the sun's energy to make your own free power. Save even more money using Tesla Powerwall 2 to store it and use your own power all night long. Plus get 4 years interest-free. Lending criteria, fees, T's and C's apply. Call Harrison Solar 0800 00 33 53.
Protect your jewellery from gutless thieving burglars. Get it valued by GemLab, New Zealand's most independent jewellery valuers. GemLab's internationally qualified gemologists can value your precious jewellery same day or even while you wait. Insurance companies and the police love GemLab's comprehensive reports. Call 0800 GemLab or visit 42 Constellation Drive, Mairangi Bay. gemlab.co.nz.
I'm Heather Duplessis-Allen and I'm excited to bring you Season 2 of our international award-winning podcast series, HP Business Class, The Story of New Zealand Business. We have some amazing and courageous leaders in this country with compelling and inspiring stories. In this series, we delve into their business journey, the wins, the losses, and notably, adapting in a COVID-19 world.
HP Business Class, the story of New Zealand business. Subscribe to the podcast now on iHeartRadio. HP, keep reinventing.
12:23, Newstalk ZB. Right, let's talk with Scarlett Swetanovic. G'day, Scarlett.
Hello, Scarlett.
Good afternoon.
Well, a rather anxious morning for many in the Upper North Island.
Yeah, that's right, after multiple tsunami warnings in place for the Upper North Island. And that first followed an early morning earthquake off the East Cape. And the tsunami warning there was lifted about 6 a.m. That early quake, it was felt across the country, including as far away as Dunedin. We had a woman who lives in an old stone house in the Chatham Islands, Helen. She says it was the biggest quake she's ever felt. She says she didn't know where to stand on the old rock. And in the North Island, one woman, Casey, says she found herself swinging back and forth on the toilet. She thought it was relating to her pregnancy as she was due to have her baby on Monday, but then she saw the door swinging and realised it was an earthquake. Now, many people didn't receive messages to evacuate from the tsunami risk in the area, but officials say that the focus was on getting key messages to areas where loss of life was possible. Now, as I say, that tsunami warning was lifted at 6, and then we had another couple put in place, the biggest one following the earthquake in the Kermadec Islands around 8:30, and Civil Defence still saying that coastal inundation flooding on land is expected in several areas. And that has seen chaos in some cities. One Whangarei resident said traffic there was really heavy, people trying to get out of the city centre and get onto higher land, but saying that most people are staying calm. Newstalk ZB's Tim Dowder, he said there's been bumper-to-bumper traffic where he is, and further down the country on the east coast, Anora Bay resident Linda Tatare is in the hills with about 50 others. Lots of people gathering around the hills waiting until they're told they can come back down to safety.
Yeah, and no indication, obviously, yet, Scarlett, of when those warnings might be lifted, are there?
No, we haven't been told when those warnings will be lifted at this point, but being told that people in those areas where the warnings are in place should stay put until local civil defence or authorities tell them it is safe to do so.
Very good. Now, 2 women and a man have pleaded not guilty to murder in the Wellington High Court this morning.
Now, this is the murder of Raoul Tongia. So, Tane Tararo, Breeze Hunt Weston and Louise Kelly Hume, they all appeared in the Wellington High Court this morning. Breeze Hunt Weston and Louise Kelly Hume, they're charged with being a party to Tongia's murder, and Tane Tararo is charged with being an accessory after the fact. So, they're due to reappear for trial in May. 3 other women have already been charged in relation to the killing. However, police investigations are ongoing and they're calling for anyone that may have information to come forward still. They're not ruling out further arrests.
OK, and a court appearance for a man charged with making threats to 2 Christchurch mosques, Scarlett?
Yeah, so he has appeared in court, this 27-year-old made his first appearance before a judge this morning in the Christchurch District Court. And this is in regards to those threats posted online about attacking those 2 Christchurch mosques on the 2-year anniversary of the terror attacks. So, as I say, he made his first appearance. He has interim name suppression until his next court appearance on March 19th. He will remain in custody until then. Now, he appeared in the dock dressed in a white shirt. He often had his head down while in court. His father was in attendance at the back of the courtroom for the appearance. So, for those who haven't heard that, there was armed police carrying out search warrants at properties in St Albans and Linwood last night. 2 people were initially arrested, but then 1 was released. Police held a late-night press conference where they announced this charge and said that further charges are potentially on the cards there as well. And they're also saying they're ensuring there will be a heavy security presence for the Muslim community with the anniversary of the mosque attacks 10 days away.
All right, Scarlett, well, thank you very much for that. Busy morning for you, crazy morning, and have a nice weekend. We'll talk next week.
Thank
All
you.
the best, Scarlett.
See ya.
Take care.
28 past 12, Newstalk ZB. Get the latest headlines next.
Tricky renovation decisions are easy with Flooring Extra's new Reside collection, marrying style and quality with value. Mix and match hard and soft flooring to find the floors you love. House lot deals from $3,299 only at Flooring Extra.
Longridge Country Estate in Paeroa will be the region's biggest, finest and best value retirement village with spacious villas, amazing community amenities and comprehensive care facilities coming for your peace of mind. Come and take a look for yourself. Open days this weekend from 11 a.m. till 3 p.m. For more information, phone 0800 928 928. That's 0800 928 928 or see longridgecountryestate.co.nz.
Through life, we stress our bodies and our cells with ills and chills, overeating, alcohol and lack of sleep, damaging our cells and depleting a vital cell molecule called NAD. True Niagen has been scientifically researched to support your healthy NAD levels, which then supports cellular energy, tissue repair and regeneration. It's time to age better. True Niagen, health from the inside. Order now at trueniagen.co.nz. Always read the label and take as directed.
At NetSafe, we support the net safety of people like this.
Dear, what's DP? Whoa, hang on, Mum.
Mom, what does KYS mean?
Wait.
With whānau spending more time online than ever, you're the one trying to manage it all. Visit NetSafe, read the Staying Safe online guide to find out how you can keep them safe. And if you run into trouble, we can help.
Never mind, I just found out. Oh, no.
If you don't really have the time to get to Bunnings or browse,
it's so easy to do online shopping. Jump online and buy it right then and there.
You can get it delivered to your house, or you can come and pick it up in store.
Simple and easy.
Shop at Bunnings, wherever you are, whenever you want.
This summer safety tip from Cabot. Do up your deck in a day with Cabot's AquaDeck.
Everyone, regardless of skin type, should be aware of the risk of skin damage caused by sun exposure. Even if you have olive skin, you still need protection. Slip into a shirt and slip into some shade, especially between 11 and 4 when the ultraviolet rays are most fierce.
This summer safety tip from Cabot's. Bring your deck to life this summer with Cabot's Aquadeck.
Newstalk ZB headlines.
With Blue Bubble taxis, it's no trouble with a blue bubble. A tsunami warning is in effect for New Zealand coastal areas after this morning's 8.1 magnitude earthquake in the Kermadec Islands. Civil Defence says affected people should evacuate because waves could reach 1 to 3 metres on the east coast of the North Island, from Cape Reinga to Whangarei and from Matata to Tolaga Bay, including Whakatane and Opotiki. The warning also applies to the North Island's west coast, from Cape Reinga to Ahipara and on Great Barrier Island. People who have evacuated should stay put until they get an official all clear. Emergency Management Minister Kitty Allen says there is no time frame at the moment and it could be a while.
And so it may even be as lengthy as sometime this afternoon.
Allen says officials are working to make sure the science is robust and that they've mitigated the risk to life before people go home. She says everyone needs to follow civil defence instructions, including people in Auckland, which is still at COVID-19 alert level 3.
In this circumstance, the civil defence messaging and instructions override the COVID ones for now.
People are being urged to stay away from the water in most parts of the country. Strong and unusual currents and unpredictable surges are expected near the shore on the east and west coast of both islands. Hawke's Bay isn't covered by the coastal inundation warning, but Hawke's Bay Civil Defence says people in low-lying red zone areas at Mahia, Wairua, Napier, Clive and Porongahau should evacuate. People are also being warned to stay away from beaches on the Coromandel Peninsula between Port Charles and Whiritoa. There's also a warning to stay away from all beaches and shore areas in Auckland. Matthew Hooton comments lockdown 4 sparking the Prime Minister's wrath. See more at NZ Herald Premium. Now back to Simon Barnett and Phil Gifford.
That's me in the corner. That's me in the spotlight, losing my religion. Trying to keep up with you, and I don't know if I can do it. Oh no, I've said too much. I haven't said enough. I thought that I heard you laughing. I thought that I heard you sing.
That's R.E.M. Losing My Religion. This day in 1992, R.E.M. cleaned up in the Rolling Stone Music Awards, winning Album of the Year for Out of Time, Artist of the Year, and Best Single for this song, Losing My Religion.
The writer of that song, Michael Stipe, said in 2000 that, believe it or not, Losing My Religion, despite the title, actually has nothing at all to do with religion, but is actually about obsession and unrequited love. He says, quote, "That's a powerful and dangerous combination."
Never a truer word spoken, Michael.
Very right.
Oh no, I've said too much. I set it up.
27-1.
Here's Raylene with all the news you never knew you needed to know.
Good afternoon, Raylene.
Hello, Raylene.
With everything that's going on, this seems really kind of, I don't know, unnecessary. But anyway, I have to... This is just so stupid.
But surreal.
It is. It's all very surreal. But I'm just. It pleases me when I hear Kitty Allen, who was just so new at the job, doing so well with her kind of first major incident, and then thanking everybody for doing such a great job in evacuating. So good on you. We're all thinking of you. But let's just look forward to Easter, because Easter's, you know, apart from Simon, I appreciate what Easter means to you, but for the rest of us, perhaps a little bit more of the chocolate part of things. So Cadbury, in that vein, have actually released a beer version. I'm talking about the drinking beer version of their famed cream egg chocolate. What? I know.
A beer that tastes like cream eggs.
So the chocolate makers have teamed up with Goose Island on the Golden Goobly product. It was launched in celebration of the cream eggs' 50th anniversary. They've been around for 50 years. So the description reads the eclectic, lordy lord, the eclectic blend of malted barley, oats, wheat and milk sugar provides a deliciously rich and creamy texture with cacao nibs and vanilla beans that lift the cream and chocolatey notes to deliver a celebratory beer that is smooth, rich and excellently balanced. So it's going to be kind of like this rich, creamy, eggy beer.
It sounds actually, to me, I've got to be honest, disgusting. But what do I know about? Because I don't know. I'm not much of a beer drinker these days. I was a lot when I was young. But so it's a matter of interest. Would you ever consider, or Raylan, would you guys ever consider having an Easter egg with a beer?
No.
No.
Something savoury.
They stand alone. Everybody's just trying to be a wee bit different. And locals, because this chocolate factory over in England is in Birmingham, I think. And what have they done? There is a local brewery, but no, they've gone to the Goose Brewery in Chicago. So they're not very impressed by that either. We're always upset about something.
Absolutely.
But just stick with what we know and just eat the chocolate and eat the chocolate and eat the chocolate.
Damn straight. Raylene, you have a great weekend.
Thanks,
you
Raylene.
too, guys. Stay safe.
See ya. Bye. 25 to 1.
Taking you through the hour. It's Simon Barnett and Phil Gifford, thanks to General Finance, trusted by New Zealanders since 2001 on Newstalk ZB.
Joining us from thecountry.co.nz now, it is Rowena Duncan. G'day, Ro.
Hello, Ro.
G'day, guys. Happy Friday.
And to you.
Same to you.
What are you up to for the weekend?
Oh, nothing, because I was supposed to be at the Golden Shears, so I have zero plans. So, yeah.
Isn't it disappointing for all those big events organisers? Man.
Oh, really disappointing, yeah. And look, there'll be thousands and thousands of people in the same situation as me, so you just got to make the most of it. Nice weekend around home.
Good.
Do a bit more work. So,
Good on you.
yeah.
Good on you.
Very good.
Hey, good news from Fonterra. They've upped their milk price forecast.
They have indeed. So it was previously between $6.90 and $7.50, midpoint $7.20. It is now between $7.30 and $7.90 with a midpoint of $7.60. So that is fantastic news for farmers. It's getting up there to be one of the biggest payouts potentially of Fonterra's 21-year history, which is really good. And basically what it's come down to, why we're seeing these high prices, why we've seen 11 out of the last 12 dairy auctions be positive, is really been to strong demand out of China. Their food service has recovered really well, especially compared to lots of other places around New Zealand. We've seen strong buying from there, not stockpiling so much, which is what farmers were initially concerned about. But, you know, customers are continuing to get good product in the market over there. They're paying well for it. There have been so many changes in the global supply chain, a lot of disruption there, and Fonterra have come through it pretty well. They've just kind of weathered that storm really, and made sure that they are getting product to where it needs to, and it's working for them. And the thing is, this is good for farmers who've worked really hard, especially over the last kind of 12 months, to ensure that they are sending good product overseas, that they are trying to do everything on farm to combat some of these climatic and changes around that, the legislation. They have obviously kicked up quite a lot of stink around that because it hasn't always been fair, but they've still done a really good job on farm. They've put out good product and now they are reaping these rewards.
Absolutely. Now, look, unfortunately, a very stark contrast with Synlay's latest news.
Yeah, so Synlay Milk have withdrawn their earnings guidance for the 2021 year because they are continuing to experience, as they put it, significant uncertainty and volatility. So that's why I made that point about Fonterra, that they really have put so much effort into, combating the challenges that COVID-19 has thrown up. The other thing, though, with Synlay is that their biggest customer and 20% owner is A2 Milk, who, as we know, has been in a wee bit of strife lately. I mean, still posting a $120 million profit, but that was quite significantly below, 35% below their net profit. So what's happened is that Synlay have said their profit will be about half that of the previous year. So that is quite significant. And their shares, as a result, yesterday dropped 39 cents or 10% to $3.46.
Yeah, very unfortunate news indeed. All right, Ro, well, listen, have a great weekend, won't you?
All the
you
best.
guys too.
Take care. Rowena Duncan from thecountry.co.nz. Entertainment and business coming next as the hour continues at Newstalk ZB.
Newstalk ZB Auckland. Time saver traffic.
Get the right fit and fit a Fujitsu. Now we're getting reports of a breakdown in Orewa, Hibiscus Coast Highway near Reed Beach Road. Our earlier crash in Flatbush near Murphy's Park Drive, that has been cleared. All of our motorways are flowing freely. Just delays up North State Highway 1 through the Dome Valley and just north of the Brenduin. Contact a Fujitsu accredited installer today to make your home comfortable. Ivanka Zonich for Time Saver Traffic.
The Superior Sailor Series, thanks to B&G, the world's leading sailing navigation and instrument specialist. Brad Butterworth was the tactician who brought the old mug to New Zealand back in 1995. Following Team New Zealand's defence at the turn of the century, Butterworth and compatriot Sir Russell Coutts were lambasted by the public and certain sections of the media for signing with Swiss syndicate Alinghi.
I think really the media, there was several talkback hosts that got stuck in. They got no idea about the game and identified Russell and myself, basically, and weighted it, and so they made it hard. But actually what they did is they made us stronger in terms of our resolve. So it didn't work out, you know. It was actually pathetic. It had nothing to do with sailing. I had no idea of our lives or what we've done or what sacrifices we had made to get to where we've got.
Hear the full interview and any episodes you've missed on iHeartRadio. The Superior Sailor Series, thanks to B&G and Newstalk ZB.
Hey Aucklanders, if you're at home and want to get some jobs done while you've got the time, your local Wet and Forget stores are open for contactless pickup at the door. Simply turn up and we'll be your personal shopper. Or phone your local stores and we'll have your favourite Wet and Forget products packaged up, ready to go. Window Witch, Miss Muffet's Revenge, Hitman, Wet and Forget Rapid, or maybe you're all out of Shower Witch. Whatever you need, we'll have your Kiwi-made products for the job. Contactless pickup at Wet and Forget 6 stores Auckland-wide. We're ready now.
Today, up and down the country, trusted mechanics at Auto Super Shops did a muffler in mid-Canterbury, a clutch in the capital, brakes in Blenheim, a classic in Kapiti, shocks on the shore, a transmission in the Tron, a cam belt in Colleton, some discs in the desert, and a convertible by the coast, amongst other things. So, for quality vehicle servicing and repairs nationwide, call Auto Super Shops on 0800 455 655. We're New Zealand's mechanic.
Looking after each other at Alert Level 3. Wear a face covering on public transport and in public whenever you can. Scan QR codes with Bluetooth tracing turned on so you'll know if you've been near a COVID-19 case.
Hi, Steve here from Ian Hunt Flooring. Remember that solution dyed nylon carpet holds colour for longer. I'll make your choice easier at Ian Hunt Flooring.
Making your choice easier. Ian Hunt Flooring.
Newstalk ZB, 18 minutes away from 1. Right, let's talk business with our business reporter, Amy Shaw. Hi, Amy.
Hello. Afternoon, guys. How are you?
Very well, thank you. It's been a crazy morning. I guess an equally crazy morning for the team at My Food Bag. They've listed on the NZX and the ASX.
Yes, that's right. So they're about to list on the ASX at 1 p.m. But this morning they debuted on the NZX, and it was quite a disappointing one, actually. So they opened trading. Their shares were opening at $1.76, down 5%. So not quite the $1.85 that the company had in mind.
Oh, they were actually. It's very interesting. Are you surprised at that, Amy?
I am actually. The company sort of said in recent weeks that its initial public offering was oversubscribed, so that they had more demand than shares that they had on offer. So it is disappointing, and I'm sure it would have been really disappointing for the company following, I guess, the good demand in shares. But I guess the thing is, overall, the share market has been a little bit weaker over the last 2 to 3 weeks, not helped by lockdown. So that could be a reason for the drop in share price, or perhaps it was that the price was too high to start with.
Yeah, very intriguing. Amy, thank you for the update. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
17 minutes away from 1. Let's talk entertainment. G'day, Lydia.
Hello, Lydia.
Hello.
Well, many people will be very excited about this. Friends, the reunion. David Schwimmer, who of course played Ross on Friends, he's updated fans on Friends about the reboot.
Yeah, so it feels like this reunion has been teased forever at this point. It was basically been teased for over a year, and because of COVID-19 restrictions, they've held off filming the reunion special, but now they've realised that filming it in front of a live audience isn't so realistic, and so David Schwimmer has revealed it will film in little over a month, and it might even be better than what they had originally planned because they've had more time to make it even more exciting for fans.
Well, it's lovely that he feels that. Good to have confidence in your own show. Good on you, David. Now then, Megan, the interview, which I believe is going to be telecast, I should say, in New Zealand on Monday. What do you think Megan may reveal in her interview with Oprah Winfrey?
So it's actually screening on Tuesday night here, but I can say that Meghan Markle was set to reveal some very shocking stuff. Just from the teasers we've seen that have been released by CBS, she definitely struggles with her mental health, and she also reveals that she may have experienced racism while being in Britain in the royal family from the tabloids. So whatever we do find out from this interview, it's bound to be pretty explosive both for the royal family and also for the press. And it remains to be seen what kind of impact this will have both on Meghan Markle and Prince Harry and also just the wider royal family.
Yeah.
Too right.
Interesting. All right, Lydia, thank you very much for that. Go well.
Thank you.
1:45. Hey, just in developing news too, those around the country that have evacuated due to tsunami warnings are being asked to stay put until they get an official all clear. So just repeating that, if you're around the country and you've been evacuated due to tsunami warnings, you're being asked to stay put until you get the official all clear. Emergency Management Minister Kiri Allen says there is no time frame at the moment and it could be some time yet. So just to update you, we will keep you abreast of any developments throughout the afternoon and after 1 o'clock talking to a number of the mayors in the far north and around the Coromandel to get the state of the land, as it were.
Yeah.
So that's coming up after 1 o'clock. 14 to 1 now. Newstalk ZB.
Newstalk ZB Auckland Community Notices with stressless recliners from Danske Mobile Furniture. Relax, it's time for Stressless.
If you have a charity, sports team, school or community group with an open day, reunion or fundraising event planned at any stage, tell Auckland's largest radio audience about it with our free community notice board. Head to newstalkzb.co.nz/community and submit your notice now.
Caring for our community. Newstalk ZB and Danske Mobile Furniture.
The work we're doing here is definitely having an impact. Our catchment group's growing and we've done heaps of river cleanups, and you don't want to be that guy at the back. You want to be that person in the front, leading by example, and just make the whole community a better place.
Chris and Desiree Giles have turned their dairy farm into a classroom, so kids can have lessons of a different nature. See their story and see what you can do at thevisionisclear.co.nz. Powered by Dairy NZ.
Shop online at Harvey Norman. Contactless click and collect or home delivery options are available. Visit harveynorman.co.nz to see our range of products and place your order. Contact us online or call your local store.
Right now at Sky City Casino, there's an Aston Martin Vantage worth over $290,000. Someone must win it, and you are someone. Visit skycity.co.nz/take the wheel for more info. R20, game responsibly.
Today, up and down the country, trusted mechanics at Auto Super Shops did a muffler in mid-Canterbury, a clutch in the capital, brakes in Blenheim, a classic in Kapiti, shocks on the shore, a transmission in the Tron, a cam belt in Colleton, some discs in the desert, and a convertible by the coast, amongst other things. So, for quality vehicle servicing and repairs nationwide, call Auto Super Shops on 0800 455 655. We're New Zealand's mechanic.
This Saturday morning, Jack Tame talks gardening with Rod Kleinpast, thanks to Still Shop Courtesy Tools, to keep you going while your tools are in for service or repairs. Gardening every Saturday morning with Still Shop, only on Newstalk ZB.
It's a real bummer when you can't find a plumber, when you can't find a plumber when you want one. When you're up to your ankles in a stinky soup, call the Auckland Plumbers Group. We're the Auckland Plumbers Group. We're here and there when you need us. We're the plumbers you call because we're on the ball. We're the Auckland Plumbers Group. We're the Auckland Plumbers Group. We're here and there when you need us. We're the plumbers you call because we're on the ball. We're the Auckland Plumbers Group.
Visit aucklandplumbersgroup.co.nz.
Specsavers know we could all use a spare pair for your new style of hair or to block out the glare. Specs or shades? Get both for $169, including single vision lenses. Only at Specsavers. Conditions apply.
Newstalk ZB, 11 minutes away from 1. Let's talk sport with Darcy Waldegrave. G'day, Darcy.
Hello, Darcy.
Hey, gentlemen, plenty on today, plenty on over the weekend as well. More bonza sport. COVID continues to ravage the world, but sport cares not.
Yeah, exactly. Well said. I was just going to say, that is the one thing with sport. It's uplifting. It does sort of unite people. But I tell you what, a big story is the Joseph Parker sort of parting of the ways with Kevin Barry.
I think that, look, plainly the reasons they outline make perfect sense. The fact that Barry's based over in, LA and they're COVID ravaged. Joe's got 3 young girls. His wife would rather be back over here as opposed to spending a lot of time separate. So that all makes perfect sense. After spending, 9 years together, I think it is now, they've done some pretty good things. But when you talk around boxing people and you look at what Joe's achieved of recent times, he needs some spark plugs. He needs something new. And that fight against Junior Farr, and Junior boxed as well as he could have done during that and did a great job. But the fact that Joseph couldn't actually change his direction of attack, change his point of attack and change his theorising behind what he was doing mid-fight, which is what he had in similar fights of recent times against Dillian White, where he didn't really turn it on to the last round, suggests that he just needs a new voice in his ear. And I don't think that's detrimental towards Kevin Barry. I just think it makes perfect sense. He's, 29 now. He wants to get out reasonably early. He's got a fight coming up against Chisora, I think, in about 8 weeks. So he needs someone pretty quick, but he just needs a new voice and a new way of waking him up and getting him back to what he is with that big slug and those fast hands, and maybe not relying on that overhand right as much as he had. Now, rumour has it, and if you believe anything, that he's been maybe chatting with City Kickboxing and maybe getting him with them, because he's going to need a training camp before Chisora, which is only 8 weeks away, pretty fast. And guys like Doug Viney and Eugene Barrowman, who are the kingpins up at CKB, could be very helpful for his career moving into the future. So, look, we wish them both the best of luck. It's been a great combination, but I think a combination of situations has provided this impetus for the split, and I think it's a good split. I think it's welcome.
Yep, fair enough. Now, look, Dash, just very quickly, if you can rush through them, because, by gosh, there's an absolute extraordinary, not always with spectators, sadly, but an extraordinary amount of sport on in this country this weekend, isn't there?
Yeah, well, tonight we've got Gatlin Jr. debuting for the Chiefs in the number 10 jersey up against the Highlanders in Super Rugby. That'll be the 4th franchise, actually, young Britland Clutch Gatlin has been involved in Super Rugby, which is very interesting. And, of course, last time when he played the Highlanders, he played for the Highlanders against the Chiefs, started last year and got that clutch goal toward the end of the game that won the game and took it off his old man. So that's good. I've got Canterbury playing the Crusaders Hurricanes coming over the weekend. Breakers tonight carry on their hot streak up against Melbourne United in the AMBL, although Melbourne are 9-1, very hard team to upend. At 3 o'clock tonight, we've got 3 o'clock this afternoon, the White Ferns are going to try and turn around that devastating result from a couple of days ago against the English women team, and then hard on the heels of that, of course, the Australians are going to be taking on the Black Caps. And just to add one more to it, we've got 3 fighters in UFC 259 on Sunday, including Israel Adesanya, who's trying to go up a level and win a belt in that as well. And that's just scraping the surface, mate. There's plenty more.
That's amazing. And are you surrounded by cicadas there, Darcy, or is that a bad phone line we've got with you?
No, this is called the beauty of West Auckland, my friend. This is all we hear.
They are cicadas. That's amazing.
That's lovely, mate.
Good on you, Darcy. Go well. Have a wonderful weekend.
All the best,
7
buddy.
minutes away from 1.
Thanks,
Newstalk ZB.
Fine wine delivery.co.nz.
Hi, it's Jeff. A magical red wine clearance from a magical vintage. 2019 Vital Legacy Cabernet Merlot and Legacy Syrah are the last ever releases from this famous estate. A long history of 96 to 98 out of 100 ratings. Our clearance price is magical.
Fine wine delivery.co.nz.
This Sunday morning, 7:25, the resident builder Peter Wolfcamp talks painting with Jay Sharples thanks to Resine Colour Shop for expert paint and colour advice. With tips for your DIY painting project, the resident builder talks painting thanks to Resine Colour Shop. This Sunday morning on Newstalk ZB.
I'm Debbie from Property Apprentice. Do you want to climb up the property ladder? We've been helping people do that for over 10 years. Join me live online for some free tips to show you how you can make 2021 count. Text ticket to 268 or go to propertyapprentice.co.nz.
Protect your jewellery from gutless thieving burglars. Get it valued by GemLab, New Zealand's most independent jewellery valuers. GemLab's internationally qualified gemologists can value your precious jewellery same day or even while you wait. Insurance companies and the police love GemLab's comprehensive reports. Call 0800 GemLab or visit 42 Constellation Drive, Mairangi Bay. gemlab.co.nz.
Can you tell what's missing from this jingle?
World moving and storage.
Actually, nothing. That's what you get when you work with a trusted team of movers. Nothing goes missing. Call us 0800 4WORLD.
Matt Heath here to help steer your next Aussie holiday. There are so many reasons to visit Australia, including a whole lot of wild experiences that will blow your mind. One of my faves, the Northern Territory. Take a dip in one of the waterholes between towering red cliffs, spot wildlife, or explore the rock art at Kakadu National Park. There's nothing like Australia, so start exploring now at visitaustralia.co.nz.
Harvey Norman have secured AirPop Lite SE masks, possibly the most comfortable masks available. Easy to breathe and talk through, with silicone nose bridge to prevent glasses fogging up. Sir Ray Avery has endorsed them as the most wearable and effective masks available. At Harvey Norman, now.
The new season sale is on now at Hunter Furniture with up to 40% off. Come in store to view a wide selection of latest release lounge and dining furniture, rugs and homewares. Hunter Furniture new season sales, Sylvia Park, Westgate and the new Hunter Home, Wairoa Park.
Why sell your car at USAL North Shore? Because you pay no commission. You keep the cash. Why wouldn't you sell at USAL North Shore, 51 Hillside Road, Glenfield, or usal.co.nz?
You'll sell at USAL.
Newstalk ZB, it's 4 minutes away from 1. So, of course, a lot of concern around the country on the back of this 8.1 magnitude earthquake in the Kermadec Islands. Incidentally, I did read, I think, before coming on air, and I've had a few texts on it, people on the Kermadecs. I think it was unpopulated at the time of the quake, so that's a small blessing, isn't it?
That is a blessing, no question about that. So, yeah, we'll be keeping you informed right throughout the afternoon with exactly what's going on because, of course, the warnings are all still in place. They haven't been lifted, but we'll be talking with a number of officials. We'll also be having a chat with some of you guys about what you're seeing actually on the ground or at sea, as long as you're watching from a safe place on the ground, what you're actually seeing on the coasts around New Zealand, because it is a kind of an extraordinary wait and see time, mate, isn't it?
Well, it is, and the official advice is stay put until the emergency has lifted. So we'll find out about that. Cheryl Mai, the Whangarei Mayor, going to join us after 1. John Carter, the Far North Mayor, see what's happening there after 1, and Kiri Allen, the Civil Defence Minister, all on the show in the next hour to give you the latest information. This is Newstalk ZB. It's 3 minutes away from 1.
With a fully decked out kitchen, bathroom with shower, bunks for the twins, and unrivaled indoor-outdoor flow, you've got all the comforts of home, even when you're anywhere but home. So now you've customised your caravan, it's time to customise your insurance with Star Insurance Specialists. They know how you care for it, so they can tailor insurance that fits perfectly. Star Camper Care by Star Insurance Specialists. starinsure.co.nz.
This Sunday morning, 7:25, the resident builder Peter Wolfcamp talks painting with Jay Sharples thanks to Resine Colour Shop for expert paint and colour advice. With tips for your DIY painting project, the resident builder talks painting thanks to Resine Colour Shop. This Sunday morning on Newstalk ZB.
Harrison's home improvement sale is on with up to 40% off carpet, hard flooring, curtains and blinds, plus 4 years interest free. Buy now and you could win 10,000 bonus flybys. Harrison's 0800 103 001. Lending criteria, fees, T's and C's apply.
The Superior Sailor Series, thanks to B&G, the world's leading sailing navigation and instrument specialist. Brad Butterworth was the tactician who brought the old mug to New Zealand back in 1995. Following Team New Zealand's defence at the turn of the century, Butterworth and compatriot Sir Russell Coutts were lambasted by the public and certain sections of the media for signing with Swiss syndicate Alinghi.
I think really the media, there was several talkback hosts that got stuck in. They got no idea about the game and identified Russell and myself basically and weighted it, and so they made it hard. But actually what they did is they made us stronger in terms of our resolve. So it didn't work out, you know. It was actually pathetic. It had nothing to do with sailing. I had no idea of our lives or what we've done or what sacrifice sacrifices we had made to get to where we've got.
Hear the full interview and any episodes you've missed on iHeartRadio, the Superior Sailor Series, thanks to B&G and Newstalk ZB.
What will your future sound like? A bit of this? Or more of that? Lots of this? Or that? Probably not much of this, but plenty of that. Whatever the future has in store, don't miss a sound. Come to Triton World of Hearing, the only place where you can truly hear the future. Step into our surround sound experience room to discover what the latest hearing tech can do for you. Visit worldofhearing.co.nz.
In Auckland on 89.4, this is Newstalk ZB. Mike Hosking, Marcus Lush, Simon Barnett, Phil Gifford, all the names you can trust. This is Newstalk ZB News.
It's 1 o'clock. I'm Raylene Ramsey. A tsunami warning is in effect for New Zealand coastal areas after this morning's 8.1 magnitude earthquake in the Kermadec Islands, which has been followed by multiple aftershocks, including a 6.2 quake just before 12:15 at a depth of 10 kilometres. Civil Defence says coastal inundation is expected on the east coast of the North Island, from Cape Reinga to Whangarei, and from Matata to Tolaga Bay, including Whakatane and Ōpōtiki. The warning also applies to the North Island's west coast, from Cape Reinga to Ahipara and on Great Barrier Island. Food and water will be provided to people who have evacuated after this morning's earthquake. They should stay put until they get an official all clear. Emergency Management Minister Kerry Allen has been speaking with local civil defence teams.
My understanding is that there are multiple resources that have been stood up to service the communities, and that's something that we'll be, checking on throughout the course of the day, depending on the length of time that people are required to be up in those highlands.
Kerry Allen says civil defence instructions take priority over COVID-19 rules in each area at the moment.
So many people have done exceptionally well to follow the civil defence management messaging. And I want to thank the men, the women and children who have had their lives jolted this morning.
And people are also being warned to stay away from beaches countrywide, with strong and unpredictable surges expected near the coast. Hawke's Bay isn't covered by the coastal inundation warning, but Hawke's Bay Civil Defence says people should evacuate from low-lying red zone areas at Mahia, Wairoa, Napier, Clive and Porongahau. And campers at Tolaga Bay on East Cape are watching the shore from safe ground. Tolaga Bay Holiday Park manager Dion Milner says they made sure no one was left behind.
This is a pretty tight-knit community and everyone gets stuck in and helps everyone, and this is how we get through tough times.
Further north, Kaipara Mayor Jason Smith says locals are bracing for water surges.
I'm hearing reports the colour of the water has changed outside Mangawhai Harbour. It's gone to a lighter colour.
Auckland Port CEO Tony Gibson says all ships are on standby with engines on, ready to move if necessary.
But we're probably more concerned. We've got business interests in Whangarei. We've got a company called North Tugs, and I've just spoken to the CEO, and they've evacuated and on higher ground. So it's a concern.
Gibson says a volunteer firefighter colleague has been clearing people who went to see the tsunami from beaches in Whangarei. St John has clarified emergency ambulance services are still operating throughout the country. In the immediate 10 minutes after the tsunami notification, ambulance crews in high-risk, low-lying areas were asked to hold responses while a safety process was set up. Crews continue to respond, but a safety assessment is required first. And in other news, a man has initial name suppression after being charged with threatening to kill over online messages about attacking Christchurch mosques. The threats were made just ahead of the March 15 anniversary of the terror attack that killed 51 people in 2019. The 27-year-old appeared before Judge John Walker in the Christchurch District Court this morning. He'll remain in custody until his next court appearance on March 19.
To Newstalk ZB Sport, good afternoon. Liverpool's implosion in the English Premier League continues. The soon-to-be-deposed champions have crumbled to a 1-0 loss to Chelsea at Anfield, a record fifth straight defeat at home in the league. Mason Mount scored in the first half for the Londoners to move them into fourth, while the Reds are down to seventh. Manager Jurgen Klopp concedes his side is listless.
In the decisive moments, we have to improve and we have to be there, and we have to use and to show
to show our quality in these moments. We don't do that often enough, that's clear.
Football coverage with propertyapprentice.co.nz. Free events available now. Team New Zealand's America's Cup training's on hold today due to the tsunami threat after the earthquakes near the Kermadec Islands. They've opted for landlubbing in the interim. Lydia Ko's continued her strong start to the LPGA Tour season. Fresh from finishing tied for second in her opening event, the former world number one's tied for sixth after the first round in Florida. Ko's opened with a 3-under par 69 and is 2 shots off the pace. Meanwhile, Danny Lee is 7 shots back on 1 over par after the first round of the Arnold Palmer Invitational on the PGA Tour. Co-coaches will take charge of North Harbour in this year's provincial rugby season. Daniel Halangahu and Ben Afiaki have been appointed to steer the side. Both are currently assistant coaches with the Blues and Super Rugby. Kieran Kane was the previous Harbour coach. Joseph Parker and Derek Chisora have agreed a heavyweight boxing bout on May the 1st. But it's now over to their respective management to get the deal finalised. Fresh off from Parker splitting from trainer Kevin Barry this morning, Chisora has posted a video on social media of a FaceTime call with Parker overnight.
I'm ready to rock and roll. You tell me, man. I'm ready to rock and roll, seriously. Yeah? I'm ready to go, yeah. I look forward to seeing you soon.
It's Joseph Parker and Derek Chisora. I'm Elliot Smith. That's Newstalk ZB News and Sport with Window Witch from Wet and Forget for streak and spot-free windows. It's 1:05. Signed Filler next.
Newstalk ZB Auckland. Time saver traffic.
Now, with the alerts at the moment, Britomart is closed until around 3 p.m. just to make sure flooding doesn't happen. And also ferry sailings in the region have been suspended till at least 2 p.m. just due to the conditions on the water. On the motorways right now, everything is the usual level 3 loneliness. If you are travelling, it is pretty good right now. Anything else? 0800 Jammed. Gary Dooley for Time Saver Traffic.
Newstalk ZB Weather Watch 24/7 with roofcare.co.nz to repoint and recoat your concrete tile roof. Manukau and Waitemata Harbour's variable 5-knot winds, nor'west 10 this afternoon and early evening. Hodaki got variable 5 rising to northerly 15 this afternoon, tonight nor'west 10. Bream head to Cape Colville, nor'west 10 rising to northerly 15 this afternoon, nor'west 10 again tonight. High tides for Auckland, there's one right now, next one at 20 to 2 tomorrow morning. And for Onehunga, it'll be at 4:10 this afternoon. And today in Auckland, mainly fine. Some isolated showers with nor'westerly winds, a high of 24 degrees, our overnight low 16. Tomorrow, Saturday, cloud gradually increasing, rain from late afternoon. Right now, 22 degrees.
Simon Barnett and Phil Gifford afternoons. Here until 4 on Newstalk ZB.
1:07, really good to have you with us. So as you're acutely aware by now, swarm of earthquakes in the Pacific, including a magnitude 8.1 quake in the Kermadec Islands at 8:28 this morning. Massive. That is a massive, massive earthquake. You'll recall 10 years ago, the 7.1 earthquake in Christchurch did an extraordinary amount of damage. It was a 6.3, I think, that did the most damage, though, because it was so shallow. Thankfully, this was deeper, and it was at the Kermadecs, but still, 8.1 is huge. So tsunami warning for large parts of the North Island coast. We'll hear more of that. Waiting online, though, to speak with us is John Carter, the Far North Mayor. Very good afternoon to you, John.
Hello, John.
Good day, gents. How are you both?
Doing
good,
great.
thank you.
So how are things looking from your end at the moment?
So if we go back to the start, the people who were alerted by the sirens, and then a number of us got in our cars and drove around the various villages, the response was really positive, and people moved, and have moved up to higher points. And I'm here on a California hill with a group of about 40 people and children and so on. So that was all good and positive. Of course, what we're now starting to hear is the issue, which you will already be up on speed with, of the tidal surges in Whangarei and Cable Bay. I've just been told that a message, whether it's so or not, I haven't confirmed it, the tide's meant to be coming in the Hokianga Harbour, which is on the west coast, and apparently it's going out. So I don't know whether that's true or not, but it's those sorts of things that we have to be conscious of. And, of course, this latest earthquake, which you just mentioned, could have further delays and ramifications that we're unaware of.
Absolutely.
Do you get a sense, John, that people are adhering, to the warnings and things?
Yes, generally. It's one of the things that makes you proud to be a Kiwi. With a rare exception, I've heard of 1 or 2 people who said, no, stuff it, we're staying at home. But in the main, the public, the community, the schools, you name it, have responded really, really well. And it's a real credit to them. One of the challenges we'll have if this lasts, depending on how long this lasts, is, of course, with groups of people like the one I'm with and all the others, is how do we feed them and toilet them and make sure they've got water. So those are all things which we're just starting to discuss now on how we actually address that issue.
John, very basic question. Simon and I obviously are down in Christchurch chatting to you now. What's the weather like up there? Because that's the sort of an element that occurs to me about, if you're moving out of your house and presumably if the weather's not that flash, people are having to basically shelter in cars.
Yeah, well, it's something that you guys don't experience down there. It's hot.
It's hot.
Seriously,
Okay.
it's bloody hot. It's really hot. It's muggy. It's hot. And, we've just moved our cars into the shade of some trees. Other cars, of course, are sitting out in the sun. So that's part. The weather's great from that perspective, but it's just really hot. So it's one of the other challenges that we have for people.
And one thing, of course, and I was very familiar with this 10 years ago with the earthquakes, John, and then we had about 5 years ago, there was a tsunami warning issued here after an earthquake early morning, and there was an awful lot, and I can absolutely understand why it happened, but there was an awful lot of panic. Have you seen evidence of that?
No, there's been no panic. One of the things in the community I live in, and I know it's the same with others around this district, we actually have from time to time regular trials, tests, practices, and so the people have responded really, as I say, positively as a consequence.
Good to hear.
And look, last thing from me, John, you mentioned that unconfirmed reports about weird stuff with the tides in the Hokianga. Have you, since this thing first erupted or first became noticeable early this morning, everybody knew that there was potentially a real problem, have you noticed any weird sort of phenomenon like that on any of the beaches where you've been?
Again, only the surges that only the surges which I'm seeing on Facebook, which you probably are as well. So no, I haven't seen anything in that way. I was told that the Awanui River harbour here, it went down when it should have been coming up, and again, it's low tide. All those things are just part of the phenomena.
Yeah.
Great. And John, lastly, given this, it's a delight to chat to you. Is there anything you'd like to pass on to your people?
So, just again, it makes you immensely proud that the way in which they've all responded, the children, the mums and dads, or the families, they've stepped up and accepted that, hey, when we say, for your sake and for the community's sake, we need you to move and be safe, go to a higher point, they've responded really, really well. I can't give them enough credit for it.
That is great to hear. Well, John, there's been COVID, the pandemic, the tsunami warnings. If there's a plague of locusts tomorrow, I don't know whether there's enough higher ground in the country to save us.
One of the neat, even at times like this, we can have a chuckle amongst ourselves and keep our sense of humour. So,
good on you, mate.
I'm sure you're kidding.
I am kidding.
We hope so.
You're a good man, John. Go well.
See you, mate.
Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for having us on the show. All the best.
Bye-bye.
John Carter, the Far North Mayor, 1:12. Keen to get your thoughts. If you're listening to the show now and you've got eyes on the water or location, you've seen anything of interest, give us a buzz.
Yeah, if something really weird is happening as far as the tide or the level of the sea goes, 0800 80 10 80 or text us on 92 92.
And one last thing, sorry to bang on about this, but it's the only experience I've got of significant earthquakes and then warnings about tsunamis like was 10 years ago. And one thing that I learnt through that whole period, Phil, is certainly for 12 months, in fact, probably for almost 3 years, people loved to talk because talking was one way of actually getting the nervousness, the anxiety out of your system. So if you'd like to share your story about where you were when the quake hit, what you felt, because I mentioned to Phil, Christchurch, awful long way from the Kermadecs, but I definitely felt a rolling sensation at 2 o'clock this morning when that first one hit, which I think was 7.1, a really rolling sensation. So I'd love to hear your story.
Yeah, absolutely. And just very quickly, I was just thinking, we were talking before I come in here, mate, way back in the 1960s when I was at high school, and there was a massive earthquake in Chile, and, tragically thousands and thousands of people died. And then in those days, it was called a tidal wave. Tsunami wasn't in use. And the whole of Waihi Beach, which is where my mum and dad and I lived, and we were right down by the beachside, All was evacuated. We all went up on the hills behind Waihi Beach, and thankfully, at the time, that afternoon, nothing happened. But the next morning, there was this really weird thing happened when some of the northern end of Waihi Beach, and if anybody's familiar with the area, because a lot of holiday makers have been there, especially from Auckland and Hamilton over the years, that's down at the surf club end of Waihi Beach, north end of the beach. A local fisherman called Norm Stockley, I remember that that's how the world has changed. He was a commercial fisherman for the little community, and he was taking his boat down to launch it to go out fishing the next morning, because we all thought it was sort of all over. That night, the tide had gone out in a tremendously long way, and all of a sudden his boat, because it was still dark, floated off the trailer.
Really?
And the water, thankfully, it didn't sort of come crashing in, but it just gradually rose and rose and rose and rose. And then it went up onto what there used to be a milk bar there, a dairy, and then across the road there was a tiny little post office. And the surf club, and in my memory, the dairy, was quite badly flooded at the time. It wasn't knocked over or anything. So, that the sea can do weird things when there has been a big earthquake.
Absolutely. 114, Newstalk ZB.
Own a small business? Learn digital tricks to do business smarter for free with Digital Boost. See digitalboost.co.nz.
You've got the custom horn, the hand-stitched bench seats for the living area, and the fold-out awning that's ready to relax under as soon as you park up. So now you've customised the motorhome, it's time to customise your insurance with Star Insurance Specialists. They know how you care for it, so they can tailor insurance that fits perfectly. Star Camper Care by Star Insurance Specialists. starinsure.co.nz.
Weeknights from 6, it's the Business Hour with Heather Duplessis-Allen.
Thanks to MyHR. Expert HR support, smart HR software.
MyHR combines on-call HR advisors with smart HR software to handle every step of the employee life cycle.
Cost-effective, cloud-based and built for New Zealand business. Go to myhr.works.
Keep fully informed on local and international issues. The Business Hour with Heather Duplessis-Allen. Weeknights from 6.
With MyHR. Only on Newstalk ZB.
If it's time to consider retirement care, it's time to visit Rafferty Estate, the boutique village in Remuera. In fact, there is no better time, because award-winning Rafferty is almost sold out. So make the time, find the time, invest the time. And due to the pandemic, please book a time. Call Angus McPhee on 027 929 2007. That's 027 929 2007. Rafferty Estate, Rangitoto Avenue, Remuera.
At the Beer Spot, we get a lot of flack for saying NZ instead of NZ. As the diverse and welcoming country we are, we're surprised at the level of vitriol directed at a defenceless letter of the alphabet. But just as we stand up for great independent New Zealand brewers, so we take a stand for the pilloried letter Z, an alphabetical refugee. Lai's new spelling book of 1677 was the first recorded use of the pronunciation, eventually ticked off by lexicographer Noel Webster in 1827. So it's older than our dear nation. The Beer Spot, 40 taps of great NZ beer at every site.
Where the newsmakers meet their match. It's Heather Duplessis-Allen Drive.
Yeah, but what did Barry Soper and Mike Hosking say specifically that you want to sue them for defamation?
Well, why do you think the media have the freedom to be able to slander and defame somebody like that publicly, like the media has?
Who gave you the Tesla?
Well, that's none of your business. It's nobody's business.
Heather Duplessis-Allen Drive with Ray White now. Back today at 4, only on Newstalk ZB.
117, so thousands of people gathered on hilltops around many parts of the North Island trying to get a view of potentially the tsunami. Oh, thanks, Tyler. Tyler's just whipped in here the latest report from COVID-19 too. Thanks, mate. There are no new cases of COVID-19 in the community today, so that's brilliant.
Yeah.
And incidentally, none in managed isolation either.
Wow.
So that's fantastic news. Cabinet, as you know, meeting this morning. Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern, Director of Health Ashley Bluefield, will hold a press conference at 4 p.m. today after a Cabinet meeting to discuss the alert levels. So Heather will carry that live, I'm sure. Heather Duplessis-Allen, so after 4 o'clock, we'll get the very latest on the alert levels and see what's going there.
Fingers crossed that they come way down.
118. So there's a bunch of texts, as you might expect, people saying this is a dramatic overreaction to the tsunami warnings. You always get this after cyclone warnings, hurricane warnings, but the other alternative is they don't put a warning out. Thousands of people get killed, and then what? So I'm absolutely heartily endorse Civil Defence putting out these warnings.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Civil Defence don't do this. I mean, it's quite rare a tsunami, very rare a tsunami warning in New Zealand, and they're not going to do it just for the fun of it.
No, exactly. Alan's on the line from Auckland. Hello, Alan.
Yeah, g'day. I've just driven past the what used to be the toll plaza on the northern side of the Harbour Bridge, going towards the city.
Oh yeah.
And and I've been around Little Shoal Bay, which is what that bay's called, for close on 60 years. I know it pretty well.
Yeah.
I have never seen the water that high, ever.
Really?
And, okay. We've got an easterly blowing, so that will put a bit of weight to it, and we've got quite a high tide. But we've got a high pressure zone, which isn't sucking we haven't got a low pressure sucking the sea level up. So I think we've got a surge has occurred. It's just there is the water was just touching the paint on the side of the motorway.
Good Lord.
Yeah, that
is high, mate.
Yeah, the highest I've ever seen it there before is, I'd say, 300 millimetres below that level.
Yeah. I actually, I've lived on the North Shore of Auckland an awful lot of my life, so I'm very familiar with what you're talking about. Yeah, that is weird. Yeah.
Yeah, it is really weird. Yeah. So hey, we've got a tsunami, but thank God it's a passive one by the looks of it. We can only hope, but I wouldn't be taking any risks right now.
No.
Going down to the sea again for the lonely sea in the sky, etc.
No.
Alan, thank you very much for taking time to phone the show.
Thank you.
No sweat.
Really good to hear from you. Thanks very much. Amy says, hi guys, the fact that the water is going out at high tide is really scaring me, as I know this has happened in the Boxing Day tsunami. Any experts you can ask about this? Thanks, Amy. Good text, Amy. We are going to have an expert on tsunamis, more than actually earthquakes, joining us before 2 o'clock. So it'll be around about 10 to 2. We hope to have that information on, so we'll get the latest on that and this phenomenon you refer to. That Boxing Day tsunami, I presume that's the one Amy's talking about, is in Indonesia. Right. And remember, Banda Aceh was the town that was really, really badly hit. 300,000 people lost their lives in that. I was reading a story on it. It was phenomenal. I'm keen to talk to Amy about this because the Indian Ocean bed, the floor of the ocean, in an instant, rose up 20 metres. You think about that.
Staggers belief.
The ocean floor lifting and then dropping in a few seconds.
If you're wondering what 20 metres is, that's exactly the length of a cricket pitch.
Exactly. And it went up and down in a matter of seconds. Yeah. And that whipping action, that billowing action, is what causes the tsunamis, I'm led to believe. So, yeah, horrendous. Speaking of storm surges, which Alan was, Ross is in Devonport on the North Shore. G'day, Ross.
Hi.
Hi, mate. So what are you seeing?
Yes, I'd like to sort of relay an incident that I remember 1964-65 when the massive Alaskan earthquake.
Yeah.
We were kids. We were about 13, 14, 15. We were going out in a couple of boats to go up to the Meola Reef to get, in those days there was scallop and oyster and what have you. So we got what we wanted. And we were coming in and the tide was out. And we're just sort of pulling up the boats to put them away, and all of a sudden we heard a rustling, and all of a sudden the tide went rushing in at fast walking pace. It went in and right up to the beach, and then it stayed there for about 2 or 3 minutes and rushed out again, and it rushed out, exposing, there was boats moored out, and because I lived there I lived there most of my life. And the water just went right out and exposed seabed I'd never seen in my life. And it stayed there it was out for about 5 minutes, then it came rushing in. And it did that 3 or 4 times. And in the meantime, we were sitting in the boats, just sort of anchored, and just couldn't get over this movement of water. And after about, I suppose, 10, 15 minutes, everything settled down. And it just came right, but it was just so eerie just to sort of sit there and watch all this movement of water.
Yeah, I actually remember reading a story about that too, Ross, because Alaska's quite renowned for some of their earthquakes. Do you remember what magnitude it was?
No, I don't. No, it was only 14, 15, I don't remember. But weird, because in those days, we heard tidal waves, but this was just unbelievable. I'll never forget it. I often think of it,
Yeah,
exactly. I literally see it happening.
Yeah, and look, from memory, I'm only going from memory, but I have a feeling the earthquake that was responsible for that storm surge you're talking about, I think it lasted for a matter of minutes, not seconds, and that caused phenomenal damage because it was over.
I remember it was a big earthquake, yeah.
Very interesting story.
Fascinating. It's something I'll never forget.
No, I'll bet you wouldn't. Ross, thanks for calling.
No trouble.
Go well. All the best. 23 past 1, Newstalk ZB. Very keen to hear your stories and your experiences from this morning. Going to talk to Cheryl Mai, the Whangarei Mayor, coming up.
This Sunday morning, the resident builder Pete Wolfcamp talks everything DIY thanks to Carpet Country. Don't wander the country looking for carpet, because Carpet Country always has roll stock available. Get a free measure and quote and start the new year with a fresh flooring look. From landscaping to outdoor entertaining, furnishing to building, Pete Wolfcamp's got it covered thanks to Carpet Country, where beauty meets budget. Sunday morning with the resident builder, 6 till 9, only on Newstalk ZB.
The Superior Sailor Series, thanks to B&G, the world's leading sailing navigation and instrument specialist. Brad Butterworth was the tactician who brought the old mug to New Zealand back in 1995. Following Team New Zealand's defence at the turn of the century, Butterworth and compatriot Sir Russell Coutts were lambasted by the public and certain sections of the media for signing with Swiss syndicate Alinghi.
I think really the media, there was several talkback hosts that got stuck in, had got no idea about the game, and identified Russell and myself basically and weighted it, and so they made it hard. But actually what they did is they made us stronger in terms of our resolve. So it didn't work out, you know. It was actually pathetic. It had nothing to do with sailing. I had no idea of our lives or what we've done or what sacrifices we had made to get to where we've got.
Hear the full interview and any episodes you've missed on iHeartRadio. The Superior Sailor Series, thanks to B&G and Newstalk ZB.
The 36th America's Cup, presented by Prada. Stay up to date with Newstalk ZB's coverage, thanks to Panasonic. Plus, the latest news and results from the Prada Cup in Auckland. This March, Newstalk ZB will bring you live commentary of the 36th America's Cup.
And now they're into the downhill slide and stand by for the slingshot.
Newstalk ZB, official radio partner of the America's Cup, presented by Prada. Coverage with Panasonic, the official electronic supplier of Emirates Team New Zealand.
Start the day entertained. It's the Mike Hosking Breakfast.
Have you bought My Food Bag shares, by the way, Tim?
What? Why?
IPO's on the market. My Food Bag hits the New Zealand Stock Exchange.
Okay.
No?
Do I get a food bag?
Well, no, I don't know. But I'm very excited because
you're not buying shares because I think it'll go gangbusters.
Oh, well, I don't know.
Wait.
No.
This is the Mike Hosking I heard this week who was saying, oh, you get an investment, you know, you just don't get worked up about the return.
No, don't you misquote me. My God, you're a journalist. What I said was, don't become emotionally attached to your investment.
Back Monday from 6 a.m, the Mike Hosking Breakfast with the new Jaguar F-Pace. Newstalk ZB.
It's 26 minutes past 1. Going to be joined by the Civil Defence Minister, Kiri Allen, just after 1:30.
This is Newstalk ZB Breaking News.
Yeah, just to hand, GNS Science has downgraded tsunami warnings for New Zealand, advising the largest waves have now passed. A National Emergency Management Agency release says the threat level is now downgraded to a beach and marine threat for all areas that were previously under land and marine threat. It says all people who were evacuated can now return. The advice remains for all areas under beach and marine threat, though, to stay off beach and shore areas, which makes a lot of sense.
Makes enormous sense, but what great news for people that were worried and, you know, had to leave their homes. And as we heard from John Carter, the Far North Mayor, that people up there, and I would imagine in most of the country, behaved very, very sensibly, behaved very, very well. But now, just so we're 100% sure on that, you can return to your home, can't you?
Absolutely. And Kiri Allen, the Civil Defence Minister, will join us after the headlines in about 3 or 4 minutes' time to give us the very latest too from Civil Defence. Just by the way, and this is really pretty much blowing smoke up my own hoo-ha here, Phil, but I was talking about that Alaskan earthquake. Yeah. So I Googled it just to check my memory. March the 27th, 1964, in Alaska.
Right.
It occurred in the Prince William Sound region of Alaska. A magnitude 9.2 earthquake.
Crikey.
9.2. Yeah. Now, bear in mind, the destructive earthquake in Christchurch was 6.3, and it lasted...
half as much again.
Yep, and it lasted for about 20 seconds.
Yeah.
The magnitude 9.21 in the 60s in Alaska lasted, wait for this, for 4.5 minutes.
At over 9?
At over 9.
God.
4.5 minutes. That's a lifetime. It's the second largest earthquake ever recorded, next to the magnitude 9.5 earthquake in Chile in 1960.
1960, that's the one I was talking about at Waihi Beach.
That's the one, exactly.
Yeah, that scared New Zealand to death at the time.
And that was 9.5. That's what you felt in Chile.
Yeah, well, no, we didn't feel it, but that was the surge that lifted the fisherman's boat off his trailer,
Yeah, incredible.
Extraordinary.
128. John's on the line. G'day, mate.
How are you?
Yeah, very well, thanks, John. So you've been in the air?
Yeah, so we've just flown from Tauranga right up to the East Cape.
Oh, wow.
Right. Yeah.
Notice anything different?
Oh, look, up to about sort of 500 metres offshore, the colour of the sea was just chocolate brown pretty much the whole way. It was worse up towards Waiau Bay, so the further up the Cape you got, the worse it was. So coming back towards Matata and the closer you got to Tauranga, it looked less and less and less. But it was pretty crazy.
Gee.
So I'm presuming do you have any theories as to why it was? Are we thinking that there was enough of a surge, even though now the emergency is over, but there was enough of a surge to stir up the seabed and the shallow water?
I would imagine so. I mean, I think it's pretty deep up that way anyway. But it was definitely a chocolate brown colour, and you could see big swirls, and there was obviously currents moving in different directions, and it was pretty unusual.
Extraordinary.
Bizarre.
John, thank you very much for passing that on, mate.
Thanks, John.
Cool.
Have a great day. All the best. 129. Text here says, what was the Napier earthquake in 1931? So I quickly had a look at that. Yeah, it was 1931. Tragically, 256 people died, and that was a magnitude 7.8.
Right.
7.8. It's 1:30, so good news. Some relief from these waves. We'll get the latest in the headlines, and then Kiri Allen, the Civil Defence Minister, joins us in around 3 minutes.
Newstalk ZB Auckland. Time saver traffic.
The One Roof property report is out now, so Britomart, it still looks like it is closed at the moment, and the sailings across the harbour are getting back underway at about 2 o'clock, they're saying at this stage. Road-wise, it's just, the checkpoints at both ends of the city. Everything else looking pretty sweet right now, though it has picked up between Warkworth and Wellsford. Update us on that, 0800 Jammed. Find out how much money you can make at One Roof.
Newstalk ZB Sport is your home for live commentary. This week, the Silver Ferns take on the Australian Diamonds in the Constellation Cup, right here in New Zealand.
Game, set, and a match tonight.
And make your weekends unmissable with Sky Super Rugby Aotearoa.
Try time!
Listen live wherever you are on your laptop, your phone, or your smart speaker. And don't miss a moment. Newstalk ZB Sport on iHeartRadio.
Hey, Aucklanders, if you're at home and want to get some jobs done while you've got the time, your local Wet and Forget stores are open for contactless pickup at the door. Simply turn up and we'll be your personal shopper. Or phone your local stores and we'll have your favourite Wet and Forget products packaged up, ready to go. Window Witch, Miss Muffet's Revenge, Hitman, Wet and Forget Rapid, or maybe you're all out of Shower Witch. Whatever you need, we'll have your Kiwi-made products for the job. Contactless pickup at Wet and Forget 6 stores Auckland-wide. We're ready now.
This is the 1954 Italia Sportster Gran Turismo, one of only 50 ever made, once owned by Ayrton Senna. 400 horses, concourse condition, only travelled 1,000 miles.
Nice. How muchy?
Well, mate, she's $400 O&O, and if you trade in your Hilux, you can drive it off the lot for $250.
Imagine if European quality was also affordable. With Midas Agri Tyres, it is. Engineered in Europe, perfect for New Zealand conditions, and made to fit even the tightest Kiwi farmer's pocket. Search TRS Midas to find your nearest dealer.
Shop online at Harvey Norman. Contactless click and collect or home delivery options are available. Visit harveynorman.co.nz to see our range of products and place your order. Contact us online or call your local store.
You'll sell, and you sell, so you should sell.
Why sell your car at USell North Shore? You pay no commission. You keep the cash. Why wouldn't you sell at USell? 51 Hillside Road, Glenfield, or usell.co.nz.
Newstalk ZB headlines.
With Blue Bubble taxis, it's no trouble with a Blue Bubble. New Zealand tsunami evacuation alert has been downgraded, and people who were evacuated can now return. GNS Science has advised the largest waves have now passed. A National Emergency Management Agency release says the threat level's now reduced to a beach and marine warning for all areas previously under land and marine threat. But the advice remains for all people to stay off all coastal areas under beach and marine threat. The danger appears to have passed, but GNS Science's Bill Fry says people should be aware more earthquakes are possible.
When you get a big earthquake, you're more likely to have another big earthquake.
but it's the unlikely scenario to have something bigger than the 8.1 we've just seen.
Ferries have begun landing again at Picton Harbour. Harbour Master Luke Grogan says 3 delayed ferries can now come ashore.
We haven't noticed anything particularly significant, and hopefully the vast bulk of boaties and nautical folk are heeding the warnings.
There are no new cases of COVID-19 in the community today, and none in MIQ. The Prime Minister and Director General of Health will hold a press conference at 4 after a cabinet meeting to discuss alert levels. Inside the greatest cup comeback, the untold story of Team New Zealand's heartbreak. See more at NZ Herald Premium. Now back to Simon Barnett and Phil Gifford.
Thanks, Raylene. 26 minutes away from 2, so a great deal of relief. Thankfully, that some of these alert levels have been lifted. Let's go to the Civil Defence Minister, Kitty Allen, who joins us on the line. Hello there, Kitty.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. Hi, team.
How are you?
Well, good. And look, I think you'll all be aware now that we've had that opportunity to be able to say that the alert levels have been downgraded. Those folk that had to evacuate over the course of the day can return back to their homes. So that's a really pleasing sign. I've got to say, though, been so incredibly impressed with the way that New Zealanders have managed the tsunami alerts throughout the course of today. Just showed how cool and calm-headed we can be in a moment of crisis. So I just want to say a big, massive thank you to every single New Zealander that got out there and looked after each other to keep ourselves safe today.
Very nice to hear. Kitty, we heard lots of reports of, traffic congestion, people trying to get out, people trying to get back in, some people going down to the beaches. Did you not get much evidence of that?
Oh, look, there's always going to be a couple of people that, break rules, and, that's why we had police out there, civil defence, but by and large, the response has been pretty positive. There's always going to be a couple of folk that try to get around the system and do what they need to do, but the messaging that came out throughout the course of the day, the role that you and the media have played in terms of getting that messaging out and the way that people responded to the messaging across the board, looking at a system response, I've got to say has been pretty pleasing to see it unfold throughout the course. We had to deal with some pretty big things today. There were 3 huge earthquakes, an 8.1, a 7.4 and a 7.3 within the space of just hours that had massive ramifications. And New Zealanders, by and large, picked up and did what they needed to do.
That's so good to hear.
Kerry, one of the things that we're getting from folk that are calling into the radio station at ZB here is that there's some weird stuff happening in the water, like tides going out much further than usual and all that sort of stuff. Have you had any reports at all of any damage, even though patently, thankfully, we haven't had a major tsunami, of course, but has there been any damage at all that you've heard of?
Absolutely. So, look, we are actively monitoring that right now. We haven't had any reports, but of course, assessments have to be done once the alert levels have completely come down. So we're not ruling out that there is damage at this stage, but to date, we've had really limited notification that there has been substantive infrastructure damage or otherwise, which is very, very pleasing. You are right about, if you're watching various channels, you will be able to see the way that the waves are responding in particular areas. And that was exactly what, the science predicted. So really pleased that I guess there is almost a vision for some of us that aren't scientists to understand how these tsunami alert levels work and why practically it's so important that we are ready. We're a coastal island, or islanders as it might be, and we are at a very high threat level or vulnerable to tsunami risks and warnings. So today, if anything, I hope has really highlighted and brought home the fact that we must be ready, must be prepared, and it was pleasing to see just how many New Zealanders were today.
Very good. Kitty, just on that, of course, you're going to get the obligatory texts that say, what an overreaction, same again, nothing to look at, nothing to see here, all that sort of stuff. I mean, that unfortunately comes with the territory a little bit, because you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I would have to say to that is that always the best thing that we can do is err on the side of caution. Now, when you have an 8.1, a 7.4 and a 7.3 trifecta of earthquakes, and you have operating on science that says, look, this really increases the risk to life, of course we're going to make prudent decisions on that basis. And it's always about trying to strike the balance between the accuracy of the information, which takes time, whilst also balancing that with the timing considerations and getting communications out to people clearly and concisely. So I think over the course of the day and how we've seen the system operate, from my perspective, has been pretty pleasing. There's always room for improvement. And of course, like any major incident, we'll be reflecting on and we'll be undertaking a review of what's happened today and whether everything's been fit for purpose. But stepping back and looking across the system at a high level, I've got to say it's worked pretty well today is what I think the takeaway is. And that really has been banked on the way that people have behaved.
Kerry, one of the things, as we've mentioned, and as you mentioned when we started chatting with you, people can go back to their homes now. Why is it still important for people to stay away from beaches?
Yeah, absolutely. So basically for a large, vast tracts of New Zealand right now, it is still, if you look at the map, kind of coloured green, which says that basically we can expect that there will still be tidal changes between 0.3 up to 1 metre high. So that it means that the tides are going to react and respond quite differently than what they ordinarily do. So for anyone that's thinking they might be able to go out there and catch a cheeky wave or, go take advantage of the sea while there aren't too many other crafts out there, please don't do that. Not today. We don't want anybody putting their lives at risk or putting other people's lives at risk by having to go out there and save you. So just still take care.
Very good. And last thing, Kitty, because this was your first, basically your first big sort of, task as Civil Defence Minister. Can you just tell us quickly on a personal level, how were you notified? Did you feel anything and got up quickly? How did it all unfold for you?
Yeah, I did feel the jolt at about 2:29 this morning, that first one. And then I was notified almost straight away by my National Director, Roger Ball, for the National Emergency Management Agency. And then from that point on, basically, it was all hands to the deck, managing messaging. Obviously, it's in my patch as well. So managing correspondence with all of your local authorities, civil defence groups, volunteer agencies who are out there on the floor, and doing vast checks of the environment to make sure that things were okay, and if not, then pulling alerts where we needed to. But so it's been a busy morning, but it has been for most New Zealanders, I think, as we've all had to respond to the messages that have been coming through. So just a big thank you again to the way that people have responded.
Good on you.
Good on you.
Kitty, ka kite anō, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Cheers, team.
Bye. 19 minutes away from 2. I suppose the one good thing, the fortunate thing now when there's a tsunami alert, and because of the reasonably fresh in people's minds images of the Japanese tsunami.
That's right.
I mean, nobody wants to muck around with that stuff, do they? You go...
You hear the word tsunami, you don't go, oh, yeah, maybe I'll bother, maybe I won't. Because I was going to go for a walk on the beach this morning. I think I'll do that anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
You tend not to. And okay, we totally dodged a bullet this time, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
But I don't mind there was a warning that we might get a bullet.
Hell no. No. And just before we go to the break, this is a great text because I didn't actually know the numbers. I knew that earthquakes work on a logarithmic scale, so that's sort of the increase causes exponential more damage. This text says, afternoon guys, on the Richter scale, each 0.2 increase on the Richter scale equals a doubling of the strength of the quake, and an increase of 1.0 equals 10 times the magnitude. Therefore, the 1964 Alaskan quake at 9.2 was technically 1,000 times more powerful than the 2011 Christchurch earthquake at 6.2. And I think that, I mean, I'm not, obviously I'm no scientist, but I think that's right. I've read that before about the dramatic increase on a very small actual amount on the Richter scale.
Also makes an enormous amount of difference how deep the quake is too.
Absolutely,
doesn't it? And that's why, I mean, you'd think it was 1,000 times more devastating than the Christchurch quake. There'd be no Alaska left.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I presume it was much deeper than the Christchurch quake, thankfully, as well.
17 minutes away from 2. Going to be talking just before the hour ends to Dr. Emily Lane. She's a hydrodynamic scientist with NIWA. Exactly the phenomenon of tsunamis. How does it work?
Yeah, how do they actually work? What exactly does cause a tsunami?
We'll find that out in a few moments.
Newstalk ZB Auckland community notices with Danske Mobile Furniture. End of season outdoor furniture clearance on now.
House of Science Auckland is a charitable organisation delivering science resource kits to primary and intermediate schools in West Auckland. They deliver them on a library basis with everything teachers need to engage children with hands-on practical experiments. They need volunteers to restock the kits, so if you can help, email auckland@houseofscience.nz.
Caring for our community. Newstalk ZB and Danske Mobile Furniture.
They say what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. That pressure makes diamonds. Well, thanks to a shocker of a year, the Toyota Hilux has come out the other end tougher than ever. The friendly experts at Northwestern Toyota have the all-new Hilux on the yard, ready for you to test drive. The new Toyota Hilux is meaner and keener, gruntier and more indestructibly. When the going gets tough, the tough go see the friendly experts out west. Northwestern Toyota.
Looking after each other at Alert Level 3. Wear a face covering on public transport and in public whenever you can. Scan QR codes with Bluetooth tracing turned on so you'll know if you've been near a COVID-19 case.
If you don't really have the time to get to Bunnings or browse,
it's so easy to do online shopping. Jump online and buy it right then and there.
You can get it delivered to your house or you can come and pick it up in store.
Simple and easy.
Shop at Bunnings, wherever you are, whenever you want.
These days, we've got smartphones, smart cars and even smart fridges. So when it comes to your lawn, your old petrol mower starts to seem a little dumb. Discover the power of the Lawnmaster lithium battery shared range. One battery to power your mower, chainsaw, hedge trimmer and more. Powerful, quiet and best of all, zero emissions. Lawnmaster, providing hard-working products for hard-working Kiwis since 1946. Visit steelford.co.nz to find your local stockist.
Somewhere in New Zealand, Derek slips off his suit and slips on his sloth slacks and sits down to listen to the KFC Big Show podcast. Only problem, he forgot to feed his hunger. Luckily for Derek, KFC delivers. Get KFC delivered straight to your door. Head to kfc.co.nz to find out if you're in a KFC delivery zone. KFC delivering for your hunger and delivering the KFC Big Show podcast every Monday on iHeartRadio.
Here until 4, it's Simon Barnett and Phil Gifford Afternoons. Call 0800 80 1080. Newstalk ZB.
14 minutes away from 2. Seinfeld with you through till 4 o'clock today. And just a reminder, thankfully, so the tsunami alert's been lifted. Also, no COVID cases in the community today. Another one.
It's been lifted. You can go back to your home, but please still stay off beaches and coastal areas.
Of course, yeah.
Don't walk down by the waterside because that's still not considered completely safe.
It staggers me the number of people that are still doing that when you look at some of the pictures. Like,
yeah, not that many. There's not hundreds and hundreds and
no,
hundreds.
But anyway.
But anybody that does it.
I mean, if you've heard that this is a tsunami
the guy
warning.
on the paddleboard is the one that got me.
He's
only one guy I know. I think he was up on one of the Auckland beaches. But it's not a thing that would cross my mind. If you heard there was a tsunami warning and you'd send me the photographs of tsunamis overseas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, great. I'll get the paddleboard out.
Incredible.
That'll be the ride of a life.
So good on the tsunami. That's, as Phil said, dodged a bullet. It's great news. Also, no COVID cases in the community today, which is fantastic again for, I think this is the 5th day in a row, and none at MIQ. Great news as well. So Cabinet met this morning, and at 4 o'clock the Prime Minister will speak. Heather Duplessis-Allen will carry that press conference live, and maybe we'll get an indication of whether the alert levels will change.
Certainly hope so.
That's coming right here at Newstalk ZB at 4 o'clock, 13 to 2. On the line with us, Dr. Emily Lane, hydrodynamic scientist with NIWA. Hello, Doctor.
Hello there.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Really, really good of you to make some time for us. So we were just saying, thankfully, the tsunami warning's been lifted. People can return to their homes. But this is a very basic question to kick it off, Doctor. But what actually causes a tsunami in layman's terms?
So a
tsunami occurs when you get a really big underwater earthquake, and we're talking sort of 7.5, 8 here. And so when that happens, so what we had today, you've got sort of an area of about 100 kilometres by 200 kilometres that actually get lifted up sort of several metres by the earthquake.
Yeah.
And so you can imagine, that sort of lifts up, and so that actually causes the water above to move up as well.
Yeah.
And so that happens almost sort of, within a matter of seconds. And so suddenly there's all this water that's been pushed up. And for a tsunami, the Pacific Ocean is a bit like a paddly pool. So in the same way as if you drop a rock in a paddly pool and you get waves radiating out, with this pushed up water, it radiates out, and it can radiate all the way across the Pacific, and it can even bounce off the far side and come back.
Right.
Good, Greg. What sort of speed does the water travel at roughly?
So the speed is related to the depth. So in the deep ocean, where it's sort of about 5 kilometres deep, it's moving at the speed of a jet plane. But closer to, as it comes closer to the shore, it slows down. And the other thing is, when in the deep ocean, it might only be sort of 10 or 20 centimetres high. So 10 or 20 centimetres high, but it covers an area of sort of, a couple of 100 kilometres. And then what happens is, as it has to slow down getting closer to the coast, you can sort of imagine it's like a traffic jam.
Yeah.
The back of the wave catches up and pushes it all up together, and that's sort of what we call shoaling. So what might be 10 or 20 centimetres in the deep ocean could be metres on land.
It's very frightening, the whole thing, isn't it? Because it's the surge as well, isn't it, Doctor, that it basically doesn't stop.
Yep. I mean, a lot of people sort of say, it was only a 2-metre wave or whatever, or a 1-metre wave. I've been bigger than that in the ocean. But those sort of waves, they have a period of about 10 seconds or thereabouts. And so they come and they go, and there's not that much energy behind it. But this just keeps on coming. As you say, I mean, it can be very much like the tide, so it doesn't always come sort of as a crashing wave, but the water might just keep on coming up for, half an hour. And, so that's why we sort of say, as you mentioned, the sort of the threat to land is gone, but still down on the beach, you could still have the situation where that water level might just sort of suddenly come up over a matter of sort of several minutes, and it might be coming up to 10, 20 centimetres higher than it normally does, and then coming out.
Yeah.
And the other really difficult thing is that can cause really weird currents, and especially in, there was someone from Tutukaka who was talking on the news earlier, sort of saying about the surges they get in that harbour. And I mean, that's very common. They've got quite a narrow opening there, and so they just get these big surges coming in. And so that's why we ask you to stay out of the water.
Yeah, it makes an awful lot of sense. One of the things that fascinates me about it, I must say, is the distance these things can travel. The distance, I mean, a tsunami, from the sound of it, can literally travel thousands of kilometres, right? Oh,
very, very definitely. And as I said, all of the Pacific Ocean, they can travel across that. So, the Japanese tsunami that happened in 2011, the biggest waves we got from that had actually travelled all the way across the Pacific, bounced off South America, and then came all the way back to New Zealand.
Good heavens. Is there any way, Doctor, you can explain again in very simple terms for us idiots?
Very simple guys.
Why the sucking out thing that seems synonymous with tsunamis, where the water disappears for a period of time and then comes flooding back? What happens there?
Well, so what it is like a wave. So you imagine that you've got a wave and it sort of goes down a metre and then it comes back up a metre. And I mean, normally you don't notice that because it happens in the space of sort of, it's just a small amount of water and it's just going up and down over the space of 10 seconds, say.
Yep.
But when everything's going out for half an hour, and then everything comes rushing back in for half an hour. So, in that case, that drawdown, you do actually, that pulls the water right out, especially in places where you've got sort of a shallow bay or something like that.
Right.
Very good. And last thing, we've only got 30 seconds, Doctor, but there's a text here that says, could you please ask this expert, why are some areas more affected than others? For example, I'm in Papamoa, but the warning started at Matata, just down the road.
Yep. So you get resonances. So it's a little bit like when you're pushing a swing. So all bays have a natural frequency that's to do with how long the waves take to go to the end and back.
Right.
And so if the tsunami's coming at the same speed as those waves take to come there and back, it's like pushing that swing. And so you can actually, the waves can build on one another and create bigger waves later on at the top of that harbour.
What a fascinating phenomenon. Doctor, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Dr. Emily Lane, hydrodynamics scientist with NIWA, 7 minutes away from 2.
Can't beat the best with Buy NZ at New World, like beef rump steak, $13.99 a kilo, and golden peaches, $5.49 a kilo. New World, there's always something cooking. Sizes, limits, exclusions apply.
They say what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. That pressure makes diamonds. Well, thanks to a shocker of a year, the Toyota Hiluxes come out the other end tougher than ever. The friendly experts at Northwestern Toyota have the all-new Hilux on the yard, ready for you to test drive. The new Toyota Hilux is meaner and keener, gruntier and more indestructibly-er. When the going gets tough, the tough go see the friendly experts out west. Northwestern Toyota.
This summer safety tip from Kermadec.
Apply sunscreen on exposed skin at least 15 minutes before going outdoors.
This summer safety tip from Kermadec. Bring your deck to life this summer with Kermadec Aqua Deck.
We're the heroes of the housing crisis. Built nearly 200 brick and tiles last year, and this year it's your turn. Get your kids or yourselves on the residential ladder now, because we know we can't retire on luck. And COVID or not, New Zealand's now the lucky country, and it's going to get very, very expensive. And we buy the property for you. We need to talk. Cheers. Martin Dunn, 0800 Ladder.
Real estate together.
Licensed real estate agent.
I want furniture now.
Want furniture now, but want to pay for it later?
Furniture now.
Buying online at furniturenow.co.nz is easy. Choose, click, and it's delivered to your door. But you can also apply for finance there too, with options to suit, including interest-free. T's, C's, fees, credit checks, and minimum purchase amounts may apply. Get to furniturenow.co.nz to find out more, and for store locations.
Furniture now.
The everyday. With Huawei Sound in collaboration with Duvialet. Huawei Sound strikes a powerful chord. And the Huawei AI app takes that wall-to-wall sound and puts it in the palm of your hand. Huawei Sound, available now for only $399. And save $100 when you add it to your interest-free phone on an eligible plan. Exclusively at 2 Degrees. T's and C's apply.
Newstalk ZB, it's 4 minutes away from 2. So the latest headlines coming at 2 o'clock. Then after 2, thankfully, we can move on a little bit now that the tsunami warning has subsided. Yep. But we're going to talk about what they're doing in the UK. They're offering incentives for people to lose weight. And the reason they're doing that is from this latest report. I'll tell you what, I'll just read you the one headline of it. It says the report describes a dramatic correlation between countries with COVID-19 deaths and obesity rates. Found that 90% of 2.2 million of the 2.5 million deaths, 90% were related to being obese.
Yeah, and COVID rates are 10 times higher in countries where at least 50% of adults are overweight. That's 10 times higher.
It's extraordinary, isn't it?
Where countries have a problem with obesity.
So in the UK, they're looking at incentivising people to lose weight. Would that work here, do you think? Is it something you'd entertain as perhaps an idea? And we'll talk to an expert as well about obesity. Because there is a real school of thought that says, they just eat too much and they're lazy and they've got no self-discipline. Well, according to this bariatric surgeon, that's complete nonsense.
Yeah.
So we'll get your thoughts on this. A good discussion coming up after 2 o'clock. Newstalk ZB, latest headlines next.
Thinking electric? Look no further. Hi, I'm Hadley from Auckland City Electric Vehicles. We'll help you make the switch with the largest selection of top-grade electric and plug-in hybrid vehicles in the country. Nissan Leafs, BMW i3s, X-Trail hybrids and VWs. New stock arriving daily. All trades welcome. And remember, all our cars include a 3-year warranty. Only at Auckland City Electric Vehicles, 83 Barry's Point Road, Takapuna, just 2 minutes north of the bridge.
Here's Elizabeth Knox Home and Hospital CEO Jill Woodward. Knox has been caring for people for well over 100 years. How does this make Knox different?
Knox has always been a not-for-profit charitable trust. We're one of Auckland's most experienced care providers, and the Eden Alternative philosophy places residents' needs at the very centre of all we do. Even though Knox residents often have higher care needs, we know that they maintain or improve health, are less lonely, more active, and enjoy a higher level of well-being. We know this because we evaluate and monitor resident outcomes and opinions. It's good care for a good life. Visit us in Epsom. You'll see and feel the difference.
Knox.co.nz.
Unique and loving it.
The King Anniversary Sale ends soon. Save on the best in Australian furniture design. Why buy ordinary furniture when you can come home to King? Sale ends soon. Visit the King Parnell showroom or shop online today.
The America's Cup is now New Zealand's Cup.
Kiwis are known for taking on the world and winning. And as an exclusive supplier of Emirates Team New Zealand, Zed want to bring that winning feeling to you. Spend $40 or more on fuel at Zed to get your team collector card, and you could be driving away in a Toyota Fortuna Limited, packed with adventure gear. There's also plenty of chances to pick up awesome instant prizes in store. So come into Zed today and get that winning feeling. T's and C's apply, only while stocks last.
I'm Debbie from Property Apprentice. Reduce the risk of buying a bad investment by getting some free tips from someone who isn't trying to sell you a property. Join me for free at a live online training session. Text ticket to 268 or go to propertyapprentice.co.nz.
At Elizabeth Knox Home and Hospital, we get more out of life by putting much more into living it. Visit us in Epsom. You'll see and feel the difference.
Knox.co.nz.
Unique and loving it.
In Auckland on 89.4, this is Newstalk ZB. Your official civil defence station, live from the Newstalk ZB News Centre. This is Newstalk ZB News.
It's 2 o'clock. I'm Raylene Ramsey. People who evacuated today can now return home after this morning's 8.1 magnitude earthquake in the Kermadec Islands. GNS Science says the largest waves from today's tsunami warnings have passed. Civil Defence says the threat level has been downgraded, but coastal areas around the country can expect strong, unusual currents and unpredictable surges. It still says there is a danger to people in or near the water. Emergency Management Minister Kitty Allen told Simon Barnett and Phil Gifford it's important people keep following Civil Defence's warning.
So for anyone that's thinking they might be able to go out there and catch a cheeky wave, please don't do that. Not today. We don't want anybody putting their lives at risk or putting other people's lives at risk by having to go out there and save you.
To repeat, it is safe for evacuees to return home, but New Zealand's sea and coastal areas are still dangerous. Earlier, Kitty Allen said people's response today was exceptional, especially in rural coastal areas.
In those communities, you've got exceptional stewards like Te Araroa, the firefighters, it's everybody's nannies, uncles, koros are in those trucks telling everybody to get up high, putting them where they know that they should be.
Rebecca Jones is up in the hills above Whakatane and says people are already on the move.
We are. We're sort of watching cars starting to go back and we're sort of thinking that we might head back soon.
Newstalk ZB's Michael Sergel is at Auckland St Heliers.
It's quite a scene here at the moment. Such a quiet harbour with only a ship coming into port and no other boats or yachts. And yet on the beach I can see someone sunbathing right by the waterside, clearly not taking account of the warnings to stay away from the beach. And a lot of people out walking and cycling as well.
John has just done a scenic flight up the east coast from Tauranga and says from the air the sea looks all wrong.
Up to about sort of 500 metres offshore, the colour of the sea was just chocolate brown pretty much the whole way.
Having no new community cases of COVID-19 today is a good sign for a downgrade in alert levels. Cabinet is meeting this afternoon to decide, with an update from the Prime Minister and Director General of Health at 4. Auckland University scientific modeller Sean Hendy says the decision will be how to ensure there's a ring around the cluster.
Assuming that they've got back all the tests that they want to, including all the close contacts and casual contacts, then I think this does bode well for a shift down in alert levels in Auckland.
Police are trying to find a driver who trapped an officer's arm in his window as he fled an Auckland COVID-19 checkpoint. Since Alert Level 3 began on Sunday, 358 vehicles have been turned away at the city's northern checkpoints and 899 at southern ones. Emmy Mackay has more.
Police say a man was identified as a disqualified driver when he pulled up to the northern checkpoint yesterday morning. An officer attempted to grab the man's car keys as he was about to flee, but he continued to drive off. The officer managed to free himself and avoided serious injury.
Auckland police have arrested a 16-year-old and an 18-year-old in relation to a shooting in Northcote last Friday. A 16-year-old boy was shot. Police say he will have lasting injuries, including losing sight in one eye. A pair will appear in the North Shore Youth Court tomorrow.
And to Newstalk ZB Sport, good afternoon. Lydia Ko is well placed after the first round of the LPGA Tour's second event of the season in Florida. The former world number one ranked Kiwi has opened with a 3-under par 69 and is 2 shots off the pace. Ko started her season by finishing tied for second on Monday. Meanwhile, Danny Lee's in a tie for 53rd after the first round of the Arnold Palmer Invitational on the PGA Tour. He's carded a 1/73 and is 7 shots off the pace. Eyes forward for the Chiefs. Coaches, players and staff at the franchise don't need reminding about their winless 2020 Super Rugby Aotearoa campaign. Flanker Lachlan Boshier says last season will always be there, but you have to move forward.
Can't dwell on that too much. New season, we've got a new bunch of players that bring in energy and excitement. Definitely just how the pre-season's gone, I think we're a different side.
The Chiefs play their opening match against the Highlanders in Hamilton tonight. Super Rugby coverage with Sky Super Rugby, unmissable, live on Sky Sport. The White Ferns look to bounce back from a heavy loss to England in the second 2020 this afternoon at Sky Stadium. The Tourists thrashed New Zealand by 7 wickets in the opener on Wednesday. First ball is in an hour. International cricket coverage with Resine, quality paints and colours made in New Zealand since 1946. The Australian Diamonds have had to adjust to the New Zealand style of netball for the Constellation Cup. Australian mid-quarter Liz Watson says they're used to playing tight one-on-one defence, whereas the Ferns play zone defence and hunt for the ball. She says it's resulted in a few clashes.
And unfortunately there's been a few, late hits and big collisions. So I think it's just getting used to finding that space and actually working to that clear space and not actually fighting for the body.
The third test of 4 is tomorrow in Christchurch, currently level at 1-1. Silver Ferns skipper Amelia Ann Ignacio cleared to return from a calf injury. I'm Elliot Smith. That's Newstalk ZB News and Sport with Window Witch from Wet and Forget. For streak and spot free windows, it's 5 after 2. Si and Phil are next.
Newstalk ZB Auckland. Time saver traffic.
Shop Crackerjack bargains online now, crackerjack.co.nz. As you heard, some of the warnings lifted, so things should be starting to go better now for the ferries, and Britomart will keep you posted there. Akaranga Drive College Road reports of a crash in Northcote, 0800 jammed. The motorways, of course, nothing happening. Crackerjack everyday items available online. Delivery nationwide or click and collect from all Crackerjack stores.
Newstalk ZB Weather Watch 24/7 with roofcare.co.nz to repoint and recoat your concrete tile roof. Manukau and Waitemata Harbour's variable 5 knots. We've got northwest 10 this afternoon and early evening. Hodaki Gulf variable 5 up to northerly 15 this afternoon, northwest 10 tonight. Bream head to Cape Colville northwest 10 rising to northerly 15 this afternoon and easing back to northwest 10 this evening. High tide for Auckland is at 20 to 2 tomorrow morning. Onehunga at 10 past 4 this afternoon. It'll be mainly fine in Auckland today. Some isolated showers, norwesterly winds. Today's top 24, low overnight 16, and cloud gradually increasing tomorrow with rain late afternoon. And right now in Auckland City, 22 degrees.
Simon Barnett and Phil Gifford afternoons. Here until 4 on Newstalk ZB.
Well, good afternoon, 7 past 2. The tsunami warnings and messages have occupied us for the last 2 hours. Thankfully, things have settled down a bit on that front, so we can talk about something else. COVID.
Yes, bless COVID. We all love it. Well, it's sort of about COVID, but that's only the trigger to it, really. There's a bigger issue here in many ways, isn't there, mate?
Yeah, there is. I tell you what, both Phil and I were intrigued by this. A A global study found just yesterday, COVID-19 deaths in countries where people are obese, it's exponentially higher, 10 times as higher for obesity, which is just extraordinary. In the report, it described as dramatic the correlation between countries' COVID-19 death rates and obesity rates, found that 90% of 2.2 million of the 2.5 million deaths from the pandemic disease were in countries with high levels of obesity, which is an extraordinary finding.
It is, very much so. And what it's sort of triggered in the UK is that they're looking about expanding access to weight loss services and may actually be offering people basically financial rewards for maintaining a healthy lifestyle as part of the fight against obesity.
Yeah, which again is an intriguing idea. So actually I was listening this morning to Mike...
Sorry, just very quick, they're just talking about they're going to give an awful lot of money to the National Health Service in the UK to do it.
£70 million.
About 150 million New Zealand dollars.
And it'll be given to 700,000 overweight or obese people to go on to weight management courses such as Weight Watchers or Slimming World or the like. Or they may, in fact, some of these funds will be used to give these obese people a personal coach to help them shed unwanted pounds. In Singapore, I think they've trialled something very similar. In terms of, if you get a certain number of steps per day to keep the weight down, then you'll get incentives.
Okay.
So good idea, bad idea. Should the government incentivise overweight people in this country to help them lose weight? Particularly, COVID's going to be around for a number of years yet.
Yeah.
So on Mike Hosking's show this morning, he had a really interesting guest, a guy called Graham McGregor, talking about this very thing. Thought we'd play a little bit of the interview.
The chair of Action of Sugar and Action on Salt in the UK, Professor Graham McGregor, is with us. Very good morning to you.
Good morning.
A little bit depressing it's come to this, isn't it?
Well, I'm a bit sceptical. We get a lot of hot air from Boris Johnson and his colleagues about various things. I mean, the evidence for this is not very good. We have, as you know, in New Zealand, a massive problem with obesity and type 2 diabetes. And, of course, now with COVID-19, which is a big problem, or has been a big problem in the UK, it's clear that people who are obese are more likely to die with COVID-19 and may account for the very high death rate in the UK, all the people with obesity. So we really need to do something about obesity. There's a comprehensive plan to deal with it. This is one small limb of it, but it's very much an unevidence-based limb, which needs much more evidence. So the government's going to spend money on looking at what is effective in getting down people who are obese. Because once you're overweight, it's very difficult to lose weight. And the only thing that works is surgery, gastric surgery. All the other things are really not shown in the long term to have much effect overall. Obviously, some individuals can do it who are very strong-minded, but it's extremely difficult to do. And the real thing is to try and prevent people getting obese in the first place, and that's where the food industry bears the responsibility.
Exactly. So I'm glad you raised that, because I was just wondering, no pun intended, whether any government support would be a sugar hit. In other words, you get excited for about a week and then you'd give it up, and then the whole thing would be a waste of time.
Well, I think that's what happens. I mean, my experience as a clinician is that trying to get people to lose weight, as they may do initially, but if you look at 10 years, most of them haven't lost any weight at all, and the average weight has gone up. Now, if you do gastric surgery, which is a pretty drastic step, then that certainly works. But it's sad that we have to consider that at present, when the food industry is really the underlying cause of why people get overweight and fat, because they give us all these foods that are full of fat, sugar and salt, and market them, promote them, push them onto us, make them very cheap, and it's very difficult to resist them. I mean, you can't move without being presented with some food that's going to make you fat.
That's Professor Graham McGregor on the Mike Hosking Breakfast Show earlier this morning. I found a lot of that interview fascinating.
Yeah.
Because he said, and I mean, obviously the generic thing, but he said the only thing that works is gastric surgery. And over a decade of experience, he said more often than not, obese people actually put on weight. They don't lose it. Gastric surgery is the answer.
And this is not a guy just speculating and just saying from one or two people that he happens to know. He's a guy that studied it. He is considered one of the leading experts in the UK on obesity.
Yeah, exactly. So it begs the question what they're trying, and he didn't have a whole lot of time for perhaps what the UK government are doing, which is to subsidise perhaps gym memberships and these weight loss programs, because he said in his experience it probably won't work, but maybe it's worth a try. But if you look at the obesity rate and the correlation to COVID-19 deaths, and obviously there's a very strong correlation between obesity and that, then let me throw something at you, Phil.
Yeah.
In light of that, then should obese people in this country be vaccinated first, along with the frontline workers
Well, common sense would say yes.
So, but how would that go down? So that's our question to you. Do you agree with what Graham McGregor's saying? Have you got some experience with obesity, and have you managed to shift the weight without surgery? Maybe you've had gastric surgery, and the reaction you get from that would be interesting to hear about that too.
It would be indeed. And do you feel, if you personally have managed to, either through going to a gym or going on a weight loss program like Weight Watchers or something along those lines, do you think that, despite what he says, that it can be a practical solution for people, even if they can't afford it, if there is government, taxpayer-funded subsidies to allow people to go onto programs to get fitter?
0800 80 1080 is our number, or text 9292. Newstalk ZB.
Digital Boost, where small business owners can learn for free how to do marketing, accounting and admin smarter. See digitalboost.co.nz.
You'll sell and you sell, so you should sell at USell.
Why sell your car at USell North Shore? You pay no commission. You keep the cash. Why wouldn't you sell at USell? 51 Hillside Road, Glenfield, or usell.co.nz.
Right now at Sky City Casino, there's an Aston Martin Vantage worth over $290,000. Someone must win it, and you are someone. Visit skycity.co.nz/take the wheel for more info. R20, game responsibly.
My grandpa says everyone who lives on his street is his friend.
My dad says the best place to ride my bike is at Nana's place, because there ain't no hooligans driving round. Everyone's retired. What's retired?
Live life on the brighter side of the street. Choose a home from 3 stunning North Shore locations: Mayfair, Knightsbridge and Park Lane. Come and take a look at arenaliving.nz or call 0800 774 635.
Life is sunnier over here.
This Sunday morning, the resident builder Pete Wolfcamp talks everything DIY thanks to Carpet Country. Don't wander the country looking for carpet, because Carpet Country always has roll stock available. Get a free measure and quote and start the new year with a fresh flooring look. From landscaping to outdoor entertaining, furnishing to building, Pete Wolfcamp's got it covered thanks to Carpet Country, where beauty meets budget. Sunday morning with the resident builder, 6 till 9, only on Newstalk ZB.
Looking after each other at Alert Level 3. Stay at home within your bubble. Work and learn from home if you can. If you're sick or have symptoms, call Healthline to ask about getting a test. Unite against COVID-19.
How much is your home worth? Find the answer at OneRoof. Their property estimates are updated weekly and use the latest market data. To estimate what you could get for your home, head to oneroof.co.nz/value.
Every view from every angle on Newstalk ZB.
At the moment, they are making massive decisions with incomplete evidence. They might just want to make sure that they have got a complete picture.
It could one day be treated like the flu. Living with COVID is most likely to be the future.
There's been some comments made by a religious leader that he is not keen to get the injection. So I think that's just about numbers in church.
Giving you the full picture. Newstalk ZB.
This is ZB. It's 2:15. Interesting discussion underway here about obesity. Also very keen because there is definitely, I've spoken with a number of people about this, just at sort of water cooler chat, and they go, no, don't buy any time. They have no time for the argument of bariatric surgery. They say if you want to lose weight, you can. It's just a matter of self-control or self-discipline. And I've said, look, I know people that have tried everything without surgery, and they can't shift the weight. And they're not lazy. They're not big fat slobs like this person was saying. So maybe if you're in that position and you've tried a lot of weight loss programs, you've tried personal trainers, and you can't get rid of your weight, you're still obese, if you wouldn't mind sharing your story to help others understand your plight, we'd be really keen to talk to you.
We would.
0800
really would.
80 1080. Matt's with us. G'day, Matt.
Afternoon, how are you?
Good, mate, thanks.
Good, thank you.
What's your view on this?
I've actually got private health insurance, and I get a discount. It starts at 10% and goes up 1% every year to 20%, and you get various rewards in New Zealand, the world, a few places like that. If I do a certain amount of steps over a week or activities where my heart rate is over 120 beats per minute. So I'm incentivised to stay active, and if I hit those goals, I actually get a discount.
That's fantastic. Who's your insurer?
AIA Vitality.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And is that? Do you know if that's a commonplace thing with most insurers, health insurance policies? That incentivisation?
I don't know, sorry. My broker put me onto it, but it's got Dame Valerie as one of their flagships, I guess.
Oh, that's right. That's why the name was familiar to me. I just realised it's the company that Valerie Adams advertises.
It is too. Yeah. And Matt, so with that incentivisation, has that worked for you? Is that something you go, you know what, damn straight, I'm going to do this?
Yeah, I'm lucky I'm reasonably active, but there's still those days where you don't want to do stuff and you look at your watch and you go, oh, I need to get out or do something or do 20 minutes, whatever it might be. And, I've heard it out of Hollywood, it's easier to stay in shape than it is to get in shape, the saying goes. So.
Yeah. Very interesting. Matt, thanks very much for sharing.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Have a great day. 218. Hi, guys. I'm sorry, it is mind over matter, says the texter. I lost 30 kilograms by eating right and going to the gym. I put it all back on and then some. Over 1 year, I was back to 133 kilograms. I've started the keto diet and in 6 weeks have lost 13 Ks. My doc told me that I'm going very well, so that's my motivation, says Brian.
That sounds a little bit like Carl Tuangafe, the All Black prop, because he was told by his doctor, you're going to die unless you exercise more. So he went, I think he was up to something like crazy, because he's a big man anyway.
That's a pretty good incentive.
Yeah, and he was up to about 150 Ks. He went out and started training and playing rugby, and then I'm not saying everybody that trains and loses weight is going to become an All Black, but in that case, that was the doctor gave him such a stern warning that it was enough to whip him into shape.
Yeah. Hello, Catherine.
Oh, hi there, guys. Love your show, by the way. I always have a laugh every day I listen to you.
Oh, you're very kind. And you've just had the surgery, Catherine.
I have, yes. I'm 3 weeks in. I had a gastric bypass. My experience was I joined a Facebook group, especially for people who had done it or thinking about it for bariatric surgery.
Yeah.
And I was on Facebook group for about 2.5 years before I even made the decision to go ahead. So it was a real seesaw. But then I finally realised I'd tried Jenny Craig, I'd tried keto, I tried all sorts of things, but nothing would stick. So I'm happy to report I'm 10 kilos lighter already on my journey, and it's been amazing.
Great.
So great.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. Catherine, one of the things that I'm kind of intrigued by, I'm guessing that the effect of the surgery is that basically you just can't eat as much in volume, I presume, because that makes you feel too full and bloated and basically makes you almost feel sick if you actually eat too much volume of food.
That's correct.
Right.
And for me, I'm in the very early stages, but it's quite hilarious because if I'm watching some TV at night and it's before my dinner, and of course all those adverts, and there was a chap on before saying, we're bombarded by fast food and things like that, and I look at it and I think, oh, yum, I could so eat that right now, but then I have my soup, about half a cup, and I'm full, and then for the rest of the night when I see an advert, I think, oh, yuck, couldn't think of anything worse.
Do you have, I realise, Catherine, again, that it's very, very early days for it. What about your energy levels, given that you're not taking as many calories in as you did once?
Well, they make sure that the main source of nutrient that you have to focus on is protein. So that will give you the energy. So it's always protein first and then followed up by your veggies and then, fruit or carbs after that.
Right. Now, Catherine, forgive me, this is not from me because I've got a number of friends that have gone through this very thing that you have. So I think I get it without wanting to sound arrogant, but this texter says, weight loss is purely calories in, calories out. It's like a check account. You put money in, food in the form of calories in, and spend it, energy, out in the form of calories. It's all about that. What would you say? You tried everything before the operation, didn't you?
Yes, I did. I can sort of see where they're coming from, but I think it gets to a point where you're so overweight that your body will stay there no matter what. It's going to fight to stay at that weight unless you do something drastic like surgery.
Yeah.
It'd be different if you were 10 kilos overweight, sure, yes, you could knock that off, no problem. But when you've got 30 or 40 kilos overweight, then you have to do something drastic, and surgery is the only option.
Yeah, see that you've said that exceptionally well, because there's another text here that says, Simon, it's self-discipline on diet and exercise. apart from maybe 5% of people with medical conditions, it's just about being active. I don't want to pay for fat people's surgery, says Muzz. Do you feel a bit of judgment?
Yes, I think some people are under the impression that it's the easy way out, but I have to say I haven't made it a secret. I've told all my friends, I've told my work colleagues, and I've had nothing but 100% support.
Cool.
So I haven't had any judgment in that regard. We all have to take personal responsibility for sure, but then when you get to a point where the weight has slowly come on, you sort of don't really realise that it's gathered and it's got to such a problematic stage.
You don't sound like a lazy person to us. And has it changed your life? Do you love looking at yourself now in the mirror?
Well, I'm happy to report I've just put on a new pair of trousers and they fit beautifully.
Fantastic. Good on you.
You're a delight, Catherine. Well done you. Have a great day.
Thanks, Catherine.
Thanks, guys. See you.
23 past 2, Newstalk ZB.
Looking for a huge meal? Grab the legendary Subway foot-long sub. Turn it up. It's a lot of food. Subway. Eat fresh.
Landlords, don't wander the country searching for carpet. You'll find it all at Carpet Country. Recarpeting can add real value to your rental income. So if you need to recarpet, head to Carpet Country. Carpet your whole home up to 20 lineal metres for only $2,499. That's right, only $2,499, including GST, underlay and installation. Plus, get 12 months interest free. Credit criteria, T's and fees apply. Hurry, offer ends soon. Carpet Country, 43 Car Road, Mount Roskill, where beauty meets budget.
Head to Chemist Warehouse and save on big brands like Vitamin C or Vitamin D Lipo Sachets 30-pack, assorted variants from $29.99 and Aveeno Daily Moisturising Lotion 1 litre $24.99. Read the label and use as directed. Vitamins are supplementary to a balanced diet. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Hi, Paul from AV World. We may be in lockdown, but we've still got some amazing deals for you, including headphones, amplifiers, radios. We're shipping daily to our customers through our contact-free couriers. From projectors to turntables to speakers to home theatre amplifiers, anything you need, we will have a lockdown special for you. And we're shipping daily. Just hop onto our online store, avworld.co.nz, for some great lockdown deals. And be safe. avworld.co.nz.
The 36th America's Cup, presented by Prada. Stay up to date with Newstalk ZB's coverage, thanks to Panasonic. Plus, the latest news and results from the Prada Cup in Auckland. This March, Newstalk ZB will bring you live commentary of the 36th America's Cup.
And now they're into the downhill slide and stand by for the slingshot.
Newstalk ZB, official radio partner of the America's Cup, presented by Prada. Coverage with Panasonic, the official electronic supplier of Emirates Team New Zealand.
Auckland, 89.4 FM. Simon Barnett and Phil Gifford, afternoons. Call 0800 80 1080 on Newstalk ZB.
2:25. If you're trying to get through on the phones, you'll struggle because they're absolutely chock-a-block. But don't give up because we're really keen to hear from you. 0800 80 1080 is our number. G'day, Vaughan.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, mate.
Good,
thank you. What's your view on it, Vaughan?
Oh, well, I come from the side of just having had the surgery, so I had a gastric sleeve just about 10 months ago now.
Oh, yeah.
And, amazing. It just does stuff that you can't do by yourself. I was 51 when I had it. I've always been a biggish person and struggled to lose the weight, but when I've tried, I've always been able to lose the weight, but never keep it off. One of the ones that when it comes back with a bit of interest as well. And so
why is that, Vaughan? Because you've said that very well, and the Professor Graham McGregor said the same thing over 10 years of his research. Basically, people that were overweight and obese, they couldn't lose weight, and when they started to put on weight, it came on in abundance, and that's clearly what happened to you.
Yeah, I don't know. It's probably more for him to answer in the sense that it's a medical type thing. So the body's pretty amazing with what it does, but it's also pretty clever. So when you lose weight, it thinks it's starving and it doesn't want to do that again. So when it gets a chance to put a bit of weight back on, it takes it and it puts a bit of stores in just to make sure it doesn't happen again.
So your metabolism slows down.
Yeah, well, I don't know exactly how it does it, but one of the really cool things about weight loss surgery is for a while after the surgery is, for my one, it was a gastric sleeve. So they take away the stomach and they leave you a 50 ml sleeve down where it was. And it takes away your hunger, so it interrupts the connection to the brain. And So that's done a couple of cool things. So I wasn't hungry for about 6 months, and you feel full, obviously, a lot quicker. But somehow it sort of rewires you as well. So the cravings I used to have and the mind games that used to happen when I was trying to diet, I just don't have the same ones. So it does something that a diet just can't do, I guess.
Yeah. And I mean, I've read an awful lot in past years about that issue about the body has its sort of a memory of its own about making sure that it can store weight for the future if it's lost a bit. Just very quickly about the surgery. Were you able to do it through public health, or did you do it privately?
No, I did it privately. Very, very few go through. Most of the district health boards don't have much of a budget for it, unfortunately. Because
how much does it? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was going to say the cost of a sleeve, I think, is about $22,500.
Yeah.
And when you think of what we pay publicly through all the other health-related issues, it would be cheaper to do that for a lot of people.
Yeah, exactly. There's one of our top bariatric surgeons argues exactly the same thing, Vaughan, that we need to do more surgeries and it'll save us in the long run, the taxpayer, huge sums of money. How much weight did you lose and have you lost?
So far, just over 58 kilos. So I started at 139 and just touching on 80 kilo now, so pretty damn happy with that.
Good heavens.
Is 80 kind of the weight that you're happy to sort of keep it steady at from now on, are you?
Yeah. It's funny, once you start, you don't really want, you want to keep losing weight. But,
well, we don't want you to end up like a raisin, Vaughan.
Yeah, no chance of that. No, it's not a bad weight, actually. It's pretty good. It's just down to the body now, so I eat a fair amount of food, like a normal amount of food, and I just make sure it's good food.
Has it made a difference in your normal day-to-day life? Do you feel, how's it changed you?
Oh, yeah. Well, when you're not carrying 58 kilo around, I was always a gym goer sort of thing, but it's just so much easier now. What I could do once every couple of 3 days at the gym, I can do 2 or 3 times in a day. The 5Ks I run doesn't knacker me for a couple of days. I could do it again in a couple of hours or in an hour, or run further. You've just got so much more energy because it's good food going in too.
Oh, good.
Better food than I've had for a long time.
Good man, Vaughan. Great story.
Well done.
Every success. 2:29. One more quick call before the break. G'day, Sarah.
Hi, how are you?
Great, thank you. You're a registered nurse?
Yes, I am.
And you run a program that sort of specialises in fasting, is that right?
Yeah, that's right, yeah. So over the last 3 years I've been working with patients with health-related obesity or, obesity-related health disease as well as type 2 diabetes. And I actually discourage surgery and I put all my patients onto intermittent fasting.
And you've had good success with that?
Yeah, phenomenal results. So over the last 3 years, I've seen complete reversal of type 2 diabetes, including patients that have had type 2 diabetes for years and are on insulin and managing to get them off all of their medication, stop their insulin and have normal blood sugar results.
Wow. How long have you been running the program for? Because one of the issues that specialist from the UK said was that, and he was, obviously it's a different field to what you're saying. He was suggesting that while you can lose weight, experience shows that, unfortunately, most people tend to put it back on again after a couple of years.
Yeah, well, as I said, I've been doing this for coming up 3 years now, and I've got case studies going right back from that time. I myself have lost weight and kept it off for 4 years. Unfortunately, the reason I actually discourage weight loss surgery is majority of patients within 5 years have regained the weight. It doesn't work long term. So very few people can keep that weight off even with weight loss surgery, whereas obviously intermittent fasting has this dramatic improvement without the economic and physiological sort of component that surgery gives you.
Can you give us a wee snapshot, like in 30 seconds or less, what sort of fasting? Obviously, most of us fast when we go to bed at night and wait till breakfast, break the fast, breakfast in the morning. What's your fasting program consist of?
So I start all my patients on 16/8, so that's just for compliance, so fasting for 16 hours. And for all of those who are very overweight or have significant health concerns due to obesity, I push them as quickly as possible to 1 meal a day. So we're looking at sort of 20 to 23-hour fasts daily.
So 23, holy smoke. And most of your patients can do that?
Yeah, and so, as I said, we start that 16 hours for compliance, but it is a hormonal thing. So weight loss is not about calories. We've been doing it wrong for a very long time. It is about hormone balance. It's about getting our insulin low so that our body can tap into stored fat for energy. And you can only do that with intermittent fasting. You can only lower your insulin that way. So insulin's a weight gain or a fat storage hormone, and it rises every time we eat. So if we don't eat for a period of time, like overnight, and we extend on that, our insulin comes down and our body can tap into those excess sugars or stored fats that we have circulating.
That's fascinating. You're obviously getting good results. Sarah, thank you for chatting with us.
Yeah, not a problem.
Just gone 2:30. We'll talk more after the headlines, which are coming next.
Newstalk ZB Auckland. Time saver traffic.
And boats have resumed on the harbour at the moment by the looks of it. Keep us posted 0800 jammed. Traffic-wise, we are looking much better at the moment. No, I'm kidding. There's been no traffic all day. Still no traffic at the moment in level 3. If you're heading south, it's not too bad actually at Mercer on the way to Hamilton, but the delays coming back are actually quite large. The Northwestern had picked up for a little bit, but a breakdown has been cleared. Time saver
I'm Heather Duplessis-Allen, and I'm excited to bring you Season 2 of our international award-winning podcast series, HP Business Class, The Story of New Zealand Business. We have some amazing and courageous leaders in this country with compelling and inspiring stories. In this series, we delve into their business journey, the wins, the losses, and notably, adapting in a COVID-19 world.
HP Business Class, The Story of New Zealand Business. Subscribe to the podcast now on iHeartRadio. HP, keep reinventing.
Weeknights from 6, it's the Business Hour with Heather Duplessis-Allen.
Thanks to MyHR, expert HR support, smart HR software.
MyHR combines on-call HR advisors with smart HR software to handle every step of the employee life cycle.
Cost-effective, cloud-based and built for New Zealand business. Go to myhr.works.
Keep fully informed on local and international issues. The Business Hour with Heather Duplessis-Allen, weeknights from 6.
With MyHR, only on Newstalk ZB.
If you're building or renovating and planning that new fire, you only need one place. The Fireplace, showcasing New Zealand's widest range of fires, indoor, outdoor, wood, gas and electric, including the very latest ultra-low emission burners by Massport Heating. Changing wood fires for good. Don't let a lockdown hold up your project. Book a COVID-safe consultation today with one of our friendly specialists. Remember, you only need one place. thefireplace.co.nz.
Solid, spacious, sporty. The new GLB SUV is the total package. Exclusive to Mercedes-Benz Auckland, the most versatile compact SUV. The GLB 200 is now available from just $76,990 with over $6,000 of value in savings and complimentary features. Seating for up to 7 passengers and sporty AMG styling. The GLB is the perfect partner for life's twists and turns. Get in touch with the team at Mercedes-Benz Auckland. Terms, conditions and fees apply.
Newstalk ZB headlines.
With Blue Bubble taxis, it's no trouble with the Blue Bubble. Hopes having no new cases of COVID-19 in the community today bodes well for a downgrade in alert levels. Cabinet is meeting this afternoon and an update is expected from the Prime Minister and Director General of Health at 4. New Zealand's tsunami evacuation alert has been downgraded. People who were evacuated can now return with the largest waves past. The threat level's now reduced to a beach and marine warning, and the advice remains for all people across the country to stay off all coastal areas. A police armed response vehicle, about 20 officers, including armed defender squad officers, 10 police cars and dogs, have searched a house in Christchurch's St Martin's. Police say they're looking for a person of interest in the area. 20 months in prison for a Christchurch engineer who perverted the course of justice by hiding clothing after US polo star Lauren Biddle died at his home. Why good news is bad news for share markets. See more at NZ Herald Premium. Now back to Simon Barnett and Phil Gifford.
Thanks, Raylene. 25 minutes away from 3. So in the UK, they're about to introduce this. They're looking at putting into £70 million to pay up to 700,000 overweight or obese people to go on weight management courses. They're that concerned about it over in the UK, with obesity a real issue. And of course, obesity, there's a very strong correlation with mortality rates for those of us with COVID-19, those people that had COVID-19 and being overweight. It's huge.
Sadly, much more likely to die. Hey, listen, just very quickly, we had a very interesting call from Sarah just before the headlines. And one of the things Sarah said, and I'm sure that Sarah said it in all completely good faith, was that she believed that basically gastric surgery doesn't work, that very quick or fairly soon after you've had it, you put all the weight back on again. And so, as you do, we Googled the thing, and there were a number of studies, but the first one that I found, University of Iowa, which I'm presuming is a respectable university in the United States, did a study of over 1,000 people that had gastric surgery, and in 77% of cases, 10 to 14 years after they'd had gastric surgery, they had maintained the weight loss.
Yeah, which is really encouraging.
Yeah.
And a number of people that we've spoken to have had the surgery and the weight stayed off and they're doing very well. But there are also a number of texts saying that they loved what Sarah was saying about the intermittent fasting and they thought it made sense. A couple of people said there's a guy called Michael Mosley in the UK. He's been doing the fasting studies for over 10 years and it's about the way, it's a lifestyle thing, fasting, but it has great results. So.
But you'd have to, the one thing I would say, wouldn't you need incredible self-discipline to fast for up to how many hours a day?
Yeah, well, Sarah said get to the point where I think 23 hours a day you've fasted. You only eat, you have one meal a day.
Right. And what do you do the rest of the day? Look at a photo of a lettuce leaf.
I mean, it does sound tough, and that's the thing. I guess there's always going to be that debate between self-control, because you would need massive self-control to be able to stay. I mean, how long do you stay on that? Do you ever
for the
come
rest
off?
Of your life,
I should have asked Sarah because I don't know. She didn't say.
Well, she said she'd been doing it for 3 years. She'd been running the program with other people for 3 years, and she's been involved in it all for 4 years.
No, but what I mean is, if you're doing the intermittent fasting for 23 hours of a 24-hour day, how long do you have to do? Is that for the rest of your days?
Yeah, mate. I would imagine so. Surely, wouldn't it be?
I don't know. G'day, Mark.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, g'day. So, what do you think? Do you think the government should subsidise some of these weight loss programs?
Yeah, I do. I think you got the nail on the head, Simon. I lost about 58 kilo with calorie counting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did a weight loss program, lost 20 kilo over the 12-week program, but then just carried on afterwards and lost another 33, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so... Sorry, I'm a bit nervous, first-time caller. So.
Not at all.
No, it's quite all right, mate. It's just us.
Yeah.
We're all right.
Yeah, I was 136 kilo. I'm 78 now.
Wow.
Well done.
The thing I would say about it is it's quite easy in concept, but it's just mentally hard.
How long has it taken you to lose the 50 kilos?
It took me about 6 months.
Oh, okay, that's pretty good.
And how are you finding it? Because one of the things that people often say is that, and that's an incredible effort you've made, how hard are you finding it to keep it off, to sort of stay on a regime? Maybe not quite as tough as the one that dropped all that enormous amount of weight.
That's the tough part is I use an app that it's hard because you weigh all your food. It's done my partner's head in because I weigh all my food and stuff.
Mm.
It's mentally hard, but you can basically eat anything you want. You can eat nothing but chocolate as long as you're under your calorie count. But you're not going to do that, of course. But
yeah.
But it is hard. Like my partner gets annoyed because I'm weighing my food and
yeah. And what about your overall quality of life when you have to be that disciplined? Do you actually enjoy life? Mm.
Right.
I'm loving it. But yeah, it is. I said to my partner the other day, it's just doing my head in now.
What's doing your head in is the fact that you can't, like a person that doesn't struggle with the weight, you can't just sit down and think, oh, that looks nice, I'll have a bit of that. You've got to think about, oh, no, maybe I shouldn't have that because I've got to weigh it and work out what it is.
With the app, I can scan. I'll scan the food. If I want to buy a donut, I'll type it in. It tells me how many calories it is.
Right.
Oh, I better not have that. It's got too many calories. That's my meal for the day.
What's the app called again, Mark?
MyFitnessPal.
MyFitnessPal. So you're saying basically, you can, if you're incredibly self-controlled and self-disciplined and stick with it, you can lose an extraordinary amount of weight.
Yeah, but you got to exercise well. I was doing a hell of a lot of exercise.
Yeah.
I was doing. I still walk. I walk 10k a day.
Good on you.
I get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and go for a 10k walk before work.
Gee, you see, I don't know how many. Good on you. I have nothing but respect for you.
Because I'm in my mid-40s and I've got a 3-year-old son, so that's my motivation. I don't want to drop dead. I want to see my son grow up.
Yeah, good on you.
Mark, very nice to talk with you. Thank you.
Okay. No worries, thank you.
Cheers, mate. Hey, guys, I'm loving this whole discussion, but I think people need to remember not to sit in judgment. Please remember weight loss schemes are very expensive. There are many reasons that cause it. Mental health also has a big impact on people putting on weight, and I think that's a valid point we haven't touched on, but that's huge.
A very valid point, because the schemes that are the commercial schemes, and I'm not knocking them in any way, because if they work for people, fantastic, but they aren't dirt cheap.
No.
Let's be honest about it, they aren't.
Guys, I fasted all day yesterday, pressed juice only. I feel incredibly energetic today. Read Jason Sean Bennett's book, Eat Less, Live Long. Great read, says Stella. Thank you, Stella. Hi, Alan.
Yeah, g'day.
Hey, mate. Welcome to the show.
First time caller, Alan from Rangiora here.
Good on you.
G'day, mate.
G'day. I've just been inspired to call just because of the stories that have been going on, and just wanted to share my story, if that's all right.
Please do.
Of course.
Yeah, well, I've always struggled with my weight, and I was around, growing up, I was always a bigger guy, and I got to about 170 was my max. And about 3 or 4 years ago, I decided enough's enough. I tried everything. I tried Jenny Craig, Weight Watchers, you name it, all those infomercial machines, everything.
Yeah.
But I finally just decided to, cut the crap and get on with it and get out and exercise and start eating less portions. I was addicted to Coca-Cola. I was drinking about 6 litres of Coca-Cola a day.
Ooh.
And I'm down. I don't touch Coke or any fizzy drinks now, and I eat a lot of greens, and I'm a vegan, and I exercise. Like, I've just got out of the surf. Actually, I was been swimming down at Waimari Beach. It's bloody nice actually. I just went for about a 5K swim along there. There's no one around. I didn't even really know about the tsunami. So
that's right. Yeah, that's why there was nobody around, buddy. Because they'd warned not to go there.
It'd be good if there was a tsunami warning every week.
So let me get this straight. You were 170 kilograms, Alan.
Yeah, and I think I'm around about 101 now. I've lost 69 kgs. Yeah.
Brilliant. Well done.
Yeah.
That is incredible. Wait, so can I just jump in? Sorry, Alan, because what's amazing about your story, and our previous caller as well, and it does fly in the face of what the professor was saying early on in his 10-year kind of field of study. He said most people that are overweight, and in your case obese, or maybe even morbidly obese, his experience is that you don't tend to lose it. People don't tend to lose it. They tend to gain it. And it's so hard to shift that weight when you've got it on. But you've done it.
Yeah, well, you know yourself, Phil, battling with morbid obesity most of your life. It's just as soon as it's hard to shift it. But when you do, it comes back tenfold. Like if I was to go and have, a couple of rum and cokes and a burger, in the next couple of days, I'd just be binging and I'd put on, 5 or 10 kilos. That's how quick it goes back on.
Yeah, amazing. Well, that's a real success story, Alan. Thank you very much for sharing.
Thanks, Alan.
Thank you.
See you, mate. Bye.
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 All the best, buddy.
2:45.
Alan was a lovely bloke, but no, actually, I was obese, but I could have hand on heart. I was never morbidly obese. I was about 15 or 20 k's overweight, which is a crazy large amount, but I've never lost 70 k's.
I did see your jaw drop when he said, "You know what I'm talking about, don't you, Phil?"
You were morbidly obese.
It's 2:45. It is a great discussion, this.
I do find it interesting because, look, just Simon and I worked together back in the 90s and early 2000s, and at one point there I was 20 kilograms overweight. My thing was a very simple thing, and it was bad eating habits, because up until I was about 32 or 33, for a decade, I would run usually around 100 to 120 kilometres a week, about 70 or 80 miles a week, and I ran the Rotorua Marathon when I was 30 and all that sort of stuff, and I ate really badly. I ate large amounts of food, and sometimes it was the wrong food.
Because you burned it off.
Of weight, mate. I didn't have an ounce of weight on me when I ran the marathon, an ounce of fat on me, but then I got problems with arthritis in my hips, and when I couldn't run anymore, I stupidly didn't completely change how I ate. And it's taken me years and years and years. I mean, I'm still overweight now, but I'm not morbidly obese.
Oh, I think you look actually great. I remember seeing you, when we weren't working together, going, gosh, you've lost some weight. So you really had, Hey, guys, I've done the intermittent fasting now for 12 months. So is my partner. We've both lost 40 kilograms. I'm a type 2 diabetic. I've dropped nearly all my meds now through the fasting program. You can eat what you want in your eating window. It's easier than it sounds.
Yeah, I just, fingers crossed for it. The only question I've got about that when you've lost that much weight quickly is whether you will keep it off or not.
Time will tell. 14 to 3.
Newstalk ZB Auckland Community Notices with stressless recliners from Danske Mobile Furniture. Relax, it's time for Stressless.
The Browns Bay Laughter Club meets every Saturday. They use a combination of laughter exercises, breathing, gentle stretches and relaxation to lessen the effects of stress. For details, email laughterbrownsbay@gmail.com and join them every Saturday morning at the East Coast Bay's Community Centre with a koha.
Caring for our community. Newstalk ZB and Danske Mobile Furniture.
When it comes to roof restoration, most companies don't have the guts to back themselves. But the Ko-Fi guys do. Their roof restorations come with a 12-year warranty thanks to the quality products and coating systems they use and the expertise they bring to every job. In reality, they know your roof will perform a lot longer than 12 years. Find out more. Visit kofiroofs.co.nz.
Call the Ko-Fi guys. Call the Ko-Fi guys.
All right, I'm going to flip a coin. Heads, it's $2 week. Tails, it's also $2 week. And it's $2 week. This week, everyone wins. Cha-ching-a-ling-ding. $2 week. On now at Pack and Save.
Through life, we stress our bodies and our cells with ills and chills, overeating, alcohol and lack of sleep, damaging our cells and depleting a vital cell molecule called NAD. True Niagen has been scientifically researched to support your healthy NAD levels, which then supports cellular energy, tissue repair and regeneration. It's time to age better. True Niagen, health from the inside. Order now at trueniagen.co.nz. Always read the label and take as directed.
Nurse or healthcare worker looking to make a fresh start? Hi, I'm Gay Barton, General Manager of Drake Medox. For more than 35 years, nursing agency Drake Medox has prided itself on putting nurses first. Right now, we have a number of exciting job opportunities for registered nurses, mental health nurses and healthcare assistants. If you have the skills and qualifications to do the job, call Drake Medox on 0800 Drake 1.
Hey Aucklanders, if you're at home and want to get some jobs done while you've got the time, your local Wet and Forget stores are open for contactless pick-up at the door. Simply turn up and we'll be your personal shopper, or phone your local store and we'll have your favourite Wet and Forget products packaged up ready to go. wetandforget.co.nz.
Simon, Phil, with you until 4. It's Simon Barnett and Phil Gifford Afternoons. Newstalk ZB.
Talking obesity and the direct correlation with COVID deaths, it's phenomenal. And people are saying, well, why would you be surprised? Because of people that are obese often have health complications.
They have huge health complications of all sorts of different kinds. COVID, sadly, is just the latest in a long line of things from diabetes through to heart attacks.
It's pretty dramatic, though, that direct correlation.
Hell yeah, yeah.
Weight, that's why I'm enjoying this discussion, because it's such a complex issue. For many, it's just like put less in, you don't put on the weight. It's just not as simple as that. This texter makes a very good point. Guys, another thing that may not be known by many of your listeners is if you are on medication, antidepressants in particular, put on weight very easily. It's not so much that they're an appetite stimulant, but because your emotions can be blunted a little, you can really get to the stage where you lose any care about your self-image. That's true. Also, I know with, even in my own family, with those that suffer from chronic period pains, if you get put on the pill can do terrible things to one's figure.
Yeah, that's right.
So so it's then you can do the fasting, but the pill can just be so unhelpful. Hello, Darren.
Hi guys, how's it going?
Good mate, thanks.
Good mate.
I'm just ringing on behalf of my partner, just to put some other thoughts out there. My partner is quite a large lady, and a lot of that was put on because she was had abuse when she was a child.
Yeah.
And it's correlated to that she kind of self-sacrifices, or so she'll lose weight, but then she'll eat something bad and put weight back on again because she doesn't like the fact she's lost weight.
Okay, yeah.
She's been on the public system twice now to get to bariatric and bumped off because she doesn't have any really bad like high blood pressure or anything like that, or diabetes.
Right.
So we're looking to go private, and she's got her appointment in a couple of weeks.
Do you have medical insurance?
No, we don't. So we'll be paying it, like the other guy said, it's around about $23,000 or so.
Right.
Yeah, staggering. The other thing too, Darren, is those that are very overweight that want the surgery, they're often told just prior to surgery they may even need to actually drop 3 or 4 or 5 kilograms
Some
before they
weight
can actually
before
do
they have it,
surgery.
so that
Yeah, I think my partner will be definitely probably asked to lose some weight because she's more weight than anyone else that said how heavy they are today. Partly another thing she did was she broke her leg and her knee in like 3 places, and they weren't sure if she'd ever walk again. So she was in a rest home for 7 months while they mended her leg.
Oh, gosh.
So she put on quite a bit of weight because of that as well.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Well, we wish you well, Darren, and your partner.
Yeah, all the best,
thank you
mate.
so much.
Thanks, mate.
Take care.
Hi, guys. I would highly recommend to your listeners watching Forks Over Knives, says the program. It is a really, really interesting watch and it may help a lot of people with this discussion. And this one says, afternoon team, just catching your show, weight loss. I struggled with weight in my early adult life. I tried everything possible to shift it, including IF. What's IF?
No idea. Intermittent fasting.
Maybe that's it, yeah. But in the end, hypnosis did the trick for me. There are a few people that say that.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I've heard of that for people quitting smoking as well. I've got no idea what the actual figures and the facts are. Purely anecdotal evidence, so I don't know whether it's true or not.
And this text to the break says, Simon, we cannot outrun a bad diet, which is true, and the professor said exactly the same thing, and that's why he puts a lot of the pressure on food companies and beverage companies, taking the sugar out of drinks, taxing sugar, etc., etc.
That's the fence at the top of the cliff, not the ambulance at the bottom, isn't it?
7 to 3.
This Sunday morning, 7:25, the resident builder Peter Wolfcamp talks painting with Jay Sharples, thanks to Resine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. With tips for your DIY painting project, the resident builder talks painting, thanks to Resine. This Sunday morning on Newstalk ZB.
Hurry, the outdoor furniture clearance ends Sunday at Danske Møbler Furniture. Your last chance for huge end-of-season markdowns on all display settings. Wood, woven wicker, aluminium, sun umbrellas and more. At Danske Møbler, furniture for living.
We're the heroes of the housing crisis. Built nearly 200 brick and tiles last year, and this year it's your turn. Get your kids or yourselves on the residential ladder now, because we know we can't retire on luck. And COVID or not, New Zealand's now the lucky country, and it's going to get very, very expensive. And we buy the property for you. We need to talk. Cheers. Martin Dunn, 0800 Ladder.
Real estate together.
Licensed real estate agent.
Hey, Aucklanders, if you're at home and want to get some jobs done while you've got the time, your local Wet and Forget stores are open for contactless pickup at the door. Simply turn up and we'll be your personal shopper. Or phone your local stores and we'll have your favourite Wet and Forget products packaged up, ready to go. Window Witch, Miss Muffet's Revenge, Hitman, Wet and Forget Rapid, or maybe you're all out of Shower Witch. Whatever you need, we'll have your Kiwi-made products for the job. Contactless pickup at Wet and Forget 6 stores Auckland-wide. We're ready now.
Jersey Boys. The story of Frankie Valli in the Four Seasons is the internationally acclaimed musical seen by more than 26 million people worldwide. And it's coming soon to Auckland and Wellington. Be in to win in-season tickets in your choice of Auckland or Wellington before they sell out. Register your details now at newstalkzb.co.nz/Jersey Boys. Jersey Boys. Tickets on sale now through Ticketmaster, or be in to win with Newstalk ZB.
Shop online at Harvey Norman. Contactless click and collect or home delivery options are available. Visit harveynorman.co.nz to see our range of products and place your order. Contact us online or call your local store.
Buying or selling gold or silver? Deal with the company that has a solid reputation. Regal Bullion. Trading for over 40 years and primary distributor for the Perth Mint. Regal Bullion. 0800 881 888.
Newstalk ZB, 5 minutes away from 3. Look, we're out of time to discuss any further on the weight loss because it's been fascinating. Can I just finish with this text because I think it's a valid text. Hey, Si and Phil, you guys are listening to wonderful anecdotes and it's great that those people have done well, but the problem starts with the food guidelines from the USA. These guidelines encourage unhealthy eating. People are fat because they eat what they believe to be healthy. When the guidelines change for the better, the world will get thinner. Cheers, Simon.
Yeah, I've heard that too before. Might be right. One of the things that is coming up after 4 o'clock on Heather's show, Heather Duplessis-Allen's show on Newstalk ZB, it's a press conference that I think a lot of us will be absolutely glued to the radio over this one because fingers crossed there might be a change in the levels coming up for COVID lockdown.
Yeah. It'll be fascinating. So, yeah, as you say, Heather's got that live. Right, 3 minutes away from 3. 3:30 today, we're going to finish our show. We weren't sure we'd do it because of the tsunami situation. We thought, oh, gosh, we can't do You to Man. But thankfully, tsunami alerts have been downgraded.
Absolutely.
So we can do You to Man at 3:30. And coming up after 3 o'clock. Now, this will be a great discussion for many people.
We've addressed some important issues on the show today, and there's another one coming up between 3 and 3:30.
How long is it okay to leave your washing in the machine wet? So you've done the wash and then you might pop out for 10, 15 minutes, half an hour.
Then it's dark or it started raining, and I'm not going to put it out. How long do you leave it in the washing machine for?
Believe it or not, a scientific report has broken it down. We'll give you the results after 3.
Restoring the roof on your house. The Ko-Fi guys know you want it done once, done right, and once they're finished, you don't want to see them again. That's why Ko-Fi gives a 12-year warranty, so you won't have to see them again for a long time. It all comes from doing a good job with quality materials at a fair price and standing by their work. Not actually standing by it. You actually want them to leave. Visit kofiroofs.co.nz.
Call the Ko-Fi guys. These days, we've got smartphones, smart cars and even smart fridges. So when it comes to your lawn, your old petrol mower starts to seem a little dumb. Discover the power of the Lawnmaster Lithium Battery Shared Range. One battery to power your mower, chainsaw, hedge trimmer and more. Powerful, quiet and best of all, zero emissions. Lawnmaster, providing hard-working products for hard-working Kiwis since 1946. Visit steelfort.co.nz to find your local stockist.
I want furniture now.
Want to support local business?
Furniture now.
Get to furniturenow.co.nz and click the NZ brand link. From New Zealand brand mattresses, headboards and bases to NZ brand sofas and lounge suites. When you buy NZ brands from Furniture Now, you're supporting local. Get to furniturenow.co.nz to buy online or for our store locations.
Furniture Now.
Looking after each other at Alert Level 3. Stay at home within your bubble. Work and learn from home if you can. If you're sick or have symptoms, call Healthline to ask about getting a test. Unite against COVID-19.
You could be in trouble without your blue bubble.
Need a taxi? Call Co-op Taxis. Catching up with friends? Have to visit the doctor? Need a ride to your ACC appointment? Do it all with one call. Call Auckland Co-op Taxis. Auckland Co-op Taxis. 300 3000. Approved supplier for ACC.
Hi, Steve here from Ian Hunt Flooring. Underlay makes carpet feel more luxurious and helps it last longer. I'll make your choice easier at Ian Hunt Flooring.
Making your choice easier. Ian Hunt Flooring.
In Auckland on 89.4, this is Newstalk ZB. Every view, from every angle. This is Newstalk ZB News.
It's 3 o'clock. I'm Raylene Ramsey. Tsunami warnings have been lifted after this morning's 8.1 magnitude earthquake in the Kermadec Islands, but people still shouldn't go near or in the water. Anyone who evacuated can return home. Civil Defence says the threat level has been downgraded to a beach and marine threat, and GNS Science says the largest waves have passed. But Emergency Management Minister Kermadec Island told Simon Barnett and Phil Gifford all coastal areas can expect strong, unusual currents and unpredictable surges.
Basically, we can expect that there will still be tidal changes between 0.3 up to 1 metre high. So it means that the tides are going to react and respond quite differently than what they ordinarily do.
Kermadec Island says there have been no reports of damage so far. And experts explained how a tsunami works. NIWA hydrodynamic scientist Emily Lane says with a really big underwater quake like today's, an area of 100 by 200 kilometres is lifted several metres. She says that caused the water above to move up, radiating out across the Pacific.
So the speed is related to the depth. So in the deep ocean, where it's sort of about 5 kilometres deep, it's moving at the speed of a jet plane.
Lane says the water slows as it approaches the shore. And people are making their way home in Whakatane, but local Rebecca Jones suggests future texts could do more than warn people.
You almost need to say emergency over so you know that it's safe to go back, because we're sort of sitting there watching TV trying to work out, can we go back?
And Gisborne Mayor Rehet Stoltz says people are ready to head home for a bite and a nap.
Fingers crossed. If nothing else happens, we'll be able to wrap things up in the next few hours, just make sure everything is going according to plan, and then hopefully be able to shoot home.
20 months in prison for a Christchurch engineer who perverted the course of justice by hiding clothing after US polo star Lauren Biddle died at his home. Biddle died at Joseph Douglas McGirr's Clifton mansion in 2018, most likely of a drug overdose. McGirr had denied supplying the 22-year-old with Class B controlled drug MDMA and burying Biddle's clothing after her death. He was acquitted on the drug charges last year, but found guilty of attempting to pervert the course of justice. McGirr can apply for home detention, but only to a residential rehabilitation centre. Christchurch police say they're looking for a person of interest after a witness has reported multiple armed defender squad officers, 10 police cars and dogs searching a house in St Martin's Riverlaw Terrace. Ports of Auckland is optimistic about the second half of the financial year, despite a 20.8% drop in net after-tax profit to $13.6 million for the 6 months to December. CEO Tony Gibson says COVID has delayed goods in other ports like LA, but he says in Auckland, ships are arriving closer to their original estimated arrival time.
And the good thing is that once the ships are in here, we clear the goods very quickly. So on average, the import goods are being cleared from the port 1.8 to 2 days. So, you know, we're happy with that.
A disappointing debut for My Food Bag on the NZX, with stock falling despite high expectations. The shares open trading at $1.76, but slumped to $1.69 by 2 this afternoon.
To Newstalk ZB Sport, good afternoon. England's won the toss and asked the White Ferns to bat first in the second 2020 of 3 this afternoon in Wellington. The hosts lost the first game on Wednesday by 7 wickets, play just getting underway in the capital. International cricket coverage with generalfinance.co.nz for great secured term deposit rates. And England need to focus on avoiding getting rattled as they attempt to level the 4-test cricket series against India with victory at Ahmedabad. The visitors were rolled for 205 in their first innings, courtesy of moments like this when wicketkeeper Rishabh Pant coaxed a rash shot from opener Zach Crawley. India are 24 for 1 heading into the second day, getting underway in a couple of hours. An England win guarantees Australia a place in the World Test Championship final against New Zealand in June. If India win or draw, they will play the Black Caps. Mid-quarter Liz Watson will take the opportunity to be permanent captain of the Australian Diamonds if it's offered to her. The duties are being rotated around for the Constellation Cup, with Watson captaining in the second match, which the Aussies won by 9 goals. Watson says it's a big job and whoever's chosen needs to have the full support of the players and coaching staff.
So, of course, if I get the opportunity, I'll take it with both hands and do my best job. But, I think we're still in the process of figuring out what that role looks like.
And the series resumes tomorrow. Silver Ferns captain Amelia Ran Ikanasio has been cleared to return from her calf injury. Lachlan Boshier isn't about to reinvent himself in an attempt to gain national honours. A superb 2020 Super Rugby Aotearoa campaign for the Chiefs had the Taranaki loose fought in the All Blacks discussion. However, he was overlooked. Boshier says he's chatted about what he needs to do to put him in contention again this season.
More so with the Chiefs coaches, setting little plans and just growing little areas. I don't feel like I need to make too many great shifts.
The Chiefs open their season against the Highlanders in Hamilton tonight. Live commentary on Gold AM and on Newstalk ZB Sport through iHeartRadio. Super Rugby coverage with Sky Super Rugby, unmissable live on Sky Sport. I'm Elliot Smith. That's Newstalk ZB News and Sport with Window Witch from Wet and Forget for streak and spot-free windows. It's 5 after 3. Si and Phil are next.
Newstalk ZB Auckland. Time saver traffic.
Greetings from Whakatane, New Zealand's official sunshine capital. Well, closer to home, it is starting to ease now, and all the delays from the water are starting to subside, so you can catch your ferry if you have to. Now, it is a little busy between Warkworth and Wellsford through Dome Valley, and of course, we've got the barriers stopping us from leaving. Visit whakatane.com, the sunlight at the end of the lockdown.
Newstalk ZB Weather Watch 24/7 with roofcare.co.nz to repoint and recoat your concrete tile roof. For Manukau and Waitemata Harbours, norwesterlies of 10 knots this afternoon and early evening. Hodaki Gulf, variable 5 rising to northerly 15 this afternoon. Tonight, norwesterly of 10. Breamhead to Cape Colville, we've got northerly 15 this afternoon and back down to northwest 10 tonight. High tides for Auckland tomorrow morning at 20 to 2. Onehunga this afternoon at 10 past 4. And for Auckland today, mainly fine, some isolated showers with norwesterly winds. High 24, low tonight of 16. A fine morning tomorrow, then cloud gradually increasing. Brief rain at night and norwesterlies turning southwest. Right now in Auckland, 22 degrees.
Simon Barnett and Phil Gifford afternoons. Here until 4 on Newstalk ZB.
7 past 3. It's one of life's little niggles, isn't it? Putting a load of washing on in the evening, then forgetting to hang it out before you go to work, and then you go, oh my goodness, darn it, I've left that washing in the machine. It'll stink when I get home. I'll have to rewash the whole load.
Exactly. Now, we talked about this morning because there's a very interesting story about an expert in the field who's given the definitive view on how long it is okay to leave your washing in the washing machine before you hang it out.
I'll tell you how expert this expert is.
Yes.
Works for the Whirlpool Institute of Fabric Science.
The Whirlpool? That's a washing machine company.
Yep, exactly.
And they've got an Institute of Fabric Science.
Yeah, so
Crikey.
So this person really genuinely does know their stuff, and they've spoken with a number of worldwide newspapers because it is something that does affect all of us.
And more than that, Martha Stewart,
yes,
fresh out of jail, has said, Martha Stewart, the home expert, she has said that she totally agrees with what the expert said.
Right, so how long can you leave a load of washing in before you have to rewash it because it's got that manky, damp, horrible smell that we all know so well?
0800 80 1080 or text us on 9292. What's your view? And I mean, look, just because this person's an expert and because Martha Stewart says, presumably not under oath, Martha Stewart said, I'm sorry, I can't help. Martha Stewart's such a goody-goody two-shoes and she went to jail, man.
Yeah.
In a crook, but there you go. But I've got to say, just because this person is a quote expert, it doesn't mean that from your own experience of washing that you don't have views and things that have happened to you. You may, but at the end of this little chat, we will tell you what the expert says.
Yeah.
But what do you think? That's what we're more interested in.
Yep, we know. We've got the figures here. I would have said if you'd asked me, now I know, but if you'd asked me, because I do the washing at home, I would say, I've put the washing on and then I've gone for a run or a walk or whatever. I would have said 2 to 3 hours, and after 2 to 3 hours, it's got that manky, musty smell, and I would have put it through again.
I would have said it's like a brewer, and one of the major brewing companies said to me once, the second a beer bottle, the cap is put on a beer bottle, the beer deteriorates from that second forward. It's not like wine, it gets worse. So, in other words, you should drink beer as quickly as you can after it's been made.
Should I drink my socks, is that what you're saying?
No, not at all. What I'm saying is I think, for me, the sooner you can put it out, the better. I would suggest that every minute it's sitting in the washing machine, things are deteriorating.
So how long, then, would you have left your washing in the machine before you go, oh, gosh, I'd better do this again?
I try and put it out as soon as it stopped. It goes straight on the line outside in the fresh air.
If it had sat there for an hour, would you rewash it?
Okay, that's a point. That's a good point. How long? No, it would never sit there for more than an hour.
Right.
Because Jan's an absolute stickler on this thing. She is real Red Guard on this one, so I would never leave it.
My Jodie was the same. She would be, whereas I would often leave it. And then,
well, you just put your jeans in the freezer anyway, clean them, don't you?
But when I've done that, Drew, that we've all had this, I'm sure, where you put a shirt on in the morning and you go, something stinks. And then it just sort of follows you around. You go, hey, I think it's me that stinks.
I think it's the shirt.
And that's what happens if you don't get it out straight away. How long can you leave it? We'll tell you the answer before 3:30. But what do you reckon? 0800 80 1080.
Radio, music, podcasts, all in one app and all free. Download the iHeartRadio app today.
The sooner you get your KiwiSaver ducks in a row, the better. Whatever your plans, when it comes to saving for retirement, we can show you how small changes now can make a big difference later. Talk to one of our KiwiSaver experts today and get your KiwiSaver account sorted. ASB, helping you get one step ahead. ASB Group Investments Limited is the issuer of the ASB KiwiSaver scheme. The scheme's product disclosure statement is on ASB's website.
Residents are loving the lifestyle at Richmond Villas Lifestyle Village in Thames. Could it be your next address? Richmond Villas Lifestyle Village is a caring environment, owned and operated by the same family as the Palms Lifestyle Village in Whangarei. See the new luxury apartments with stunning views and a feeling of having Thames right on your doorstep at the next Richmond Villas Open Day every Thursday from 11. Call 0800 868 5484 or go to richmondvillas.co.nz.
Sunday afternoon from 5, the Weekend Collective talks smart money with Harbour Asset Management for sustainable, research-driven investment funds. Learn to make your money work for you with smart money thanks to Harbour Asset Management. Sunday from 5 on Newstalk ZB.
Harrison's home improvement sale is on with up to 40% off carpet, hard flooring, curtains and blinds, plus 4 years interest-free. Buy now and you could win 10,000 bonus flybys. Harrison's 0800 103 001. Lending criteria, fees, T's and C's apply.
Get amazing knockdown deals at Mitre 10. Like the Stride Prestige doormat was $11, now $6. And get your home sorted with 25% off Alpha Storage. Contactless click and collect and home delivery available at Mitre 10.
Shop online at Harvey Norman. Contactless click and collect or home delivery options are available. Visit harveynorman.co.nz to see our range of products and place your order. Contact us online or call your local store.
Get your weekly hit of the voices of New Zealand cricket. Brian Waddle, Jeremy Coney on the front foot.
Coming up this week, we reviewed the Australia-New Zealand T20 series. Whitefern struggling against England. Chris Martin recalls the time he took 5 early wickets in Ahmedabad in 2010. And we remember Martin Crowe, who passed away 5 years ago.
On the front foot. Download the latest podcast now on iHeartRadio. Powered by Newstalk ZB.
3:13, you can always tell a guy that lives on his own by the smell of his T-shirts. Says this text, and that's true. I mean, I've got to be honest. I don't know what it is about my body, but if I leave washing in the machine, it does get it's such a unique smell, and it's awful. It's like, sometimes it happens to my tea towels as well.
You don't wear tea towels to work, so. How come? Helena says, Helena, just to put your mind at ease, are we offering a new washing machine as a prize for the best caller? No, I'm sorry, we're not.
No. Guys, it depends on whether you do a hot or a cold wash as to how long you can leave it in the machine, but I would say 2 hours tops. We will have the definitive answer from a Whirlpool Institute of Fabric scientist before 2:30, how long you can leave your washing in the machine before it goes bad and you have to redo it. Hello, Brian.
I'd just like to put my 2 pennies worth in about the washing machine, because I do the washing at home. Sure. So I'm married with, and I do the washing. Right. But what I do when normally, I can do a wash overnight and leave it and take it out in the morning, and then there's no smells whatsoever. Okay, but the secret is, as far as I'm concerned, is that when we normally take it out of the machine, I hang it out, then I go back and I wipe the machine at the lid, and I'll wipe the machine right over. And I never put the lid down. This is for a top loader.
Right.
And that means you're not trapping foul air in the machine. The chances are that all the seals and that sort of thing will probably absorb foul air. And when it's trapped in there with clothes in there, it gets into the clothes so you can smell it. And the other thing is, too, that it does pay to do a flush wash from that stuff you can buy at the supermarket to give the machine a rinse out. Now, we've been doing this since we've been married, and we've never had any problems with smelly clothes.
Actually, that's something I've never really thought about, the lid.
Washing the washing machine.
And washing I think some machines have a cycle, don't they, Brian? A washing, you can actually just wash the machine, run it through a clean cycle.
Oh, we haven't got that. We put this, ours is a fairly late model one, but it's not the most expensive one on the market. We just put one of these mixers through. I use about half it, and it says use a hot wash, but I just use a warm. Okay. But and we don't use, like for a full load, we only use half of a container full of soap powder. Yep. In fact, you don't need most recommended washing powders. You're putting too much washing powder in the thing anyway. For a full load, half a cup of that, the little plastic cap they give you, that's enough to do the entire wash. In fact, you could probably wash your clothes, a lot of it, without using any detergents at all.
Are you sure, Brian? I put 3 caps in.
No, that's crazy.
3 caps?
All you need, all we use for a full load is half one of the, those little plastic containers that come in the...
I know.
I know. We use half of one of those, and that's more than enough.
What's your product? What are you putting in there?
You mean what sort of soap powder?
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's Persil Sensitive or something.
Well, you see, I wondered. There's a text. The reason I asked is this text says it's all about the washing powder that makes your clothes stink, or otherwise Persil never smells.
Well, that could be right. Well, the thing is that maybe that works, but I probably just buy Persil because we buy it when it's on special, I suppose.
Good on you.
And we don't use much of it. We don't need to.
No, good on you, Brian. Look, I just saw it. Thanks very much indeed, Brian. Appreciate it. So there's 3 cap loads.
Yeah.
Which is, I've never heard of that from anybody doing it. Do you think maybe the reason that you worry about your clothes and your tea towel smelling is because they're just drenched in chemicals, to be blunt, mate?
No, I'm wondering, though, if Brian and I were at different... See, I think with the Persil, you get a scoop with the Persil powder. I never use powder. I use the laundry liquid, and I use Earthwise liquid, and the bottle has a cap. You unscrew the cap, and then you can tip that you can fill the cap up. I use 3 caps.
How big's the cap? About that big?
It'd be 1.5 inches, 2 inches high. Yeah. And deep,
And you put 3 of those
3 of those in, I put 2 in the little
And what's
dispenser.
it called? Earthwise?
Earthwise.
Does it come out smelling like soil?
I put 2 in the dispenser, and then the third cap goes into the actual. I just tip it over the clothes.
That sounds way too much to me, I've got to say.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi, guys. I've got a bit of a different take on this. I reckon the longest you should probably leave it in the machine is about 3 hours. But I'd actually go longer than that if the day was really windy and sunny and you knew you were going to hang it out and it would have like a really good blow around and really good dry and get rid of all those musty smells that might be lingering around.
Right. Yeah. Michelle, one of the questions that sort of popped up, and we have no word from the expert on this, but I'm fascinated, is that how many capfuls of liquid, washing liquid, would you actually put in with your wash? Because Si puts in 3.
3, yeah.
Oh, no, I only use 1.
Do your clothes...
That's like for a full wash, or if my husband's clothes are really filthy because he works outdoors, I might do 1.5. But no, I think that would probably cook your clothes, wouldn't it?
I've never heard of that much. I honestly, I don't. I mean, my shirts just smell like clean shirts. You worry about your shirts because you say they have a funny smell. Mate. I mean, I don't think it's anything to do with you, buddy. I think it's everything to do with the washing
Maybe.
thing.
I don't know. And Michelle, you reckon 3 hours, anything over 3 hours, you would do the whole wash again?
Yeah, but say if it was in the morning and say I'd forgotten that I'd done a wash and it was still a really nice day and, had a really nice northwest wind, I'd definitely still hang it out even if it had been in there for a few hours longer than that, just because it's going to be really fresh by the time you bring it in.
Have you ever had that have you ever had that musty smell? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, and I've re-washed it.
Yeah.
And this is why I don't do, washing during the night and, make use of the night rates.
Yeah.
I don't want the washing sitting there and just smelling icky by the morning.
Yep, and I may say that one of the big things that my darling wife Jan talks to me so often about is that sunlight is the best cleanser and the thing to make your clothes smell the best.
Yep, absolutely.
Put it out on the line and
just good fresh air.
And you're saving the planet as well.
Absolutely, Phil.
Oh, listen to you two do-gooders. Good on you. Go and polish your halo there, Michelle.
No, we know we're in the right, Michelle. We don't have to polish halos.
Have a great day, Michelle. Hi, Axel.
G'day, how are you?
Good,
G'day,
mate. Thanks. Oh, good. You're a genuine bloke there. So how long can you leave
Hope everyone's safe in Aotearoa.
What's
that? I recommend to everyone do a hot wash.
Yep.
With no clothes in it, rah. And then on the final rinse, half a cup of vinegar, white vinegar.
Yeah.
Then just let that go through and it clears out all the pipes, does everything right. That's on the good old Fisher and Paykel washing machines when they're building New Zealand,
Yeah.
Yeah, so that works perfectly for me, and I've always had good results.
Okay.
Did you worry and think maybe that the odd problem that you have, people maybe have where clothes smell a bit funny if they've been in the washing machine for a while, because the washing machine itself is not that clean?
Yeah, exactly.
Right, okay.
Because the pipes, if you actually look at them, because I know Fisher and Paykel Techniair, that they build up with so much sludge, and then it doesn't push out as fast as they actually should. You get that release valve that goes down the sink and rah.
Yeah.
You've got to flush all that out and just keep, because it's probably about a 6 mil pipe. that releases water, and if it can't, it's got so much gunk on it.
Yeah.
It's only releasing 2 mils of water instead of 6 mils.
How do you know all this stuff, Axel? How do you know all this?
Well, because it's just the law of average.
Yeah, but not even the
It's like you look at your pillow, you shred 4 layers of skin every year on your pillow. This all has to be washed away.
We are going to discuss pillows next week, actually. This is like
no worries. You just have a good day and take my tip. I guarantee a lot of people will enjoy it.
We will take your tip,
brother.
Axel. I'll tell you something. He does mention white vinegar. Now, again, this is highly personal. It's a bit embarrassing, but I've mentioned before I do sweat a lot, right? So if I have a slight whiffy body odour there on my shirts, I will soak them in a bucket overnight with white vinegar, just white vinegar, and then I'll wash them the next day. But they sit in the white vinegar. It takes it away. It's incredible because it's very hard to get BO out of a shirt.
Well, this it's not an acronym that makes me feel a bit queasy talking about losing weight. But just very quickly, this very nice woman says, "Hey, Si, I use what's the name of that stuff you use? I use Earthwise as well. I just put 1 cap in, and they smell great." I think you're using too much Earthwise, mate.
Oh, I'm not.
That hippy-dippy stuff there's all sorts of enzymes growing in your washing machine, mate.
Big's ass. You can't use too much.
Big's what?
Big's bottom, I mean. That musty smell that
Did you realise the mic was on when you said that?
That musty smell, Simon, that you talk about, it's exactly the same smell of wet dog fur. And that's dead right. That's exactly right. It's a smell that gets in.
Well, I don't know, because we don't put 3 capfuls in. I've never smelt it. I don't know. And we hang it out in the nice sunshine.
It's 3:22. We will give you the results of this expert from Whirlpool, the Whirlpool Institute of Fabric Science. How long can you leave your wet washing in the machine before it gets that smell and you have to rewash it? We'll tell you the maximum time in a few moments.
Hey, Aucklanders, if you're at home and want to get some jobs done while you've got the time, your local Wet and Forget stores are open for contactless pickup at the door. Simply turn up and we'll be your personal shopper. Or phone your local stores and we'll have your favourite Wet and Forget products packaged up, ready to go. Window Witch, Miss Muffet's Revenge, Hitman, Wet and Forget Rapid, or maybe you're all out of Shower Witch. Whatever you need, we'll have your Kiwi-made products for the job. Contactless pickup at Wet and Forget 6 stores Auckland-wide. We're ready now.
At BNZ, we could help you access lending through the Business Finance Guarantee Scheme and offer practical support and information. We're here to back your business. Find out more at bnz.co.nz/BFS. Lending criteria, terms and fees apply.
KFC's Kentucky Bacon Stacker is so stacked that just lifting it is a workout. Get 2 original recipe fillets, Kentucky mayo, cheese and bacon between a brioche bun. Pick one up today, only at KFC.
Your ears can take you anywhere. Right now, you're in a cage. And you're not alone. And now you're in pole position. Now it's 300 years ago. Now you're in space. And now you're at Triton World of Hearing to discover the latest hearing tech and step into our surround sound experience room to truly hear the future. Visit worldofhearing.co.nz.
Have you got toenail issues? Toenail fungus is a common issue for lots of people. We're inviting people to participate in a clinical trial to test a new topical treatment for fungal toenail infections. Participants need to be 18 to 70 years old with toenail fungus symptoms. All eligible participants will be paid for their time. Register your interest today at toenailstudy.com.au. That's toenailstudy.com.au.
Auckland, 89.4 FM. Simon Barnett and Phil Gifford afternoons. Call 0800 80 1080 on Newstalk ZB.
This is ZB 325. Hi, guys. I have a dear friend. He's a single man, and they do have a certain smell. I think he doesn't wash his clothes regularly enough or leaves them sitting in the machine. It's a certain smell, very hard to get rid of.
And here's quite an interesting one. It says, "Hey, Si, have you read the instructions on the product?"
No, I don't read instructions.
No, you don't read instructions anything, do you, mate? No.
Do you wash your sand shoes, your running shoes in your washing machine? I do that too. Think.
Oh, when I used to do a lot of running, yeah. But only by themselves. You wouldn't put them with anything else. You don't mix your tea towels with your ordinary clothes, do you?
No, yes, I do. My tea towels I do.
Do you?
I thought you were going to say my tea towels with the running shoes. No.
Tea towels with ordinary clothes?
Oh, shut up,
No, I don't have a problem with your tea towels. with your sweaty old shirts, mate.
Guys, this is a great discussion, and says the text, it depends where you live and the temperature. If it is hot and humid, it will smell sooner than if it's cold and dry. We lived in Calgary, Canada. You could honestly leave the washing in the machine wet for a week and it would not smell as the air was so dry. It did come out like cardboard, but it never smelled.
Right. Okay, very good.
Bob is on the line. G'day, Bob.
Hello, Bob.
Yeah, right here, Chef.
Oh, Bob, we've got a terrible line. You still there, mate?
Yeah, roger that. Do you hear me?
Yeah, got you loud and clear.
Buddy.
You're a former Navy man, is that right?
Okay.
Yeah, you go fire away, Bob.
Well, like Axel there was talking about cleaning your machine, I'll just give you a general one I used. You take 1 cup of baking soda and 1 cup of white water, throw it in the machine, fill the bugger up, make it warm, let it run, and you can use it on all your drains in the house, and it cleans it out. But I'm glad I tuned into you because I've got a load that's been sitting in there for 3 hours, and I forgot about it.
Good man.
But my child bride, she's British, and she must have her watch set. She'll go in there, throw it in, la-di-da, take it out, hang it up, close pegs. I'm a lazy bugger. I spent 20 years in the Navy washing stuff with a kai brush and a bucket, hanging it out and tying it on lines, and another 40 years on my yacht where I was scrubbing it all. Now I'm domesticated and live in a house, but I just throw it in there, and I don't hang it out because I hate the close page, and then I leave it out, and I forget about it in the rain, so I throw it in the bloody dryer and burn it up, you know. But, that's me.
Yeah.
I've spent a lot of my time, but in the Orient, when I was in the Orient, like Korea, Vietnam, the Philippines, you'd take it to the laundry lady. Hell, they'd wash it in a dirty river, and it'd come back, and we got used to the smell, I guess.
Bob, you are too good.
Thanks, Bob.
Oh, man.
What about Bob?
That almost sounded like a fake call.
But it's not. No, it's the real deal. Bob really was the thing. Oh, I'll tell you what we're going to do, because we're almost out of time, because we've got a great interview coming up in a second, and then you demand. So let's go to our expert and tell the folk how long the expert says you're allowed to leave your washing in the washing machine.
Lucinda Otterschitz. She's an expert at the Whirlpool Institute of Fabric Science, and she's told a number of newspapers around the globe that, wait for this, you can leave a wet load of washing in a machine, but anywhere between 8 and 12 hours. After 12 hours, you need to rehang them or rewash them. But between 8 and 12 hours, you can leave wet washing in the machine.
And she says outside in sunshine, if you're hanging them up, is always better. And it's a statement that the well-known home and living expert from a maximum security prison, no, she's out now, Martha Stewart agreed with it. So if Martha Stewart agrees with it, it must be right.
There you go. Lots of people too are texting in about the smell. There's a smell that really gets in and you can never get rid of it. And apparently the smell is caused by the fillers in your washing powder. The fillers to flesh out the washing powder.
Right, yeah.
And the laundry liquid. Laundry liquid apparently has more fillers than powder. And by using 3 times the recommended amount, Simon, your machine is getting even more bunged up. Even Earthwise contains fillers. The sludge sits under the barrel and causes the stench.
Oh.
If anybody would like, they can Google fillers in washing detergent and you'll see all the material.
And apparently a few months ago on Newstalk ZB says this text just before we go, says we're using way too much powder. He was from Fisher and Paykel. He said a much better wash with half the amount of powder. So just try it out and see how it goes, mate. You might find that suddenly those shirts, the smell's nothing to do with you. It's everything to do with your gunked up washing machine.
Oh, I must tell my wife when I get home. It's the laundry powder, it's not me.
No, it's not me, baby. It's the washing machine.
3:30, Newstalk ZB. Good to have you with us. Coming next, we finish the show. We've got a real expert on the show in a few moments, the earthquakes. Professor Mark Sterling. He's the chair of earthquake science at Otago University. So what happened this morning in the Kermadecs? We'll find out in a few moments.
Newstalk ZB Auckland. Time saver traffic.
Brand new Fletcher Living Home selling now across Auckland. And looking at State Highway 1 to the north, it is still busy through Dome Valley. Keep us posted, 0800 jammed. Obviously, we've still got the old lockdown there, so you can't get out. And all the motorways are free-flowing, but you can sail now over the water on the ferries. Search Fletcher Living to view a range of brand new homes in desirable new locations. Time saver traffic.
Newstalk ZB Sport is your home for live commentary.
She is magnificent.
This week, the Silver Ferns take on the Australian Diamonds in the Constellation Cup, right here in New Zealand.
Game, set, and a match tonight.
And make your weekends unmissable with Sky Super Rugby Aotearoa.
Try time!
Listen live wherever you are on your laptop, your phone, or your smart speaker. And don't miss a moment. Newstalk ZB Sport on iHeartRadio.
Elevate the everyday. Huawei Sound, in collaboration with Duvialet, is easy on the eyes and pleasing to the ears. The button's colourful ring lighting pulses to the beat. Its unique design gives you a window into the operation of the subwoofers. It's sound you can see. Extraordinary sound to elevate the everyday. Huawei Sound, available now exclusively at 2 Degrees.
Tricky renovation decisions are easy with Flooring Extra's new Reside collection, marrying style and quality with value. Mix and match hard and soft flooring to find the floors you love. House lot deals from $3,299 only at Flooring Extra. Motorcyclists can be hard to see. When you indicate at intersections, look again, look again, look again, look again. Be sure. A message from ACC and the Motorcycle Safety Levy.
Always read the label and take as directed. Sleep Drops Auckland.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Our specialist Sleep Drops range offers support to get off to sleep during worrying and busy times and supports quality sleep even for those lifestyle stages that bring sleep interruptions, such as temperature imbalances or nighttime bathroom visits. This month, we've got special pricing in most retail stores, including Life and Unichem pharmacies, Health 2000 and Chemist Warehouse, and from sleepdrops.co.nz.
Newstalk ZB headlines.
With Blue Bubble taxis, it's no trouble with the Blue Bubble. Tsunami warnings have lifted further for most of New Zealand, but not everyone's in the clear yet. The warnings were put in place after a magnitude 8.1 earthquake near the Kermadec Islands about 8:30 this morning. Anyone who evacuated can return home. But the National Emergency Management Agency says there's still a beach and marine threat for the North Cape from Ahipara to the Bay of Islands and the North Island's east coast from Cape Runaway to Tolaga Bay and Great Barrier and the Chatham Islands. Strong, unusual currents and surges are still expected around the coast and people should stay away from the water. A burst pipe in Wellington is spraying water higher than a 2-storey building. Maintenance crews struck the pipe on Marjorie Banks and Brougham Streets earlier today. Cabinet will be looking at our streak of no new community cases and outstanding test results when making a decision on easing alert levels with an announcement due at 4. There are no new cases of COVID-19 in the community today or in managed isolation. Liam Dan comments, Auckland CBD feels the pain and it hurts. See more at NZ Herald Premium. Now back to Simon Barnett and Phil Gifford.
Thanks, Raylene. 26 minutes away from 4. So big day today, of course, some massive earthquakes. The Kermadec's the biggest at 8.1. On the line with us is the Chair of Earthquake Science at the University of Otago, Professor Mark Sterling. Hello, Professor.
Hello there.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much for making the time. A lot of people intrigued by your work here. So are we likely to see any more earthquakes in that region of the same magnitude, around 8 now?
I think that the main events have probably happened there. No, I'd say not.
Okay.
As far as the Kermadecs are concerned, is that an area that's on a known fault line or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, really, it's all on the big boundary of the Pacific and Australian plates. It's the Tonga-Kermadec Trench, and that actually goes from Tonga right down to Cook Strait, Kaikoura area, and it's where it's close to New Zealand. It's called the Hikurangi subduction zone. It's a geological feature called a subduction zone where one plate dives underneath the other, and the earthquakes are due to that sort of forcing that goes on there.
Right. Professor, it seems to be we're getting more earthquakes in this part of the world, but even around the world, than we did, say, 30 years ago. Is that correct or not?
I don't think that's correct, really. There's a great deal of fluctuation through time in earthquake occurrence. And, yeah, earthquakes all happen in clusters, but there's a lot of sort of perceived association between earthquakes, when you get two major sequences on other, each side of the Pacific or something like that. But really, there's a great deal of variability in earthquake occurrence, and it's through long periods of time. It's really a steady process. You'd have to go back into the hundreds of thousands of years or millions of years to see changes, real changes through time, which would be due to changes in plate boundary orientation and behaviour.
So it's interesting, isn't it, the perception, because my grandfather, he lived till he was 88 years old, and I just don't recall him talking about earthquakes really at all of any significance or a bunch of them, but it does feel like we've had the Kaikoura ones, the Christchurch ones, these ones. It seems in the last 6, 8, 10 years there have been a lot more.
Yeah, you're right on that sort of scale, that we do have times where there's relative quiescence, and then, we've had a lot of my colleagues say we've kind of had a bit of a catch-up in New Zealand in the last 10 or so years with major earthquakes with Fiordland and Canterbury and Kaikoura, etc. So, I guess, and pre those events, I think the last major event we really talked about was Edgecombe in 1987. So, there are fluctuations on that sort of time scale, but it's all part of a sort of a fairly constant process.
Right.
Professor, as a layman, and this is very much a layman's question, but my impression is, I must say, that the detection of earthquakes seems to happen a lot more quickly these days. What do people like yourself and what do experts in the field use to detect them, and how quickly can they detect when there is an earthquake?
Oh, okay. Well, yes, certainly the detection timing and accuracy has gone up in the last 20 years majorly, and even just in the last few years, because the formation of GeoNet based at GNS Science really sort of thrust our earthquake detection capabilities ahead. With the big cash injection from EQC and government to produce a comprehensive network, seismometer network around the country, and also tsunami early warning and stuff.
Right.
So there's been a lot of investment, and the result of that is that, and the 24/7 service that GeoNet has, and the result of that is that the information gets out there very, very fast. It's, not like the old days where one duty officer had his computer that he had to get up in the middle of the night and locate the earthquake, and it took about 20 minutes.
Absolutely. Last thing before we let you go, Professor, I'm intrigued by the depth of the earthquakes. Of course, obviously it makes a monumental difference to the damage and tsunamis, etc. Why the difference in the depths? With Christchurch being 5 k's, this one in the Kermadec's much deeper.
Yeah. Well, a subduction zone is a really massive sort of a feature which doesn't have a constant depth to it, and it's got very different sort of elements to it. Like the earthquake that happened east of New Zealand, east of the East Cape, was what we call an intra-slab earthquake. It was within, and i.e. intra, it was within the Pacific plate, the slab of the Pacific plate going down under.
Right.
And so that was what controlled the type of earthquake it was and how deep it was. But then the other two earthquakes up in the Kermadec area, they were thrust earthquakes that were actually on the boundary of the two plates, what we call the plate interface.
Okay.
And because that's a sloping zone, what it looked like to me when I looked at the online, this magnitude 7.4, I think it was, the foreshock was a lot deeper. It was a lot further down that dipping slab than the 8.1.
Right.
And although, the size of the 8.1, I haven't seen any sort of source mechanisms for it yet, or source maps. So I don't know how. It's possible that it was big enough that the 7.4 was on the down dip edge of it, but I'm really speculating there.
Fascinating stuff.
None of my colleagues who are hearing this cane me for it.
No, it is fascinating, your work. Professor, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
That's a pleasure. Thanks.
All the best. Professor Mark Sterling, Chair of the Earthquake Science team at University of Otago. 19 minutes away from 4. You Demand, next.
Newstalk ZB Auckland community notices with Danske Mobile Furniture. End of season outdoor furniture clearance on now.
Join in the fun and games at the Eye on Nature Whānau Day. It's a free family day on Saturday 27th of March, set in the stunning Auckland Botanic Gardens. Eye on Nature offers something for everyone with an array of wonderful environmental partners showcasing the work they do. There's free parking from Everglade Drive and it's a zero waste event.
Caring for our community. Newstalk ZB and Danske Mobile Furniture.
Longridge Country Estate in Paeroa will be the region's biggest, finest and best value retirement village with spacious villas, amazing community amenities and comprehensive care facilities coming for your peace of mind. Come and take a look for yourself. Open days this weekend from 11 a.m. till 3 p.m. For more information, phone 0800 928 928. That's 0800 928 928 or see longridgecountrystate.co.nz.
Thinking electric? Look no further. Hi, I'm Hadley from Auckland City Electric Vehicles. We'll help you make the switch with the largest selection of top-grade electric and plug-in hybrid vehicles in the country. Nissan Leafs, BMW i3s, X-Trail hybrids and VWs. New stock arriving daily, all trades welcome, and remember, all our cars include a 3-year warranty. Only at Auckland City Electric Vehicles, 83 Barry's Point Road, Takapuna, just 2 minutes north of the bridge.
Shop online at Harvey Norman. Contactless click and collect or home delivery options are available. Visit harveynorman.co.nz to see our range of products and place your order. Contact us online or call your local store.
Work we're doing here is definitely having an impact. Our catchment group's growing and we've done heaps of river cleanups, and you don't want to be that guy at the back, you want to be that person in the front, leading by example, and just make the whole community a better place.
Chris and Desiree Giles have turned their dairy farm into a classroom, so kids can have lessons of a different nature. See their story and see what you can do at thevisionisclear.co.nz. Powered by Dairy NZ.
Hurry, the outdoor furniture clearance ends Sunday at Danske Mobile Furniture. Your last chance for huge end-of-season markdowns on all display settings. Wood, woven wicker, aluminium, sun umbrellas and more. At Danske Møbler, furniture for living.
Simon Barnett and Phil Gifford Afternoons. Your dynamic duo until 4. Call 0800 80 1080. Newstalk ZB.
18 minutes away from 4. Right, standing by, of course, 4 o'clock. We'll take the live press conference to find out whether these alert levels may, in fact, be downgraded, which would be awesome. But don't jump the gun, Si, as they say.
No, as they say in the classics. Anyway.
You Demand time. Phil was away last week, but this is his choice today. That's Phil's choice today. What's that?
That's Dixie Chicken by Little Feat, one of my favourite bands in the world.
When did that come out?
About 1976.
Oh, okay. This is Tyler's choice today. Carl Budge, didn't you? Oh, why can't I hear Ty?
What's got me up there.
No,
there we go, mate.
You go.
Yeah, after Carl Budge's Fleetwood Mac choice yesterday, I thought, I'm going to follow in his footsteps. And that's Say You Love Me, of course. Fantastic song. In the 70s as well, actually.
In the 70s, I was saying, now, Simon, seeing as you've curled your lip a bit at the
I
age
didn't
of...
curl my lip. I
was in the studio. I watched your lip curl. But that's fine. About Little Feet coming from the 70s, Fleetwood Mac coming from the 70s. I presume that, you've got a bit of hip-hop or rap or something. You're up in the 2020s.
I've got an 80s track because I watched a documentary called Black Magic on TVNZ, loved it, and they featured some great Kiwi artists who did this song for the America's Cup way back when. That is so good, man.
I would like to have heard the Barry Crump bit.
Well, Crumpy's on that song, Dave.
Nation on the wall.
Dave Dobbin, Annie Crummer, all the stars back in the day. That's my choice, Sailing Away. Phones are open, 0800 80 10 80. What would you like to hear?
Protect your jewellery from gutless thieving burglars. Get it valued by GemLab, New Zealand's most independent jewellery valuers. GemLab's internationally qualified gemologists can value your precious jewellery same day or even while you wait. Insurance companies and the police love GemLab's comprehensive reports. Call 0800 GemLab or visit 42 Constellation Drive, Mairangi Bay. gemlab.co.nz.
FineWineDelivery.co.nz. Hi, it's Jeff. A magical red wine clearance from a magical vintage. 2019 Vital Legacy Cabernet Merlot and Legacy Syrah are the last ever releases from this famous estate. A long history of 96 to 98 out of 100 ratings. Our clearance price is magical.
FineWineDelivery.co.nz. Every shave is different. Some shave to support a loved one, others to back a great cause. One thing's for sure though, when you shave for a cure, you're making a difference for Kiwis living with blood cancer. Get involved at shaveforacure.co.nz.
Shop online at Harvey Norman. Contactless click and collect or home delivery options are available. Visit harveynorman.co.nz to see our range of products and place your order. Contact us online or call your local store.
They say what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. That pressure makes diamonds. Well, thanks to a shocker of a year, the Toyota Hiluxes come out the other end tougher than ever. The friendly experts at Northwestern Toyota have the all-new Hilux on the yard, ready for you to test drive. The new Toyota Hilux is meaner and keener, gruntier and more indestructibly-er. When the going gets tough, the tough go see the friendly experts out west. Northwestern Toyota.
At JMI Wealth, we work to grow our clients' wealth with investment portfolios that stand the test of time. Hi, I'm Andrew Callagher, JMI Wealth Director. For more than 30 years, we focused on building generational wealth, allowing our clients to pass on the nest eggs they've worked so hard to create. So if you want to secure your lifestyle and provide for the next generation, talk to us about getting the most from your money. Call us or visit jmiwealth.co.nz. JMI Wealth. Investing for generations.
Coming up at 4, it's Heather Duplessis-Allen Drive.
Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern and Dr. Ashley Bloomfield are due to announce their lockdown decisions shortly. We're going to bring that to you live. Huge earthquakes and tsunami alerts. It's been a huge day of worry for some areas of the country with evacuations in many places. Plus, ahead of Meghan and Harry's big interview, we learned that the Queen has still got it.
News and interviews you can trust. Heather Duplessis-Allen Drive with Ray White now. Next on Newstalk ZB.
11 minutes away from 4, we finish the show with You Demand. These are the 3 choices of songs today. Phil's.
I've seen the bright lights of Memphis and the Commodore Hotel.
Tyler's today is this.
When the loving starts and the lights go down, there's not another living soul around.
And this is Me today. in honour of the America's Cup, of course, hopefully starting next Wednesday. First song to get 3 votes, we play it.
Yep.
Come on. Hello, Derek.
Yeah, g'day, how are you?
Good, mate. Thank you. What song would you like?
It's got a you one, Simon.
Oh, you good man, Derek.
Music.
Thank you, buddy. Have a great day. Hello, Pam.
Oh, I just about nodded off after hearing yours, Simon.
Oh.
Yes, good on you, Pam.
Well done, Pam. Lovely to hear
I
that.
have to go with Tyler.
Yes.
Oh,
Good. Fleetwood Mac, 1-1. Good
Okay,
on you.
Pam. Thank
Beauty.
you. Hello there, Paul.
Yeah, g'day, guys.
How are you, mate?
There's only one decent song in there, and that's Tyler's.
Oh, really?
Mac.
Gee, Paul.
Oh,
Okay,
Tyler's robbing
mate.
it with the old Mac, huh?
Oh, no. Thank you, Paul. 2 for Tyler, 1 for me, none for Phil. Hello, Robbie.
Hello, guys.
Hello, mate. What song would you like to hear?
There is only one Dixie chicken.
Oh, Phil's got a
it's a
vote.
1-1-2. 1-1 place 2. Thanks very much, Robbie. Good on
Thank you,
mate.
Robbie. This is actually another Robbie. Hello, mate.
Hey, there's only got to be one song.
Yes?
Sailing away.
Oh, good
Sailing
on
away.
you, Robbie.
2-2-1. On you, Robbie.
Thank you very much, Robbie.
Nerve-wracking.
Hello there, Julie, is it?
Yep.
What song would you like to hear, Julie?
Simon.
Oh, you lovely person.
Sailing away.
Julie, you wee river. Yes. See? I'm so excited.
Oh, no.
Turn it up, folks. Newstalk ZB.
Here we come and we are sailing. Here we come, we're on our way. In a boat just called New Zealand. We're together, that's our way. One people on the water. One people on the land.
It's New Zealand all together.
Kiwis working hand in hand. Sailing away. Sailing away. New Zealand can do it. Take it away. And our pride is in New Zealand. And our pride is in the race. We're together as one people in the challenge that we face. Sailing away. Sailing away. New Zealand can do it. Take it away. Sailing away. Sailing away.
Oh man, that brings back memories. Sailing Away. What about those voices, all those characters in that
That's the
song?
lovely Annie Crummer.
Yeah.
At the end, Hammond Gamble takes the lead vocals. Lovely bloke, great singer. Yeah, it's great singing and everything. Yeah, well, good on you, mate.
Thank you very much. Yeah, well, of course, it's really, I played that for old Peter Burling and Chooky next week when they take on Little
Shooky and Peter Burley are going,
Bills.
Hey, guys, make sure we listen to you, the man.
Old Bills.
We're not going out sailing on the Waitemata today, boys. We're going to stop it and listen to see. And I reckon Si might win you, the man, as long as he goes with Sailing Away.
Yeah, next Wednesday the racing begins. Good luck, Bills. Good luck, Chooky.
Beauty.
Chooky. Righto, fellas, you got something to do to me?
Yeah, I'll go first.
Yeah,
All right,
Tyler.
Simon.
Yeah.
You are the man.
Thank you, Tyler.
Hey, Si.
Yeah.
You're the man!
Yes, I'm feeling like the man. Hey, guys, we've got to fly. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Take care of yourselves. Lots of good footy tonight to look forward to in the weekend.
Looking forward to it very much. Hopefully, fingers crossed that there are, at 4 o'clock in a couple of minutes, we'll hear on here this show that maybe the levels have changed. We'll be able to watch that footy in Christchurch on Sunday afternoon, as well as the footy in Wellington.
Yeah. Take care of
it.
yourselves.
All the best.
Loads of love. Bring on Alert Level 1.
Too right. I'm with you.
Newstalk ZB. See you next week.
Hey Aucklanders, if you're at home and want to get some jobs done while you've got the time, your local Wet and Forget stores are open for contactless pickup at the door. Simply turn up and we'll be your personal shopper, or phone your local stores and we'll have your favourite Wet and Forget products packaged up, ready to go. Window Witch, Miss Muffet's Revenge, Hitman, Wet and Forget Rapid, or maybe you're all out of Shower Witch. Whatever you need, we'll have your Kiwi-made products for the job. Contactless pickup at Wet and Forget 6 stores Auckland-wide. We're ready now.
The sooner you get your KiwiSaver ducks in a row, the better. Whatever your plans, when it comes to saving for retirement, we can show you how small changes now can make a big difference later. Talk to one of our KiwiSaver experts today and get your KiwiSaver account sorted. ASB, helping you get one step ahead. ASB Group Investments Limited is the issuer of the ASB KiwiSaver scheme. The scheme's product disclosure statement is on ASB's website.
We want a healthy Auckland economy.
We want to do our bit for climate action.
We want an Auckland that's a great place to live.
We want our local community to thrive.
We want better housing, transport and public spaces.
What do you want for the future of Auckland? How are we going to pay for it? Auckland Council needs your help to make some tough decisions. Find out more about the 10-year budget that will take us through to 2031 and have your say at akhaveyoursay.nz. That's akhaveyoursay.nz to have your say before March 22nd.
Hi, it's Michael from The Grove, a boutique retirement community in Orewa, just 200 metres easy walk from the beach. Our apartments are light and spacious and ready now. We have just a handful of 2 and 3 bedroom apartments still available to move into this year. So don't miss our open day on Wednesday and enjoy fresh coffee and muffins while you're here. We're at 15 Centreway Road, Orewa. This Wednesday, 10 till 3, or online at thegroveorewa.co.nz.
Right now at Sky City Casino, there's an Aston Martin Vantage worth over $290,000. Someone must win it, and you are someone. Visit skycity.co.nz/take the wheel for more info. R20, game responsibly.
Whether you've been kicking back, working hard, or just hanging with mates, there's still time to accept your offer and enrol at the University of Auckland. Get things sorted now at auckland.ac.nz/enrol.
In Auckland on 89.4, this is Newstalk ZB. The COVID alert level decision. Coming up next, this is Newstalk ZB News.
It's 4 o'clock. I'm Raylene Ramsey. We'll be crossing soon to the Beehive to hear from the Prime Minister and Director General of Health, Dr. Ashley Bloomfield, on Cabinet's decision on the country's alert levels. And we've now had 5 days with no new community cases of COVID-19. Political reporter Aaron Darman has more.
Cabinet met around 2 o'clock this afternoon to determine whether our biggest city can move out of level 3 and the rest of the country down from level 2. Our last community case was picked up on Sunday, the same day Auckland plunged back into lockdown. Health boss Ashley Bloomfield indicated officials are pretty confident there's a sharp perimeter around the current outbreak.
Auckland University's scientific modeller Sean Hendy says the lack of new infections bodes well but officials will also be considering all contacts.
They will want to ensure that they've got all those tests, just to make sure that they really have drawn a ring around this cluster.
EQC says it's received 27 claims from today's earthquakes off New Zealand's coast, ranging from north of Auckland to Wellington, and are working with customers to resolve their claims. Tsunami warnings have now been fully lifted for New Zealand after the magnitude 8.1 earthquake near the Kermadecs this morning. People who evacuated are returning home and people are again free to visit beaches. An Emergency Management Minister, Kermadec Islands, hopes today has reminded people that New Zealanders always need to be prepared for emergencies.
We're a coastal island and we are at a very high threat level or vulnerable to tsunami risks and warnings.
And part of a major Auckland road is closed in Mount Albert. Let's cross to the Beehive now and the Prime Minister.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon. This morning as I walked into the Beehive bunker, where we undertake our civil defence emergency coordination, two things struck me. First, that it's hard not to feel like our country is having a run of bad luck when you have an earthquake, tsunami alert and pandemic to contend with all in one day. But secondly, as I walked down the stairs into the bunker, there are images on the panels of our past natural disasters in New Zealand. We have had our share of tough moments in this country, but within that we have always been blessed with incredible people who work in our emergency system. And I include in that our civil defence response teams nationally and locally, and to them I say thank you for your work. I include in that our current Minister for Emergency Management, Kermadec Islands, who I'll now ask to give an update. At the conclusion of that update, I'll ask Dr. Bloomfield to take the podium. We'll run through the COVID announcements. We'll then take COVID questions, and then we'll bring Minister Allen back up for any remaining questions on events today. Minister Allen.
Tēnā koe, Prime Minister. O tira, kia tātou katoa. Tuatahi, me tuku he mihi ki ngā whānau, ngā hapū, ngā iwi o te tai toke rau, te tai rāwhiti, waiariki, e tēnei wā pōkaikaha. Ko tēnei ta āhua I rungi a tātou I tēnei rā. O tira kia tātou o Aotearoa, aku mihi, aku mihi, aku mihi. As you're all aware that there have been multiple earthquakes over and aftershocks over the last 12 hours. Commencing earlier this morning at around 2:30, we had the first earthquake of 7.3 magnitude just off the east coast of the North Island. The second was a 7.4 earthquake near the Kermadec Islands at 6:41 a.m. And the third was a magnitude 8.1 earthquake, again near the Kermadec Islands at 8:28 a.m. A tsunami was generated with the first waves reaching Aotearoa and the areas around Lotton Point near Hicks Bay. At the time of the earthquake events, the National Emergency Management Agency had already activated the National Coordination Centre here due to the COVID-19 resurgence. Additional resources were brought in to respond to this tsunami event in the early hours. I want to say thank you to all of those that did exactly the right thing. From those that got into their trucks at 2:35 a.m. when they felt that long earthquake, when they felt that strong earthquake, and they knew to head into the highlands. I want to thank those men and women up and down the country who give their service every time there is an incident of such gravity, that took to the streets to look after our communities. And as the Prime Minister has just acknowledged, the men and women who have been engaged in the civil defence process, we take our hats off to you all. Finally, I just want to make a note of the role that the media has played over the course of today in terms of conveying messaging to those that have been most impacted. This has been a significant event for all of Aotearoa, and the communications that have been distributed by all of you has been outstanding, and we want to acknowledge that. We will have time for some questions about the events over the course of the day after the briefing, but I do want to just finally note, at 3:45 today, NEMA issued a cancellation of the tsunami warnings across the country. That means now that people can return home. I guess we say this with one note of caution. Whilst there is no longer the restrictions on being able to go down into the beach, please do exercise prudent judgment. We are asking people still to take care. So I'll leave the rest to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Minister Allen, and we'll bring Minister Allen up at the conclusion of the COVID briefing. I'll now ask Dr Bloomfield to take the stage. This morning I spoke with President Macron of France. The purpose of the meeting was to discuss progress in the forward agenda for the Christchurch call ahead of the 2-year anniversary of the March 15 terror attacks. But as you can imagine, international calls at present inevitably turn to COVID-19. It reminded me of what those in other countries are going through. Yesterday alone, I'm advised there were 26,788 new cases reported in France and 322 deaths. I know here in New Zealand we take none of what we have for granted, not least because so many of us know people or have people that we love abroad. And while I absolutely maintain that our strategy of elimination is best for us, that does not make it easy. This week I received a letter from a mum who was distraught that she had to tell her daughter there would be no school camp. And that sits alongside stories of job loss and hardship, of small businesses, hospitality outlets and tourism operators feeling the effects of another setback. COVID has taken a toll on so many in so many ways. But it will get better. Over the next few weeks, I'll set out more of a roadmap for what the year ahead looks like for Aotearoa and how vaccines will affect our elimination strategy, particularly as we get more certainty around vaccine delivery. But until then, we have some cases to recap and important decisions on alert levels to make. A brief reminder of how we got to where we are today. On Valentine's Day, we learnt of 2 COVID cases in a family in Auckland, the origin of which at that point was unknown. Cabinet, with the advice from Health, moved Auckland into level 3 for 3 days and the rest of the country to level 2, while we worked to gather a complete picture of the infection and spread. Within 3 days, we were confident our response was the right one. We had cases in the community, but they were manageable via contact tracing and testing procedures, and we knew there wasn't widespread transmission. Because we're dealing with the uncertainty of the more transmissible UK strain, we were more cautious, treating more people as if they were close contacts. As a result, we came out of those higher alert levels after a short, sharp 3 days. 10 days later, on Saturday 27th, a new case emerged that we could not immediately link. The position Cabinet found itself in last Saturday was fairly clear-cut. There was no immediate link for the new case, and even if there had been, there were a large number of exposure events which posed a significant risk of spread. So ministers once again opted for the cautious approach that has served New Zealand so well. Since that time, 50,239 COVID tests have been carried out. Importantly, a significant proportion of those tests have been in Auckland. Thank you to everyone who got a test over the past week. It's only by doing so that we know whether we have COVID more widely in the community. Meanwhile, since Valentine's Day, in relation to the cluster of 15 cases, we have identified and managed roughly 6,000 contacts. We've genomically linked all 15 cases, which means we're confident there is just one cluster. We've carried out regular wastewater testing at key sites, the results of which have all been negative, with the exception of the site near the jet park, which you would expect to test positive. And since February 14th, we've seen a 58% jump in the use of the COVID Tracer app across the country. We just need to keep that number up. That's a massive credit to everyone and a hugely important contribution to our contact tracing efforts should we need them if we have a positive case. There have been no new cases for 5 days in a row. That is good news, especially when we are dealing with what I can only describe as an unpredictable variant of COVID-19, one that everyone has been wise to be cautious of. Level 3 provided us with an extra layer of security while we addressed the unknowns and reduced risk. On the basis that we've found no new cases beyond household members, we've had excellent testing numbers, and that close contacts continue to be managed, Cabinet has made the decision to move Auckland to alert level 2 at 6 a.m. on Sunday, and the rest of New Zealand to level 1 at 6 a.m. on Sunday. So that brings us to the conclusion of the 7 days that we set out from the very beginning. Cabinet will review this decision at the end of next week with a view to moving Auckland to level 1 at the start of the weekend if we are in a position to do so. This plan is consistent with our cautious and careful elimination strategy. Now, being at level 2 for this period will carry us through to roughly 14 days since the infectious period for our last cases in the community. There is, of course, a chance that we'll see additional cases, and that's why we continue to place requirements on those who still need to be in isolation. And it's also why we are at level 2 in Auckland. Although compared to level 3, level 2 feels more like normal life, it is still not business as usual. Please keep your distance from other people when out in public, including on public transport. And if you can't maintain a physical distance of 2 metres, we do encourage you to carry a face mask or face covering with you. If you are sick, stay at home. Don't go to work or school and don't socialise. This protects you and it protects your whānau. If you have symptoms of a cold or flu nature, if you have aches and pains, call your doctor or healthline and get a test. And keep track of where you've been at all times. We know that gatherings pose the biggest risk of spread, so there can be no more than 100 people at social events, including weddings, birthdays, funerals, tangis, and other church services. So just a reminder, we're moving to level 2 on a Sunday morning. The restriction on 100 will apply to church services. Businesses can reopen but must follow public health rules, including physical distancing, record keeping, and the cap on 100 people. Hospitality venues can open but must apply those 3 S's. You'll remember that we asked people to be seated, single servers, and having people spaced between tables. For any other level 2 reminders, please visit covid19.govt.nz. Finally, we may not be in the devastating position that much of the rest of the world finds itself in, but an elimination strategy can still feel like hard work, and it is completely natural to feel fatigued. COVID is hard work for everyone. Thank you for pushing through once again, and we are confident that we will once again get ourselves back to a position where we have the freedoms New Zealand has so enjoyed. Dr. Bloomfield.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Kia ora koutou katoa. So, as the Prime Minister has mentioned, there are no new positive COVID-19 cases in the community for the 5th day in a row. There are also no positive cases in managed isolation to report today. Over the past few weeks, roughly 6,000 people connected to this February cluster have been contacted by staff from Auckland Regional Public Health Service, our public health units around the country, or our National Contact Tracing Centre staff. They've been provided with advice and information on testing and self-isolation. Many of these people have been followed up on a daily basis and their testing results carefully matched to support our control of this outbreak. This is an incredible effort, and I would like to acknowledge the hard work of our public health, our contact tracing teams and our Healthline staff who have been putting in very long hours and have scaled up the approach in response to this more transmissible variant. Local public health officials, contact tracers and interpreters have also worked closely with other agencies and organisations to provide outreach and support to communities and individuals, including those from different ethnic and language backgrounds. Remarkable and rapid progress has been made, and we would like to acknowledge and thank in particular the Papatoetoe High School community. All of the outstanding Papatoetoe students have been contacted and retested, and all have returned negative results. There are 2 students who are in isolation because they were unwilling to get a test. They are being carefully followed up by and supported by public health officials. Despite the decision to lower the alert levels on Sunday, as the Prime Minister has said, we want people who are unwell to continue to be tested wherever you are in the country. It is possible we may still get positive results from some of the contacts who remain in isolation and are still to have day 12 tests. It's important to note these people do remain in isolation. A positive test result does not present a risk to the wider community. Our contact tracing and public health staff are in contact with them daily. As we move down alert levels this weekend, some people, as I said, will still be required to remain in isolation and or be tested. To underscore the importance of them following the advice they have been given by the Public Health Unit or by our contact tracing team, I am issuing a direction under Section 70 of the Health Act 1956 that applies to the following people. Any person who attended the City Fitness Gym at Hunters Plaza, 217 Great South Road, Papatoetoe in Auckland, on the 20th of February 2021 between 11:15am and 1:45pm, or on the 26th of February 2021 between 3:25pm and 4:30pm. As well, any other person who has already been contacted by Auckland Regional Public Health Service or our contact tracing teams and advised they are a close plus, a close or a casual plus contact during this outbreak, and who is still required to isolate and or be tested, to comply with the following instructions. I require them to do three things. To isolate at their usual home, first. Second, to report for and undergo medical testing for COVID-19 at a time and place specified by a medical officer of health. And third, except as required to undergo such testing, to remain isolated until they receive further direction from a medical officer of health. Now, a Section 70 order enables an authorised medical officer of health to require those, in order to meet public health requirements, to undergo testing, to isolate until they receive their results. It also enables those affected to be visited immediately at their homes or at work by public health officials. Anytime a person receives a direction from a medical officer of health, they must comply with it. And of course, public health officials will also discuss with these people the support that they require and which is available to help them meet these requirements. Thank you, Prime Minister.
Thank you, Dr Bloomfield. Happy to take questions. Jessica.
Prime Minister, if you're comfortable with the 0 cases over 5 days and the fact that there are these extra restrictions on people who went to the gym, why not go to level 2 for Auckland at midnight tonight?
Look, a good question. Well, one of the things, of course, that we have kept in mind all the way through is that we still actually have the remainder of a transmission cycle. And so our judgment has been that actually that full 7 days, you know, that gives the chance of the majority of any positive infections to be manifest. The second half, you're always less likely to see them in that latter part, but we still want some level of restriction and caution in place if we are in a position where we identify cases in that period. So there's always a judgment there. In our view, sticking with that full 7 days was the wise approach to take.
We're still waiting for those 74 tests back yesterday. How many of those have come back and are included in those 0 new cases?
Dr Bloomfield.
So the vast majority. There are still around 10 people who we don't have results back yet from the original gym visit on the 20th of February and the following one on the 26th of February. 8 of those people have either had tests or are in the process of being tested today. They have all been in regular daily contact and have been isolating. There are just 2 people who our finding services have been unable to find through remote contact. The police and customs don't have other contact details for them. So the teams are on the ground just looking for those 2 people.
I think on those last 2, Dr Bloomfield reminded Cabinet this afternoon that those 2 are from the visit on the 20th of February rather than the later visit.
Yes.
And so I understand that
so
gives
the
a
earlier
different
visit is one we're less concerned about because it was before the person became symptomatic. So what I can say is all the people from that visit on the 26th of February, which was last Friday afternoon, have either been tested or the team is out there testing them now and they are in isolation.
Dr Bloomfield, perhaps you'd want to speak to what's going to happen with the 2 people from the 20th that we've been working hard to find.
So they will be found and they will be isolated and tested, and they will remain isolated until they receive their test result.
The response this time with the Section 70 Health Act, was that because the communications were clear last time and they are crystal clear this time?
Well, actually, the one thing I would add is that in the stand-up last time, there were references to different people being treated differently through alert levels. But I'll let Dr. Bloomfield...
So, yes, it does make it very crystal clear to everybody, including everyone listening, that there is a formal legal requirement for people to do as requested. What I should say is that it's also just as we move down from alert level 3 to 2, where people are staying at home anyway under alert level 3, it's just to make sure there is a specific legal requirement for those people who are still required to be at home to remain
Let's be clear, of course, we never make an assumption that everyone affected by Section 70 is tuning in immediately for every press conference. So this is one thing we can do. That doesn't take away from the obligation for us to try and get that communication out in as many ways as possible.
Can we expect to see more Section 70 orders if there are further outbreaks earlier on in the...
I'll have Dr. Bloomfield. It's not this idea that it's only, we can only require someone to do something if there's a Section 70 isn't quite right. So I'll have Dr. Bloomfield explain his powers.
Yes, and I was discussing this with the Solicitor General earlier today. Thank you.
Just stick with the legal ones. There's many you could choose to speak to, of course.
Here's the key point. Actually, as I've said the last few days, the medical officers of health and indeed health protection officers are designated officers under the Health Act. I actually give them their designation. So they have powers that they can use. But the vast majority of work carried out by our public health units, whether it relates to pandemic response or a foodborne illness outbreak, they do, because they have those delegated powers. If they need to, they can use Section 70 to require people to do things. That doesn't even need to be a written gazetted notice. It just simply saying it to someone under Section 70, I require you to do these things, provides a formal legal basis if they are required to do that. But as we've seen in this outbreak, for the vast majority of people, that is not required. And in a sense, given we've got all of these people, they are in daily contact, I'm confident they will do what's asked. We're just making that clear without any there's no doubt that is an expectation and requirement on them.
But is the communication strategy likely to employ this more often?
It's not so much a part of the communication strategy, because indeed even the requirements that went out to the school community through each of the letters that went out, because they had been asked to do that by a medical officer of health, that was in a sense a legal requirement that was on and that underpinned the expectation on the school community. And as we saw, the vast majority of people wouldn't have known, even if there was a Section 70 notice in place, they were asked to do it to help control the pandemic.
I think if we just take a step back, the general provisions we've worked through and operated by here in New Zealand over the past year are by and large very well understood. And some of the issues that we've experienced very recently have actually been things like breaches of Level 3 requirements, which are generally very well understood. Now, what we want to make sure is that we are providing every opportunity to share as much information about the requirements on particular people.
Let's recap. Auckland will move to Level 2 restrictions on Sunday at 6 a.m. The rest of the country will move then to Level 1. Prime Minister says there have been no new cases for 5 days in a row. She says being in Level 3 has provided extra security, which has allowed Cabinet to make the decision. It will be reviewed with a goal of moving Auckland to Level 1 at the start of next weekend. The Prime Minister urged people to continue to be cautious, and limits of 100 people at gatherings will continue under Level 2, including at church services. Hospitality venues can open using the 3 S's, and people in Auckland are asked to keep their distance from people in public. Dr. Ashley Bloomfield says any person who attended City Fitness Gym at Hunters Plaza at specified times and people advised by tracing teams they are a contact of a COVID case, that they must isolate at home, they must undergo COVID-19 testing, and they must remain isolated until they receive further notice. It's now 25 past 4. Heather Duplessis Allen is next.
Radio, music, podcasts, all in one app and all free. Download the iHeartRadio app today.
Longridge Country Estate in Paeroa will be the region's biggest, finest and best value retirement village, with spacious villas, amazing community amenities and comprehensive care facilities coming for your peace of mind. Come and take a look for yourself. Open days this weekend from 11 a.m till 3 p.m. For more information, phone 0800 928 928. That's 0800 928 928 or see longridgecountryestate.co.nz.
Thinking electric? Look no further. Hi, I'm Hadley from Auckland City Electric Vehicles. We'll help you make the switch with the largest selection of top-grade electric and plug-in hybrid vehicles in the country. Nissan Leafs, BMW i3s, X-Trail hybrids and VWs. New stock arriving daily, all trades welcome, and remember, all our cars include a 3-year warranty. Only at Auckland City Electric Vehicles, 83 Barry's Point Road, Takapuna, just 2 minutes north of the bridge.
TradeDepot.co.nz. Shop online now only at Trade Depot for massive home show expo deals on aircon, bathrooms, kitchen and laundry appliances. Vented dryers from just $249, condenser dryers from $599, heat pump dryers from $799, washing machines from $329. Shop online now for massive expo deals only at Trade Depot or visit the showroom in Otihanga. Delivery anywhere in Auckland.
TradeDepot.co.nz.
Shop online at Harvey Norman. Contactless click and collect or home delivery options are available. Visit harveynorman.co.nz to see our range of products and place your order. Contact us online or call your local store.
Our new season's collections are arriving in daily. We're proud to release a new range of New Zealand-made wool sofas. Our sustainable wool sofas feature locally sourced wool made in the latest sofa designs. Unbeatable value, exclusively at Big Save.
Looking after each other at Alert Level 3. Wear a face covering on public transport and in public whenever you can. Scan QR codes with Bluetooth tracing turned on so you'll know if you've been near a COVID-19 case.
This Saturday morning, Jack Tame talks gardening with Brookline Past, thanks to Still Shop Courtesy Tools, to keep you going while your tools are in for service or repair. Gardening every Saturday morning with Still Shop, only on Newstalk ZB.
Getting the information you need on your drive home. It's Heather Duplessis Allen Drive with Ray White now. Real estate decisions made easy. Newstalk ZB.
Kia ora, good afternoon. Welcome to the show. All right. Most important thing to take out of that announcement is that we are doing the full 7 days in lockdown, even though we have no cases this week at all. I will remind you, since Sunday through to Friday, it's been 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 and 0, which says to you that there is no outbreak that we can see, and yet we are staying in lockdown as if there was an outbreak. Now, you work that out for me and tell me how that works. Yesterday, I had a little bit of sympathy for the government keeping us in lockdown on account of the fact that they clearly are in panic mode and need to calm down. However, I've thought about that a lot, and I can't see that that's justification for continuing to punish businesses who are on their knees and keep them from being able to make a dollar. There is no outbreak. There is a chance that we may get a few cases here and there in the coming days, but as it stands right now, there is no outbreak. There is no justification for keeping us in lockdown for a further 2 days. I cannot understand the thinking here, other than the fact that they are reluctant to take us out of lockdown at the moment because it would be basically an admission that they got it wrong putting us into lockdown in the first place. And I will remind you, yesterday we covered this off. It was a mistake to put us into lockdown, because what they did was on Saturday night, they put us in because they couldn't figure out how the gym goer got sick. By the very next day, I now see from the press releases I went to look at, by the very next day, they knew that his case was linked to his mum's case was linked to the outbreak. So only a matter of potentially as much as 12 hours later, they knew we shouldn't be in lockdown. They haven't taken us out. We've had zeros all the way through. It's completely unacceptable that this is the case. We will talk about it on the show. We've got plenty coming up. So we will talk to South Auckland-based public health expert Dr. Colin Tuki-Otanga for his reaction to the alert level decision. Michael Bradley, the former lawyer for the woman who claimed that the Australian Attorney General Christian Porter had raped her, and Hobson Wealth's Edward Glennie on why My Food Bags shares have dropped immediately after the IPO today. As I say, plenty coming up. Right now, it's coming up 4:30.
Heather Duplessis Allen.
And first on the program with me, we have the inimitable Martin Devlin, host of the DRS. Hi, Marty.
Hey, I can't but agree with every single word that you have said there. I've got a couple of questions. Why won't anyone that calls himself a political journalist, apart from your husband, actually even ask that at the press conference? We are a nation of flappers, squealers and drama queens, which is why I fit in absolutely perfect.
I'll tell you what, I think part of the problem is that those press conferences are being held in Wellington where they're in level 2 and they are not actually suffering through level 3. They don't understand how bad this is. And so I think that probably drives half of what's going on in those press conferences. Is that unfair?
Well, the one I watched that started at 4 o'clock, the Prime Minister arrives and she thanks herself and her ministers. And the Minister gets up and thanks the Prime Minister and the media. So the media then all report what a wonderfully brilliant job everyone has done. That's simply just doing their job. That's why we pay you people. Nothing happened. So you've done your job, nothing happened. We've got a pandemic, we've got no cases, nothing's happening. But you're just doing what you get paid to do. Thank God there is sport to distract us from this, Heather. Starting with...
Before we get into the sport, can you tell me, did you get the shake awake this morning?
I got the shake awake. I actually woke during the quake. I'm in a 6th floor of an apartment block. I'm on the roof, and the whole thing shaked. My bed hit the wall, and I thought, well, hang on a second. I think I'm the only one in. Yes, I am the only one in here. So there must have been that. Same thing happened last year. Exactly the same thing. My bed went. My son didn't wake up. But this is so good. This is how good it was. I got my tsunami warning at 2:34 as I was driving home that a tsunami had happened. At 3:13, I got the thing that it's all right. Everything's okay. So,
thank goodness.
It didn't work in every quarter, did it?
So your concern was very short.
We are a nation of flappers and we're a nation of drama queens, and that's the way that we're playing at the moment. So that's what people want. That's what they voted in. Let's do it.
Oh, 2 false alarms, the COVID false alarm and then the tsunami false alarm. Anyway, talk to me about...
what it's like, Heather? What it is it's mum and dad. You know when they've told you off a couple of times and they know that they've gone a little bit over the top on the telling off, but they won't pull it back because the next time if they do tell you off, that's what the government's doing to us in lockdown at the moment, isn't it? Well,
yeah.
I got it wrong, but I'm not going to say I got it wrong in case next time I really need to give you a kick.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to undermine people's confidence in you. Too late. Anyway, listen, Joseph Parker, why is he splitting up from Kevin Barry? What's up?
Look, I've done a piece on this today for the Newstalk ZB website and Herald. I think it's a good call. Having said that, I want to thank and congratulate Kevin Barry for his contribution. This is not throwing Kevin Barry under the bus. I think it is just a good decision. The last 3 fights that Joseph has gone 12 rounds and lost them all. That's to Joshua, that's to White, and the one against Farr, he did win that one. But we've seen the same kind of fight from him. I'm talking tactically and performance-wise every time, where he hasn't been able to change gear. His footwork's been a bit slow. He just hasn't been that sharp. I think that they've done their time together. This is what happens with sports people. It happens with teams and coaches, and it happens with people and coaches. But let's not forget the contribution that Kevin Barry has made. Not only a silver medalist in the 84 at the Olympics, extraordinary achievement that was, but he's taken 2 South Auckland boys to a shot at the heavyweight title of the world, the undisputed heavyweight crown, the biggest title in world boxing. He's done that. And, you can't forget that. Time might be up with him and Joseph. That's what happened.
Is Joseph Parker, do you think that, has he got much more to improve, or has he kind of hit his limit, the limit of his abilities?
I fear that. Because I think the guys that are above him, look, I think Joseph could fight better than he's fighting at the moment, but the guys that are above him are way better. And that doesn't mean that he couldn't get another title shot, because that's just a numbers game and a promotion game and how you play those cards. And if he gets it, good on him. But in terms of your Tyson Furies and your Joshuas and your Deontay's, look, he's just not in that class. And that's, and I think you have to accept that.
Yeah. Okay, rugby and cricket.
Well, you got your choice tonight, haven't you? You got the Chiefs are playing the Highlanders, 7:05 kickoff in Hammy. Now, do remember the Chiefs haven't won a game in Super Rugby Aotearoa, so there could be some history on here. Plus, Aussie versus the Black Caps. If Aussie wins, then it goes 2-2, starting at the bizarre time of midday on Sunday. Get that? I don't know what the hell that is. But yeah, two really good games of sport tonight. Again, at the same time, you have to flick from get over there, or maybe record one. I don't know how to do it.
You sound like the government trying to decide whether to take us out of lockdown or not right now. Marty, good to talk to you. Thank you so much. Martin Devlin hosts the DRS midday to 3 p.m. weekends here on Newstalk ZB. The PM talking all of the words before telling us if we're out of level 3 is the equivalent of Dom Bowden's bachelor pause. That is the best call of the day. Well done to you for sending that text through. Why isn't Phil Goff jumping up and down on our behalf? That is a very good question, Dennis, because of course Phil Goff is, same colour as same government. So I think we're just going to get a lot of excuses made on behalf of them from Phil Goff. I tell you what, watched the news last night and I was struck. I was struck by the number of people in South Auckland saying this is ridiculous, take us out of this lockdown. Those are the very people who are supposed to be at the height of fear about COVID. Because remember, COVID kills people. And these people should be at the height of fear about it. They're at the epicentre and they're like, this is ridiculous. So if they're saying this is ridiculous, then the rest of us are absolutely right to be thinking this is ridiculous. Heather, they won't take us out of lockdown early because of all of the anger that they will receive from everyone that has had to cancel an event throughout New Zealand. God knows how much more of this the economy can take. That's from Rachel. Thank you for sending your text through, and you're welcome to keep on piling them in because we'll just put them out there. I'll just take your thoughts and I'll put them out there so we can all know how everybody's feeling about this right now. And look, I do acknowledge, as I said at the start, that I have somewhat changed my opinion from yesterday because I was being a bit soft, wasn't I? Saying that we should stay in for another 2 days. I was making excuses for the government, and I've had a long, hard think about it, and we are going to address this flip-flop from me because, unlike some of us, I am prepared to address my flip-flops and take responsibility for them. Dan Mitchinson is with us next, 24 away from 5.
Newstalk ZB Auckland. Time saver traffic.
We had a closure St Luke's before that was closed just after New North Road. Keep us posted on that one. 0800 Jan. Looks like it still might be closed through there. The motorways are all looking very good. We had a report of a breakdown earlier around about Hill. That hasn't come to anything. So apart from the blockages, both ends of the city, we're fine. Visit whakatane.com. There's sunlight at the end of the lockdown tunnel. Longridge Country Estate Paeroa, retirement living at its best. Open days this weekend from 11 to 3 p.m. Phone 0800 928 928 or see longridgecountrystate.co.nz.
Elevate the everyday. With Huawei Sound in collaboration with Duvialet. Huawei Sound delivers 360 degrees of pristine sound through 4 sleek and stylish premium speakers. It's wall-to-wall excellence, extraordinary sound to elevate the everyday. Huawei Sound, available now exclusively at 2 degrees.
Weeknights from 6, it's the Business Hour with Heather Duplessis-Allen.
Thanks to MyHR, expert HR support, smart HR software.
MyHR combines on-call HR advisors with smart HR software to handle every step of the employee life cycle.
Cost-effective, cloud-based and built for New Zealand business. Go to myhr.works.
Keep fully informed on local and international issues. The Business Hour with Heather Duplessis-Allen. Weeknights from 6.
With MyHR, only on Newstalk ZB.
Motorcyclists can be hard to see. When you indicate at intersections, look again, look again, look again, look again. Be sure. A message from ACC and the Motorcycle Safety Levy.
Shop online at Harvey Norman. Contactless click and collect or home delivery options are available. Visit harveynorman.co.nz to see our range of products and place your order. Contact us online or call your local store.
Longridge Country Estate Paeroa, retirement living at its best. Open days this weekend from 11 to 3 p.m. Phone 0800 928 928 or see longridgecountrystate.co.nz.
Bold opinions, probing questions. It's Newstalk ZB Drive with Heather Duplessis-Allen and Ray White now. Real estate decisions made easy. Newstalk ZB.
It's 22 away from 5. As a reminder, just a reminder, Barry Soap is going to be with us shortly, and then Dan Mitchinson. Somebody says, Heather, we're still in lockdown because Jacinda phoned France to see how many cases there are over there. And probably got a fright and thought, geez, it's out of hand. We'll stay in lockdown in Auckland. Let's just stay in lockdown in Auckland. Jacinda, just leave us in lockdown till the end of the year while you're at it. I mean, because there's always a risk from COVID.
It's the World Wires on Newstalk ZB Drive.
The fallout from the allegations flying around the Australian Parliament continues. Complainant Brittany Higgins wants an apology from the Defence Minister Linda Reynolds for calling her a, quote, lying cow. Now, Josh Frydenberg says that Reynolds has the government's full support.
She is obviously taking some time out. She's had a heart condition, but she remains a very valued colleague.
The QAnon shaman, Jacob Chansley, he's the one with the horns and the bare chest, has given an interview from jail explaining why he participated in the storming of the US Capitol. Remember, this was the guy with the horns, as I said, so let's have a listen to his explanation of what exactly he was doing there.
Well, I sang a song,
and that's a part of shamanism. It's about creating positive vibrations in a sacred chamber. I also stop people from stealing and vandalizing that sacred space, the Senate. Okay, I actually stopped somebody from stealing muffins out of the break room.
What a hero. And finally, a TikTok user in New York got more than she bargained for while she was hunting for the source of a draft in her bathroom. So Samantha Hartsaw found that the draft was coming from a hole behind her mirror that led to an unfinished apartment on the other side. Despite the fact that this is how a lot of horror movies end, she decided to climb through and investigate.
John, there's trash bags and stuff. No, nothing's green. Wow, this is a whole other apartment.
Now, after surviving her expedition, Hartsaw said that she would be calling her landlord and possibly getting the mirror cemented to the wall. Good idea.
International correspondence on Newstalk ZB.
With me now is Dan Mitchinson, our US correspondent. Hiya, Dan.
Just don't say I'll be right back, because that's a sure sign you'll never come back in a horror movie.
I know. That's a good point. Hey, there were concerns about another attack on the Capitol today. That's turned out to be a fizzer, hasn't it?
Yeah, there was a lot of conspiracy theorists thinking today that Donald Trump would be returning to the White House, and I'll get to that in a moment. So as a result, the lawmakers decided today wasn't going to be a good day to stick around, just in case. So security was beefed up. The House changed its schedule. There was supposed to be a vote earlier today, and what they did was push that back, or actually move it up to last night. And then you had extremists that were being told to travel to D.C. today to take part in this. And this was all a lot of chatter, online chatter they were picking up. And to give you a little background as to why today, and I had to dig into some of this because I wasn't really familiar with it myself. But what they were saying is that because from the late 1700s until about 1933 or so, the inauguration fell around this time, or on March 4th, before it was moved back to January. So that's why today was such an important day. And I know you just mentioned one of those insurrectionists in the world wires too. And real quick, that guy that you saw a picture of on all the media, a guy named Richard Barnett, who had his feet up on Nancy Pelosi's desk, the Speaker of the House. Well, he screamed today. He was in court, and a judge said, you know what, you're going to stay behind and locked up until at least May, because they're having to push the case back. And he just feels it's unfair, because he says everybody else is getting out, everybody else is at home, but they're going to keep this guy just, for safety locked up right now.
Safety for what? What's the safety concern?
Well, I think they're just not sure what he would do, if he would pull a runner or not. And the judge apparently just doesn't like him, so they just want him detained for the time being, just because he was a major figure, one of the face of the crowd, and when that happened back in January.
He is a bit of an emblem, isn't he? I see that the vaccines are being dished out at quite a rate over in your part of the world.
Yeah, we're getting 2 million a day or so. I mean, and there's this feeling, I think, that we're getting a handle on this right now. And according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, a month ago, we were getting about 1.3 million. President Biden wants to administer 100 million by his 100th day in office, and that's coming up April 30th. So as of today, we've got 54 million people that have received at least one dose of the vaccine. And I think a lot of that's going to have to do, too, with the mass vaccination sites that are opening up across the country here. Some places giving, 6,000 shots a day, too. They just need to make sure they have enough vaccine to go around to these places.
Yeah, absolutely. Dan, it's good to talk to you. Thank you so much. Appreciated that. Is Dan Mitchinson, our US correspondent. We probably need a review from Heather Simpson before we can come out of lockdown. Well, you know what happens? That's on the text machine. That was my text machine voice. You know what happens, though, when you get the review from Heather Simpson? It gets dumped just before Christmas. So that means we are going to be in lockdown till Christmas. So please know. Hannah and Brian Tamaki. They are spinning different stories to the media, the pair of them. So Hannah's been telling the media, well, Brian, as we know, has been telling the media that the reason that they escaped Auckland is so that he could do his work. Hannah's been telling the media that the reason they escaped Auckland is so that they could have some recreation, because apparently Brian needs to go hunting in Te Anau. Barry Soper, I think, is marginally obsessed with this story, so he'll be talking to us about it next. It's coming up 16 away from 5.
KFC's Kentucky Bacon Stacker is so stacked that just lifting it is a workout. Get 2 original recipe fillets, Kentucky mayo, cheese and bacon between a brioche bun. Pick one up today, only at KFC.
From February 1st, your pharmacy may ask you to start paying again for each prescription medicine. But with Zoom Pharmacy, if you're on 4 meds or more, you get free prescriptions, free packing and free delivery anywhere in New Zealand. Find out how at zoompharmacy.co.nz.
Squirrel Term Investments secured on residential property pay out returns of up to 5% per annum every month. Reinvest it, donate it, take the trip of a lifetime, just don't leave New Zealand, whatever. The point is, it's yours and you get it every month. And while past performance isn't a guarantee of the future, Squirrel investors have never lost a cent. Find out more at squirrel.co.nz/invest. T's and C's apply.
The America's Cup is now New Zealand's Cup.
Kiwis are known for taking on the world and winning. And as an exclusive supplier of Emirates Team New Zealand, Zed want to bring that winning feeling to you. Spend $40 or more on fuel at Zed to get your team collector card, and you could be driving away in a Toyota Fortuna Limited, packed with adventure gear. There's also plenty of chances to pick up awesome instant prizes in store. So come into Zed today and get that winning feeling. T's and C's apply, only while stocks last.
Shop online at Harvey Norman. Contactless click and collect or home delivery options are available. Visit harveynorman.co.nz to see our range of products and place your order. Contact us online or call your local store.
The new season sale is on now at Hunter Furniture with up to 40% off. Come in store to view a wide selection of latest release lounge and dining furniture, rugs and homewares. Hunter Furniture new season sales, Sylvia Park, Westgate and the new Hunter Home, Wairoa Park.
Fast news, fresh takes. First, it's Early Edition.
The battle between Meghan and Harry in the firm carries on.
Meghan is heard speaking for the first time in this clip, saying that the palace was perpetuating falsehoods. Many people pointing to the fact that when Princess Diana did her very famous Panorama interview, she kept it entirely hidden from everyone around her in order to stop the kind of smearing that we're seeing now.
Early Edition, weekdays from 5 a.m. on Newstalk ZB. Politics on Heather Duplessis Allen Drive.
All right, it's 14 away from 5. With me now is Barry Soper, our political editor. Hi, Barry.
G'day, Heather.
And so how do you feel about the decision?
Well, I've calmed down a bit, but I'll tell you what, I was sitting there waiting for this woman who has a degree in communications to start communicating with the country. It took her 8 minutes before she got to the point that everyone who had tuned in were waiting to hear, and that was the alert levels and what was going to happen to them. Finally telling us that Auckland, yes, they'll be moving on Sunday morning. Why on earth she couldn't have moved tonight when they've had so many days and they've contained this group of people that have COVID and had it. They've contained them, and why on earth, for the business community and everyone else, couldn't they have come out of it almost immediately?
There's no outbreak.
And allow the bars in Auckland to open again, allow people to start putting money in their cash registers. I thought it was an absolute disgrace the way this was handled. And somebody suggested that Jacinda Ardern's lost the room. Well, I'm afraid today she lost the room. What was Kiri Allen, the Civil Defence Minister, doing leading off this press conference that everyone was so anxiously waiting for? She had been in front of the same microphone a couple of hours before. Why on earth she needed to be trotted out again this afternoon, goodness only knows. I just thought it was terrible.
Okay. The question of has the Prime Minister lost the room is an editorial by Damien Venuto in the Herald today, and we'll get to that later in the show because it is worth canvassing some of his thoughts. The frustration of being in lockdown is obviously being felt by some people, including a woman who you have spotted on the Herald.
Well, this is right up there with the Anna Locke audio, I think, that I gave you several weeks ago. I'm going to play you this audio to show how frustrated the public in Auckland are becoming at the lockdowns and how tolerant the police have had to be. Yesterday, a mother and her children, they set out to flout, not the children but the mother, level 3 lockdown rules in Auckland at a playground, and then she filmed herself berating 2 police officers who tried to explain the rules to her. Now, the police were called to the incident at Browns Bay just after reports the woman had been seen cutting the ribbons, sealing off the playground, because you're not allowed to use playgrounds during level 2. Have a listen.
Okay, let's start at that again. Hello, Mrs. Law Enforcement Officer. I do not believe I am breaking any law, and if you believe I am, I would require to see that.
Okay, it's not a matter of belief, okay? It's the law.
Could you take a step back, please?
Okay, so it's the law, so that's all there is to it. So you can
It's not a law because you can't prove that.
You can argue as much as you like, but it's a law. So it's COVID-3, you're not allowed on playgrounds.
That's not a law.
Is there something you don't understand about
That's not a law. Can I have your name, please?
Can I have your driver's license on you, ma'am?
Excuse me? You haven't proven to me that I'm breaking any law.
Can I please have your details? I just
Can you please prove to me that I've broken a law? Because that's the only way you can come and speak to me, and for this guy to be intimidating
We've
towards
had a report that you cut the tape off. So if we hear any more reports about you behaving like that, we will come and see you again, okay? And then we'll take further action. So, one, don't cut the tape on the playground. And
You're right, kids.
Keep your kids
Can
off
you
there,
take
okay?
a step back, please? I'm finding you very intimidating. You haven't given me your name, and you haven't proven that I've broken any law. So why would you walk right up in my face and try and intimidate me?
I ask you, I mean, those cops, I watched the video, they kept their distance, they weren't up in her grill, and it just says two things, I guess, how people are so frustrated in the city about being locked down. So, to an extent, I suppose, you can understand the mother's frustration.
No, not at all. She's behaving like a clown.
She was a clown. No, I agree. And those cops were so tolerant, and I take my hat off to them. They deserve a medal having to deal with a loony like that.
Honestly, what a clown. What do you make of the way that the tsunami's been handled today? It was the first real outing for the new Civil Defence Minister, Kiri Allen.
Yeah, well, if you had a look at tsunamis in this country, they haven't been spectacular. We haven't had really serious tsunamis ever. But nevertheless, at 2:30, of course, near the Kermadecs, there's an earthquake, and there was a bigger one at 8:30 this morning. Now, the biggest tsunami in New Zealand was in 2016 after the Kaikoura earthquake, but you could be forgiven for missing it because they say that the tsunami was about 1 metre high. That was at the nearest recording of it. At Little Pigeon Bay on the Banks Peninsula, though, apparently it reached 4.1 metres above sea level, extensively damaging an unoccupied beachside cottage.
Quite big.
It is, but nobody's around to see it. So apparently it travelled 140 metres up a creek adjacent to the cottage. There was an earthquake in Chile, 9.5, the biggest earthquake ever recorded.
Yeah.
And New Zealand sat waiting for the tsunami to hit. There was the biggest evacuation in our country's history at the time, so I've always been very worried about tsunamis. Everybody evacuated, but unfortunately the tsunami was probably no bigger than
Why
not
are
even
you
a
giving us a
surfing wave.
history lesson on tsunamis right now?
Well, I just say that maybe we tend to overreact on these things, but
Rather
I
overreact
guess
than
you can never be too careful, as Jacinda would tell us when it comes to lockdowns.
You're setting up a conspiracy theory thing. Tsunamis don't
I just
happen.
think it's worth pointing out.
Oh, hey, by the way, did you see the Tamakis? Obviously, you will be aware that Brian Tamaki is trying to sue you for defamation. I tried to get it out of him as to why, but
No, that's right. But look, I'm not quaking my boots, but they've told conflicting stories totally about why they escaped the lockdown and what Brian and his wife were up to. And he said to you there were no more than 25 people.
Yes.
And turns out, if you listen to Hannah, there were about 100 people in a 500-seat auditorium. I mean, who do you believe?
It does start to stretch the credibility.
Yeah.
Barry, thank you very much. Appreciate it. 7 away from 5. Barry Soper, political editor.
Newstalk ZB Auckland. Time saver traffic.
Official Emirates Team New Zealand flags and bunting. Good news from St Luke's. All lanes now open on St Luke's Road and New North Road. So thanks for keeping us posted on that, but it has been completed, the police operation. Now on all the motorways, everything is free flowing. If you are surprised by that, where have you been? String around your home, office or shop front. Flags.co.nz to order. Time saver traffic.
At JMI Wealth, we work to grow our clients' wealth with investment portfolios that stand the test of time. Hi, I'm Andrew Callagher, JMI Wealth Director. For more than 30 years, we focused on building generational wealth, allowing our clients to pass on the nest eggs they've worked so hard to create. So if you want to secure your lifestyle and provide for the next generation, talk to us about getting the most from your money. Call us or visit jmiwealth.co.nz. JMI Wealth. Investing for generations.
Thinking electric? Look no further. Hi, I'm Hadley from Auckland City Electric Vehicles. We'll help you make the switch with the largest selection of top-grade electric and plug-in hybrid vehicles in the country. Nissan Leafs, BMW i3s, X-Trail hybrids and VWs. New stock arriving daily, all trades welcome, and remember, all our cars include a 3-year warranty. Only at Auckland City Electric Vehicles, 83 Barry's Point Road, Takapuna, just 2 minutes north of the bridge.
Tricky renovation decisions are easy with Flooring Extra's new Reside collection, marrying style and quality with value. Mix and match hard and soft flooring to find the floors you love. House lot deals from $3,299 only at Flooring Extra.
NZI has been insuring Kiwi businesses for over 160 years. Today, nearly 300,000 New Zealanders choose NZI to protect what matters most to them. Have the right team behind you. Talk to your broker about insuring with NZI.
Shop online at Harvey Norman. Contactless click and collect or home delivery options are available. Visit harveynorman.co.nz to see our range of products and place your order. Contact us online or call your local store.
Placemakers, Dave speaking.
John here. Wife wants to reclad the house.
Modern, classic, fibre cement, timber, metal, composite. What are you after?
Inspiration?
Check out our cladding catalogue then.
Make Placemakers your destination for cladding.
Where the newsmakers meet their match. Heather Duplessis-Allen Drive with Ray White now. Your real-time market insights report. Newstalk ZB.
All right, it's 4 away from 6 here on Newstalk ZB. Lots of texts coming through about this announcement. And yeah, look, a lot of people are pretty disappointed. And I'm trying to find somebody who is supportive of remaining. Oh, here we go. Heather, you would be singing a completely different tune if New Zealand had a COVID outbreak and people were dying every day. Yeah, probably. I think if people were dying every day, we'd probably support being in level 3, wouldn't we? But no one's dying because there is no outbreak by the looks of things. So, of course, we have to question why we're in alert level 3. I'll tell you what I found really interesting was, and a lot of people have pointed this out on the text machine, the way that the Prime Minister started this press conference, and I think it is actually quite insightful. So we all tuned in to hear about the alert levels, and this is how we started.
This morning I spoke with President Macron of France. The purpose of the meeting was to discuss progress in the forward agenda for the Christchurch call.
Hey? I know everybody went, what? What are we why are you telling... I don't care about that guy from France. What's going on here? Let me tell you what's going on here. I think Jacinda Ardern knows just as well as you know, and just as well as I know, and just as well as all the political commentators that I've spoken to on the phone today knows, she has burned a hell of a lot of political capital this week. Attacking the KFC worker, putting us into lockdown when we shouldn't be in lockdown. There's no question about that. When you've got a string of zeros, you can't have a debate about it. There is no outbreak. We should not be in lockdown, right? So she knows she's burned through political capital. So what does she do? She reminds us of something that we all thought she did well. We all thought she handled the mosque attack well. So she spoke about that right up front to remind us, hey, it's still me. It's still Jacinda who hugged everybody. I'm still here. I'm still the same person. Talk about milking the mosque attack for all the political capital you can get out of it. Cover the alert level decision after 5. Newstalk ZB.
My heart. If you're building or renovating and planning that new fire, you only need one place. The Fireplace. Showcasing New Zealand's widest range of fires. Indoor, outdoor, wood, gas and electric. Including the very latest ultra-low emission burners by Massport Heating. Changing wood fires for good. Don't let a lockdown hold up your project. Book a COVID-safe consultation today with one of our friendly specialists. Remember, you only need one place. thefireplace.co.nz.
The King Anniversary Sale ends soon. Save on the best in Australian furniture design. Why buy ordinary furniture when you can come home to King? Sale ends soon. Visit the King Parnell showroom or shop online today.
TradeDepot.co.nz. Shop online now only at Trade Depot for massive home show expo deals on aircon, bathrooms, kitchen and laundry appliances. Vented dryers from just $249, condenser dryers from $599, heat pump dryers from $799, washing machines from $329. Shop online now for massive expo deals only at Trade Depot or visit the showroom in Onehunga. Delivery anywhere in Auckland. TradeDepot.co.nz.
If it's time to consider retirement care, it's time to visit Rafferty Estate, the boutique village in Remuera. In fact, there is no better time because award-winning Rafferty is almost sold out. So make the time, find the time, invest the time. And due to the pandemic, please book a time. Call Angus McPhee on 027 929 2007. That's 027 929 2007. Rafferty Estate, Rangitoto Avenue, Remuera.
Hey Aucklanders, if you're at home and want to get some jobs done while you've got the time, your local Wet and Forget stores are open for contactless pick-up at the door. Simply turn up and we'll be your personal shopper, or phone your local store and we'll have your favourite Wet and Forget products packaged up ready to go. wetandforget.co.nz.
In Auckland on 89.4, this is Newstalk ZB. Going deeper into the headlines, it's Heather Duplessis-Allen Drive with Ray White now. This is Newstalk ZB News.
It's 5 o'clock. I'm Raylene Ramsey. Auckland will move out of Alert Level 3 at 6 a.m. on Sunday. The rest of the country will move to Level 1 at the same time. The Prime Minister says this decision is based on the fact no new cases have been found beyond household members and have had excellent testing numbers and close contacts are being managed. But she says although Level 2 will feel more like normal life for Aucklanders, it's still not business as usual.
Please keep your distance from other people when out in public, including on public transport. And if you can't maintain a physical distance of 2 metres, we do encourage you to carry a face mask or face covering with you.
Jacinda Ardern says people who are sick should stay home. She says at Level 2, gatherings are capped at 100 people. Alert levels will be reviewed at the end of next week, with a view to moving Auckland to join the rest of the country at Level 1 at the start of next weekend. The Director-General of Health has issued a stern directive under Section 70 of the Health Act. He says it applies to anyone who attended City Fitness Gym at Hunters Plaza in Auckland's Papatoetoe on February 20 between 11:15am and 1:45pm and on the 26th between 3:25 and 4:30pm. It also applies to any contacts contacted by health officials and told to get a test. Dr Bloomfield requires those people to do 3 things.
Isolate at their usual home. Second, report for and undergo medical testing at a time and place specified by a medical officer of health. Third, accept to remain isolated until they receive further direction.
Bloomfield says they don't have results yet for about 10 people at the gym alongside a man with COVID. 8 have been tested, but health teams are still looking for 2. EQC has had 27 claims from today's earthquakes off New Zealand's coast. Tsunami warnings have fully lifted after the magnitude 8.1 earthquake near the Kermadec Islands. Emergency Management Minister Kitty Allen has praised people's response today.
In those communities, you've got exceptional stewards like Te Araroa, the firefighters, it's everybody's nannies, uncles, koros are in those trucks telling everybody to get up high, putting them where they know that they should be.
13 parties facing charges over the Whakaari eruption have been named. The White Island Tours, Whakaari Management Limited and directors James, Peter and Andrew Buttle. Kahu NZ, GNS Science, the National Emergency Management Agency. It also includes Volcanic Air Safaris, Areas Limited in Flight Charters, ID Tours and Tauranga Tourism Services. Danica McLean has more.
Lawyers representing the 10 organisations and 3 individuals appeared in the Auckland District Court this morning. Several appeared via video call because of Auckland's Alert Level 3. The judge opened the hearing by acknowledging those who lost their lives in the eruption and communities affected here and overseas. The next hearing will be held in the Whakatane District Court in June.
A water pipe in the capital has gone haywire after being struck by workers at the corner of Marjorie Banks and Brougham Streets. Newstalk ZB's Jack Crossland says the spray went about 10 metres high. Wellington Water spokesperson Alex Van Parsen says repairs should take a couple of hours.
And to Newstalk ZB Sport, good afternoon. Let there be crowds. The Black Caps, White Ferns and Crusaders will all welcome fans back for a Super Sunday of sport in Wellington and Christchurch. As soon as the alert level changes were confirmed, New Zealand Cricket announced the 2020 doubleheader on Sunday will be open to fans at Sky Stadium. The Crusaders will also welcome spectators for Sunday's Super Rugby game against the Hurricanes in Christchurch. Crusaders CEO Colin Mansbridge felt a bit nervous as Prime Minister Ardern announced the decision.
It was like the numbers dropping in a lottery, wasn't it? And you wait and you wait and you wait and you sort of hope that you've won. You got 4 numbers, 5 numbers, and then bang, in comes the 6.
And an announcement is expected shortly on the Silver Ferns game on Sunday. The America's Cup match will start on Wednesday under Alert Level 2 restrictions. Organisers have confirmed 2 races on Wednesday before racing then continues Friday the 12th, Saturday, Sunday, Monday and then each day after that until one team has claimed 7 victories. Racing will be restricted to either Course A or E. And the New Zealand Derby race meeting will be held at Ellerslie Racecourse on Sunday. It had already been moved from Saturday, while Hastings was placed on standby as a possible backup venue if Auckland remained at Alert Level 3. The Hurricanes have moved skipper Adi Savia back to number 8 to face the Crusaders on Sunday afternoon in Christchurch to accommodate Duplessis Kirifi's return to the run-on side this week. It's one of 4 changes to their side. There's 2 to the Crusaders' run-on 15. Mitchell Drummond trades places with Bryn Hall at half-back to start, while David Havili gets his first start at full-back after recovering from a head knock. All Blacks outside back Will Jordan is over his rib injury and is on the bench. And the Chiefs meet the Highlanders tonight in Hamilton. Super Rugby coverage with Sky, every Super Rugby match live and unmissable on Sky Sport. And moments ago, England were 38 for 2 in the 6th over, chasing 124 to beat the White Ferns in the second 2020 in Wellington. I'm Elliot Smith. That's Newstalk ZB News and Sport with Window Witch from Wet and Forget. For streak and spot-free windows, it's 5 after 5. Heather Duplessis Allen is next.
Newstalk ZB Auckland. Time saver traffic.
Dow's end of financial year deals start early. Now, St Luke's at first, where St Luke's Road was closed for a wee while. It has been opened about 20 minutes ago. It was reopened and everything flowing well through there. All the motorways are still flowing well, and I imagine they will be until 6 a.m. Sunday morning, where Raylene and I will go for a drive. Up to 40% off selected Dow laptops, dow.co.nz. Conditions apply.
We've been driving all week, darling. Newstalk ZB Weather Watch 24/7 with roofcare.co.nz to repoint and recoat your concrete tile roof. For the harbours, Manukau and the Waitemata, nor'west 10 this afternoon and early evening. Hauraki Gulf, northerly 15 this afternoon and nor'west 10 tonight. Breamhead to Cape Colville, nor'west 10, rising to northerly 15 this afternoon, back to nor'west 10 this evening. High tides for Auckland tomorrow morning at 20 to 2. And for Onehunga this afternoon at 10 past 4. We've already gone past that. And the next one tomorrow morning will be at 4:30. Today in Auckland, mainly fine with isolated showers and nor'westerly winds. And the overnight low, 16 degrees. Right now in Auckland City, 22.
Time for questions. Time for answers. Time for facts. Time for opinion. Time for Heather Duplessis Allen Drive with Ray White now. Your real-time market insights report. Newstalk ZB.
Kia ora, welcome back. 7 past 5. Aucklanders will have to stay in lockdown until Sunday morning when the city moves to level 2, and that will go on for another week. The rest of the country will move to level 1 from Sunday morning. There have been no community cases of COVID-19 since the lockdown was announced on Saturday night. And just judging from the text machine over the past half hour, many of you are frustrated that Auckland hasn't been let out of the lockdown immediately. Public health expert Dr. Colin Tukiotanga from the University of Auckland is with me now. Hi, Colin.
Hello.
Thank you so much for your time. I want to ask your opinion on this. Given the string of zeros that we've had, do you think we could have come out of lockdown?
Look, Ashley was stressing the point that there were still people connected to the gym that haven't been tested and results known. In fact, he went as far as to quote Section 70 of the Public Health Act that they were going to try and use to tidy up those loose ends. So I wasn't surprised that we went to 2 instead of further down.
Yeah. Do you think, going into 2 does sort of follow how they generally do things, but given that there appears to be no massive outbreak, do you think it is justified for us to stay in level 3 for another 2 days, or could we have actually come out immediately into level 2?
Oh, I think given those unknowns, as I mentioned, in terms of the contacts from the gym, it's probably the prudent thing to do. The thing is, we've taken a very conservative approach to this pandemic overall, and that's why I wasn't surprised we didn't go further than 2.
Is the conservative approach justified, given that there appears to be no outbreak?
Generally in public health, if you don't have all the information that you need to assess the risks, that's what people do. So again, as I say, it's a general principle that is followed. And I'm aware that some people would be concerned about that because their assessment of risk is much less and we should have gone further. But that, as I say, isn't surprising to me.
No, it might not be surprising, but I guess I'm trying to figure out whether it's the right thing to do. How is compliance in South Auckland, especially at the moment?
I think people are tired and a bit frazzled. There's some, blame going on, and I imagine that the trust and the understanding is starting to erode. I am guessing that if this goes on longer, it will get worse. There's been quite a lot of finger pointing, not just within South Auckland, but between some of the parties and even Wellington. So it's getting a bit frazzled around the edges, I would say.
Okay. How are you seeing a lack of compliance? What are you seeing? Lots of traffic on the roads?
And activities on social media, people gathering in different places and, playing sport and traffic, just indications like that.
How do you think, being in level 3 when there is no outbreak, which seems to, most of us looking in on it, completely unjustified, how do you think that is going to impact compliance into the future?
Well, I think sooner or later people are going to get tired of it, particularly because we've had quite a number of lockdowns, I recall, where the numbers of actual cases were quite small, and people naturally will say, why do you inconvenience and compromise business and employment opportunities and all of that for a very small number of cases? And I guess that's really a question for our officials and political leaders.
That's a risk, isn't it? It's a risk that they're running by doing this.
Yeah, and, risks are inevitably going to change over time and people's perceptions and reactions to risk. So they might tolerate something in the beginning, but they become less tolerant as time goes by. And that's, again, another risk that people need to think about.
Colin, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's Dr. Colin Tukuitonga, who is the Associate Dean of the Pacific Faculty of Medical and Health Services at the University of Auckland. It's 5:12.
Heather Duplessis-Allen.
Well, it'll certainly be a day of it on the natural near disaster front, and it all started with a 7.2 magnitude earthquake off the east coast of the North Island just before 2:30 this morning. You may or may not have felt it, but plenty of Bruce Russell's early morning callers did. Helen felt the quake on the Chatham Islands.
The biggest one I've ever felt, and it went on and on and on, and I'm in the old stone house, and I didn't know where to stand because it's all rock.
Casey was possibly in the worst position a person can be in for an earthquake.
I was a bit shooked up. I was sitting on the toilet thinking it's just me, going back and forth because I'm due to have my baby on Monday. And then I realised it ain't me because the door's moving.
Wow. Calling in from Lower Hutt, Luke is obviously no stranger to earthquakes.
That was a heck of a rattler. The big one was perhaps only for 5 seconds, but it just kept rolling afterwards for quite a while. And I was thinking, geez, that's still going.
And that wasn't the end of it. Further quakes in the Kermadec led to tsunami warnings across the country. John was flying from Tauranga to the East Cape and got a bird's eye view.
Up to about sort of 500 metres offshore, the colour of the sea was just chocolate brown pretty much the whole way. It was worse up towards Waiau Bay, so the further up the Cape you got, the worse it was.
And then Alan saw some evidence of a surge in Auckland, but it wasn't exactly massive.
The water was just touching the paint on the side of the motorway.
Good Lord.
Yeah, the highest I've ever seen it there before is, I'd say, 300 millimetres below that level.
Well, thankfully, people were able to go back to their homes early this afternoon. Roger Ball is the acting director at the National Emergency Management Agency. He's with us now. Hi, Roger.
Good afternoon.
Is there still any risk?
There is always some residual risk, but I can let you know that we're monitoring that closely and we will continue to do so through the night. But we have been able, obviously, as you know, to lift all the remaining advisories and warnings, and people can go about their business as usual.
Any evidence of tsunami destruction?
there is not really any significant reports of visible damage that have made their way through to us yet. The focus today has been on public safety, supporting people. I think once people, teams on the ground have had a rest, and I'm thinking here of councils and harbour masters and what have you, they'll have a closer look tomorrow to see if there are any impacts, and we'll assess that. But, touch wood, we seem to have got this through this without too much or any serious damage.
Are you happy with the way that everybody got their alerts and stuff like that? Because it sounds like some people didn't get them for a very long time, if at all.
Well, I think we need to look into that. And first of all, just to, let's take a step back. Today, thousands and thousands of transmissions were issued over the emergency mobile alert system, both by ourselves here from NEMA in Wellington, but also by some of the civil defence emergency management groups for local purposes. So I think that tool really showed its value today. Now, if some people feel that they should have got them but didn't, we would like to know about that. And we don't ever want to go through these events and not look at the things that could be better to make sure that we improve. But we also need to understand or help people to clarify if they don't live in or don't reside in an area that was asked to evacuate, then they shouldn't have expected an emergency mobile alert. They were only targeted for areas that were asked to evacuate.
All right. Roger, thanks. Appreciate it. Roger Ball, Acting Director of the National Emergency Management Agency. We're not finished, by the way, talking about whether we should be in alert level 3, because clearly, as I've stated throughout the show, I don't think we should be. And so we will carry on with that conversation in just a ticky as well. 5:16, Newstalk ZB.